Chapter 1 Activating Mission, Rating the Schoolgirl. Late at night, inside a luxury hotel suite in Mountain City, the lighting was soft and cozy. You big bad guy. Shin Xingyao's face was flushed, pouting as she snuggled into Gu Qianye's warm embrace. Why didn't you listen properly to what I just said to you? That tone of hers carried both a hint of pouting complaint and was filled with sweet love, as if the air was filled with the flavor of happiness. When she thought of the passionate intimacy just now, she still had palpitations and her body couldn't help but tremble gently. Yao, this really can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that you have too much charisma. You're simply a bewitching little demon. Gu Qianye's face was filled with coziness, a bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and a blazing light flickering in his eyes. His hands weren't idle either, tightly wrapping around Shin Xingyao's fair body, making both of their bodies stick closer together. Hearing Gu Qianye's such blunt and revealing words, Shin Xingyao couldn't help but snort. Humph, I hate it. Brother Qianye, you're always like this. You only use these sweet words to make people happy. Although she complained so on her lips, her beautiful and moving pretty face became more and more flushed and charming, clearly recognizing the words. Seeing Shin Xingyao's shy and lovely appearance, Gu Qianye's heart swirled and he couldn't help but gently bite her pink cheeks. This bite caused Shin Xingyao to shyly glare at him, her eyes full of love that was hard to hide. Then, that soft little hand was placed on Gu Qianye's chest, slowly sliding like a feather. This slight touch, as if a current instantly spread throughout Gu Qianye's entire body, making his body's qi and blood rapidly beating. This startled Shin Xingyao, who was already tired and panting, and she retracted her hand with a swoosh. How can it be? What I said are all true words, and I was looking forward to this moment for a long time. It's inevitable that I lost some control. Gu Qianye's face showed a doting smile, sighed up from the drawer beside the bed, took out an exquisite gift box and handed it over. Yao, open it. This is the gift I specially prepared for you. Shin Xingyao looked at the exquisite gift box in her hand. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She raised her pretty face and asked curiously, Brother Qianye, what is this? However, Gu Qianye didn't directly answer this question. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and signaled her to open the box and take a look. Wow! Surprisingly, it's the latest Huawei tri-folding cell phone. Shin Xingyao couldn't help but squeal with excitement when she saw the brand new and dazzling phone inside. There was still a wave of disbelief in her tone. After all, that thing was priced at a whopping 20,000 plus oceans. She had already begun to pay attention to the cell phone when it was released, but with that smacking price, one could only endure the pain and give up the idea of buying it. As this exclamation rang out, her mouth directly opened into a large O shape, and she saw Gu Qianye's heart flutter. Thank you, Brother Qianye, Shin Xingyao delicately shouted out. That big flirtatious eyes after the passion was filled with joy and touched. As soon as the words fell, that pair of slender, white jade arms joyfully wrapped around Gu Qianye's neck, and her tantalizing cherry mouth quickly stuck to his lips. Facing Shin Xingyao's passionate kiss, Gu Qianye naturally responded passionately. Poof, Brother Qianye, don't be like this. I haven't recovered well yet. I'm really tired and in pain. Please spare me this time, okay? Shin Xingyao's face was scarlet, her voice was sweet and glutinous, and in those big watery eyes, there were still a few points of shyness and begging. At the same time, the fair hands also slightly forcefully supported Gu Qianye's sturdy chest, trying to block his further moves. Gu Qianye's heart ached as he looked at Shin Xingyao's cute little appearance, but seeing how tired she was, he eventually stopped his small movements and whispered to her, Well, little Yao has worked hard, so take a rest first. However, my body will break down if I continue like this. Yao just help me. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the activation task and successfully activating the follow your heart system. Gu Qianye's mind suddenly resounded, a cold synthesized voice. Immediately afterward, a transparent panel surfaced in front of him. Host, Gu Qianye. Age, 22. Height, 181 cm. Weight, 73 kilograms. Physique, 78. Wealth value, 35,796 yuan. The life of doing what you want is not only a dashing life, but also accompanied by a variety of the opposite sex. Main task, spend money for the opposite sex of 80 points or more of the comprehensive face value that you know in reality, and successfully conquer the body and mind of this opposite sex. Mission reward, spending for the eligible opposite sex will be doubled back to the host, and the host can get rich rewards after successfully conquering the opposite sex. Note 1, the cashback funds of the system are transferred from the International Futures account. Absolutely safe and reliable. The host can rest assured that the use. Note 2, please put down your personal qualities and enjoy a happy life. Gu Qianye squinted his eyes, a smile of satisfaction hanging at the corner of his mouth. As the information in his mind became clearer, a bright smile bloomed on his face. P.S. There will be no tasks or interactions behind the system, only cashback and rewards to be handed out. Chapter 2 White Whoring, that's the best. A violent cough suddenly came out of Xinxingyao's mouth, and she patted her rich chest, then glared fiercely at Gu Qianye, who was leaning against the bed. You bad guy, I almost couldn't catch my breath just now. After saying that, she raised her slender little hand and gently wiped the saliva remaining at the corner of her mouth. At this time, Xinxingyao's originally black and silky hair was slightly disorganized, with a few strands of hair hanging down on her cheeks. Her face flushed. Gu Qianye opened his arms and hugged Xinxingyao's smooth and delicate body, saying in a loving tone, Aya, Yao baby, I'm to blame. I was really too excited just now, and I accidentally let you suffer. Saying that, he tenderly stroked Xinxingyao's smooth and soft skin. It was really comfortable. He couldn't let go at all. Poof. Xinxingyao, who was held in her arms, muffled a shy grunt and didn't break free from Gu Qianye's warm embrace. Instead, she slightly closed her eyes, enjoying this cozy moment. Looking at Xinxingyao's well-behaved appearance, the corner of Gu Qianye's mouth raised a smile. His heart suddenly stirred. Why not take this opportunity to try out the system he had just activated? Immediately afterward, he looked up Xinxingyao's information through the system in his mind. Name, Xinxingyao. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 91. Freshness, 99. Status localized hemorrhage. Physically weak. Intimacy, 75. Rewards can be obtained when intimacy reaches a certain level. The higher the intimacy, the richer the rewards. After reading Xinxingyao's message, Gu Qianye was very pleased in his heart. 2 months ago, his parents had suffered an accident and both passed away. Plus his grandparents and grandparents had also passed away long ago. Since then, as a junior in college, he had to face the storms of life alone, his heart filled with confusion and anxiety. After taking care of his parents' affairs, Gu Qianye returned to the Mountain City University of Economics and Trade, physically and mentally exhausted. During a meal in the cafeteria, his eyes were attracted by Xinxingyao, a sophomore. At that time, he stared straight at Xinxingyao's sexy and charming back and froze in place. This scene made his roommate on the side think that he was mesmerized by Xinxingyao's beauty. But in reality, right then and there, a mysterious and clear voice rang out in Gu Qianye's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Anything Goes system. After successfully completing the activation task, you will be able to activate the Anything Goes system and enjoy a happy life. Activation task, raid Xinxingyao, and successfully obtain the favor of this opposite sex. Only after Gu Qianye studied it carefully with disbelief did he realize that he had encountered the legendary system. Didn't this mean that he could shed his skin and move towards the peak of his life? Although he had to complete the activation task first, this didn't make Gu Qianye flinch, but instead caused a stronger fighting spirit to ignite in his heart. After all, Xinxingyao is the famous schoolflower of the University of Economics and Trade. White and beautiful, who can't stand up and respect her? In order to complete the task of the raiders, Gu Qianye bribed one of Xinxingyao's roommates, and grasped some of her information in detail. To one's delight, Xinxingyao seemed to have a bit of a gold-digging tendency. This made Gu Qianye feel relieved in his heart. It was good to have a gold-worshipping tendency. Otherwise it would definitely be difficult for him to successfully complete the activation mission with his normal pursuit method. You know, after his parents' accident, he got a compensation, plus the family's previous savings, at that time holding more than $500,000 cash. Gu Qianye first spent more than $100,000 to carefully build his personal image. From head to toe a new look, transformed into a fluttering gentleman in the eyes of the crowd. Then, through Xinxingyao's roommate, Gu Qianye successfully befriended her. In the month that followed, it was more of an effort to do everything he could. He purchased brand-name bags, high-grade cosmetics and fine clothes for Xinxingyao, and often took her to and from luxurious places, allowing her to enjoy the ultimate experience of high consumption. When giving gifts and going in and out of high-grade places, he also did not forget to create romance. Hidden gifts in the gifts. In the restaurant package arranged a sea of flowers, so that Xinxingyao gradually fall in love. The emperor's heaven does not disappoint. Tonight, Gu Qianye finally got what he wanted and successfully completed the system activation task, allowing Xinxingyao to, although he almost spent all of his savings, he felt that this result was very good. After all, he managed to get it all. If not, is it possible to keep these savings to make a down payment on a house, and then like a snail, carry a mortgage for decades? After recalling some past events, Gu Qianye shook his head and put those things behind him. Afterward, he lowered his head and approached Xinxingyao's ear. Yao. The reason why I was so excited just now was purely because I remembered a deal I made a big profit on the international futures market before. In that case, in order to properly apologize to you, baby Yao, all those long-desired treasures in your shopping cart will be paid for by me. After saying that, Gu Qianye was overjoyed. This anything goes system was simply fantastic. Not only can it enhance the goodwill of a beauty like Shin Qianye, but it can also double the cash back on White Johns. Where to find such a good system? When Shin Qianye heard Gu Qianye's words, surprise appeared in her eyes and lifted her pretty face to look lovingly at Gu Qianye. Brother Qianye, you're so good to me. I'll definitely repay you properly in the future. After saying this, she went up to his lips. However, this action scared Gu Qianye so much that he hastily reached out to stop it, causing Shin Qianye to glare at him again. She was so angry that she turned her head and picked up her cell phone to empty her shopping cart. After transferring $30,000 to Shin Qianye, Gu Qianye's cell phone received a text message. China Merchants Bank, your account 1579 on October 1st, 2215 income amount 60,000 yuan. The balance is 65,796 yuan. Looking at this message, Gu Qianye smiled triumphantly. The feeling of white whoring is cool. He patted Shin Qianye's shoulder and said with a bold face, Yao Yao, is that all you have in your cart? Don't save it for me, just pick whatever you want to buy. Consider it a little surprise from me. Don't you always use cosmetics? Like what? Estee Lauder eye cream and Kashi hair conditioner. Stock up on a few more bottles of each. Girls just need to take care of their skin more. Right, Yao Yao. Don't you like taking pictures? Buy a good camera so you can record the most beautiful you. Speaking here, Gu Qianye's mind immediately surfaced. Just now Shin Qianye's look on the bed. The Shin Qianye of that look is definitely the look that those lickers of hers at the University of Economics and Trade couldn't imagine, but desperately fantasized about. Unfortunately, lick dog is lick dog after all. In the past there is no chance to get Shin Qianye's favor, and in the future there is even no chance to make friends with her. However, they can also rest assured, because Gu Qianye will fulfill all the fantasies in their hearts for them. Chapter 3, The Favored Child from Heaven. Brother Qianye, there's really no need. I already have a lot of those things, enough to use for a long time. Also, the money you just transferred to me hasn't been spent yet. Shin Qianye's face was filled with a happy smile as she gently shook the cell phone in her hand. She felt like she was the favored child of the heavens, able to meet such an excellent boyfriend as Gu Qianye. Although they had only known each other for a month, she could feel Gu Qianye's gentle and considerate care. Ever since she had met Gu Qianye, the surprises in her life had never ceased. Not only did she receive all sorts of luxuries, but Gu Qianye also took her to experience places that she had never been to before. Every time she returned from a trip with Gu Qianye, Shin Qianye could always feel the envious gazes from the people around her, and it was a wonderful feeling. When she followed Gu Qianye out today, Shin Qianye had a premonition that something would happen at night, but she didn't resist. Instead, a sense of anticipation welled up in her heart. After all, she was 20 years old now. Some of her junior high school classmates were ready to have a second child, and she hadn't even tried that shy thing yet. This made Shin Qianye. When others were discussing all the experiences and sweet stories of her boyfriend, she could only sit silently on the sidelines, with a bit of shyness and embarrassment on her face, because whenever this time came, Shin Qianye realized that she had no other choice but to listen. But having grown up beautiful, the pride in her heart did not allow her to settle for just any ordinary man. Well, tonight Shin Qianye finally got what she wanted. Just now, Gu Qianye sent her another 20,000 plus cell phone and boldly emptied her shopping cart. Although she had made some shy requests towards her, she felt that this was normal. After all, in the face of herself, the prettiest school flower of the Economic and Trade University, that normal man could be indifferent. Thinking like this, Shin Qianye felt more and more incomparably happy. As her thoughts continued to spread, her heart's infatuation with Gu Qianye also grew stronger and stronger. Ding! Shin Qianye's affinity density plus 5. Congratulations to the host. Shin Qianye's affinity density has reached 80. Reward 1, Bound Bank Card is automatically upgraded to Supreme Black Card. This card has unlimited daily consumption and can be used at any cooperative merchants around the world without any obstacles. Reward 2, Strengthen physical endurance and strengthen the body's ability to withstand the rigors of life. Reward 2, Strengthens physical endurance, enhances cardiorespiratory function, and improves the efficiency of the muscles in utilizing oxygen. Gu Qianye's smile grew wider as he heard the voice in his head and wrapped his arms around Shin Qianye's white and tender body. He secretly pondered, Supreme Black Card has no limit on spending? It's a pity that there isn't an unlimited amount to swipe, but it's good to be able to have no limit, lest you limit your spending if you swipe a few tens of thousands. This body endurance strengthening is even better, so I won't be afraid to do long-distance running exercises in the future, and I won't have any problems with how I want to run. TSK. That feeling is very refreshing to think about. Yao Yao. This is not good. You have to learn to love yourself well. Gu Qianye frowned slightly, then added, what other girls have? Our Yao Yao absolutely can't have less, those that they don't have. Yao Yao baby, you have to have them too. It's not like we don't have this ability now, but we can't condemn ourselves. I'll be heartbroken if you're like this. After saying that, Gu Qianye gently touched Xinxingyao's hair and looked at her with eyes full of favor. Now that he had his own system, he naturally wouldn't care about how much money he spent or whether it was worth it or not. And to Gu Qianye, the more money he spent on Xinxingyao, the better, both in terms of increased intimacy and double cashback. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he was wealth-free. Every day, he could enjoy a privileged life, going in and out of high-class places and experiencing luxuries that were once out of reach. Imagining himself on a private jet overlooking the earth and hosting parties in a luxurious villa, Gu Qianye's eyes glittered with longing. More importantly, Gu Qianye was able to make Xinxingyao slowly immerse herself in the comfortable environment created by high spending and get used to living a lavish life by continuously satisfying her need for high material goods. In this way, Xinxingyao would become more and more dependent on Gu Qianye. Even if she realizes that there are some small problems later, she won't make a big fuss with him and end up in a bad situation. Thinking of this, the corner of Gu Qianye's mouth raised a smile as he tightly embraced Xinxingyao into his arms, feeling her warm and soft body. Brother, you're so good to me. How nice it would have been if I had known you when I was a freshman. Missing out on such a long time for nothing. Xinxingyao naturally didn't know Gu Qianye's true thoughts, and only felt that he was really doting on herself. Her absolutely beautiful face was filled with emotion. Looking lovingly at Gu Qianye, Yao Yao, your entire person is now brothers to me. It's not only natural to treat you well. Moreover, isn't it good for us to be like this now? In the future, brother, I will definitely make you happy and blissful every day. Gu Qianye looked at Xinxingyao's charming appearance, reached out and pinched her pretty little face. The soft and sticky feeling was so comfortable. Sure enough, she didn't deserve the title of school flower, and Gu Qianye could also guarantee that Xinxingyao's whole body was real, and there was absolutely no weird evil magic. Aha, I believe brother. People will also definitely use their own ways to make brother happy and comfortable. Xinxingyao nodded happily, her face filled with sweetness. Then, as if she remembered something, her face firmly. Yao Yao baby, just now you really worked hard. Gu Qianye looked at Xinxingyao, who was leaning on his chest. His face was filled with a satisfied look. He tenderly stretched out his arm and tightly wrapped it around Xinxingyao's delicate shoulders. Humph, it's good that you know. Xinxingyao slightly pouted her small mouth and muffled a grunt as she pretended to be angry. Her small, white hand gently lifted up and twisted the soft flesh around Gu Qianye's waist slightly harder. Of course I know all the hard work you've put in, Yao Yao. Now it's my turn to serve you properly. I'll definitely let you feel my love and tenderness. Chapter 4, You Can't Trust a Pretty Woman's Words. The next morning, golden sunlight shone softly into the room through the muslin curtains, casting dappled light and shadows on the floor. Xinxingyao hazily opened her eyes and saw herself clinging to Gu Qianye's embrace, her head resting on his arm, recalling the images of last night in her mind. The expression on Xinxingyao's face was both angry and amused. Her small hand picked up a few strands of hair and flicked them back and forth over Gu Qianye's nose. It wasn't long before Gu Qianye's nose began to tremble slightly, and when this movement grew louder and louder, a loud achio sound came out of his mouth. Fortunately, the resourceful Xinxingyao had anticipated this, and that sneeze didn't reach her body. Looking at the scene in front of her, she laughed her ass off and kept slapping the white bed sheets. At this time, Gu Qianye also woke up a bit and rubbed his eyes, and after figuring out the situation, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good, Yao Yao, you actually dare to tease me like this. Let's see how I'll reward you properly. Ah, what do you want to do? It's still broad daylight, Xinxingyao exclaimed. Although she had rested for the night, she couldn't do anything about Gu Qianye. It was really because she was too exhausted last night, so much so that even now her limbs were still a bit weak, and she had absolutely no ability to resist. Yao Yao, good girl. Let's do a morning walk together and get a good workout. Gu Qianye was very gentle regardless of his tone or movements. In fact, he didn't just do it for that little male-female thing, but mainly wanted to make Xinxingyao realize his true strength in this way, so that he could better conquer her body and mind. Half an hour later, Xinxingyao complexion was rosy as she lay on the bed, her delicate body glowing with a charming luster. Gu Qianye carefully picked up her flawless body and walked into the bathroom to carefully wash every inch of her skin with delicate techniques. Xinxingyao shyly closed her eyes tightly, enjoying it in her heart and occasionally letting out a soft murmur. After finishing, Gu Qianye carried Xinxingyao back to the bedroom with a soft bath towel, gently placing her on the large, comfortable bed and covering her with a quilt before turning around and leaving the room. Xinxingyao lethargically leaned on the head of the bed, her eyes never leaving Gu Qianye's figure, her gaze filled with love, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising. Ding! Xinxingyao affinity density +3. Xinxingyao fell asleep again without realizing it, and when she woke up again, she immediately smelled a tantalizing fragrance, which instantly aroused her appetite. Yao Yao, you're awake. Quickly get up and eat something. These are all carefully prepared for you. I heard that it helps with wound healing and physical recovery. Gu Qianye's gentle voice rang in his ears, carrying full of concern. Shen Xingyao slowly sat up, looking at the table full of exquisite food in front of her. Her heart was very touched. She pulled Gu Qianye's hand and softly said, "Brother Qianye, why are you so good to me?" Gu Qianye gently scraped her nose. "Because Yao Yao, you deserve me to be good to you. First eat this pig liver lean meat porridge. Replenish the protein." After saying that, he picked up the bowl of hot congee that was bubbling with aroma, scooped up a small spoon of congee and blew on it, feeding it to Shen Xingyao. Shen Xingyao's face was full of happiness as she looked at Gu Qianye, who was carefully taking care of herself in front of her, and slightly opened her small cherry mouth. She carefully savored it and revealed a satisfied smile, raising her thumbs to praise. It's delicious." Gu Qianye revealed a doting smile. "If it's delicious, eat more. You need to make up for all the energy you lost last night." Shen Xingyao shyly blanked him and said with a red face, "Hate it. Still mentioning those things last night. Then you should eat more too. After all, you were the one who contributed last night." She scooped up a small spoonful of hot congee, blew off the heat and sent it into her mouth. While she savored the sweetness of the porridge, her eyes drifted towards Gu Qianye with a hint of a different meaning in her eyes. Immediately afterward, she didn't swallow the hot porridge in her mouth, but Gu Qianye felt the sweet and delicious flavor, and his heart couldn't help but be flooded with a different feeling. Fine. Since Yao Yao you like to feed me like this, let's enjoy this delicious flavor together." He was being fed by Shen Xingyao like this, and he didn't be polite, and kissed at her small mouth. After that kind of fragrant movement, the hot porridge was still hot after a long time, and it was only after the passion had passed that the hot porridge started to get cold. Ding! Shen Xingyao's intimacy +2. Is it still good? I've been waiting for a full hour. Gu Qianye had impatience written all over his face, his entire body lazily lying on the bed, his eyes glancing from time to time at Shen Xingyao, who was carefully dressed in front of the dresser. Just now, after the two of them finished breakfast, Gu Qianye had proposed to go out shopping, to reward Shen Xingyao for her hard labor last night. Of course, he was mainly doing it for the double cashback. After all, it was really unsettling to have no money in your pocket. Oops, it's almost ready. Stop rushing. Although Shen Xingyao said on her lips that it was almost ready, the movements on her hands didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Gu Qianye was speechless at this. Half an hour ago she had said it with such conviction, but as a result, she was still saying it now. As a matter of fact, the more beautiful a woman is, the less she can be trusted, and 1 hour is enough for him to have 2 rounds of poker. After a while, Shen Xingyao finally stood up, walked to Gu Qianye with light steps, and asked poutingly, "How's it? Do I look good?" After saying that, she elegantly spun in place twice. Gu Qianye's eyes instantly fixed on Shen Xingyao's body. The beauty of her in front of him was simply breathtaking. Only seeing that she had put on a fresh light makeup, her fair little face became more and more chaste. Those large eyes carried a flirtatious flavor after a morning run, and her lips were coated with a seductive lipstick. Paired with a small white dress, her long black and shiny hair was draped over her delicate collarbone. Her white shoulders were slightly exposed, and her feet were on small silver high heels, making her figure tall and sexy. "Yao Yao, you are really beautiful now. I can't even let you go out and cheapen those men outside." Gu Qianye couldn't help but gulp a little, staring at her with very hot eyes. It took a lot of effort to hold back from pouncing on the delicate body in front of him. Hearing this, Shen Xingyao revealed a bright smile. Having worked so hard to dress up for so long, wasn't it just to get this kind of praise? Humph, Brother Qianye, you're saying these sweet words again to make me happy. Alright, let's go. Shen Xingyao keenly saw the lust in Gu Qianye's eyes, and secretly screamed in her heart that it wasn't good. This guy was afraid that he wanted to press himself to play cards again. Thinking of this, she hurriedly took Gu Qianye's arm and pulled him out of the room quickly. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Walk so fast for what? We're not in a hurry. We still have a long time to go." Gu Qianye was pulled somewhat off guard. His feet stumbled and nearly tripped on the ground, but fortunately reacted quickly enough to stabilize his body in time. Chapter 5 Is 1 a year okay? Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the famous shopping paradise in Mountain City, Jinhua Plaza in the city center. This place was a collection of luxury stores with many internationally renowned brands, and one would be embarrassed to walk in without a few large sums of money on them. Speaking of which, they had been here twice before on dates, but that had already cost Gu Qianye tens of thousands of dollars in savings. Of course he didn't lose out. He turned his head and ate enough tofu from Shen Xingyao, touching and kissing wherever he could. Check the opposite sex that meets the criteria. Is it checking the information? Gu Qianye had just walked into Jinhua Plaza with his arm around Shen Xingyao when an IC system beep came to his ears. It's true, but all high-spending establishments are filled with beautiful women, and he just came in and ran into a beautiful woman who meets the criteria. Gu Qianye scanned around with interest, and soon locked that very recognizable net red face in the crowd. The beautiful woman was dressed in a very fashionable and trendy way, and at this time, she was holding her cell phone and concentrating on live broadcasting. From a distance, the woman looked good. Just under careful observation, it can be found that her face is coated with thick foundation. However, when live broadcasting, various beauty features would be turned on, so it must be able to attract a lot of big brothers to go and support the show. However, even then, she was far more different than the Shenxinyao beside her. Whether it was in terms of appearance, body shape, or temperament, the two of them simply weren't on the same level. Gu Qianye shook his head without moving, and although he was no longer interested, he still curiously read view. Name, Mu Qiao. Age, 31. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 82. Freshness 87. Status sub-healthy. Irregular rest and relaxation. Intimacy, 0. PS, 100 out of 100 for overall value and freshness. I've dated 13 people since I was 31 years old. That's an average of 1 a year as an adult, so I don't know if that's good or bad. But fortunately, she was quite healthy and didn't have any infectious diseases, so Big Brother Pungjai could eat at ease. Soon, Gu Qianye walked into a Parisian family specialty store with his arm around Shenxinyao. Last night during the exciting battle, he felt that something was missing. As he walked all the way here, those stocking legs kept reflecting into his eyes, which made him think that it was the stockings that were missing. Welcome, may I help you too? After entering the door, a beautiful sales clerk wearing a uniform greeted him and asked with a smile on her face, please take us to see the stockings. The corner of Gu Qianye's mouth rose slightly, his tone natural and casual. Afterwards, he sidled his head closer to the ear of the shy-faced Shenxinyao and whispered, Yao Yao, don't be embarrassed, what we're doing now couldn't be more normal. Shenxinyao swept her gaze over the sales clerk in front of them, and seeing the smile on her face, the blush on her face instantly spread from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. After all, items like stockings were like a woman's second skin, still relatively private, not to mention the fact that it was the first time she had followed a man along to make a purchase, and she was quite embarrassed in her heart. It wasn't like she was as thick-skinned as Gu Qianye, able to face the gazes of the onlookers with a straight face. Okay, the two of you, this way please. The sales clerk keenly caught Shenxinyao's embarrassment and without a trace, slightly sidestepped, softened her tone and enthusiastically introduced, all the stockings in our store can be tried on. In order to ensure hygiene, this side will provide you with disposable stocking covers, so you can feel free to pick them out and take your time trying them on to find the ones that suit you best. Afterwards, she elegantly stretched her right hand forward and made a gesture of invitation, leading them towards the stockings area. As soon as they entered the stockings area, all kinds of stockings were reflected in their eyes. Gu Qianye looked at the stockings and models in front of him, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he walked to the side with great interest, carefully selecting them. Shenxinyao noticed his reaction. The corner of her mouth unconsciously spread a light smile, secretly thinking, humph, stinky man, just knows shibboleths. Not long after, Gu Qianye's gaze was firmly attracted by a pair of white lace stockings. He gently picked them up and gestured at Shenxinyao with anticipation. Yao Yao, come try this on. I think with your body temperament, wearing it will definitely be even more beautiful. Saying that, he smiled and handed the stocking over. Shenxinyao subconsciously bit her red lips, and when she received the stockings, she immediately lowered her head and hurriedly walked towards the fitting room. After several minutes, she slowly walked out, her hands unconsciously grasping the corners of her clothes, turning her body sideways and rotating her ankles, only to see her beautiful legs wrapped in lace, just like the feet of an elf. The whole person looked even more graceful, and her white skin was still hidden. Gu Qianye was instantly attracted, his eyes filled with a hot glow. When Shenxinyao saw his straight eyes, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, her chin slightly lifted, and she was smug in her heart. Little fellow, this will charm you to death. After all, Gu Qianye was so outstanding. Usually there was always a lack of girls around him who took the initiative to show their affection. But now, he only had himself in his heart and eyes. How could this not make Shenxinyao happy? She gathered her hair around her ears and spoke in a casual manner. Brother, do you think this pair of stockings is okay with my outfit today? As she spoke, she also gently twisted her waist, showing off those two white and straight legs perfectly. Gu Qianye came back to his senses. His eyes were full of appreciation, and he gave a thumbs up to praise from the bottom of his heart. Yao Yao, this pair of stockings is so suitable for you. It looks like your temperament is even more outstanding. The beautiful sales clerk on the side also smiled and agreed, her tone sincere. It's really beautiful. This pair of stockings sets off your beautiful leg lines just right, and your overall temperament has been enhanced a lot. If you go out wearing this, it will definitely brighten people's eyes, and everyone will find it pleasing to the eye. Of course, Shin Qingyao was originally born with natural beauty, so the salesman said these words, although a bit pleasing to the eye, but it was also the truth. Shin Qingyao's face blossomed with joy when she heard the two of them praising each other. She playfully ruffled her hair around her ears. He, thank you brother Qianye. Gu Qianye pulled Shin Qingyao's hand and continued to pick up stockings. Ha, let's continue picking. This one you'll put back on. Save yourself the trouble of changing it around. In a short while, in the hands of the beautiful sales clerk, a dozen pairs of various stockings were piled up. 1,000 knights brother. This is too much. I can't wear so many at all. It's better to put some back. Shin Qingyao shook her little head, persuading with a serious face. Immediately afterward, she playfully covered her mouth and brought her mouth close to Gu Qianye's ear, whispering, brother, the stockings here are so expensive. Just buy 2 or 3. This is the Parisian family any one of them have to be 2 or 3,000, and some even have to be a few thousand. She was afraid that Gu Qianye would be so happy that she would forget about it and buy it later to save face. Although she also liked the stockings here, wearing them back to school would definitely make her classmates envious. But she cared more about Gu Qianye's feelings and didn't want to act so unintelligent in front of him. So she took the initiative to make this suggestion, so that she could save money and also skillfully save Gu Qianye's face. Chapter 6 Stockings don't last. These won't be enough. It's okay Yao. For you it's all worth it, not to mention that stockings don't last. You'll have to use several of them in one night. These won't last more than a few days. Gu Qianye looked at Shin Qingyao with a smile, and immediately afterward, pointed to the stockings in the hands of the beautiful saleswoman next to him. Wrap these through and through. The one on her doesn't need to be wrapped. Take me to pay by credit card. Okay, please follow me this way. The beautiful sales clerk was simply happy in her heart. She really didn't expect him to actually buy them all. When Shin Qingyao said she wanted to put some back just now, her heart was in her throat, but she couldn't say anything to stop it. Fortunately, Gu Qianye didn't let her down. Sure enough, men who brought beautiful women here were generous. It was just a pity that no one appreciated her face value enough to buy these things for themselves. This pile of stockings, from her rich experience, must be at least a few tens of thousands of dollars. Now this month's performance was secure. It didn't take long for Gu Qianye to follow her to the cashier's desk, then pulled out the upgraded Supreme Black card from her pocket. Here, the beautiful sales clerk looked at Gu Qianye's gold-encrusted black card with envy in her eyes, and the smile on her face grew stronger. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Immediately afterward, she quickly calculated the amount of this pile of stockings and after confirming it again and again, she respectfully said, Sir, the total is 62,800. Gu Qianye nodded gently, signaling her to swipe her card directly. By the time he finished swiping his card, the balance on his card was already $120,000. This made him sigh in his heart. The anything goes system was indeed powerful. Not only could he double the cash back on his spending, but he could also enjoy the warm and respectful attitude of others. The two of you go slowly. Welcome to the next visit. The beautiful sales clerk stood at the entrance of Paris family, sending the two of them out with a big smile. After leaving the door, Shin Qingyao held Gu Qianye's arm tightly like a happy bird, her eyes full of joy. Brother Qianye, letting you break the bank again. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose, revealing a doting smile. Yao, don't say that in the future. It's worth it to spend more money for you. These can be sincere words. Of course it's worth it. After all, spend as much money as you can double back. If it is not afraid of scaring Shin Qingyao, he just wanted to pretend to say, according to these styles on each kind of a dozen. The same a dozen, and cannot afford to buy. When Shin Qingyao heard Gu Qianye's words, her heart was as sweet as honey, and she held his hand a few points tighter, letting his arm fall into her own softness. Next, the two of them leisurely strolled around the mall again. Gu Qianye's system beeps also frequently rang in his head, reminding to check for a compatible member of the opposite sex nearby. In response, he would silently check up, only to be somewhat disappointed. There was no one with a comprehensive face value that exceeded 85 points, which was the level of an ordinary class flower. Personally, he felt that 85 to 90 points could only be considered a department flower, and without 90 points or more, he was embarrassed to say that he was a school flower. The funniest thing was that their freshness was frighteningly low. The lowest was only 25 points, and there was no telling how long they had been out doing it. After purchasing a bunch more things, Gu Qianye saw a Bulgari specialty store. Let's go in and shop. Shin Qingyao didn't have any opinions, and immediately walked in with him on her arm. Hello, welcome to the Bulgari boutique. I'm the clerk here. Lily, may I ask the two of you what you need? I can recommend recommendations for you. The clerk Lily's face was covered in smiles, looking very enthusiastic. She stood in the doorway but found them both very early, a combination of handsome men and beautiful women, with a bunch of luxury goods in their hands. She didn't need to think about it to know that they were big customers. so she couldn't help but smile happily. Of course, even if it is not so, she will not put on any face, just may not be so enthusiastic. After all, the training of Bulgari Boutique is very strict. Wouldn't be like the novels. Nothing also out of the words sarcastic customerate. You should know that now the network is very developed. There is a cell phone can always shoot video. If it's been posted on the internet, it will directly make her lose her job. Such a position with a good paycheck and easy work was not easy to find outside. Gu Qianye nodded and said softly, "Take us to see the lady's bracelet." "Okay, the two of you, please follow me." Lily glanced at Gu Qianye one more time before wiggling her butt and walking in front to lead the way. Having seen a lot of things, she could tell who was going to pay the bill with a single glance. She hadn't been a sales champion for nothing, and knew how to pin these youngsters down with a few tricks to make them swipe their cards. Gu Qianye was inexperienced and new to the forest, so naturally he didn't know these things. However, he also looked at Lily's prominent back at this moment. It wasn't because of how charmingly that big ass twisted, but in front of his eyes, Lily's detailed information floated. Name, Li Chuanli. Age, 28. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight 53 kg. Comprehensive face value A4. Freshness 76. Status suffering from gynecological disease, non-contagious. Density, 20. When Gu Qianye saw the words suffering from gynecological disease, his face instantly changed slightly, and he was secretly shocked in his heart. Actually suffering from gynecological disease. Immediately after, he frowned tightly, trying to recall in his mind what the common gynecological diseases were. He really didn't think that a pretty normal-looking beauty actually had gynecological disease. Fortunately it wasn't contagious, otherwise he would have turned around and left. However, this was just a meeting, and there were 20 points of intimacy, making him feel a little smug in his heart. Unfortunately, this freshness is a little low. Gu Qianye does not know it is just, knowing it is always a little diaphragmatic in his heart. After walking for a while, the group arrived in front of a counter, only to see Lily move lightly and skillfully from inside the counter, took out several types of bracelets, carefully placed on top of the counter. "Two of you, come and see if you like these bracelets. These are the most popular styles in our store." Just as Lily was gushing out introductions, Gu Qianye realized that Shen Qingyao beside him was staring intently at a gemstone bracelet, those beautiful big eyes flickering, with such an obvious reaction. How could Gu Qianye not understand it? He took a look at the price of the bracelet, 300 yuan. He then asked with a tender face, "Yao Yao, do you like it?" Shen Qingyao's eyes were still glued to the gemstone bracelet. "This bracelet is so pretty, it's just too expensive." However, it was enough for Gu Qianye to hear that opening sentence. As for the rest of the words were ignored. He didn't even blink his eyes and said boldly, "We'll take this bracelet. Pretty girl, swipe your card." Chapter 7 Brothers Bullying. I like it so much. Seeing this, Lily, who was standing in front of them, flashed a trace of surprise in her eyes, and her face blossomed into a professional bright smile. "You two really have good eyes." This bracelet is the bracelet style of the MVSA series. It combines current fashion and classic Bulgari elements, and is made of 18K gold with diamonds and other gemstones. But at this moment, Shen Qingyao didn't bother with Lily's introduction. She stared blankly at Gu Qianye. This one small bracelet was $100,000. Unlike stockings that had a whole bunch of them, or specialized for Gu Qianye, this bracelet was worn by herself. It can't add Gu Qianye's attack speed, but if you think about it seriously, it should be able to add some blood to yourself. And counting the consumption just now, it's caught up with her parents' wages for a year of hard work. This was less than half a day. And Gu Qianye had spent so much for herself? This was different from before when she spent over $300,000 a month. And she didn't feel anything when she spent thousands or tens of thousands of dollars at a time. But spending so much at once, it still touched Shen Qingyao's consumerism quite a lot. "Well, brother Qianye, why don't we buy the one next to it?" She somewhat reluctantly pointed to a bracelet that was over $20,000. In her heart, she was both worried that Gu Qianye was spending too much money, and also afraid that Gu Qianye would feel that she was spending money without restraint and with a big hand. When Lily heard this, her heart thumped and she almost blurted out to stop her. A strong unwillingness surged in her heart, and she secretly slandered, "Sister, are you stupid? A gift from a man is not for nothing. You will be struck by lightning in heaven." She had been practicing for many years, and was aware of how rare it was to meet a customer who was generous. Having crawled in this circle, she has seen too many men who have secret affairs with other women behind their girlfriends' backs. Lily, who considered herself to be uncommonly attractive, felt that Gu Qianye was no exception. So, her eyes darted slightly, and she unobtrusively tidied up her neckline so that her career line was hidden. Her eyes stared at Gu Qianye, a hint of teasing in her eyes, and her voice softened a few points. "Mr. has a unique vision. This bracelet really complements your girlfriend's temperament." Saying this, She also gently touched Gu Qianye's arm with her fingers from time to time, seemingly without thinking, but in fact intentionally. I'll take this one. Swipe your card. Gu Qianye only thought Lily was accidentally touching herself and didn't take it seriously, directly picking up the card and handing it to Lily. As soon as these words came out, it was Xinxingyao's turn to have her mouth open, not knowing what to say. In her heart, she thought, Brother Qianye is so overbearing now, but this look is so handsome. A smug smile appeared on Lily's face. She thought to herself that she had done a beautiful job with this business and had also managed to catch a quality prey. Yes, sir. She walked towards the cashier with a confident stride, her waist swinging with smugness. It didn't take long for Lily to help Gu Qianye swipe his card and open the ticket with nimble hands. Sir, your ticket is ready. Please keep it carefully, and if you have any problems later, you can always find me. When she handed the card and ticket back to Gu Qianye, there was a hint of ambiguous innuendo in her eyes, and her long, slender fingers even gently tickled his palm a few times. Gu Qianye froze at once. What was this? Only when he looked down did it dawn on him. It turned out that there was an extra slip of paper in his hand with a string of numbers written on it. Wasn't this the contact information? And to give it to himself in such a way, the implication was too obvious. However, didn't she know that she had a woman beside her who was much prettier than her? Thank you, brother. Let's go shopping somewhere else. Xinxingyao clipped her voice and whispered her thanks to Gu Qianye. Just as the words were finished, she kissed him on the cheek. Then she tugged Gu Qianye away. Lily's little actions that she thought were hidden, all of them didn't escape her eyes, and she could see that her face was getting more and more gloomy. Xinxingyao heart called a gas if not in order to maintain their own image of a lady. All want to rush up to weed this hair. This little wench actually dared to seduce Gu Qianye in front of her. She really didn't graduate from kindergarten and doesn't know how to write the word deaf. She was also a little worried that Gu Qianye would be seduced, but remembering his determination to buy the bracelet, and his resistance when he saw the note, her heart surged with sweetness and peace of mind. Hey well, walk slowly and be safe. Gu Qianye also noticed Xinxingyao's little emotion and hurriedly followed her words and left Bulgari. The two of you walk slowly. Oh, welcome to come back next time. If you need anything just look for me, haha. Lily stood behind the two of them and shouted loudly, but in her heart, she thought, little girl, men, the freshness will be tired after, then there will be you crying, because Xinxingyao was right next to her. She was still a bit measured, and didn't want to make too much of a mess. However, Xinxingyao's importance in her heart was just average. Anyway, it's not like she's married. It's not a crime to pour a friend. Lily didn't believe that with her beauty, Gu Qianye could endure not cheating. What's more, those little girls don't know as much as they do. Moreover, it was just that Gu Qianye was okay looking, plus young enough. She was also considered an old cow eating young grass. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so proactive herself. After all, there were usually more than enough smelly men coming to take care of her business and trying to hit on their own ideas. Yao, you can slow down. It's all far away from there. Gu Qianye pulled Xinxingyao hard, not letting her continue to walk fast. Xinxingyao stopped her steps. Her small mouth pouted as she huffed. That old woman is also too shameless. Actually dared to seduce you in front of me. Gu Qianye's expression was a bit tearful. You're the only one in my heart. Yao, aren't you clear about that? I didn't even look at that note. After saying that, he took out the note and kneaded it into a ball, ready to throw it away. Xinxingyao stopped Gu Qianye's hand that was throwing the note and snatched it over. Her eyes turned and she said wryly, Don't throw it. I'm going to have a good time with her. To let her know that there are some men that she can't afford to mess with. Her little brain immediately came up with a few bad ideas, ready to let the old woman taste the pain. She planned to print the old woman's contact information and work address on the colorful small cards, and then spread them all over the corners of the mountain city. If it is not afraid of breaking the law, she would like to find people at both ends. First, find a few people who want to do healthcare out, and then the old woman about out. And then, Chapter 8, Couples Outside. You have to know what you're doing. The moment she thought of the suffering that old woman would have to endure later, Xinxingyao's mood instantly became pleasant. Afterward, like a docile kitten, she snuggled intimately in Gu Qianye's arms and said daintily, Brother Qianye, you're so good to me. Gu Qianye's hands were full of shopping bags, so he gently surrounded Xinxingyao with his arm, feeling her soft posture. The taste was quite special. Yao, what else do you want to buy? Talk to my brother. I will accompany you. Xinxingyao has no interest in shopping at this time, shook her head and said, Brother Qianye, no need. After all, Gu Qianye had already bought so many luxuries for her, including a $100,000 bracelet, so she was embarrassed to let Gu Qianye spend money again. Gu Qianye pondered for a moment and spoke. It suddenly occurred to me that we're still missing a couple's watch. In the future, no matter where we go and wear it, we'll be able to immediately think of each other. Now he only had more than $200,000 in his card. He hadn't earned back all the money he had spent before. He couldn't just end it like this. He still had to continue to spend before he could do so. However, when he saw Shin Qingyao's appearance, he also understood the reasoning of too little too late, so he proposed to buy a couple's watch. Although that cashback money will be used out, but he also has an additional tool to show off. At the same time, Gu Qianye thought in his heart, Lita-eligible Shin Qingyao can be far from enough. He still needs to find a few more good girls like Shin Qingyao, who not only can double the cash back on their purchases, but most importantly are pretty and have a good body. In this way, during the day, he could enjoy the pleasure of spending, and the money in his card would still grow. At night, it was even more full of endless joy and pleasure. If there was a chance for everyone to play a fun game like Fight the Landlord together in the future, it would definitely be one of the great joys in life. Just thinking about that image, Gu Qianye couldn't hold back his inner excitement. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingyao's eyes lit up and said excitedly, Yes, brother, I haven't had a couple's watch with you yet. It's so romantic to wear the watch in the future and be able to think of each other's love at any time. Let's go then. Gu Qianye had a smile on his face as he held Shin Qingyao's hand tightly and led her towards the stores selling high-end watches. Not long after, they arrived at an Omega specialty store. The door of the store opened automatically, and the light and elegant scent of high-class perfume hit their faces. A shopper dressed in a suit uniform warmly greeted them, bowing slightly before saying, Both of you, welcome. Gu Qianye nodded. Take us to see the couple watches. Okay, please two of you follow me. The shopper's smile grew brighter as he reached out to indicate the direction forward. Because with his rich experience, he knew that this type of customer with a clear goal had a high chance of closing the deal, and his bonus for this month would be there. Arriving at the couple's watch area, Shin Qingyao looked at the various styles and exquisite atmosphere of the couple's watches in front of her. Her face was a little excited. Yao, see which one you like. Gu Qianye gently touched Shin Qingyao, signaling her to go forward and pick one. Aha! Shin Qingyao looked at the glittering watches in front of her. She had long been somewhat unable to hold back, and when she heard Gu Qianye's words, she immediately leaned over to look at them. Hey, don't look at those. Come and see how about these. Gu Qianye saw Shin Qingyao staring at the couple's watches that were in the tens of thousands and hurriedly pulled her to look at the ones that were around $200,000. He is now for the cash back to come. Do not consider the cost-effective those it. The price is right. Directly buy on the line. Shin Qingyao looked at the price tag. Heart a tangle. On the one hand, eager to have a couple's watch with Gu Qianye, on the other hand, but also distressed that he spends too much. Hello, take this pair for us to try. Gu Qianye could see Shin Qingyao's thoughts and directly pointed to the couple's watches that were nearly $200,000 each and said to the shopper. The shopper was secretly happy in his heart. This was meeting a big customer. He quickly took out the couple's watch and enthusiastically introduced it. The two of you have a good eye. This is the Omega Seamaster Series limited edition this year. The craftsmanship is exquisite. The movement is accurate. The strap is made of top quality materials. The design symbolizes eternal love. And you two are a perfect match. Gu Qianye took the watch and put it on his wrist, looked at it in the mirror, turned his head to Shin Qingyao and asked, Yao, how is this one? It feels like it suits you, and it fits me. We're a match made in heaven when we wear it. Seeing this, Shin Qingyao could only suppress the concerns in her heart, gently nodded her head, and carefully wore it on her slender wrist, her fair skin lining the dial even more brilliantly. Looking at the watch on her hand, the smile on her face finally grew a bit more. I like it a lot. Brother, you look super handsome wearing it. This watch is like it was customized for us. She had long understood the truth that couples can't easily refute a man's face outside and make him lose face in front of outsiders. Therefore, even if Shin Qingyao had other thoughts in her heart, she didn't show anything. After trying on a few more models, Gu Qianye cheerfully said to the shopping guide, This is the right pair. Take me to swipe my card. Okay, sir, please follow me. The shopping guide smiled brightly and bowed to lead Gu Qianye to the cashier. Soon, Gu Qianye received the small ticket, 188,800 yuan for the female watch and 199,800 yuan for the male watch, and directly spent the cashback money. After leaving the watch store, Shin Qingyao still raised her hand from time to time to look at the watch on her wrist, her face full of happy smiles. Gu Qianye looked at her happy appearance, thought of his white whoring a watch, heart also happy flowers, joked, after seeing this watch, do not forget my good to you. Shin Qingyao responded with a delicate smile. How can I forget? This watch will always remind me that I have the world's best Qianye brother. The two of them enjoyed a sweet time at the mall, savoring various snacks. Unconsciously, it was getting late and they walked towards the exit of the mall. Gu Qianye slightly tilted his head sideways and softly asked the beautiful person beside him, Yao, after shopping for so long, you're tired too. Do you want to eat something? The corners of Shin Qingyao's mouth contained a smile. Her her beautiful eyes looking at him with affection. Well, how about we go eat Japanese food? I heard before that there's a famous Japanese restaurant in this neighborhood. Oh, I've heard that their ingredients are especially fresh, and the chef's craftsmanship is also great. Every dish is exquisitely made and delicious. Hearing Shin Qingyao's proposal, Gu Qianye slandered in his heart, alas, these little girls nowadays, they just like this kind of exquisite but flashy food. They want to taste no flavor, and it's difficult to get full. But looking at Shin Qingyao's expectant eyes, he smiled and agreed after a little thought. Good eating Japanese food is good then we'll go and savor it. As long as you're happy, you can eat anything. At the mention of Japanese food, Gu Qianye's mind instantly conjured up fresh and delicious sashimi. Those fresh seafood came in all shapes and sizes, and had a raw flavor and texture. This unique way of eating would allow Shin Qingyao to get used to the unique flavor of the sea. Chapter 9 Eating more seafood is good for the body. Shin Qingyao saw Gu Qianye nodding his head in agreement and thanked him with a heart full of joy. Thank you, brother. After more than 10 minutes of traveling, the two of them arrived at the somewhat famous Japanese restaurant. Listening to Shin Qingyao's introduction, this place was quite expensive, but the ingredients were very fresh, and a lot of the seafood was just caught and landed from the sea that morning to ensure freshness. Entering the private room, Gu Qianye couldn't help but frown slightly. There wasn't even a single stool in the room. This filled him, who had originally wanted to show gentlemanly behavior and help a beautiful woman pull out a chair, with disappointment and contempt. Unable to do anything else, the two of them could only sit cross-legged on the tatami mats. Soon, a young girl in a kimono walked in with a smile and handed over an exquisite menu. After receiving the menu, Shin Qingyao stretched out her jade finger and lightly tapped it. Her voice soft and sticky. Brother, let's try this sea urchin sushi, and this yellowfin tuna sashimi. I've heard that they're both especially fresh. Hearing this, Gu Qianye's face smiled happily. Good. Try all of these. I love fresh seafood the most. The two ordered a whole lot more food, especially the delicious seafood. After all, the portion size of the Japanese food was so small. How could it be enough to eat without ordering more? After the kimono girl left with her small broken steps, making a clear tada sound, Gu Qianye fiercely swept Shin Qingyao into his arms, his movements intimate and eager. His arms tightly encircled Shin Qingyao's waist, as if he wanted to integrate her into his own body. Shin Qingyao was startled. A blush appeared on her small face, and her voice carried a hint of pouting shyness. Brother, what are you doing? Gu Qianye stroked her soft skin with both hands. A wry smile appeared on his face as he flirted. Yao, there's no stool to sit on here. We can only lean against each other for comfort. His eyes flashed with a different light, and the corners of his mouth rose up with a few bad smiles. Shin Qingyao pouted her little mouth, her pink lips bulging slightly, but she didn't reach out to push him away. In her heart, she secretly thought, stinky man, guess if I believe it or not. Da. After hearing the door to the private room being knocked on, Gu Qianye resumed her seat and politely said, please come in. Please enjoy your meal, both of you. The kimono girl walked in with Japanese food and saw that the two of them had some messy clothes. With her face as usual, she bowed slightly, placed the food and retreated. Situations like this, she had seen many as a waitress here. There were even some more excessive and outrageous things that happened yet. Yao, come and try this tuna. Gu Qianye first gave Shin Qingyao a piece of yellowfin tuna sashimi. Then he himself also took a piece into his mouth. After he savored it, he exclaimed with a satisfied face, well, it's really good. This fish is fresh enough. The flavor of the sea. Shin Qingyao, however, hadn't slowed down from the atmosphere just now. Her eyes were a bit dazed and she responded absent-mindedly. Gu Qianye noticed Shin Qingyao's expression and gently pinched her face. What's wrong? Where did you lose your soul? Shin Qingyao's small face reddened, pouted and gave him a glance. It's not all because you just did that. Made people a little out of shape. After saying that, she picked up the sashimi in front of her and bit down hard, and the gesture seemed to treat it as if Gu Qianye had come to take revenge. But who would have thought? Shin Qingyao only chewed a few times. A pungent fishy smell straight to the nose, the flavor strong and overbearing, so that her stomach immediately turned over. Vomit. She couldn't help but let out a dry retch, spitting out the sashimi that she hadn't swallowed yet. Shin Qingyao hurriedly picked up a cup of water and rinsed her mouth with a gurgle, trying to wash away the strange odor. Then grabbed a paper towel and wiped her lips with great urgency. This fish is also too fishy. It's not tasty at all. Vomit. Even so, the fishy odor still lingered in her nose, causing her to keep dry heaving. Ha. Seeing Shin Qingyao in this sorry state, Gu Qianye, who originally had a concerned look on his face, could no longer control his inner laughter and laughed out loud. You actually have the nerve to laugh. It's all your fault for being so reckless just now, causing people to instantly think of. Shin Qingyao complained angrily, her body leaning forward. Lifting her small, white jade-like hand, She slapped it on Gu Qianye's arm in a slightly thinly veiled anger, her movements seemingly forceful, but in reality, she didn't use much force. Just a moment ago, an aura flashed through her mind. Finally figuring out what was going on, it turned out to be the memories that had been sleeping in the depths of her body that had been awakened. Gu Qianye took hold of Xinxingyao's jade hand that swung over, his eyes full of tenderness, and coaxed softly, all right, it's all my fault, but Yao Yao, the way you are now, it's really cute. Xinxingyao's face turned red with a swish, wanting to pull her hand back, but found that Gu Qianye was holding it tightly. You're still laughing at me. Xinxingyao pouted, but her eyes sparkled. Gu Qianye pulled her hand to her mouth and gently kissed it. How could I possibly laugh at you? Come on, eat some sushi to pad your stomach. After saying that, he picked up a piece of sea urchin sushi and sent it to Xinxingyao's mouth, watching her eat it before nodding his head in satisfaction. However, after what happened just now, Xinxingyao didn't have much of an appetite either, and even moved the sashimi plates away in front of herself. Only her eyes drifted from time to time, occasionally staring intently at those sashimi again, and a faint blush appeared on her face. On the contrary, Gu Qianye had a huge appetite and ate a lot of food, because he knew that now was the time to build up his strength. He couldn't afford to fall off the wagon at the critical moment. Not only that, when Gu Qianye ate, he also didn't forget to give Xinxingyao some seafood. Eat more, get used to it slowly. In the face of Gu Qianye's enthusiasm, although Xinxingyao still had some resistance in her heart, in the end she didn't reject his good intentions and ate the seafood sashimi with a stiff upper lip. After having a full meal, Gu Qianye held Xinxingyao's small hand and returned to last night's hotel room. He had rented this room for 7 whole days and spent several $1,000s on it, as he had long planned to have a good crazy time. Phew, walking for a day can be really tiring. Brother, I have to go take a shower first, so you can rest here. As soon as she entered the room, Xinxingyao was just like a deflated balloon, snapped and threw the bag in her hand to the ground, and then let out a long breath of relief, only to hear her mouth still keep chanting, Aya, this day can make this lady exhausted. While saying that, she quickly kicked aside the pair of high heels on her feet that were making it difficult for her. Immediately afterward, she turned around and pampered Gu Qianye. Brother, I'm going to take a comfortable hot bath first, so you just stay here and be good. Before she finished speaking, Xinxingyao twisted her tiny waist and walked towards the bathroom with a thump. Thump, thump. However, she has not walked out a few steps. Gu Qianye's long arm like an iron hoop around her waist will beat her tightly to his. Chapter 10, Studying is happy and exhausting. Gu Qianye buried his head into Xinxingyao neck with a face of enjoyment, greedily inhaling the mesmerizing aroma emanating from her body. Well, in just an instant, he couldn't control himself and lowered his head, ruthlessly kissing Xinxingyao soft and tender cherry mouth. Yao, don't go. Let's exercise first. You won't have that scent after your bath. After Gu Qianye finished these teasing words, he used his tongue to pry open her tightly closed teeth. Brother Qianye, I've been walking for a day. My body smells of sweat, so let me take a shower first to clean up. Although Xinxingyao said this on her lips, in reality, she was already a bit accustomed to Gu Qianye's such intimate behavior, and even had a bit of anticipation and joy in her heart. Therefore, her original hand that gently pushed back was only symbolically resting on Gu Qianye's chest, and she didn't exert half the force. Gu Qianye felt her slight response. The movement could not help but slow down, very gentle and doting. 2 days later in the afternoon, downstairs of a girls' dormitory building at the University of Economics and Trade, Gu Qianye held Xinxingyao small hand tightly, his eyes revealing a deep reluctance to part with her. Yao, call me if you miss me, no matter what time it is, I'll come to you right away. As he spoke, he stroked Xinxingyao's soft hair. They had just finished their morning exercise in the morning when Xinxingyao suddenly told Gu Qianye that she missed the school dormitory. She wanted to end her vacation early and go back, so that Gu Qianye couldn't continue to immerse herself in her happy studies. Brother Qianye, I know, oops, my stomach suddenly hurts a bit, so I'll go up first. Brother, you also go back to rest quickly. As Xinxingyao spoke, she suddenly bent down and covered her stomach. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly turned around and ran towards the dormitory building. Seeing this, Gu Qianye's heart tightened and he hurriedly shouted, Yao, run slowly. Do you want me to accompany you to the infirmary to take a look? However, Xinxingyao was like a frightened deer and had long since run away. Gu Qianye looked at her distant back and only felt that she was really in pain, and actually even her walking posture was a bit abnormal. This makes Gu Qianye very heartbroken, secretly resolved to take good care of this delicate girl in the future, so that she really feel the deep meaning in her name, take care of her 1,000 happy romantic nights. Just like the previous 2 wonderful nights, Xinxingyao's pretty face was always filled with happy and joyful smiles. The two of them had even increased their intimacy to 89 points, almost reaching 90 points. Thinking of this, Gu Qianye's heart was a pity. To know when the affinity reached 80 points of the reward, he has been using it happily. Shin Xingyao a rule that called a submissive. If the intimacy reached 90 points, how attractive the reward would be. If he had known that Shin Xingyao was going to go back to school today, Gu Qianye should have tried harder at that time. Thinking of this, Gu Qianye couldn't help but sigh and left the place with a heart full of depression. After Gu Qianye left, a small head poked out from the entrance of the building behind her, and it was none other than Shin Xingyao who said her stomach hurt, only to see her let out a long sigh of relief and patted her rich body. Phew, finally separated from this big colorful wolf. These 2 days really exhausted this girl. At this time, Shin Xingyao, where was there even a hint of a tummy ache appearance? The whole person became radiant. That pair of eyes that were originally somewhat listless, also became bright at this moment. Thousand Nights brother, it's really not that I don't want to play with you, it's really that you want too much. This little body of mine can't handle it. Shin Xingyao muttered for a while, then walked towards the upstairs with a somewhat strange pace. To her, these 2 short days were simply longer than the passage of many months. Gu Qianye had been pulling her to keep learning new knowledge, stuffing her little head to the brim. It was not easy to wait for her to learn to be exhausted. This guy even did not allow himself to go to sleep, but instead, one after another pestered to give himself a massage to loosen his muscles and bones. Although Shin Xingyao was really happy when she was enjoying these services, but she couldn't stand it for such a long time. So in the end, she had no choice but to lie and say that she wanted to go back to the school dormitory. After all, if she had a choice, who would like to stay in a student dormitory with poor conditions? Wasn't the hotel bed soft? Doesn't the free massage master smell good? After a while, Shin Xingyao returned inside the dormitory. Wow, my Yao Yao beauty, you actually came back? As soon as she entered the door, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Shin Xingyao looked up to the source of the voice. It was none other than her roommate Yan Shuoqin, who was brushing up on her drama, only to see Yan Shuoqin's eyes wide with surprise and curiosity. I've missed you, Qin. Once I thought of you being alone in the dormitory, I rushed back to accompany you. How is it? I've treated you well enough, right? Shin Xingyao's face was filled with a bright smile as she opened her arms and hugged Yan Shuoqin tightly, rubbing against her like a wombat. Yo ho, after not seeing you for a few days, our family Yao Yao has even learned to talk nonsense with her eyes open. Yan Shuoqin, who was warmly hugged by Shin Xingyao, took a lot of effort to escape from her embrace. Immediately afterward, she looked Shin Xingyao up and down before revealing a wry smile. TSK, look at your current appearance. Your face is rosy and lustrous. You are a happy little woman who has been showered with love. I don't believe that you will think of me. Quickly and honestly, how can you leave the gentle land to run back? Speaking, Yan Shuoqin suddenly screamed with excitement. Wow, this bracelet of yours is too good looking, isn't it? It's still the classic Bulgari style, isn't it? It's so beautiful. How much does it cost? As she spoke, she excitedly and unconsciously stretched out her hands, firmly catching Shin Xingyao's small hand wearing that exquisite bracelet, her eyes flashing with incomparable envy. Qin, you know a lot. You can see it at once. Shin Xingyao's face was full of admiration, but a hint of complacency flashed in her eyes. Subsequently, she elegantly raised her wrist and added in a petulant voice, this bracelet, in fact, it's not much, it's just about $100,000. Originally, I didn't even want it, but it can't be helped. Brother Qianye insisted on giving it to me, saying that only a bracelet like this would match my temperament. Shin Xingyao spoke while secretly observing Yan Shuoqin's change in expression. When she saw the envy and jealousy revealed in the other party's eyes, her heart was so beautiful that the feeling of relief was about to burst out. However, although her heart was blossoming with joy, Shin Xingyao's face still had that harmless look, as if all of this was just a normal thing. Chapter 11, Girlfriend's Man equals my man. Speaking of which, there were 4 of them living in this dorm room. Freshman year, 4 people on the surface as close as sisters. Between classes will be accompanied by walking. Will also be in the late-night sleeper talk when confiding in the heart of the girl. But in reality, everyone is hiding a little secret in their hearts, full of small secrets and small thoughts. And, privately, has long been built a number of WeChat groups. The group is only 3 people. Without exception, one of the roommates were excluded. If it wasn't for the fact that 2 people didn't need to build a group for their chats, then it was estimated that the dormitory WeChat group would have to be doubled, especially after Shin Xingyao was named the school flower. The other 3 girls in the dormitory, whose inner jealousy grew as wild as weeds, began to secretly suppress her. On weekdays, the atmosphere in the dormitory became subtle and depressing, with everyone comparing themselves to each other from time to time. One day someone is bragging about the high-grade cosmetics her boyfriend gave her, and the next day someone is bragging about the designer bag she is about to get, and their words are full of vanity and bragging. Therefore, it was so hard to catch a chance. How could Shin Xingyao miss this good opportunity to show off? Yao Yao, your Qianye brother is really good to you. I just usually read a bit more. That's why I recognized him. Yan Shuochen bit her lips and revealed a not-so-natural smile. Damn it, actually letting Shen Xingyao put on a big show. She really wished that time could be turned back so that she could keep chasing the drama and pretend that she didn't see Shen Xingyao come back. In the past 2 days, Yan Shuochen was still in the group that didn't have Shen Xingyao, chatting feverishly with the other 2 roommates. Regarding Shen Xingyao and Gu Qianye, they had chatted for several all-nighters. Especially, Shen Xingyao went out with Gu Qianye to open a room after vacation. They even chatted about it and speculated about what she would be like when she came back. Would Gu Qianye send her expensive gifts? Or will they not pay attention to it after they get it, and will show their true colors? All kinds of speculations are constantly. After all, the 3 of them were so envious and jealous during the month that the 2 of them were together that they were looking forward to when they would break up in their hearts. But when I saw Shen Xingyao again, she exuded a happy look. Her face was rosy and shiny. On her hands, she was wearing a Bulgari bracelet worth $100,000, and on her feet, she was wearing Parisian stockings worth several $1,000s. Moreover, she had just discovered that Shen Xingyao was wearing an exquisite watch on her hand, and she didn't need to guess that it was an expensive item. This directly let Yan Shuochen straight to the difficult. Simply then their dead boyfriend is still difficult. At the same time, she also noticed that Shen Xingyao's knees above a large red. It is not difficult to imagine how intense their battle last night. It seems that Gu Qianye is not a look-alike, unlike some people who don't have anything on their body after a night. He. Of course, Shen Xingyao winked mischievously and said happily, Brother Qianye said that as long as I like it, even if it's the stars in the sky, he'll pick them for me. Who? Yan Shuochen took a deep breath. Her eyes dripped and said with a bright smile, Too good Yao Yao, you finally found your happiness. But then, don't you have to thank me for being a great matchmaker? When I think about it, it was me who introduced your brother Qianye to you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yan Shuochen hated to slap herself. How could she have been so stupid in the first place? Just by accepting a box of high-grade cosmetics from Gu Qianye, she had revealed all of Shen Xingyao's information. If I had known that Gu Qianye was so powerful, I should have taken the initiative to pursue him. Although he is not as beautiful as Shen Xingyao, not the school flower of the trade, but the growth is not bad. In other classes as a class flower is more than enough, and he will dress up, usually surrounded by men, more than surrounded by Shen Xingyao. She didn't believe that if she took the initiative, Gu Qianye would refuse. Yeah, when they all come back, I'll let Brother Qianye take us to eat a luxurious meal, and at that time, let him give you a big matchmaker's red packet. He. Shen Xingyao said more and more complacently. For this kind of showy thing, of course she had to wait until everyone was present. This way, she could fully enjoy the pleasure and satisfaction of being noticed by everyone. Thinking about it made her body feel soothed. At this time, she had already begun to fantasize in her mind about the image of a big show of love with Gu Qianye. Shen Xingyao wanted to let her roommates take a good look at how sweet and happy she and Brother Qianye were, and she must envy them to death. Hearing this, Yan Shuochen immediately laughed chirpily. Ha, Yao Yao, you are so generous, but well, you don't want to give it up when the time comes. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, but Shen Xingyao, who was full of joy at this moment, did not notice it at all. Yan Shuochen still secretly thought in her heart, all good girlfriends a quilt is not separated. That girlfriend's boyfriend is not equal to their own boyfriend. Since she had made the decision to seduce Gu Qianye, she couldn't win Shen Xingyao with her beauty alone. It seemed that she could only put more effort into her dressing, and try to wear something sexy and flirty so that she could attract Gu Qianye's attention. Thinking of this, the corner of Yan Shuochen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. However, the inexperienced Shen Xingyao didn't even notice her small mind. Still looking heartless. Don't worry, it's just a big meal. I won't be heartbroken. Looking at Shen Xingyao's innocent look, Yan Shuochen smiled even more broadly. That's good. Yao, we are good girlfriends. Of course we have to share good things together. I don't think you'll mind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, Gu Qianye was leisurely skulking around, with no intention of returning to the dormitory at all. It was the National Day holiday, so of course he was going to have a good time. So what was the point of going back to that boring dormitory? Thinking of the dormitory, he couldn't help but skim his lips, and that familiar yet helpless scene immediately appeared in his mind. Stinky socks were thrown all over the floor, and his roommates were either lying on the bed, sleeping, or sitting around in front of the computer, frantically playing games. Maybe, there will be people hiding in the corner, secretly do some indescribable things. In the past, Gu Qianye had no choice but to helplessly accept this monotonous and boring lifestyle. But now it was different. He wanted to live a life that no one else could imagine. Moreover, he had a grand ambition in mind to go and help those girls who wanted to get ahead. boosting them step by step towards their dreams. Checked for eligible opposite sex. Do you want to view the information? Gu Qianye couldn't have imagined that he had just separated from Shen Xingyao and immediately encountered an eligible beauty. It seems that this University of Economics and Trade is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Not only is the academic atmosphere strong, but the girl's face value is also quite outstanding. Chapter 12, If you want to wave, then wave clearly. Soon, Gu Qianye saw an exquisite face in front of her. Her hair was black and shiny, falling on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, especially moving. Looking at her outfit, she was wearing a white and blue JK uniform with black silk over her legs. What made people excited was that the skin was as white as jade, delicate and fair. However, Gu Qianye froze a little, because this beauty he recognized is not the class flower of their class Su Yeye. This Su Yeye is their roommates, often sneaking around to do indescribable objects. Usually look at her in class more people than look at the teacher. Of course, there is also Gu Qianye. Every time he sits behind Su Yuyu, those who can't listen to the class can be hard to finish. Unfortunately, Su Yeye is too pretty, so there are many lickers. There is a handsome man, there are good students, there are a lot of rich second generation, rotten spring bag, to start pursuing her. Luckily, Gu Qianye had never heard of her dating any dogman, which comforted him a lot. Although he didn't pursue Su Yeye as much as others, and the two of them weren't too familiar with each other, this didn't affect Gu Qianye's sexual blissful time at night in the slightest. He often had some indescribable things with Su Yeye in his sleep, so much so that the next day he had to. Gu Qianye shook his head, trying to dispel these distracting thoughts, and instead began to check up on Su Yeye's information. Name, Su Yuyu. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 90. Freshness 100. Status healthy and full of vigor. Density 50. 100 points. Sure enough, Su Yeye is really as clean as the rumors, and hasn't been arched yet, which made Gu Qianye's essence vibrate. As for that 50 points of proximity density, Gu Qianye thinks it is quite reasonable, although the two of them are just ordinary friends, not too familiar, but after all, they are in a class. He looks okay, more than 2 years only 50 points, very normal. Shanyu? What a coincidence. Gu Qianye had not yet reacted. Su Yeye stepped on a pair of white shoes, day in front of him. Hello, you. How come you didn't go home on vacation, or went out with friends? Gu Qianye smiled and greeted him with the usual pleasantries. Didn't want to go back, and since the National Day is filled with people everywhere, there's no point in going out to play. Su Yeye casually ruffled her hair, her eyes flashed with doubt, then added, by the way, why are you here, Qianye? Didn't you say that you went out to play with the sophomore year's schoolgirl? Why are you hanging around here alone now? During the last month, it wasn't just Shen Xingyao's roommate who was secretly gossiping about Gu Qianye and Shen Xingyao, but their classmates were also chatting about it in private. After all, Shen Xingyao was the school flower of their University of Economics and Trade, so there was a little bit of wind in grass. To exaggerate, almost the whole school knows about it. Not to mention the rumor that Gu Qianye spent more than 300,000 yen for Shen Xingyao last month. Even the average rich kid rarely spends that much money for a woman in a month. At most, they would buy a few tens of thousands of dollars of bags, and it would take several months to spend more than $300,000. This can be familiar with Gu Qianye's classmates. Are shocked to the mouth. The heart is guessing. Gu Qianye is not hit the jackpot? Or was it all about experiencing life before? Now you're not pretending. You want to show your cards? Oh, I just sent her back to the women's dormitory, and then I was a bit bored so I just walked around. Although Gu Qianye was sexually interested in Su Yeye, he wasn't above deceiving an ignorant girl. Even if you want to wave, you have to do it in a clear way. You love me and I love you. Oh, like this. Su Yuyu's eyes flashed a small loss, then smiled and said, anyway, I'm also idle now. Why don't we go out for a walk together? Last year, Su Yuyu heard that there was a school flower in the freshman year, and many of the licking dogs that originally surrounded her went after the school flower, which made her heart feel very bad. She felt that everyone had no vision. She is so beautiful, but only be evaluated on the department flower. I do not know is that jealous of their own people so indiscriminate evaluation. 2 days ago, she heard her best friend say that Gu Qianye from her class had gotten her hands on Shen Xingyao and spent over $300,000 a month for her. This could make Su Yeye instantly break her defenses. Thinking that Gu Qianye really has no vision, she had been his classmate for 2 years, but she hadn't seen him spend so much money on herself. This makes her heart even more angry with Shen Xingyao, who has always defied him. In the end, where did she lose? Just now, when Su Yeye saw that Gu Qianye, who was rumored to be hanging out with Shen Xingyao, was standing there alone. In her heart, she thought that Gu Qianye had a quarrel with Shen Xingyao, so she walked towards him in a happy mood to say hello. As it turned out, it wasn't what was thought at all. Now that Suyuyu stood in front of Gu Qianye and carefully sized him up, she couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined in her heart. How come she hadn't realized before that there was such a high-quality man in her class? Handsome, powerful, and so bold and generous. Now that I think about it, Gu Qianye is the most suitable boyfriend for myself. After all, the person who can get the school flower into his hand in the whole school must be outstanding, compared to those, only to please the licking dog much better. This is the fairy's ideal type, especially, can throw more than $300,000 a month for a woman. Then Gu Qianye card money is not outrageous? Thinking about it, a peculiar thought flashed through Suyeya's mind. If she snatched Gu Qianye away from Xinqingyao's hands, wouldn't that prove that she was the most outstanding one in the school? She was the real school flower. Thinking this way, the eyes she looked at Gu Qianye began to change, with more than a few moments of ambition. Ding! Suyeya's intimacy +5. Ding! Suyeya's intimacy +5. Gu Qianye froze for a moment when he heard the voice coming from his mind. Unexpectedly, Suyeya's intimacy with herself had risen by 10 points in one go. What the hell is going on here? Looking at Suyuyu's sweet and adorable little face, Gu Qianye couldn't help but be moved in his heart and said with a smile, "Good, where do you want to go for a walk, Yu? Well, why don't we go to the skating rink near the school?" Suyeya blinked her big beautiful eyes and looked at Gu Qianye tentatively proposing. Her academic performance had never been good, simply because she would be the first to realize whatever ideas she had in her mind. For something as exciting as prying into the schoolgirl's corner, naturally, the faster the better. Skating? The two of us? Gu Qianye heard Suyeya invite herself to go ice skating. Her heart was very surprised. "Sister, we are not familiar to this. Who in their right mind goes ice skating with an ordinary friend? Boys and girls go skating together. The male is not all to poor friends. Female in order to put down the heart of the reserved? Yeah, go skating. Actually, I've wanted to learn how to skate for a long time, but I just never had the chance. I heard that Qianye you are very good at ice skating, so I want to take this opportunity to let you teach me properly, okay?" Suyeya said to the back began to pout, opened that pair of beautiful eyes full of expectations, looked straight at Gu Qianye. Chapter 13, Buy a fat piece of pork for good measure. Gu Qianye looked at her that way and thought that if she didn't agree, she was afraid that she would cry. Too good. Thank you Qianye. Suyuyu's face immediately revealed a joyful smile, and those white tender hands, even leapt to grab Gu Qianye's big hand. Gu Qianye instantly felt that her small hands were so soft and smooth, and just wanted to pull her hand back, but realized that she was gripping it tightly. Sorry Qianye, I was too excited just now. Suyeya held Gu Qianye's hand for a while before she let go as if she had an afterthought. It's fine Yu. Besides, it's not like I took advantage of it. Gu Qianye came back to her senses at this moment, pondering in her heart, this woman is a bit teary. Then as an advance to your tuition fees law. Suyeya heard Gu Qianye's flirting. Not only did she not get angry, she also blinked those pretty eyes at him mischievously. Gu Qianye, as a man who had been a dirty man, immediately saw that little thought in her eyes and understood what she meant. It turned out that ice skating was just an excuse, and taking the opportunity to get close to herself was her purpose. However, Gu Qianye thought about it and felt that it was quite normal. Just based on his performance last month, he was a living loser, and it wasn't strange that he could attract some pretty girls. It was just that he didn't expect that the first one to be attracted was the one he had fantasized about, the class flower White Moonlight. In response, Gu Qianye wasn't unhappy, and his heart was still very excited. Which man doesn't want to fulfill his dream and also can have one more return object? This can be really good for you and good for me. Then I really took advantage of it. Gu Qianye tentatively moved towards Suyeya's side, only a slap's distance away from her, and could smell the aroma of her body. Suyeya didn't say anything, only a hint of smugness flashed through her eyes when Gu Qianye didn't notice. In fact, she knew very well in her heart that those licking dogs that surrounded her all day long were not all greedy for her beauty and figure. Can't it be that she's a good student and wants to help them cheat on their exams? Thinking of these, Suyuyu couldn't help but sneer in her heart. These stinky men, in the end, are just greedy for their own bodies. In that case, I don't know why they don't go to buy a piece of fat pork. After using it can also be given to the roommate to eat. Suyeye grew up in a patriarchal family, neglected by her family since childhood, and was isolated and ostracized by her female classmates because of her outstanding beauty at school, and suffered a lot of grievances. After entering the university life, see other people live bright and beautiful, heart is very unbalanced. The much anticipated school flower Xinqingyao, but also let Suyeye heart burning with jealousy. Gu Qiye's money ability, let her see the hope of changing fate. She longed to use this to live better than Xinqingyao, so she moved to pry the corner of the mind. Plus nowadays the network is developed. All kinds of show off the rich content-filled life. Luxury cars, villas, luxury goods information can be seen everywhere. Under the influence of such an environment, Su Yeye saw many of her classmates around her fall into a utilitarian relationship in pursuit of material things, and she was deeply touched. She feels that she is not worse than the school flower. How can she be willing to find an ordinary boyfriend? Just like that, the two of them walked along the campus path, talking and laughing, the air filled with the smell of hormones. By the way, you, how come your boyfriend didn't accompany you? Gu Qianye was chatting happily when he suddenly asked something that ruined the atmosphere. Although he had guessed some of it in his heart through the system, it was better to ask clearly in order to avoid possible embarrassment in the future. Boyfriend? Don't joke. Where would I get a boyfriend? People are real single nobles. It's just that usually a lot of people surround me. That's why people have that kind of misunderstanding. Su Yu's face was solemn, making her state clear. She wasn't lying. It wasn't like she was a watery woman. How could she tease Gu Qianye when she had a boyfriend? As for Gu Qianye having a girlfriend, so what? If you're not married, you still have a choice. What could be wrong with pursuing your own happiness? Oh, I'm really sorry. It seems like I believed the wrong person's words. Gu Qianye was apologetic. Getting such an answer, he was relieved then. Looking at Su Yu's earnest and serious expression, he knew she wasn't lying. It's okay la. This happens all the time. Su Yu lightly smiled, indicating that she did not care about it. Indeed, a woman with outstanding looks like her would naturally easily become the subject of gossip after tea. Those rumors that were caught in the wind tended to get more and more outrageous, and over time they turned out to be so many untruths. Fortunately, Su Yeye was very open-minded and always laughed off these rumors. As for the matter of Gu Qianye and Shen Qingyao, she didn't ask at all, as if she didn't care at all, appearing to be very well behaved and understanding. Just like that, after the two of them walked shoulder to shoulder for 10 minutes, they finally arrived at that skating rink. When they stood inside the skating rink and looked around, they could see that most of the people on the rink were students from the nearby schools, and basically all of them were young couples who came in pairs for a date. Brother Qianye, later on you can help a good person ah. Su Yeye had not only changed her name to Gu Qianye after this stretch of road, even her voice had become petite. Don't worry, you, with me here, I definitely won't let you fall. I'll definitely hold you up properly. Gu Qianye promised with conviction that he was still very good at ice skating. He had often come here to practice before, just so he could teach the girls who didn't know how to skate and hold their soft little hands. Immediately after, Gu Qianye tenderly said to Su Yeye, come on, yeah, you sit down first, let me help you put your skates on. After saying that, he held her soft waist with both hands and carefully felt it for a while before helping her to slowly sit down. Okay, thank you brother Qianye. Su Yu appropriately revealed a touch of shyness. That flushed face was like the evening sun. For such a small action, not only did she not resent it, instead, she felt accomplished that she was able to charm Gu Qianye out of Shen Qingyao's hands. Gu Qianye squatted down, grabbed her small feet, and nimbly took off her small white shoes. Looking at the small feet wrapped in black silk in front of him, he could not help but swallow his mouth. Although very close, and just took off the shoes of the feet, but actually a little bit of foot odor or not, but has a faint fragrance of young girls. I don't know what these girls are using. All of their bodies emit fragrance. Gu Qianye cannot help but sigh. No wonder they say stinky man. This gap is too big. The sweat of a beautiful woman is fragrant sweat. How can this be compared? That, brother Qianye, otherwise it's better for me to wear it myself. Just as Gu Qianye was carefully putting on Su Yeye's shoes, her shy voice suddenly came from her ears. Originally, seeing that Gu Qianye had fiddled for half a day without putting the shoes on properly, Su Yeye finally couldn't help but speak up. Oh, it's okay, I've almost studied it. Gu Qianye responded fondly, and really quickly helped her put on her skates, smiling, ha, you see, just now I just didn't get used to it. Su Yeye looked at Gu Qianye's face as usual. In her heart she secretly labeled him as cheeky, so rich and still so shameless. No wonder he could be a schoolgirl. It seems that Gu Qianye and himself are really perfect match ah. He is horny, thick-skinned, but has the ability to money, their love of money. No things early, but beautiful as a flower. The strengths and weaknesses of the two men fit perfectly, complementing each other just right. Isn't this the family that was destined to be together? Both sides are the perfect other half. No one can find fault with anyone. Chapter 14, the sports famous ladies love to play. Aya, accompanied by a cry, Su Yeye's soft body, directly jumped into Gu Qianye's arms. Brother Qianye, sorry I bumped into you again. She really had a shy face this time, completely not expecting her skating to look so wretched. After practicing for most of an hour, she either brought Gu Qianye down with her or bumped into him. Now Su Yu felt like a disaster maker on the ice skating rink. Where is the appearance that a fairy should have? When she thought of this, She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I won't come to ice skating next time. My image as a lady is all ruined. Alas, it's no wonder that those famous ladies like to play elegant sports like golf or equestrian. Look at them. How dignified and elegant they are. Unlike me who was making a fool of myself. Suyuyu secretly grumbled in her heart while raising her head to peek at Gu Qianye, guessing whether he would play golf and horseback riding. If it's possible, she would like to try it herself next time. How much fun these programs are. It's okay, you. It's like that when you're just starting out. Everyone stumbles through it. Besides, I did charge you tuition in advance. Gu Qianye had a disinterested look on his face, and his hands hugged Suyuyu's soft body with force. He didn't feel, at all, that there was anything wrong with falling or being bumped into. What harm could such a petite body bring? On the contrary, when they were in close contact, that wonderful feeling made Gu Qianye enjoy it so much that he kept passively eating the soft and tender tofu. Brother Qianye, your temper is too good, right? If it were someone else, you would definitely be annoyed to death by a fool like me. Hearing these words, Suyuyu's originally flustered mood calmed down, and the corner of her mouth raised a sweet smile. How could it be? Seeing you being clumsy, I only feel cute. Gu Qianye reached out and gently pinched Suyeya's nose. It felt pretty good. It was real leather. Confirmed that there was no high technology. No wonder he thought so. It's really because there's too much technology and ruthless living nowadays, resulting in the moment he sees something very beautiful. He is a little skeptical in his heart. Suyuyu's high nose was always considered the most beautiful part of her body, and anyone who saw it had to praise it twice. Coupled with that pretty face and body, it made many girls that called jealous, and privately passed around all kinds of little essays. The most outrageous thing was to say that Suyaya had gone out of her way to stoop under an old man in his 50s in order to fix this nose. Now Gu Qianye really want to curse at those people. Go to your bar. Jealous just straight say. Spread these vicious people rumors. Evil not disgusting Sometimes he really can't understand why pretty girls are always ostracized by everyone. And the main force is still other girls. The internet often says that the modern society is not very friendly to women. There is discrimination everywhere, so women are not more need to warm up. As a result, when there is something wrong with women in the society, the first ones to fire are actually women. Really, why do women make things difficult for women? Hate it, pinching people's nose like this. Suyaya gently slapped away Gu Qianye's big hand, with a few angry expressions on her face. It had to be said that Suyaya was really good at it. Her face turned red with a swish, and her whiny voice was very nice, pulling Gu Qianye's emotional value up. Looking at her cute little look, Gu Qianye's heart is almost melted. Who cares if she is pretending Anyway, the relationship between the two of them was a bit abnormal to begin with, so why care if she was sincere or not? He is not looking for a wife now. Thinking too much is a waste of energy. Might as well keep it simple. Sorry, you. I really couldn't hold back just now. I didn't hurt you, right? Come, let me help you rub it. Gu Qianye had a hint of apology on his face as he gently looked at her. After saying that, he placed his hands on that smooth back and gently stroked it. Suyuyu's body stiffened slightly, and for a moment, she was a bit uncomfortable with Gu Qianye's intimate touch. In her heart, she spat out, "No brother, what you pinched me just now was my nose. Why are you rubbing my back at this moment?" But being competitive, she quickly reacted and wrapped her hands around Gu Qianye, squeezing her body forward to sweeten the deal. Since she had made an irrational choice from the beginning, Suyuyu naturally had anticipated the current situation, and would not let the two feel embarrassed. Can only do this degree. As for more in-depth development, that also have to look at the back of the specific situation how. After all, who is not willing to do that kind of meatbag hit the dog have to go back to the stupid thing? Well, brother, you are so good to me. Suyaya buried her little head into Gu Qianye's embrace, gently rubbing it like a kitten. Right now, the two of them were in a position like a loving young couple, cuddling and hugging, just short of kissing and navigating. But Gu Qianye's heart is very clear. Suyaya's proximity to herself is only 60, which is just qualified. How could she fall in love with him all of a sudden? Gu Qianye looked at her shy appearance. The heart moved, was about to say something. The Rinks radio suddenly sounded loud. Dear customers and friends, good morning everyone. We are going to organize a couple figure skating competition soon. As long as couples who truly love each other, they can all actively sign up to participate. If you successfully win this competition, you will be able to obtain a super generous prize, a free admission ticket for an entire month. As soon as Suyaya heard that there was a couples competition, her eyes instantly lit up, pulling Gu Qianye's arm and shaking it around, pouting and saying, "Brother Qianye, why don't we go and try? Although I'm an average skater, I'm sure it's a lot of fun." Gu Qianye thought about it a little and simply nodded his head and agreed. "Okay, then I'll accompany you, to join in the fun." Could this be refused? People had said that couples who truly loved each other could participate. So if they didn't, wouldn't it look like they weren't a couple who truly loved each other? Even though his and Su Yeye's situation was a bit special, could this be said out loud? Not even the slightest sign could be revealed. It's not like Gu Qianye is a little cutie. Wouldn't get himself into trouble for no reason. Thank you, brother. You're so nice to me. When Su Yeye heard Gu Qianye's reply, a wave of sweetness welled up in her heart, and she couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes to lightly kiss his face. It seemed that Gu Qianye still cared about what she thought, and wouldn't look down on herself because her motives were impure in the beginning, allowing herself to be respected. Ding! Suyuyu affinity +8. Gu Qianye raised his hand and touched the place that had been kissed by Su Yeye. Just now it felt like a breeze had brushed by. Although the kiss was very light and did not leave a trace, that soft feeling was still imprinted in his heart. He didn't expect that his casual words would have such a great effect. Not only did he get a fragrant kiss, but he also made Suyuyu's intimacy rise so much. The charm of this language is really huge. He hadn't even utilized his banknote ability yet, and he had slowly captured the heart of a beautiful woman. Chapter 15: How to Create Opportunities If You Don't Drink? As the exciting competition music played, the arena was instantly lit up. The host shouted, "The competition begins. Bloom your style to the fullest." Gu Qianye held Su Yeye as she slid into the competition arena, dressed in a black silk JK uniform, with a sexy body and a stunningly beautiful face. She attracted the attention of the entire arena as soon as she appeared. The surrounding men, seeing Suyuyu's charming looks and sexy body, each cast an envious and jealous look at Gu Qianye. Many of them were muttering in their hearts, "What exactly is this kid's specialty? How can he pick up such a beautiful girl? Can he really turn a corner?" They couldn't figure out where they lost. Why they couldn't pick up such a good-looking woman. Gu Qianye met the envious and jealous gazes of the men around him. His chest unconsciously straightened, his vanity instantly getting great satisfaction. At this time, he truly realized why those rich second-generation men were keen to bring a beautiful netizen to strut through the city. This feeling of being noticed by others really let a person indulge in it and can't extricate himself from it. Although Su Yeye is not a netizen, but her face value absolutely crushed most of the netizens, still let Gu Qianye feel very cool. However, he was also a bit regretful, but it was a pity that the object of the cashback could only be people he knew in reality. Otherwise, really want to experience the feeling of being a big brother of List 1. Let those beautiful girls, in front of thousands or even tens of thousands of live viewers, sweetly shouted their brother, or a little more intimate address. Even, Gu Qianye go to learn those rich second generation, with a beautiful netizen, close to appear on the network, behind the scenes and then do some shibboleth things, become the man behind the beautiful netizen. Then how cool it must be. Gu Qianye also pondered in his heart, why don't we go to identify a beautiful netizen, and then ask to get to know her offline, and then rely on his own close to the people characteristics, to play a little. I can't think about it anymore. I have to think about it again. After the game ended, as expected, the two of them did not get any results, but for Gu Qianye, the result of this match didn't matter anymore because he had already enjoyed a handful of vanity and happiness. Brother Qianye, I'm really sorry, I dragged you down just now, otherwise we would have definitely gotten a good score. Suyuyu's cherry mouth pouted slightly, her face carried a touch of shy blush as she lowered her head and twirled her fingers. You, don't say that. You've only just started learning to skate and you dare to participate in a competition. It's already very impressive. Besides, you didn't lose to the others at all just now. The people around you were mesmerized. Gu Qianye tenderly lifted Su Yeye's lowered chin, making those big eyes meet his gaze again. Hearing these comforting words from Gu Qianye, Su Yeye said daintily, Brother Qianye, you're really nice. She didn't avoid Gu Qianye's palm either, so she just looked at him affectionately with those soulful eyes, and blinked every now and then. Gu Qianye was a little thrilled by this deep look, even though he knew that she was all pretending, but he had to admit that he was indeed hard to refuse. So it made sense that those beautiful women who were proficient in the art of tea were popular because they knew how to bring out their strengths, all the time to provide emotional value, but also with just the right amount of tenderness and thoughtfulness, skillfully capture the man's preferences and psychological needs, whether it was a flirtatious smile, a pouting sentence, or an inadvertent small action. It could make countless men mesmerized. Ha ha, it's also mealtime now, so let's go to the nearby Yayuan for dinner. Gu Qianye smiled and pulled Su Yeye's small hand. Since he had enjoyed so many of her small sweetness, of course he had to show her his strength. One should know that the Elegant Garden was the most luxurious restaurant in this area of the university city, with a per capita consumption starting at 3,000. A lot of netizens and bloggers liked to go there to clock in and shoot videos, and it was quite famous in the entire mountain city. Previously, Gu Qianye had often taken Shen Mengyao there to eat in order to rate her. If you invited someone to eat at the Elegant Garden, basically no one would refuse. Elegant Garden? That's not too good. Su Ye's face was a bit hesitant. Of course she wanted to go to the elegant garden, but to spend so much money right off the bat, would it leave a bad impression on Gu Qianye? After all, she still wanted to maintain a good image in Gu Qianye's heart to realize the plan she had in mind. What's wrong with that? You were so tired from learning just now. Of course you should treat yourself. Gu Qianye, how could he let her push back, pulling her and heading out? How could he appear to be powerful without this? Su Yu tilted her head slightly. Her eyes fell on Gu Qianye, who was holding herself. In her heart, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This man is really trenchless. A random meal is someone else's food expenses for 2 months. But that kind of place is just a common meal for Gu Qianye. The gap between people is so big. Not long after, Gu Qianye led Su Ye to a magnificent restaurant. Welcome, do you have a reservation? A waitress with a pretty face greeted her with a smile on her face. There is an appointment. Tale number 5952. Surname Gu. Hello Mr. Gu, this way please. The waitress bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation, leading them inside. Please take a seat. See what you need to order. Or let me make a recommendation. Walking into an elegantly decorated private room, the waitress pulled out the chairs for Gu Qianye and Su Ye, and knew enough to put the 2 chairs close together. We'll just order for ourselves. Gu Qianye politely replied back, then handed the order machine to Su Ye. You, see what you like to eat. Don't be polite to me. Just order whatever you like. Su Yu received the ordering machine. Although she had been here before, she still couldn't help but be staggered when she saw the frighteningly high prices on it again. Quietly glancing at Gu Qianye, she found that he had a relaxed and at ease face, as if this was just a small street-side restaurant. Su Yu thought of her purpose and realized that she couldn't lose out on a small amount of money, so she restrained herself from picking only a few relatively inexpensive signature dishes, and then handed the ordering machine back. Gu Qianye looked at the dishes Su Yu ordered and instantly guessed what she was thinking and said with a smile, You have a good enough figure now, so don't think about losing weight and eating less. He also didn't point out Su Yu's mind. Instead he thoughtfully gave her an excuse and then added several expensive hard dishes. That's more like it, you have to eat more later. By the way, do you want to try the red wine here? The red wine here is very good. After Gu Qianye finished ordering, he pointed at the red wine on top and looked at Su Ye. The mouth said it was very good, but in fact, it was just that, but the atmosphere would be better with some red wine. Moreover, the price of this bottle of red wine can be much more expensive than the dishes ordered just now. And now that consumption can return cash, naturally, you can't miss this good opportunity. If something happens after the wine, that would be even better. After all, if you don't take the initiative to create the opportunity, how will you know if there will be a story between the 2 people? Chapter 16, The Power of Banknote Ability. Well, one can try a little. Su Ye nodded with a slightly red face, looking at Gu Qianye's appearance just now. Her heart was a little warm. Her alcohol capacity was still good. As long as it wasn't white wine or mixed wine, she could still handle it, and she wasn't worried about getting drunk and letting Gu Qianye do something bad. Okay, just follow these on. After Gu Qianye ordered another bottle of reserve red wine, he handed the order machine to the waitress. Okay, the 2 of you, please wait a moment. After the waitress received the ordering machine, she respectfully exited the door and then gently closed the private room door. The service here is really good. Su Yu looked at the waitress who was about the same age as her and sighed with emotion on her lips. The gap between people can be really big. The money that other people earn from a month of hard work is not enough for some people to eat a meal. In her heart, she also laughed at herself for a moment. If it wasn't for following Gu Qianye here now, maybe the next time she comes will be when she applies for a waitress job. It's indeed much better than the cafeteria ant service. Gu Qianye joked to her. You're so bad, talking about the cafeteria ants like that. Su Ye laughed so hard that the rich axiom shook a few times, shaking so much that it made people dizzy. Gu Qianye thought that he had good stamina, plus he had put a mask on Xinxinyao 2 nights before, but at this time, his throat still couldn't help but gulp a little. Can't blame him for being so out of sorts. After all, it's just the time when you're young and strong. Physiological needs are also very normal. If there is no reaction is terrible. Good thing. At this time, just the waitress with red wine came in. It was just the right time to divert Su Ye's attention, so as not to make Gu Qianye embarrassed. Both of you, let me help you wake up the red wine. Okay, please. After the waitress reclosed the private room door, Gu Qianye poured 2 glasses of wine. He didn't bother waiting for the time to wake up the wine. Anyway, he felt that it was all the same flavor whether he woke it up or not, and he really couldn't taste any difference. He picked up a cup and stretched his arm in front of Su Yu, raised his chin and said with a smile, You, taste it. See if this wine is to your taste. Su Yu took the glass and gently shook it before she elegantly took a small sip. Well, it feels pretty good. The entrance is soft, just slightly astringent. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. She felt that it was much better than the red wine that cost tens of dollars before. Gu Qianye saw the traces of red wine remaining on Su Ye's lips, and only felt that the woman in front of him was becoming more and more charming and attractive, causing him to have some primitive urges. He tilted his head and took a sip of red wine, hiding his small movement of gagging, and laughed in a low voice. Drink more if you like it. This wine it may be a bit astringent at first, but if you taste it slowly, you will realize that it has a mellow taste and fruity aroma. These words, but he had learned them from watching many pretentious videos before in order to perform in front of Shen Qingyao. Su Ye listened to Gu Qianye's words, and in due time, she revealed a touch of adoration towards him. Plus, after drinking some red wine, her face gradually blushed. This made Gu Qianye very happy. Just when he wanted to secretly do something, the dishes came up one after another. He had to press down the small thoughts in his heart. Wow, this is so rich. Thank you, brother Qianye La. Su Yu looked at the delicious food on the table. The plate of delicately arranged food made her very appetizing. However, she still picked up her cell phone to take pictures first, intending to show off in her circle of friends. Eat more if you feel rich, but don't waste the food. Gu Qianye felt a little funny as he watched Su Ye take pictures. He couldn't understand why girls like to let their cell phones eat first, but although he didn't understand in his heart, he didn't try to stop or get upset. Moreover, after a long time, if he met a girl who didn't take pictures, he would think that she didn't have that kind of cuteness of a little girl. Half an hour later, the two of them finally had enough to eat and drink, and they got up and left with satisfaction. Gu Qianye held Su Ye's small hand and slowly walked towards the cashier, with fine wine, fine food, and a great beauty by his side. This little life was simply beautiful. Mr. Gu, this consumption is 30,680 in total. You can just give 30,000, the cashier said with a smile on her face. Gu Qianye pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to her, and soon the cashier handed over the small ticket and card with both hands. Su Ye couldn't help but smack her lips as she watched Gu Qianye swipe $30,000 without batting an eye. She hadn't expected this meal to be so expensive that it actually ate up more than a year's worth of her living expenses. She should know that she had only spent more than $4,000 on her previous visits here. Even if the food order was a bit more expensive, it wouldn't be $30,000, right? It seems like it must be the bottle of red wine. No wonder the more you drink the more flavor. Think about it is also a bit of a pity. I would have known to drink the rest of the drink all finished. Wasted a lot of money. I can only say that rich people are capricious. Do not pack or save for the next drink. However, the way Gu Qianye swiped his card was so handsome. It was simply the perfect image of her partner in her mind. Thinking this way, the way she looked at Gu Qianye became much gentler. Ding! Su Yu affinity +5? Gu Qianye smiled triumphantly when she heard this sound, plus the double cashback she received from the SMS. It was really great. Let's go. Gu Qianye was no longer satisfied with holding Su Ye's hand, but directly reached out and wrapped his arm around her small waist. Good. Su Yu's body stiffened slightly when she was wrapped around his big hand, but she quickly relaxed. The two of them wrapped their arms around each other and walked out of the elegant garden, and Su Ye gradually adapted to Gu Qianye's large, broad hands that were close to her waist. Thinking of the dashing manner in which he swiped the card just now, her body still involuntarily pressed a little closer. Let's go to Jinhua Plaza for a stroll. Feeling Su Yu's intimate gesture, Gu Qianye nodded with satisfaction in his heart, thinking to himself, this woman was quite understanding and well-behaved, without that kind of pretentiousness. After all, his own money, to whom to spend is not to spend. How can you let people as ordinary fish in the fish pond to raise? Surely must find the sense to do. When Su Ye heard Gu Qianye's proposal, her eyes instantly lit up, and she happily agreed, yes. I heard that many new stores have opened there. She was naturally no stranger to Jinhua Plaza. It's a place for men to pretend to be a pussy, and a paradise for women to shop. Thinking that Gu Qianye was going to take herself to the paradise, Su Ye's mood was a little excited, guessing whether there would be any unexpected gains on this trip. It didn't take long for Gu Qianye to call a limousine. The driver, dressed in a neat uniform, moved quickly to rush to the back of the car and pulled open the rear door with a smile. Gu Qianye very gentlemanly sidled up to Su Ye and elegantly made a gesture of invitation. Yeah, get in the car. Thank you, brother. Su Yu was warmed by Gu Qianye's thoughtful gesture, although he had taken care of himself when skating before, but after eating, seeing such a thoughtful gesture again, her heart felt happy. Perhaps this was the true magic of the power of money. This power can easily penetrate the defenses of the heart, making it easy to feel happy. Chapter 17, I eat meat, I don't even give you the taste. TSK. You need to be more careful in the car in the future. Gu Qianye frowned and reached out to pull Su Ye's JK skirt down to block the parts that might be naked. Just now, after the driver drove, Gu Qianye noticed that his eyes looked into the mirror from time to time, observing the situation in the back row. Maybe her own heart is always thinking crookedly. As soon as she saw the driver's look, the first thing in her mind was to guess whether he was doing something bad. As expected, when Gu Qianye followed his line of sight, she instantly understood what was going on. After taking a closer look at the driver, she realized that he had a lewd smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Gu Qianye glared at the driver while stroking the beautiful leg on her palm, and cursed the driver in her heart. Bah! You're such a shameless guy. You still want to look at big white legs? If it was somewhere else, it was another beautiful woman. Gu Qianye might still peek with this driver, blindly think together, and even fight together. But at this moment, he couldn't let other men see Su Yu's great beauty. Su Yeye didn't react for a moment, and only after seeing Gu Qianye's eyes signaling, did she blush and cover her skirt tightly, glaring fiercely at the driver. The middle-aged male driver in the driver's seat, knowing that he had been discovered, didn't dare to say anything more, but just laughed awkwardly twice. He saw that Gu Qianye's hand was almost reaching the root of his thigh, and was very stifled in his heart. You brat, you eat the meat yourself. Even if you don't give me a mouthful of soup, you can't even smell it. Not long after, with the driver accelerating, the two of them quickly arrived at Genoa Plaza. When the two of them got out of the car, the driver directly slammed on the gas pedal, with silent dark curses on his lips. Bah, you bad seed, you almost let me rear-end you just now. It's actually getting more and more excessive. Your hand is almost reaching there. Brother, this person is really annoying. Su Yeye shyly leaned her head against Gu Qianye's chest, and her small hands even gently hugged his waist. Good boy, don't be afraid with me. I'll give him a bad review later. Let him taste the bitterness of life. Gu Qianye was also annoyed in his heart, feeling that it was really inconvenient to not have his own car, and he couldn't even do anything exciting if he wanted to. He raised his hand and ran it through Su Yeye's hair, getting all mushy with her in public as a way to calm the depression in his heart. Passing pedestrians saw this wave of dog food, and couldn't help but spit out in their hearts. Your sister, just hugging like this counts for something. Have the guts to fight a real battle here. Unfortunately, they could only think about it in their hearts. Otherwise, if they said it out loud, they would be designated to die socially. Aha, we'd better get going. Su Yu noticed the passers-by's strange eyes, but she couldn't be as calm as Gu Qianye, pulling his hand and walking into the mall. Really don't say. Su Yu's quality of this class flower is still very high. It's much better than encountering the opposite sex of the system prompts here. Although under the double buff of makeup and plastic surgery, just with the naked eye, they were even more attractive than Su Yu, but a closer look would reveal that it was still her who looked better, not to mention fresher. Once in the mall, Gu Qianye pulled Su Yeye straight to the LV store. After all, for ordinary people, this kind of luxury goods like LV is more impressive. Giving other luxury goods is not as effective as this, and it is easier to capture the heart of a beautiful woman. Just entering the door, a pretty beauty sales clerk greeted her with a sweet smile on her face. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. May I ask what you two need? I can give you a recommendation. Take us to take a look at the bags. Okay, you two, this way please. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the bag area. Su Yu looked at the wide array of bags. The light in her eyes was about to shine out. Really, she had absolutely no resistance to these beautiful bags. However, she was also clear that she couldn't afford it, so she could only cast her expectant gaze towards Gu Qianye, her small hands even tightly wrapped around his waist. You, go and choose. See if you like that bag. I'll give it to you. Gu Qianye felt the softness of her tightly clinging to his body and patted her back with great satisfaction. For such a well-behaved and understanding beauty, Gu Qianye felt that spending even more was worth it. After all, there was a saying, if you're happy now, the back mustn't make me happy too. Aha, thank you brother Qianye. Ah yeah. Su Ye's face was covered in smiles as she stood on her tiptoes and gave Gu Qianye a kiss on the cheek. At this moment, she finally realized the happiness of the school flower. She hasn't even bought it yet. Her heart is already very happy. She must not die of happiness after buying it later. The beautiful sales clerk next to her saw this and couldn't help but take a small step back. She secretly spat in her heart. Mama, how to own a pussy class. Still always be fed a mouthful of dog food. Doesn't anyone consider my feelings? But fortunately, the couple in front of her are both handsome and beautiful, although it makes her a little envious, but it was much better than those fat, middle-aged greasy men and green tea whores, and she didn't have to run to the bathroom to throw up. The more the beautiful sales clerk thought about it, the more angry she became, saying that she didn't look too bad, so how come no one took her to buy a bag? Gu Qianye completely did not realize that he had inadvertently hurt someone else again, watching Su Yeye picking and choosing there, so bored that she yawned. Sir, why don't you drink some tea first and sit here to rest for a while? The annoyed beauty sales clerk didn't forget her job. Seeing Gu Qianye yawning, She hurriedly poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Okay, thanks. Gu Qianye received the tea with both hands and nodded in satisfaction. The service of this luxury store was just fine. Not only did someone hand over tea, there was also a special place for men to rest. It was hard not to get rich like this. Brother Qianye, look at these 2 bags. Which one is better looking? Su Yeye finally walked back with 2 exquisite bags after Gu Qianye finished his tea. She had carefully selected them for a long time, comparing prices and styles again. She still couldn't decide, so she had to come and let Gu Qianye help her choose. Su Yeye pondered in her heart that no matter which one she chose, she would probably regret it later. It would be better to hand over the right to choose, so that even if she regretted, she wouldn't think it was her problem. Which one looks good? Gu Qianye looked at the prices. 128,888 and 126666. What auspicious numbers. Both are very good looking. Definitely perfect for you to carry. You. He first complimented Su Yu. Then he directly said to the beautiful sales clerk, hello, please trouble me with both of these bags. Ah, load up both of them? When Su Yeye heard Gu Qianye's words, her face was in a bit of a trance. Okay, sir, I'll go help you load them up. Please wait a moment. The beautiful sales clerk's business ability was still very strong. After slightly freezing for a moment, she immediately smiled and took the 2 bags in Su Yu's hands. Brother, you don't need to buy so many. I'll ask her to load one less. When Su Yu said this, a trace of reluctance flashed across her face, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it a little. What is she pretending to do? Really damned However, words spoken are like water thrown out. She was too embarrassed to change her words. Chapter 18 Paid Programs? Free to watch? Where is more? These 2 bags you change your back every day. Clothes do not also have to change every day. Gu Qianye hands hold Su Yeye's soft body, will not let her affect their own pretend it. And one less bag, can be less cashback more than $20,000 Thank you brother, you're so good to me. Su Yeye jumped into Gu Qianye's arms, her hands encircled his neck, standing on her tiptoes to directly have a close contact with her lips. Gu Qianye responded warmly to the kiss, and his hands also tightly wrapped around Su Yeye's body. After a while, ouch, Su Yu's face was full of shyness. Her red face broke away from Gu Qianye's embrace. She didn't expect Gu Qianye's reaction to be so intense that she, normal reaction. This is all normal reaction. Gu Qianye laughed out loud and re-wrapped his arms around Su Yeye's body, but he didn't continue kissing anymore. Before Su Yeye could open her mouth to reprimand, the beautiful sales clerk who had already loaded the bag came in front of the 2 of them. Good day sir, these 2 bags have already been loaded for you. Beautiful saleswoman slightly red face looked at Gu Qianye. In fact, she has long been back, just to see the 2 of them kissed so devoted. Really embarrassed to disturb, just feed some dog food just now even if, now actually want to directly let her watch paid programs. This work welfare is really too good. As soon as she saw the 2 separated, the beautiful sales clerk immediately went forward to show her presence, afraid that they would continue. Oh, okay, take me to swipe my card. Gu Qianye's face was as thick as ever. Even though he knew he was seen by her just now, his face was still like nothing. Poof. Su Yu looked at Gu Qianye's departing figure, shyly muffled a grunt, and in her heart, she kind of regretted kissing that just now, or else she wouldn't have been seen. However, this annoyance came and went quickly. After all, she took the initiative to kiss up. What are the consequences also have to suffer? Please take your time. Welcome to the next visit. The beautiful sales clerk stood at the entrance of LV, a bright smile on her face, and happily shouted at the back of Gu Qianye and Su Yeye. However, she was secretly annoyed in her heart. Old lady made a lot of money this time. She got her bonus and watched half of a pay-per-view program for nothing. Later on, I'll take your share of the bonus and buy some goodies to go back to my family's dear, so that you can participate in the second half of my program as well. She was kind of full today. Not only did she get the turnover for a number of days, she also ate full of dog food, and now had a belly full of fire. After leaving the door, Su Yeye gently tugged on the corner of Gu Qianye's coat, her pretty face slightly red. Just now that look is so embarrassing. Gu Qianye, however, smiled unconcernedly and said, what are you afraid of? We are a loving young couple. Kissing and hugging is normal. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Su Yeye's small hand. A beautiful woman's small hand is just soft. How to touch it is not enough. Her hands were like soft, boneless silk, and the delicate touch caused a hot current to surge in Gu Qianye's abdomen. When Su Yeye heard Gu Qianye say that they were a young couple, a sunny smile immediately appeared on her face. She felt like she was on the verge of success, and it was true that no one could escape her grasp and reject this great beauty of hers. After leaving the LV store, Gu Qianye took Su Yeye to experience the taste of shopping paradise. They bought a bunch of stockings in Paris House, picked 2 bottles of high-grade perfume in Chanel, and also bought a Cartier necklace for Su Yaye, and purchased some other luxury goods. The cashback from these purchases instantly brought the balance on Gu Qianye's card to over $500,000. If it wasn't for the fact that he had also spent more than $100,000 to package himself, there would have been even more money in that card. Ding! Su Yu intimacy +3. As she walked out of Jinhua Plaza, Su Yaye tightly hugged Gu Qianye's arm. Those little eyes, they were on the verge of drawing silk. You look like this. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to control it? Although Gu Qianye was carrying a lot of bags in his hands, there wasn't a single bit of unhappiness on his face. Instead, he was a little bitter about his arm that was deep in soft flesh. After all, he wasn't the legendary Lu Xiaohui. In the face of such a luscious scene, he could still manage to be as calm as water. If it wasn't for the fear of scaring the people passing by around him, he might have pounced on them long ago. Brother, what are you talking about? Su Yaye daintily clamped her voice, stood on her tiptoes to cling to his body, and then she blew a mouthful of hot air into Gu Qianye's ear and softly whispered, "Since you can't control it, why do you still want to control it?" In and out of her words, it was like she was teasing Gu Qianye. For this man who had thrown away over $200,000 for himself in less than a day, she hadn't even thought of letting go, and only wanted to keep Gu Qianye firmly ensnared. Moreover, her purpose was clear from the start. When faced with Gu Qianye's bravado when shopping, and all those gentle little gestures in general, just ask which woman in the world could resist it. Moreover, Gu Qianye himself was also good-looking and strong. Anyway, Su Yu was already completely intoxicated. It wasn't like she hadn't read the study materials. Those things were very comfortable. What was there to be afraid of? Not reserved so soon? The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose, and she no longer hid the thoughts in her heart. Although I have long hair, it's not like I'm a little cutie. Why are you still pretending to be reserved? Su Yaye didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Her tone was still whiny. Hearing this, Gu Qianye couldn't help but laugh out loud. He nodded his head in agreement. That's true. We're all adults. Who doesn't know what's in our hearts? Looking at the so understanding Su Yu in front of him, Gu Qianye really felt very satisfied in his heart. If Su Yaye wanted to continue to play with her desire and pull each other down, she would be happy to play this game of love with her. However, wouldn't it be more comfortable to get straight to the point like this? Just as Gu Qianye was secretly pleased with herself, she suddenly heard Su Yaye let out a light hum and pouted her little mouth. In the end, isn't it because you coveted this girl's beauty and thought of shibboleths to others? Don't think I don't know. When you were in the classroom in the past, you didn't sneak a few glances at me. Su Yaye's big, soulful eyes twinkled, a playful smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and she even reached out her small hand to gently twist Gu Qianye's soft flesh. Gu Qianye, who was dismantled, didn't feel embarrassed at all, but instead laughed greatly. Ha ha, yeah, who made you look so good? I can't help but look at a few more eyes is also human nature. But now, I'm going to get what I want. Let's go and find a place to rest. Hearing these words, Su Yu's little face was like a ripe apple, revealing a shy blush as she pouted. Then you big bad egg, where are you going to take people to rest now? Chapter 19. On the edge of the window. Blurred small handprints. Gu Qianye laughed very happily. Ha ha, just follow me. It's not like I'm going to sell you. Then, he smoothly stopped a passing cab, then gentlemanly pulled open the door and escorted Su Yu into the back seat. After the two of them were seated, Gu Qianye turned his head to the driver and said, "Master, please take us to Sunshine Mansion." "Alright, the two of you please fasten your seatbelts. We'll be off now." The driver glanced enviously at Gu Qianye, then he stepped on the gas and the car started smoothly. Sunshine Mansion, this magnificent building that stood on the edge of the university town. In addition to its proper big name, it also had a very interesting nickname, the Sunshine Grand Gigantic Battlefield. There was the most famous hotel along the university town there, and naturally, Su Yaye would not be a stranger to it. After all, it was the best dating spot in the hearts of college students. Compared to those small hotels hidden in the alleys, its popularity among couples was much higher. On Valentine's Day and Tanabata Day, the rooms there are in high demand, and the booking phone is almost bursting with calls. Of course, the price is not cheap, but it can't be helped. Students nowadays love to compare and enjoy, especially in front of their beloved girls. In order to shell out comfortably, even if they nod on instant noodles for a month, they would still grit their teeth and book the room. "Brother, why are we going straight upstairs?" At this moment, Su Yaye was holding Gu Qianye like a bird, waiting for the elevator together. She also didn't ask the idiotic question of why she came here. She was just a little confused about going straight upstairs like this. In the face of Gu Qianye's thighs, Su Yaye was still quite open-minded. She didn't want to lose the opportunity to hold a thick leg because of that little bull asterisk. "Oh, I didn't want to sleep in the dormitory on vacation, so I opened a room up there for a week." Gu Qianye responded absent-mindedly. He was only interested in getting to the battlefield quickly at this time. Su Yu was a bit speechless in her heart. What do you mean by not wanting to sleep in the dormitory? So she opened a room for a week. I can only say, money is arbitrary. A few $1,000s just so sleep away. Not right. Gu Qianye is not just separated from Xinqinyao? Could it be? Hehijia. Wow. This room is so luxurious. Su Yaya just walked into the suite located on the top floor and couldn't help but let out a gasp. The room was furnished with a huge circular bed, decorated with ambiguous pink veils around it, and the lights were tuned just right, creating a hazy and seductive atmosphere. There were also a few long cloths hanging down from the ceiling, as if they could do something bad. Su Yaya's little face instantly flushed red. This was too exciting. She also secretly glanced at Gu Qianye out of the corner of her eye. Gu Qianye, however, was just like a normal person, put away the bag in his hand, flopped and laid down on the big bed, and even stretched comfortably. Brother, it seems like you had a pretty good time the other night? Su Yaya clasped her hands in front of her chest, a smiley expression on her face, staring intently at Gu Qianye. After saying that, and without waiting for him to reply, Su Yaya began to look around the room. Not to mention, as the most expensive suite, the daily hygiene is done in a good way, simply as if no one has ever lived there. Su Yu, who didn't find any problems, was a bit unwilling, and walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the scenery outside. Standing at such a high place and looking at those differently shaped buildings, the mood has a feeling of enlightenment. However, before Su Yu could recover her mood, she saw that the glass window in front of her had a lot of fuzzy marks on it, and when she took a closer look, it was a woman's small handprint. This can Su Yu's good mood are driven away. The heart that called a gas. Good. Wow, this guy. Open room can really save trouble. Open a room. Just sent away that Xinqinyao. Turn around and bring me. Think about the morning in the female dormitory downstairs met Gu Qianye. It is not difficult to guess that he is to send Xinqinyao back. As for where they lived before? Looking at these handprints in front of her, is there any need to ask stupidly? Yu, what's there to see outside? Why don't you come over and take a rest? Seeing that Su Yu has been standing in front of the window, Gu Qianye thought that she was a bit shy, so she opened her mouth to break this awkward atmosphere. This. Su Yu was a bit speechless for a while, not knowing what to say. After thinking for a while, she stomped the little white shoes under her feet in shame, then walked to Gu Qianye with sexy and seductive steps. Hey, Yu, why are you a little upset? Quickly tell brother me. Gu. Gu Qianye saw that Su Yaya's face was not quite right, and was about to open his mouth to ask what was going on, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by her. Don't talk nonsense, focus. She directly pounced on her body, after a good half hour. Phew, you bad guy, Su Yaya gasped roughly, her face a little pale. She was draped in a light sheet and leaned softly on Gu Qianye's chest. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose as a satisfied expression surfaced in his eyes. Seeing the red plum blossoms on the white sheets, a bright smile appeared on his face. The white moonlight that he had been daydreaming about for the past 2 years had finally been arched by himself. Humph, you don't care about people at all. Su Yaya's small hand drew circles on Gu Qianye's chest. Although she blamed on her mouth, her face was full of happiness. At this moment, she was so satisfied in her heart that she was simply happy. I really didn't expect that Gu Qianye was not only handsome, but also so good. Plus that banknote ability. Congratulations to the host. Su Yu's proximity density reached 80. Reward 1, recognize the surveillance function. You can find out all the surveillance in the neighborhood by yourself. Reward 2, estimated value of 5 million Star Ocean Media. Due to the company's boss went in, the company is in fear, has now bought the company's entire equity in the host's name. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose slightly as he reached out and wrapped his arms around Su Yaya's delicate body, secretly pondering in his heart. The boss went in? It couldn't be the system that you got him in, right? Just to let me live the addiction of being the boss. There's also the scanning monitoring function that can also be after all, when you go out, who isn't afraid of suddenly seeing themselves in the study materials? System, check if there is any surveillance in this neighborhood. Drop, no surveillance detected in the room. Gu Qianye nodded with satisfaction. It's worthy of being the most expensive room. The environment is good and security is guaranteed. I think it is because it is more difficult to enter these big hotels to install monitoring. Spend a couple $1,000s to shoot that 10 minutes, and I don't know if I can return to the capital. Moreover, can come to these big hotels, live in senior suites of people, either high status, or not bad money. If they are found to have peeping surveillance, the hotel and the person who installs the surveillance will not be able to eat, and in case some unspeakable video is captured, the consequences shall not be. Chapter 20, Rich Woman, Seeking Adoption. After a while, Gu Qianye had just put down the thoughts in his head and was about to continue fighting, when the doorbell suddenly ding-dong rang. He had to reluctantly put down the softness in his hands, wrapped in a bath towel and got out of bed to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the hotel staff pushing a food cart in front of the door, filled with exquisite delicacies and a bottle of exquisite red wine. Mr. Gu, this is the meal you reserved. The staff was full of smiles and had a respectful attitude. Okay, thanks for your hard work. I'll just push it in myself. Gu Qianye smiled and nodded towards the staff member, waiting for him to turn around and leave before closing the door with a bang. Afterwards, he pushed the food cart to the bedside, then opened the bottle of red wine, and the rich fragrance of the wine instantly wafted out. Su Yu sat up straight, her hair a little messy, but with a special flavor, leaning lazily on the bed. Baby, come and try these delicious treats. Gu Qianye smiled and beckoned. Having early foresight, he was smart enough to book a meal in advance, so he could replenish his strength in time. Humph, it seems like you had a premeditated plan. Su Yeye snorted lightly. Her pale pretty face gradually regained its blood color, and covered with the quilt she slowly moved to the side of the food cart. Looking at these great tonic delicacies in front of her, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Although she was only responsible for lying comfortably and did not have to exert any effort, but after all, this was her first time learning plus it was also physically exhausting after a long time. Wow, delicious, too delicious. Su Yu also did not make any pretense, grabbed a piece of exquisite dim sum and stuffed it into her mouth, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. At this moment, she couldn't care less about her ladylike image as she gulped down her food. She swallowed a large mouthful of steak in a couple of sittings, and then picked up the red wine and gulped it down. Comfortable. Ha ha, eat more if you like it. Gu Qianye smiled as he looked at Su Ye's cute eating face and said with a deeper meaning, these can be the delicacies I specially prepared for you. Guaranteed that you won't be short of energy for the whole night. Su Yu slightly raised her chin, her eyebrows lightly frowned, and she coldly snorted. Humph, I knew you didn't have good intentions. Looking at the way she was feasting, Gu Qianye also joined the battle and ate like he was swallowing and gulping. After the two of them ate and drank their fill, Gu Qianye burped contentedly. Afterwards, with a bad smile on his face, he stared at Su Yu's half-covered body. Under the blanket, she looked more and more charming and attractive. Su Yu's face flushed red, and hurriedly pulled the quilt on her body upwards, and said shyly, what are you looking at? It's not like you haven't seen it just now. That's not the same. It's completely different. Gu Qianye smiled and wrapped Su Yu into his embrace, his big hand gently rubbing her back outside the covers. You have to know that on the internet, study materials without clothes are free. But if you wear a few thin pieces of fabric, and then sit there and open a live broadcast, even if you spend 10,000 or thousands of dollars, you can't necessarily know the roots of. When Su Yeye heard Gu Qianye was being a rascal, she puffed up and pounced on him, her small fists pounding on his chest. Which one of you is making analogies like this? Humph, let's see if I don't beat you to death. Gu Qianye knew he was being unreasonable, so he let that little pink fist pound on his chest. Ha ha ha, I know I'm wrong, don't hit anymore. However, after he made such a mess, the atmosphere in the room instantly became much more relaxed and pleasant, and the second round of warm-up preparations were completed smoothly. Humph, let's see if you still dare to be a hooligan in the future. Although Su Yu didn't use much strength to whack him, her previously exhausted body was still a bit overwhelmed, and she lay panting on the big bed. Gulu. Gu Qianye couldn't help but gulp when he saw that the quilt on Su Ye's body slid to the side, revealing her fair and watery skin. Looking at the red wine that he didn't finish earlier, Gu Qianye directly stood up and took the red wine over. His entire body stood in front of Su Yu, looked at the red wine in his hand, and a bad smile appeared on his face. Early the next morning, Su Yu leaned on the bed, holding her cell phone with both hands, her flexible fingers sliding quickly on the screen, browsing the dynamics of the circle of friends. Before long, she flipped to the new message she had sent yesterday. When her eyes fell to the pile of likes and messages below, her face instantly blossomed into a smile brighter than the sun, only to see that the text reads, "A good day starts with a serious meal." Looking further down, there were carefully matched 9 panel pictures, each of which made people unable to take their eyes off. There are exquisite food pictures, half-body photos of her carrying LV bags, photos of her holding Chanel perfume, and a beautiful neck wearing a Cartier necklace. In just less than a day, this circle of friends, which had blocked out her family, had harvested a large number of likes and a string of messages. Some people marveled. Wow, this bag is also too good looking. Look as if it is still LV. Others chortled. Looking at these delicacies, the bread in my hand smells even better. There are also people nakedly expressed envy. Oops, see this smooth white necklace. The corner of my mouth cannot help but flow out of the envy of the saliva. Soon there were people coaxing below. I'll go. Upstairs, are you sure you're talking about the necklace? More people have said. It's another day to be envious and jealous. Rich woman, begging for adoption. Suyuyu was just reveling in everyone's envy when a pop-up window called Big-Breasted Brother suddenly popped up. Looking at this note, her mind immediately conjured up the rippling figure of her roommate Jo Yuping. Suyuyu then looked down at herself, and immediately felt that people are indeed different from each other. She clicked on the Big Breasts Brother message. A glance at the top wrote, Yu, your high imitation of the LV bag where to buy I also want to buy one to carry on my back. A smile immediately appeared on her rosy cheeks. Thinking that Jo Yuping, her roommate whose talent was so immense that it made her a little jealous, had actually looked away. She felt a little smug in her heart and replied, ha ha, ping. This LV bag is not some high fashion I bought it yesterday at the genuine specialty store. After sending this message, Suyeye also took a picture of the small ticket and sent it over. Not a moment later, Jo Yuping replied, wow, Moon, you're making a fortune. It's really enviable. That bag is no wonder exactly the same as the one I saw in the store before. I really thought there were high fashion ones that looked so similar. Suyuyu laughed out loud, then quickly knocked down a line and replied, that's a must. Only the real thing is worthy of this lady. At this moment, she felt that yesterday's choice was really too wise, although a little too impulsive. Paid the price of blood. But the current life is not what she wants. Luxury goods can be used whichever one wants to use. Casually eating a meal can envy others to death. And in the future, there are even more good days waiting for oneself to live. Chapter 21 Fulfillment of the Oath. Inviting you to play together? After Su Yeye sent the message, the smile on her face became even brighter, and her mouth was still chanting, Humph. Fortunately I had anticipated such a situation and didn't throw the small ticket away. She is now really happy. Buy LV bags is not to let the people around the envy. Not to mention, it was Jo Yuping, the object of her previous little envy. This kind of feeling is really too good. Fortunately, I understand early. In time to hold the thigh of Gu Qianye. Thinking about it, Suyeye looked at Gu Qianye who was bathing in the bathroom with misty eyes again, only to feel a surge of energy in her body. This time, after waiting for a while, Jo Yuping replied, quickly say it, you, are you rich? But don't forget our oath. If you are rich, don't forget each other. Suyuyu froze at once. How could she reply? Should she tell her that she and Gu Qianye got together, and then invite her to fulfill their vows? But now everyone in the class knows that Gu Qianye and Shin Xinyao are together. So this reply isn't the same as a confession? Suyuyu shook her head vigorously and hesitated for a while before replying. There's no such thing as getting rich. Let's not chat first. I still have things to do. After sending the message, she hastily threw down her cell phone and grabbed the somewhat wet pillow next to her and patted it. You, what's wrong with you? Gu Qianye just happened to finish her bath and walked out draped in a bath towel. When she saw that Suyuyu's face was a little off, wasn't she happy just now? Her face was filled with happiness. It's true that women are just changeable. One thing at a time. Nothing. Suyeye didn't expect her own small action to be caught by Gu Qianye. Her face was a little embarrassed for a moment. She lowered her head and slowed down for a moment, gradually regained her senses, picked up the pillow in her hand and smashed it towards Gu Qianye. Humph. It's not all because of you. This bad guy. Suyuyu's speech was a little stuttering at first, but as she spoke, it became more and more smooth and justified. Yeah, that's right. Why should she be troubled? Isn't it all because of the smelly man in front of her? Gu Qianye easily slapped away the flying pillow with a puzzled face. What's wrong with me? Suyeye crossed her arms, not caring about the spring light leaking out, and said fiercely, we're so unclear now. What if others find out? She originally wanted to directly let Gu Qianye kick Shin Xinyao and publicize her relationship with him, but when she thought about it, their relationship wasn't that great. Plus they are too impulsive. They have given. Really say that way? Maybe Gu Qianye plucked mercilessly at. That is not really a meatbag to beat the dog. There is no return. Gu Qianye couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard it. Last night he was still in bed and asked, who is better looking with her and Shin Xinyao? And now he flipped his face. But he himself is not a person who is ruthless when he pulls out. Walked over and hugged Suyuyu's soft petite body, stroked her smooth back and comforted. How could it be? If you don't say it and I don't say it, who would know these things? Besides, the law doesn't stipulate that you can't have two female friends. Isn't it normal for everyone to be affectionate and close? And even if they know, they will only envy you. Looking at you wearing different bags and jewelry every day. Who could not be envious and jealous? Suyuyu was so shocked that her eyes widened. She really didn't expect Gu Qianye to be shameless to such an extent that she could say such words without changing her color. However, this was not bad, although it was a little short of her goal, but slowly, after a long time with her means, she did not believe that she could not handle Gu Qianye. Moreover, this shows that he won't abandon himself just because of gossip, and there's no need to worry about what will happen if Shin Xinyao finds out about their relationship right now. As for those words in front of her, Suyaya had only been trying to shake off the pot so that she could have peace of mind, and hadn't thought about what to do. She couldn't help but feel some joy in her heart, but still arrogantly twisted her head. Che, who would believe you're bull asterisk 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 asterisk, and I'm a goddess how can I let someone say that? Gu Qianye sighed helplessly and secretly cursed in her heart. Goddess? Don't you know that goddesses are all glamorous on the surface and have more or less unknown heartaches behind them? It's not like I made you suffer last night and made you happy. What else do you want? He looked at Suyaya with a haughty face in his arms, and didn't say anything else, and directly spoke with practical actions, holding her with both hands towards the bathroom. Gu Qianye comfortably took a hot shower for most of an hour, then wiped off the sweat on both of them and hugged Suyaya to lie back on the bed again. Say, what's going on? Gu Qianye wrapped his arms around Suyu's smooth and delicate body, while gently caressing her hair, cozy and incomparable. At this time, Suyu had long since recovered her bird-like appearance under the warmth of the hot bath. Her hair was flowing and half of her body was snuggled in Gu Qianye's embrace, her face showing a shy blush and her eyes full of flirtation. When Suyaya faced Gu Qianye's inquiry, she gently breathed a sigh of relief, so she honestly told the cause and effect. After Gu Qianye heard it, a hint of laughter flashed in her eyes, but in her hand, she directly twisted her ear with force as a warning, lest she get too carried away. Ah, it hurts. Lighter. Suyu cried out in pain, begging for mercy repeatedly, and crystalline teardrops floated in her eyes. She beamed and looked up at Gu Qianye pitifully. Why are you still screwing people? And so hard? Oh, humph. Who told you to show off so much? Now you know it's wrong. In the face of Suyu's pouty and cute, Gu Qianye was full of seriousness. His big hands placed on her body and taught her a hard lesson. It's not all your fault, Suyaya muttered in an unconvinced whisper, but as soon as she met Gu Qianye's gaze, she was like a deflated ball of fur and obediently lowered her head. When Gu Qianye saw this pitiful appearance of hers, her heartstrings still softened, and the strength in her hands also lightened a bit. Alright, let's forget it this time. In the future, think clearly before making a decision. He also understands in his heart, this matter cannot be blamed entirely on Suyu. After all, people have vanity. It's not easy to have a chance to show off. How can you hide it? This is like a big beautiful woman on the street. Not to show their beauty. That is not a waste of their own capital? How to let others envy and jealousy However, Suyaya's incident also reminded Gu Qianye to think about how to deal with the source of funds. He himself is good to say, just find a reason to muddle through. Anyway, with the magic of the system, do not have to worry about what will go wrong. But with a relationship like Suyu's that was not good to publicize, it was a bit difficult to deal with. Did he really want to show in front of everyone that she and Shen Qinyao were both his girlfriends? Gu Qianye himself does not matter. His heart will still be very proud, walking with the wind. But don't the two girls want to lose face? Even if they weren't talked about in front of others, the wind behind their backs would definitely be less. Chapter 22. Did you make a little video? Aha, brother, I know wrong law. I won't dare to fool around anymore. So don't be angry. Okay. Suyaya looked at Gu Qianye's eyes rolling around, thinking that this bastard must still be holding his breath in his heart, and might be pondering what position to use to clean himself up. So, she immediately put down the little arrogance in her heart and replaced it with a pitiful look. This had to make Suyu worried. After all, she had paid all. Just short of the last barrier did not fall. How can you give up? Moreover, she had already known the benefits of being good and understanding, so why was she still putting up a front? Isn't it good to be an obedient little baby? I'm not angry. It's just that I'm thinking about how to give you face in front of outsiders without being talked about. Gu Qianye tightly embraced Suyaya and lowered his head to tenderly kiss her forehead. Ah, brother, you are so good to me. Suyu's face was filled with emotion. She was truly feeling this time. Gu Qianye's love for herself was so sincere. This love was even thicker and sweeter than the ones from last night. Little fool, how could I not treat you well? Gu Qianye scraped her nose, then proceeded to ask, do you usually make little videos? Small videos? People. How could people shoot that kind of small video? Suyaya heard Gu Qianye's words, face swish a little more red, afraid that he does not believe, hurriedly opened the cell phone album. Brother, you see, I really did not shoot that kind of small video. If you do not believe, you can also look carefully. At this moment, Suyu was shy and annoyed. Her whole face was like a red apple, and her voice was also unconsciously much louder. She was a clean person before. How could she do that kind of thing? At most, she would secretly do some craft work, but that wouldn't leave evidence. You don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about that kind of small video. I'm talking about the short video on Shake Shack. Gu Qianye hurriedly opened his mouth to explain this misunderstanding. He really didn't expect that he would be misunderstood, even though he was not easy to be serious for once. it was really outrageous. But then, although his mouth was explaining, his hand was honest enough to take over Suyuyu's cell phone, and took a serious look at her cell phone album. Having only just slid a few times, Gu Qianye couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This fishing net stockings are too white. Right. And this lace camisole pajamas are too tantalizing. This girl's dormitory can still wear a three-point style? With a critical attitude, he ruthlessly browsed through the photo album. Suddenly, he shrieked out. This is the Suyuyu student costume? So pure, so beautiful, simply the white moonlight in his heart. The photo of Su Yeye holding an English textbook, pure little face fluffy, small hands and white and tender, hair scattered with the wind. The neck is also wearing a headset. What are you looking at indiscriminately? Quickly return it to me. Su Yeye heard that it wasn't that kind of small video. Knowing that she thought wrong, her face couldn't help but blush a little, burying her head into his arms. It was only until Gu Qianye let out a shriek that Su Yeye realized that he was still peeking at her photo album. Her heart screamed that it was not good, and she hastily reached out to grab her phone. At this time, Su Yeye had long forgotten that she was the one who handed her phone to Gu Qianye and took the initiative to show it to him. In her heart, she only thought that she absolutely couldn't let Gu Qianye see her embarrassing photos. Otherwise, how could she raise her head in the future? I'll look at it again and return it to you right away. Gu Qianye had long been guarding against Su Yeye. How could he let her take the phone back? Raising his hand high, he continued to criticize with great interest. Brother Qianye, will you just give it back to me? Su Yeye hugged Gu Qianye's arm and shook it, a pair of big eyes looking at him pitifully. However, it wasn't the least bit helpful. He was still watching with great interest. Bah, you stinking rascal, really shameless. This miss let you still look. Seeing that pampering didn't work, Suyuyu immediately changed her face. First, she glared at him viciously, and immediately after, she reached out to hiss. What do you want to do? You don't want to die? If you don't let go I will not be polite. Gu Qianye completely did not expect Suyuyu to be so brave. In order to not allow himself to see the photos, he actually used this kind of small means. To know, after last night and just now several battles, her body has long been exhausted. If she continues like this, something will happen. Afraid of obediently return the cell phone to this lady me. Otherwise, either you die or I die. Suyuyu at this time could not care less, whether her body could stand it or not. Her face made a look of valor and righteousness. Fine. I'm afraid of you. Give it to you. That's fine. Gu Qianye saw that the threat didn't work, so he had to return the cell phone to her. I'm really afraid that Suyuyu will continue to go crazy, and by then her body will really break down. Although Gu Qianye, was not a good person and had a lot of minor problems, it was impossible that he really wanted to see something happen to Su Yeye. After all, she was now one with himself. Thinking about how before she handed over her cell phone without hesitation in order to prove her innocence, and now in order to prevent herself from seeing her embarrassing photos, she went out of her way to use this kind of petty tactics. Gu Qianye felt that Su Yeye really had a cute charm that he couldn't understand. Count on you guy to be sensible. This time, this young lady is generous, so I'll let you off the hook for now. But you can listen well, if there is a next time. I definitely won't let you off lightly. You'll be in for a treat then, Su Yeye said with a puff of air, while quickly reaching out to grab the cell phone and pressing the holographic button with a click. Immediately afterward, she crossed her arms, her chin slightly raised, and with a haughty face, she looked directly at Gu Qianye in front of her, as if that little look was saying, how's it? Scared now? Only, she was a bit short of breath when she said it later, but as the saying goes, you don't lose if you lose. Even if you have no bottom in your heart, you can't show weakness in your mouth. Therefore, Su Yeye secretly bit her lip and silently swore in her heart. Good you Gu Qianye, how dare you make this young lady in such a sorry state. You just have to be a little bit smug for a while. When I go back, I'll make sure to exercise my body properly, and one day I'll suck you clean, so you'll know the difference between a man and a woman. Gu Qianye looked at the playful and cute Su Yeye in front of him with interest, a teasing smile on his face. How? He laughed and opened his arms, hugging Suyuyu tightly with one hand. Although he can't move the real thing, but collecting some small benefits is also good. Quickly let go of me. Su Yeye pretended to calmly push Gu Qianye. She will really be a little afraid. In bed cannot lower the other side. Is really hard to get up. Okay, let's get back to business. Gu Qianye didn't let go of Su Yeye, and just hugged her and laid back on the bed. Before Suyuyu had time to respond, Gu Qianye then asked, You still haven't said if you filmed any jitterbug videos? Chapter 23 I want a steady stream of beautiful women to come to my door. Seeing that Gu Qianye didn't do anything else, Su Yeye's hanging heart relaxed and said in a delicate voice, There is People usually do not play a lot of jitterbug. It's just that the videos they make don't get much attention. Brother, why are you suddenly asking about this? Nowadays, in this era, it can almost be said that there is a jitterbug account in every person's hand, and Su Yaya is certainly no exception. Moreover, seeing so many people relying on jittery voice to become internet celebrities, easily making money, it was inevitable for her heart to be a little foolish, wanting to change her destiny. Therefore, Su Yaya held the idea of trying to see if she could catch fire, and began to shoot various types of videos, hoping to attract more attention, fantasizing that one day, she could also become an overnight sensation. Then wouldn't she never have to worry about money again? It was a pity that imagination was always beautiful, but reality was often cruel and heartbreaking. Although Su Yaya's naturally beautiful face did attract some lecherous men, but it was only a lukewarm state. After all, the current beauty technology is too powerful, resulting in her kind of already beautiful girls, all of a sudden no advantage. Then what's your jitterbug name? I'll take a look at it first before I tell you more about it. A hint of curiosity appeared on Gu Qianye's face. After being classmates with Su Yaya for so long, she really didn't know what her jitterbug name was. Moon Pixie, does it sound good? Su Yu blinked her big eyes, her face full of complacency. Gu Qianye didn't pay attention to her, and lowered her head to open Shake Voice and searched for it. Not long after, he found Su Yu's account. Clicking on it, the video content was varied. There were funny daily routines, there were cute selfies, and of course, there were also quite a few videos that showed off her body. However, just as there are many limitations on novels that can't be written, there are also many limitations on video filming. So naturally, these marginal content can't be filmed, so there's not much to see. The number of likes was only a few thousand at most, and it was far worse than those popular videos. Yu, have you ever broadcast live before? Gu Qianye put down his phone and casually asked. Su Yaya nodded and answered truthfully, before, I thought it was quite fresh and fun, so I followed the trend and tried live broadcasting, but then, it slowly lost interest. After saying that, she unconsciously lowered her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. In fact, the reason for giving up the live broadcast is quite embarrassing. It has not been on fire. The audience in the live room is pitifully small, at most a dozen each time, and in order to keep these few viewers, Su Yaya had to be nice, like a clown, hurriedly shouting welcome when she saw someone enter the live room, trying to find ways to please them. But even with all this effort, in the end it still didn't have much effect, and simply couldn't earn a few dollars. You have to know that there are a lot of boys in the school who like Su Yu, those licking dogs, which is not a way to please her. In contrast, doing live broadcasting this kind of tired and unprofitable things, where there is still the heart to insist on it. Gu Qianye picked up her cell phone and opened a certain page, then handed it to Su Yaya while speaking. Yu, have you heard of Star Ocean Media? That's a Netflix company. I acquired it not long ago. Last night when Su Yu was unconscious, he checked up on the system rewarded Star Ocean Media and found out that it was a Netroots company with more than 30 people. There were more than a dozen Netflix anchors, but unfortunately they were all not famous and could only barely break even for the company, which was why they all cashed out and left after the owner's accident. He seriously thought about it and realized that the system rewarded this company really well. Not only could he use the lure of providing a source of funding and becoming a web celebrity anchor to make women like Su Yu bind themselves to this company, so that they couldn't stay away from him. When the time comes, they can also spend money by holding them up, earn high cash back, and utilize them to make money. In the future, they can also make money for the company. Simply win hemp. Plus, Gu Qianye his system can only let the reality of knowing the opposite sex to meet the conditions of cashback, cannot later he all go around to find it. Then such a god ho is still considered a god ho? How else can you do whatever you want? And now the beauty of the place. There are more than the net red company? Moreover, some beauties can't be handled with money alone. There has to be something more appealing. When Star Ocean Media became a famous Netflix company, for the sake of fame and fortune, top beauties wouldn't be sent to the door on their own accord in an endless stream. Wow, brother, you're still the boss of a netizen company now, eh? You're too powerful. After Su Yaya read the message on her cell phone, she instantly looked at Gu Qianye with glowing eyes. Once again, she felt grateful and felt that her decision last night was really right. A quality stock like Gu Qianye's is simply not circulating on the market, so if you come across it, you can't miss it. When Gu Qianye saw her expression, a smug smile appeared on his face and patted her shoulder. You'll come to my company as an anchor in the future. I'll find a way to make you a big internet star by then. This way you will not only be popular in the future, but you can also buy whatever you want in a big way without being afraid of others talking about it. When Su Yaya heard these words from Gu Qianye, the hidden desires in her heart were instantly ignited. Her face flushed red with excitement and she tightly hugged his arm. Brother, are you telling the truth? Do you really want to make me a big internet star? Who doesn't want to become famous and make money? This is much better than being hidden in a golden house. After all, the peak of a girl's face value is only for a few years. If it passes this stage, it will become a yellow cauliflower. When a person is old and yellow, who would still take care of a canary? That's for sure. Since I said this out loud, then I must be serious. Gu Qianye nodded with a face full of certainty and wrapped his arms around Su Yeye's body. Brother, then say yes. Su Yeye wasn't stupid. How could she refuse? Even if she had to sign a contract of sale, it wasn't the same as other broken companies. With Gu Qianye's strength, it's not a piece of cake to make her popular. There's nothing worth cheating on himself, so he can't go through all this trouble to cheat himself. It's a deal. As long as you're obedient, I'll make sure that you're in the limelight every day. Gu Qianye saw Su Yu's reaction and stroked her hair with satisfaction. Aha, don't worry brother, I'm the most obedient. Su Yeye brought her little head closer so that Gu Qianye could more easily stroke her hair. In her heart at this moment, she had already begun to fantasize about her life after becoming famous, and the smile on her face was getting brighter and brighter. Ding! Su Yeye affinity plus 2 inch. Gu Qianye heard the voice coming from her mind and couldn't help but give Su Yeye a big kudos. Only a day's time and her intimacy had risen so much. You have to know that Chen Qingyao had spent a month to reach a closeness like hers. In addition to smashing money, she also had to constantly surprise her and work hard at night to make it work. Of course, it also had to do with Su Yu having 50 points of intimacy at the bottom before, and then through some external stimulation, her feelings exploded all at once. Chapter 24 Potential to be a secretary. In the afternoon, Gu Qianye arrived at the downstairs of a somewhat old building. He looked up at the building in front of him and shook his head slightly before making a phone call. After a while, a rush of footsteps sounded, and a sweet-looking woman walked up to meet him, looking at Gu Qianye with a puzzled face. Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Gu? Gu Qianye looked at her. A trace of amazement flashed in her eyes. She didn't realize that the person she had just talked to on the phone was so good-looking, and said softly, Yes, my name is Gu Qianye, your new boss. After drawing a big pie for Su Yu before, Gu Qianye contacted the current person in charge of Star Ocean Media, informing her that he would be taking over the company in the afternoon, because today is the 5th day of the National Day. This small company put 3 days of vacation are considered benevolent. Want to put 7 days of the door are not. As for the transfer of leave or triple wages, can only be he. Originally Su Yeye also wanted to follow to join in the fun, but unfortunately her legs are injured. Action is inconvenient. Can only look at the back of Gu Qianye out of the air. Hello Mr. Gu, I'm Cheng Xiaohui, Star Ocean Media's manpower manager. Since the boss and general manager are gone, the company was temporarily in my charge before. A trace of surprise flashed across Cheng Xiaohui's face, but her years of workplace experience allowed her to quickly regain her composure. Smiling as she reached out to Gu Qianye to shake his hand, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She didn't expect her new boss to be so young and handsome. She just didn't know if this new boss would be able to bring the company out of its predicament anymore. Not long ago the previous boss went in because of certain things, and the general manager probably had something on him as well, and ran away straight away, causing the company to be in her charge. In the past few days, facing the panic-stricken employees, she was worried every day, hoping that the new boss would come to take over the company earlier. So at this moment, facing Gu Qianye, she was very enthusiastic. Well, Manager Chang, you've worked hard these days, I'll treat you well in the future. Gu Qianye gently shook her hand and then spoke in polite terms. You're welcome, Mr. Gu, this is all what I should do. Cheng Xiaohui looked at the big hand in front of her that was a touch away, and couldn't help but recall that in the past, a lot of people would always purposely delay when shaking hands with her, which made her very disgusted. But this Mr. Gu in front of her was not like that, and thinking of this, a touch of goodwill welled up in her heart. Immediately after, she made a pleased gesture to Gu Qianye and said with a smile, General Manager Gu, let's go up and talk again. Good, go up and check out the company first. Gu Qianye nodded, then walked up under Cheng Xiaohui's lead. While following her, Gu Qianye also used the system to check the details about her. Name, Cheng Xiaohui. Age, 26. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 88. Freshness 100. Status sub-healthy. Often stay up all night. Intimacy, 15. Often stay up late? Isn't this the best employee? I didn't expect Cheng Xiaohui to become a human resources manager so young, and still maintain a full freshness. Not by small means to achieve this position. Good. On the way upstairs, Cheng Xiaohui introduced some of the current situation of Star Ocean Media to Gu Qianye. In addition to the general manager running away, the boss's relatives have all run away, for fear of being implicated. The main thing is that the company now has no money on the books. Last month's salary has not yet been paid. Everyone is worried about whether the salary will be paid on time in the middle of the month. Don't worry, Manager Chang, since I've become your new boss, then naturally the wages won't be owed to you, and I guarantee that I won't make you worry about your paychecks. Gu Qianye looked at Cheng Xiaohui's expectant eyes and promised her with a bold face that he was now a person with a system. How could he worry about not having the money to pay out his 100,000 or so salary? Mr. Gu, then I'll thank you for everyone. Thank you for saving the company and not letting everyone lose their jobs. Cheng Xiaohui bowed and thanked her, a joyful color appearing on her face. She was initially not too optimistic about the company's future because of Gu Qianye's age. However, during the introduction, she realized that her thoughts had changed, because the man in front of her showed a calm and confident demeanor, not like a rich second-generation man who was just playing around. It gave her some more confidence. Of course, more importantly, she found that the other party dressed in that called it noble atmosphere exudes the smell of money. After all, to say anything else is somewhat unrealistic. The boss has the money to pay wages is the hard truth. Otherwise the company is good. No money to pay wages, have what you saw? Hey, in the future the company has to rely on everyone together to make the company bigger and stronger. Gu Qianye waved his hand carelessly, looking at Cheng Xiaohui in front of her. A touch of appreciation surfaced in her eyes. Although she was rather petite, she had an overall very workplace demeanor without losing the flamboyance of her personality. Dressed in a white blazer, inside with lace decoration of light-colored blouse, the chest of the granary wrapped tightly, lower body with orange pleated skirt, legs wrapped in white stockings, footsteps a pair of black shoes. Gu Qianye felt that this girl had the potential to be a secretary, but didn't look much. After all, he had eaten too much in the past few days. Mr. Gu, this is the place. Cheng Xiaohui brought Gu Qianye to a relatively remote place, pointing at the somewhat old-fashioned four big words Star Ocean Media. When Gu Qianye saw this, a hint of disappointment flashed through his heart. It seems that this company isn't very good. No wonder the boss went in. However, this is good. He appeared in the form of savior. As long as the promise to pay wages on time will be able to make the employees grateful, who dares to disobey directly optimize him. After walking into the company, Gu Qianye found that the office area was full of debris on the workstations, and the ground was also somewhat stained, which looked like it hadn't been cleaned seriously for a long time. Seeing Cheng Xiaohui respectfully appear with a new face, the employees cast glances at them, their disheveled eyes gradually revealing a glow. Gu Qianye and Cheng Xiaohui's figures had just disappeared around the corner, and the originally quiet office area instantly looked like a beehive that had been set ablaze, with employees exchanging words and whispering. Hey, did you see that young man just now? A boy wearing black-framed glasses lowered his voice and elbowed the colleague next to him, his eyes full of curiosity. That must be the new boss. Look at Manager Cheng's respectful look. She's not a master who easily goes soft on people. The girl in the neighboring seat immediately picked up the conversation. Her eyes were wide and her tone carried a bit of excitement. New boss? Just a brat like that? In the corner, an old employee grunted, his face full of skepticism. The company is rotten like this. I don't think it's useful to have a new boss. Words can't be said like that. A young girl couldn't help but retort. Maybe he has real skills? If he can revitalize the company, we won't have to worry about losing our jobs every day. Yes, as long as we can pay off last month's salary, I'd be happy to work overtime every day. Someone flirted with a bitter smile, causing a burst of laughter around them, but in that laughter, there was more helplessness and anticipation. Crowd you a word and I a word. Some people are full of expectation. Some people are half believing. The small office area, filled with uncertainty about the future of anxiety. Chapter 25. Money will come when you go out for a few rounds. Walking into the conference room, Gu Qianye saw a lot of scratches on the conference table and the chairs were a bit worn out. He couldn't help but frown. Luckily, the chair in the very center was clean. Thought that was where the leader sat. He sat down and opened his mouth. Manager Chang, the company's current situation is worse than I imagined. It seems that a rectification plan has to be made as soon as possible. Cheng Xiaohui stood in front of Gu Qianye and nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, Mr. Gu. Before, when the boss and general manager suddenly left, a lot of things in the company were thrown into chaos, and everyone lost their motivation. After saying that, she looked at Gu Qianye with an expectant face, wanting to know what kind of changes he would bring to the company. Gu Qianye thought for a moment and said softly, in that case, you can call all the department heads to the conference room first. I'll get a clear picture of the company's situation first. Okay, Mr. Gu. Cheng Xiaohui bowed slightly and nodded, then turned around and walked out. Looking at her respectful look, Gu Qianye was very excited in his heart. No wonder everyone wanted to be the boss. Facing such employees every day and watching them treat themselves respectfully was simply soothing. A short while later, Cheng Xiaohui returned first, followed by a few tired-looking department heads who walked into the conference room. After the people were all together, Gu Qianye stood up and said with a majestic face, "Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Gu Qianye. I hold all the equity of Star Ocean Media, which means I'm your new boss." As soon as the words fell, Chang Xiaohui, who was next to her, stood up and clapped vigorously at Gu Qianye, her eyes also signaling the people in the conference room. Soon, the others in the conference room got up and clapped their hands vigorously at Gu Qianye, and the conference room burst into loud applause. Slap, slap. Gu Qianye nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand and gently pressed downward. "All right, all sit down. I know the company is facing a lot of difficulties right now, but since I've taken over, I have the confidence to bring it to the right track. Let's all start by talking about the current situation of our respective departments." The scene was quiet for a while, then a middle-aged man in his 30s got up, first bowing slightly to Gu Qianye, then immediately said, "Mr. Gu, due to the company's change of heart a while ago, quite a few of our potential anchors have been poached. When we signed the contract before, the liquidated damages were set at an already low level. Coupled with the former boss's accident, the little bit of anchor default money we managed to secure was taken to pay off debts," he said, his face filled with chagrin and resentment. When he finished his introduction, a roughly 30, clean-looking woman bowed to Gu Qianye before speaking. "Our content creation department, also due to a lack of funds and old equipment, the footage shot doesn't work, the editing software is outdated, and the content made isn't competitive." The middle-aged woman from the finance department said, "Mr. Gu, the company has no money on its books, and we can't pay last month's salary." Finally, Chang Xiaohui, the human resources manager, said, "The current state of the company has made many employees want to leave, and there is a serious brain drain, so there is no need to talk about recruitment." Gu Qianye listened carefully to everyone's presentations, and once he knew the problems that existed in the company, he said firmly, "I'm clear about all the problems everyone has said, so let's solve them one by one next. Firstly, financially, I will invest a sum of money as soon as possible to pay salaries and develop the company. Secondly, in terms of manpower, stabilize the current employees while reopening recruitment. Regarding the loss of anchors and the issue of liquidated damages, I'll have Manager Chang immediately contact a professional lawyer to try to recover the losses from the legal level. Subsequently, we also need to redraft better contract terms to avoid similar situations from happening again. Finally, Manager Chang, you find a new office location near the university town as soon as possible. This place is really not suitable for our company's future development. This shabby place, he didn't want to come back, and it was also a bit far from the university town. It's better to move the company, change a comfortable environment to start again. As for the money where to come, go out for a few rounds will be enough to use. They have a system will still be afraid of no money?" Chang Xiaohui looked at Gu Qianye methodically arranging everything. Her heart couldn't help but surge a wave of admiration. "Mr. Gu, don't worry, we'll do our best to cooperate." When the others heard Gu Qianye's words, a long-lost smile appeared on their faces and they followed with an assurance. "Mr. Gu, don't worry, we will definitely cooperate fully to make the company grow again." These days they were on edge every day, afraid that the company would close down. Not only would they lose their jobs and have no security in the future, they wouldn't even be able to get last month's salary. At this point, not to mention cooperating with Gu Qianye to move the company and redevelop it, there was no problem with letting them live in the company and make it their home. Gu Qianye looked at the respect and smiles on their faces and felt very pleased for a moment. It was a great feeling to be embraced by the crowd and become the breadwinner of dozens of people with ease. Afterward, under Chang Xiaohui's arrangement, all the employees gathered in the company hall. Gu Qianye stood on the stage, swept his eyes across the room, and after introducing himself, he said loudly, "I know that everyone has been worried about wages for a while now. Here I assure everyone that wages will be paid on time. Not a single penny will be missing. The company's current difficulties are only temporary. As long as we work together, we will soon be able to get out of the predicament and usher in better development." As if Gu Qianye was untutored, facing all the employees, the inspiring words were getting better and better, causing loud applause to ring out on the field from time to time. The staff's original gloomy face gradually revealed a smile, rekindling hope for the company's future, but also very grateful to Gu Qianye as the savior. An hour later, Gu Qianye took Cheng Xiaohui to a Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the name of purchasing office vehicles for the company. He intended to use her as an employee who meets the conditions for cashback to earn money for the company's development, and in the meantime, to match himself with a car. In most people's minds, BMW and Mercedes-Benz are the most famous, and the first choice to buy a car when you have money is definitely them, and Gu Qianye is naturally no exception. As for why not bring Shen Qingyao and Su Yeye, firstly, it's better to wait until you have more money, and then install a wave of big ones, so that their feelings can break through the 90 mark at once. Secondly, Shen Xingyao seems to be avoiding herself, saying that she will take her to go shopping and not even come out. Su Yeye also has limited mobility and can't even get out of bed. Simply bring Cheng Xiaowei. Not only can let the company people know that they have money, can feel at ease to develop the company, but also can try to cheat this like a secretary of the human resources manager. Hello, are you here to see the car? Do you have an appointment? Or is there a sales consultant you're familiar with? A girl in professional attire saw them enter and immediately greeted them warmly. Neither. First time here. Gu Qianye waved her hand, her face as usual. Okay, then I'll arrange a sales consultant for you, huh? Okay. Not a moment later, a male salesman in a suit and tie walked briskly, a warm smile on his face, and opened his mouth. Hello, I'm the salesman here, Li Yaoyang. Do you want to know which car? Saying this, he pulled out 2 business cards from his pocket and handed them over with both hands. Gu Qianye took the business cards, casually glanced at them, and then directly said, take us directly to see this year's newest model. Okay, please follow me. Li Yaoyang smiled and made a pleased gesture before turning around and leading the way. Seeing this, Gu Qianye and Cheng Xiaowei unhurriedly followed. Chapter 26, Charming Boss. Both of you. This way please. Li Yaoyang led them towards the smooth lines and cool-looking Mercedes CLE Coupe in the showroom. This is our latest model, the Mercedes CLE Coupe. He turned slightly sideways, his gaze full of professionalism and confidence, and introduced, with an official guide price starting at $457. $600. This car has a handsome 2-door design with sports seats, equipped with a 2.0T turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 258 horsepower. Also offers 4MATIC 4-wheel drive system, with a wealth of intelligent driver assistance systems. He was very enthusiastic when he introduced it, not only meticulously explaining the various functions, but also enthusiastically led Gu Qianye to get on the car to experience a performance. He could not afford to be slow to know that now not only the major companies closed down, the car store is no exception Although Mercedes-Benz is not like those small brands of automobiles, said the closure of the closure, but today's sales are not as good as before. He has not billed for a long time. Not billed naturally, no commission, relying solely on the base salary. Even the rent cannot afford to pay. So, Li Yaoyang the other day specifically invited colleagues at the front desk to eat a meal, hoping that she can introduce those quality sources to their own. As expected, there is a payoff. He saw Gu Qianye and Cheng Xiaowei. He felt that this bill is expected, because Gu Qianye that a line, full is a rich second-generation image, body without a few $100,000, a few $1 million. Who dares to dress like that Plus, there is also a big beautiful woman around, without some real strength. How dare to come here to pretend Well, Xiaowei, what do you think of this car? Gu Qianye was very satisfied with Li Yaoyang's attitude, as the kind of attitude that made people disgusted, annoyed or despised did not appear. Unfortunately, he had been thinking of changing the sales and having another pretentious face-punching scene, but it turned out that he couldn't use it, and he had just scanned all the female clerks in the store, and surprisingly none of them met the criteria, so it seems that high-value beauties are still quite scarce. Mr. Gu, just make up your mind. Cheng Xiaowei put on a docile demeanor of listening to Gu Qianye and didn't express her opinion. In her heart, she was a bit worried, in case Gu Qianye didn't like it in the future and relied on her. What should she do? Moreover, she didn't think her opinion could play any role. After all, she hadn't bought a Mercedes-Benz, so she didn't know if it was good or not. Hello, can I test drive this car? Gu Qianye took a look at the situation, and, well, it's better to try it yourself. Yes, Mr. Gu, I'll go get the keys. When Li Yaoyang heard the conversation between the two of them, he immediately felt that his guess was right. Isn't this the rich second-generation boss bringing a beautiful secretary to buy a car? Looking at this situation, surely it's not bad for money. Later on when he's happy, maybe he'll directly place a deposit. More than 20 minutes later, Gu Qianye smiled and walked down from the test car. The heart of the car is still quite satisfied, but he did not immediately make a decision. He raised his hand and looked at the watch on his hand. The time was still early, so he turned his head to Li Yaoyang and said, "This car is good, but I'm a person who buys a car. Besides the car itself, the after-sales service is also very important. How long is the response time of your after-sales maintenance here? What items are included in the maintenance package?" He test drove for a while, his heart just one idea. This car can be really spacious. Usually sleep 2 people in it are not crowded. Li Yaoyang heard, quickly and enthusiastically introduced in detail, from the 24-hour rescue service, to the maintenance of parts replacement details, what all said clearly. Listened to Gu Qianye nodded repeatedly, then he signaled Cheng Xiaowei went up to cut the price. After all, women in this area are better than men, plus she is a human resources manager. Negotiation is not an easy thing. In the end, Chang Xiaohui and Li Yaoyang, after a heated negotiation, finally negotiated the price and the details of the purchase of the car, so that Gu Qianye is very satisfied. Although all of this money can be returned to the cash, but you cannot let go of the concessions that can be fought for. Otherwise, Li Yaoyang may be in the heart of how to treat him as a wrongdoer. Just like Li Yaoyang could have decided to preferential treatment, but pretended to be unable to decide. He also put on a show that he would fight tooth and nail for the sake of Gu Qianye. However, Gu Qianye didn't expose him. After all, he was a part-time worker, and if he directly gave the most favorable price, and the leader of the car store knew about it, the leader would definitely be unhappy. And some customers just have peculiar ideas. It doesn't matter if the price is much more expensive, as long as they can cut the price to a good deal, they will feel that they have taken advantage of a great bargain. Mr. Gu, the prices and concessions we've negotiated are all written above. Take a look. Li Yaoyang handed over the contract with a smile on his face. Quite good. Gu Qianye took the contract and looked at it carefully, nodding with satisfaction before turning his hand and handing it over to Cheng Xiaohui. Xiaohui, come and sign this contract. Cheng Xiaohui looked at the contract in her hand with a blank face and was speechless in her heart. Sign the contract? What does buying a car have to do with me? Why do you want me to sign the contract? As she was wondering, something her colleague told her suddenly came to her mind. Some bosses sent expensive gifts for various reasons, but in reality, they were trying to engage in an office romance, which made her heart feel a little uneasy. Gu Qianye could see that Cheng Xiaohui had doubts in her mind, and didn't wait for her to open her mouth, so she directly explained. Oh, it's like this. This car will be the company's special car in the future. You should use it a lot, so it will be registered in your name first, and then changed later when the company stabilizes. Then he said to Li Yaoyang, Li Sales, those miscellaneous expenses are all calculated clearly? Settle them all together when you're done. We're still in a hurry. Gu Qianye knew that Cheng Xiaohui was worried in her heart, so she told her all about the payment so that she could rest assured. It couldn't be helped. How could you count the cashback on consumption if it wasn't registered under Cheng Xiaohui's name? As for the matter of changing the name in the future, it would depend on Cheng Xiaohui's understanding. Gu Qianye arranged things calmly, which made Cheng Xiaohui look up to him a few more times. But despite this, she couldn't help but have some different thoughts bubbling up in her heart. This new boss is definitely trying to shell this lady more than $500,000 of Mercedes-Benz car, just like this registered in the name of this young lady. Either he wants to canon or has a brain problem. She never dreamed that she could actually come across such an outrageous thing. TV dramas don't even dare to shoot like this. As for what Gu Qianye said about changing the name later, Cheng Xiaohui didn't take it seriously. The car is in her name. The money is also paid off. Then it is not her decision. Who cares about the work? Therefore, Cheng Xiaohui heart that Gu Qianye just want to canon their own. Just did not expect him to put so much blood. With the previous those who will just draw a big cake boss is not the same. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiaohui's delicate little face gradually reddened. She also stole a glance at Gu Qianye and found that he was concentrating on checking the cost with Li Yaoyang. In this moment, that side of Gu Qianye's face was simply handsome, much more charming than those men who only bluffed outside, and this scene was deeply engraved in her heart. Ding! Cheng Xiaohui affinity density plus 10 inch. Chapter 27, this leg shape is really absolute. Gu Qianye was thinking about returning to the present when he didn't expect the system's voice to pop up in his head. What surprised him even more was that Cheng Xiaohui's closeness to himself had instantly soared. Mr. Gu, the final amount is this much. You can pick up the car right after you've made the payment, and we'll take care of the rest of the formalities at the store for you. Li Yaoyang was inwardly thrilled at the thought that Gu Qianye was paying the full amount instead of just giving a little deposit, and quickly calculated the final amount. Gu Qianye looked at the 533,200 written on the paper, patted Cheng Xiaohui, who was lost in thought, and said softly, Xiaohui, don't daze, hurry up and sign the contract. Oh, Mr. Gu, sorry. Cheng Xiaohui's pretty face was slightly flushed, some shyness in her eyes as she quietly looked at Gu Qianye. Gu Qianye didn't have the heart to think about these small details at this moment. Looking at Cheng Xiaohui after signing, he painfully swiped his card to pay. China Merchants Bank, your account 1579 on October 7th. 1530 income amount 1,066,400 yuan. The balance of 110,3290. 56 yuan. Gu Qianye looked at this text message. The heart straight called rich. He is now a millionaire. And then go online to pretend to be without P picture. After half an hour, Li Yaoyang respectfully handed over a large pile of information, said with a smile on his face, Mr. Gu, take these receipts and contracts. The rest of the formalities can be completed on my side. Okay, please. Gu Qianye gently nodded, then handed all of this information over to Cheng Xiaohui. Right, Mr. Gu, let's add a friend. You can contact me anytime if you have any problems later. Seeing that Gu Qianye didn't want to chat more, Li Yaoyang quickly changed his strategy, intending to deepen his relationship properly down the road. In less than half a day, this big customer had paid full price for the car. He didn't want to let it go easily, and expected to be able to find him again to buy a car in the future. Okay, you sweet me. I'll have to trouble you for something in the future. Gu Qianye didn't refuse and took out his cell phone and opened the QR code. Only, he had some loss in his heart, because Li Yaoyang was not a saleswoman and could not show himself legs, face and refreshment. Good to say, Mr. Gu, you have any questions, just come to me. I'm always free. Li Yaoyang successfully added Gu Qianye's friend, and a bright smile instantly appeared on his face. In his heart, he had already begun to calculate that he would send his greetings to Gu Qianye every New Year's holiday, regularly share some car maintenance tips and the latest model discount information, and Gu Qianye become friends, so that he becomes a repeat customer of the store. Gu Qianye and Cheng Xiaohui sat there for a while longer before someone delivered the keys, informing them that they could pick up the car. They left the Mercedes-Benz 4S store after a boring car pickup ceremony. You too, take care, welcome to come and sit here often when you have time. Li Yaoyang shouted at their backs, and when they were far away, he began to calculate in his heart, after deducting the rent, utilities, flowers and other expenses, how much money will be left from this bonus? Well, it seems to be able to go to a big healthcare. If you do not ask for too much, you can also wash a foot. Walking out of the 4S store, Cheng Xiaohui was still lost in her own thoughts. Gu Qianye patted her shoulder and said with a smile, Xiaohui, this car will be handed over to you to be responsible for the future. Maintenance and other things don't save. All use the best materials. Cheng Xiaohui came back to her senses and quickly agreed, okay, Mr. Gu. She was still recalling the dashing manner in which Gu Qianye had just swiped the card, and secretly sighed in her heart, this is how a real man should be. It's not too early now, so let's hurry up and go to the gathering place. You'll start looking for a new office space again tomorrow, and we'll talk about recruiting new employees after we move the company. Gu Qianye wasn't really Joe Pippi. He took care of his employees that were quite good, as long as they cooperated with him in pulling the wool over the system. When he finished his inspiring words at the company, he said that he would invite all the employees to have a big meal, so that after they finished the matter at hand, they could just get off work and go to the dinner party. Cheng Xiaohui nodded her head to indicate that she knew, and when she saw Gu Qianye walking towards the driver's seat, she hurriedly walked forward. Mr. Gu, it's better for me to drive. How can I let you drive yourself? After saying that, she reached out to stop Gu Qianye's movement to get into the car. Her attitude was very respectful. This isn't good. How can I let a lady drive? When others see it, they can't say bad things about me behind my back. Gu Qianye shook his head, not agreeing with Cheng Xiaohui's approach. Moreover, his heart instantly became wary. Since he had the system, money and stuff didn't matter. He was afraid that someone would make fun of his own life. Looking at Cheng Xiaohui's current appearance, the image of a road killer immediately surfaced in his mind. Every time he drove, he would either send someone else away or send himself away. A horrible existence. How can this be? Mr. Gu, don't refuse. I wouldn't dare let you drive. Cheng Xiaohui waved her hand back and forth, immediately sitting in the driver's seat after she finished speaking, not giving Gu Qianye a chance to continue refusing. Fine, but you have to drive slowly. We don't have to rush. Gu Qianye could only suppress the worry in his heart, and his face pretended to not care. Sitting in the passenger seat, he had planned to hurry up and buckle his seatbelt, seeking more security. But just at the moment of buckling the seatbelt, his movements paused, because the way Cheng Xiaohui was driving at this moment was really a bit tantalizing, only to see her two small leather shoes placed in a decent manner. But this is not the focus. The focus is the two small white legs above the shoes. I didn't feel it when I was standing, but now I took a look at it from such a close distance. It was realized that Cheng Xiaohui's legs were the most fascinating part of her body. Don't look at the fact that she was relatively petite and her legs weren't very long, but the shape of these legs was really absolute. Straight and well-proportioned, white and tender, just like the jade lotus root. Whoever looks at it must be moved. It's really hard to imagine such a white and tender jade lotus root legs. If one hand holds it, carries it on the shoulder, or uses it to step on the back, how comfortable it would be. Sit tight, I'm going to start the car. Cheng Xiaohui stepped on the gas, and the car drove steadily out of the parking space. Gu Qianye's heart, which was originally taut, relaxed a little. When she drove to an empty stretch of road, Cheng Xiaohui stepped on the gas pedal deeply, and the car flew out like an arrow off the string. Gu Qianye only felt his ears whistling, looked sideways at Cheng Xiaohui who was focused on driving, and a different kind of emotion surged in his heart. After a while, an obstacle suddenly appeared in front of them. Cheng Xiaohui made a sharp turn, and the body shook fiercely a few times. Watch out! Gu Qianye subconsciously put his hand on Cheng Xiaohui's arm, and their gazes instantly met, and her pretty face reddened with a swish. After avoiding Gu Qianye's gaze, she hurriedly refocused on driving, her eyes staring ahead, as if she didn't dare to meet Gu Qianye's gaze again. Gu Qianye leaned back in his seat, narrowed his eyes, and savored the softness that he had accidentally touched in that moment just now. Chapter 28. I want to work hard too. In a luxuriously decorated restaurant, more than 30 employees of Star Ocean Media were gathering in a hall. Qianxian, the receptionist, touched Shaoli, the operation department next to her. Isn't the new boss very rich? The first time to invite dinner to such a luxurious restaurant. Little Li looked at Qianxian's beautiful face, have the intention to show his hand in front of her, show that he is well informed, said with a fluttering brow. That's certainly I heard the supervisor said, the new boss to the company's equity all bought. The follow-up will have to spend a large sum of money used to engage in the development of the company. Tonight this meal is not simple, are in accordance with the per capita 1,000 on the food, not counting the back of the drinks will be ordered, coupled with the hall fee those, have to be large tens of thousands of dollars. Qianxian listened to the eyes glowing, so much money are enough to her year's salary, just so a meal is gone, really extravagant, her eyes flashing, whispered and asked, so do you know about the new boss? How old is he? What does his family do? Does he have a girlfriend? Shaoli froze for a moment, nothing to inquire about whether the boss has a girlfriend for what. Looking at the anticipation on Qianxian's face, a thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly disheartened, waved his hand and said, how do I know? But the new boss is so young and rich, I think it is normal to have a girlfriend. By the way, I also saw him going out with manager Cheng earlier, said here, Li eyes full of loss. The company's best-looking Cheng Xiaohui with the new boss close even if. How Qianxian also want to understand the new boss. Is she no self-awareness? Qianxian once heard Cheng Xiaohui. The expectation in her eyes instantly disappeared. The whole person is a lot of disheveled. Bit her lip. Whispered to herself, also, there is Cheng manager in. Quality men where it is my turn. Just at this moment, the originally lively private room instantly quieted down. Qianxian looked up and realized that it was Gu Qianye and Cheng Xiaohui walking in side by side. In an instant, the idiom of golden girls and boys came to her mind. It really was a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and that little thought in her heart disappeared without a trace. Gu Qianye came to the main seat and didn't rush to sit down, looking around the package hall for a week before clearing his throat. Good evening everyone. Tonight's meal is both to welcome me to the Star Ocean Media family and to thank you all for your contributions all along. In the future, we'll also work hand in hand to push Star Ocean Media to a higher level and create more splendor together. I won't say any more superfluous words. Before we eat I have prepared a small gift for everyone. Do you want to know what it is? He also knew that no one liked to listen to the boss speak, so he simply said a couple of introductory sentences, and then talked about a gift that was something everyone would like. The crowd thought they were going to listen to Gu Qianye talk a lot of nonsense and were speechless, but as soon as they heard that there was a gift to take, they were instantly happy and shouted I want to. Looking at their enthusiastic vigor, the smile on Gu Qianye's face grew brighter and brighter, his palm pressed down, waiting for the package hall to become quiet again. He said loudly, I've prepared a Jingdong electronic shopping card worth $1,000 for everyone. I've already arranged for finance to purchase it, and the subsequent card number and password will be sent directly to everyone's work email. Everyone can use it by logging into their Jingdong account and binding it according to the prompts, so you can buy whatever you like and don't have to worry about me picking gifts that are not to your liking. Many new bosses would do inspiring things to promote the company and buy people's hearts after taking over the company, and Gu Qianye was naturally no exception. However, he didn't quite agree with the practice of some new bosses giving their employees a 10 or even 20% wage increase as soon as they took over. After all, the wages are set to rise also wait to make achievements, but also to the excellent employees up, otherwise all up. Let the good employees how to think. Moreover, the hearts of the people are hard to fill, although the salary increase can be a moment to improve morale, but the staff will soon look forward to the next time, but also easy to destroy the pay system and management system, spoil the company's morale. Therefore, Gu Qianye would rather discount it not raise wages. As for why not directly send money, that is certainly the role of money is not as good as the shopping card. After all, once the money arrives, after a few days of spending it all, there is no feeling, but the shopping card can only buy things, and when the time comes, the things bought can make the employees always remember that this is the boss issued benefits. Wow, thank you boss, the shopping card is most practical. I will definitely do a good job in the future and live up to your thoughts. Mr. Gu, your gift is too thoughtful, giving us such a big surprise as soon as you arrived. Mr. Gu, if I follow you in the future, I'll have to fill up my shopping cart. The faces of the people in the package hall all had bright smiles on their faces, and they were all talking to each other, thanking Gu Qianye non-stop. Gu Qianye smiled and waved his hand. In the future, the company will rely on everyone to work together. Everyone work hard. We'll make the company bigger and stronger together. And we'll all make a lot of money by then. Afterwards, the get-together officially started. While serving the food, Gu Qianye also ordered quite a few good wines for each table, allowing the crowd to push their cups together and laugh continuously. Cheng Xiaohui sat quietly beside Gu Qianye, watching him talk and laugh with his co-workers, a hint of inexplicable color flashing in her eyes. In the middle of the conversation, Gu Qianye accidentally spilled some wine on his hand. Cheng Xiaohui was quick on her feet and quickly picked up a tissue and handed it over, but her fingers accidentally touched together, her face shy. As night fell, Cheng Xiaohui drove her car back downstairs in the neighborhood. As a result, as soon as she got out of the car, a crisp voice came to her ears. "Sister, it's really you. Why did you drive back?" Cheng Xiaohui didn't need to look. Just by hearing the voice, she knew it was her sister. She didn't answer her sister's question and directly asked back, "Chang Linghui, didn't you go back to school?" Chang Linghui's personality was much more direct than her sister's and walked to the car, touching here and looking there. Her mouth chanted, "Wow, this is still a new Mercedes-Benz car, right? Colorful ribbons are still tied it." "Sister, quickly and honestly explain, how to come back today suddenly drove a Mercedes-Benz." After saying that, she hugged Cheng Xiaohui, her eyes staring straight at her sister. "Humph, if you don't go back to school and study properly, I'll cut next month's living expenses in half." Cheng Xiaohui had a stern face, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes revealing a hint of sternness. Chang Linghui pouted, hugged her sister's hand and shook it, saying in a petulant voice, "Cheng Xiaohui, you're too much. Every time you use this trick to scare your lovely sister. If you keep this up, I'm going to tell mom and have her come and clean you up." Cheng Xiaohui didn't eat this, completely ignoring her sister who was hugging her hand, striding towards the house without looking back. She said, "I don't know if she will clean me up, but she will definitely clean you up with me. It's too late now. You'd better go back to school tomorrow." Although her mouth was unforgiving, in her heart she was still worried about her sister's safety, afraid that it would be dangerous for her to go back to school so late alone. "Sis, I was just joking with you la. I'm not going to sue." Cheng Linghui smiled and wrapped her arms around her sister, following her like a little tail. For a while, the only thing left in the spot was the brand new Mercedes-Benz, and every now and then there was a sound that was getting fuzzy. "Sis, you haven't said what's going on with the car? I was so concerned about you that I didn't even go back to school." "Oh, guess what I believe? The new boss took office today, so I'll be busy with company stuff tomorrow, so there won't be anyone home to cook for you later." "Oh, that's great." "Ah, no, then I'm too miserable. By the way, what's up with that car?" "Humph, you stinky girl, that car belongs to the company. The new boss assigned it to me to make me work harder." "Wow, your new boss is too good, right? Giving you a new Mercedes-Benz car as a means of transportation. I also want to go and work hard." Oh. Chapter 29, What reward do I want? Don't you know? On the other side, in the suite of the Sunshine Hotel. "Wow, this flower is so beautiful, and it smells so good." Suyuyu was holding a large bouquet of flowers in her hands. Her face was filled with joy. The smile at the corner of her mouth was as nice as this flower. "You, there are 99 roses in here. Each one was carefully selected by me." Gu Qianye saw Suyuyu's smiling face and immediately started to take credit. Although she had asked the receptionist to help her buy the flowers, she had specifically asked her to choose the most expensive bunch, which cost 1,699 yuan. Plus, Gu Qianye wasn't short on money right now, and directly gave the receptionist $2,000, which was not a simple gesture. "Brother Qianye, thank you." When Su Yeye heard Gu Qianye's words, the smile on her face became even more intense, hugging the flowers and kissing him. The little bit of resentment in her heart because he came back late instantly disappeared without a trace. "Just like that it's gone? You're too insincere." Gu Qianye was a bit unsatisfied with this kiss and wanted a bit more passionate reward. He wasn't going to be vain just because he had lied. The expression on his face always managed well. After all, in his opinion, it didn't matter who bought the flowers. What mattered was the thought that would make Suyuyu happy. Suyuyu tilted her head to look at him, her eyes flickered, and she sweetly said, "Then, Brother Qianye, what kind of reward do you want?" She was in a very good mood right now. She didn't expect Gu Qianye to be so warm-hearted and give herself such a big bouquet of roses. Gu Qianye smiled wickedly and moved closer to Su Yeye, whispering in her ear, "What kind of reward do I want?" Yeah, don't you know yet?" Suyuyu first froze for a moment, then remembered those requests of Gu Qianye a few nights ago, unable to help but blush bitterly. "Humph, bad brother, just knows how to bully others." Su Yeye pouted her little mouth, feigning anger. "It's not okay there. People aren't ready yet. Let's do it this way. When I'm done with the live broadcast, I'll let you feel the new knowledge I've learned in the past few days." Ever since Gu Qianye said he wanted to hold her up as a big Netroots star, Su Yeye resumed making jittery videos and live streaming, slowly familiarizing herself with the life of a netizen, lest by the time Gu Qianye wanted to promote her, she herself didn't know how to be a netizen. Of course, in addition to doing this every day, she would also practice yoga in the hotel to improve her core competitiveness. That's fine, right? How is your live broadcast situation now? Although Gu Qianye was a bit disappointed after hearing this, he didn't force Su Yeye to do things she didn't like. After all, he never went against women's wishes and had always been a good citizen who obeyed the law. It's not good, just a dozen or so people watch it every time, and the money earned isn't enough to pay the electricity bill. When Su Yu saw that Gu Qianye didn't mention that matter again, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and she started complaining instead. Ha ha ha, it's okay, it'll be fine after a while. I'll also go to your live room later and brush you some small gifts to pay the electricity bill. Gu Qianye didn't care about this. There are so many beautiful women on the live broadcast now, which can just stand out. Aha, brother, you're the best. As soon as Su Yeye heard that Gu Qianye would be swiping gifts for herself later, a bright smile reappeared on her face. In the past few days, her roommate Zhou Yuping had also been inquiring about the LV bag, and she didn't know how to face it when she went back to school tomorrow. This is good. When there is a reward from Gu Qianye, we'll be able to proudly tell her that the bag was earned. Then, don't you have to first give me a little bit of a small benefit for this rank 1 big brother? Gu Qianye took the flowers in Su Yeye's hands and put them to the side. Then he hugged Su Yeye's delicate body with both hands. Brother, you quickly put me down la. It's going to be live later. Su Yeye's small hand gently slapped Gu Qianye's chest. Her mouth let out a whiny protest. Time was like running water. It soon came to 9 p.m. Su Yu tied her hair up and opened her live broadcast business with a scarlet face. Hi, live broadcast family members. Good evening everyone. It's time for Mo Moon to start broadcasting again. Quickly interact with me on the public screen. Unfortunately, there were only a few people in the live broadcast room, and after waiting for a while, a message appeared on the public screen. Anchor, did you just take a shower? Why is your face so red? Wow, Anchor, you're so pretty now. What type of anchor are you? Dancing? Singing? Or that kind of a modest families? Mo Moon is a face value anchor. Those who like Meng you give a little attention and support. When Su Yu saw that someone said she was blushing, she couldn't help but curse Gu Qianye in her heart. She told him to move faster, but this guy shouted more and more. Moreover, she felt that she danced quite well, but Gu Qianye didn't allow her to live dance. He said that he could not cheapen other old colorful people, and could only dance for him to see. Under the threat of the great rod of truth, Su Yeye could only comply, but his own singing is really not good, and embarrassed to say that he cannot do anything, so he had to say that he is the face value anchor. Face value anchor? Isn't that as long as it's a female can be one? Anchor, come and dance. If you dance well, I'll give you a lollipop. Su Yu looked at the messages on the public screen, and secretly spat in her heart. A lollipop, and you want this lady to dance? You really want to eat farts? If those licking dogs in the school knew about this, they must feel that they are too cheap. After all, those people gave her hundreds of dollars of gifts every day, but only in exchange for a thank you. You're a good person. Excuse me, Mo Moon doesn't know how to dance. Why don't I tell you guys a joke? Joke? I see you are a joke. How boring. Go go go. Su Yu still had a sweet smile on her face, as if she didn't care at all. After all, keeping a smile is a necessary lesson for netizens. At this time, a golden system pop-up drifted by. System prompt, welcome, Brother Quan who loves to watch dancing, into the live broadcast room. Su Yu saw that his account level was 35, the smile on her face increased by a few points, knowing that this level had to cost at least $10,000, catching up with other people's wages for 3 months. Welcome Brother Quan who loves to watch dancing to Mo Moon's live roomio. It didn't take long for Brother Quan who loves to watch dancing to reply. Wow, Anchor is so pretty. Can you give me a dance? I'll brush fireworks for you after the dance. The people in the live broadcast room saw that someone was pretending and wanted to watch the dance, and immediately opened their mouths. Don't even think about it. Our anchor is a face value anchor. We won't dance for you. No dancing. No dancing. Brush the carnival, not even dancing. Brush fireworks just to see dancing? Are you stupid? Doesn't it smell good to whore it out for nothing? Su Yu looked at the information on the public screen. Her heart suddenly felt a little tired. Now people can't talk properly? Saying something nice doesn't cost any money. Sorry Brother Quan. Meng you can't dance. Why don't I sing you a song? She wouldn't forget Gu Qianye's words just because of a few dozen dollars of fireworks. Brother Quan who loves to watch dancing. I don't listen to singing. Can't the anchor brush fireworks even dance? Brother Quan who loves to watch dancing. How about this? You just have to dance for me. And after that, I'll immediately brush your sports car for you. Chapter 30 Concentrated Performance. This is not a mistake. This money to wash feet does not smell good? That's right. Even a sports car can make people call out to their dads. Anchor, quickly kick this Kwon out. I said I won't dance and I'm still yelling. When Suyuyu saw the flirtatious messages on the screen, her hand under the table quietly patted Gu Qianye's foot that was stretched out on her thigh, signaling him to hurry up and settle it. Gu Qianye's excitement was interrupted, and with a face full of reluctance, he retracted that restless foot before proceeding to enter her live room. Welcome, Wellington, into the live room. Welcome me big brother Aristotle. Suyuyu shouted welcome on her lips, but in her heart, she spat out Gu Qianye's screen name. Earlier, when she asked him why he took this name, he ended up directly giving herself a whip. At that moment, she felt that the idiom was spoiled, and couldn't help but retort angrily, why don't you take a well-organized? Wouldn't it be more suitable for you? Who knew that Gu Qianye was not ashamed and said with a smile, I'll go. It's still you who's smart, but let's forget about it. I don't want to go into the small dark room. Brother Kwon, who loves to watch dancing, saw Suyuyu being so enthusiastic about the new whiteboard number, completely ignoring his own message, and also started to taunt on top of the public screen. Humph, anchor, you should stop broadcasting live. This big brother of mine doesn't defend. Instead he goes to take care of the whiteboard numbers. Those whiteboard number what good to take care of? Wait, we'll send a few dollars of red envelopes. Is not one and all licked their faces and shouted Father Atmosphere. They are the ones that provide emotional value to big brother me. Watching me and you talk and laugh, and can always clap and cheer. Seeing, brother Kwon, who loves to watch dancing, start to make a group mockery. The viewers of White Whore in the live broadcast room were not happy. Hey, you grifter, you dare to cause trouble with just this much money. Love to watch dancing? Add me as a friend and I'll show you how my big baby bounces in your face. Bah, you're just over 30 levels. You're a fool on the internet. At this time, Gu Qianye had also recharged and looked at the message above the public screen, almost laughed out loud, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The world of the internet is really too wonderful. So, the well-organized number also sends a sentence. Brother Kwon who loves to see big baby dance. VI 500 to see the strength. I'll take you to see Big Thunder Sun dance. After Gu Qianye sent the message, his gaze unconsciously swept over Suyeya's chest, resulting in a kick from her. Kwon, who loves to watch dancing, sees these messages and immediately replies angrily like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. What's the point of yelling here? You dime a dozen whiteboard numbers? When Gu Qianye saw this message, he didn't bother to reply again, and snapped and swiped 3 carnivals, and for a while the cool special effects in the live room flashed non-stop, and his well-organized number also quickly rose to level 31, just a few levels lower than love to see dancing brother Kwon. As these 3 carnival swipes went down, Suyuyu's live room was instantly flooded with a large number of viewers, and the messages on the public screen quickly tumbled like a tidal wave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Swiping 3 carnivals in one go. Big brother, are you still lacking leg pendants? Anchor is so lucky. This is meeting a big gold master. Wow. Found a beautiful new anchor. Love love love. I'd love to watch the dancing brother Kwon just say that being over 30 levels online is nothing. Others are almost as good as you all of a sudden. Suyuyu saw that her live room had gained several hundred more viewers and her fans had started to rise. Her heart was very excited and she felt that her road to internet fame was finally going to open up. She used her afterglow to sneak a glance at Gu Qianye on the opposite side of the room, and in her heart, she realized that she still needed his help at the back. So, her small feet under the table like a naughty little mouse, all of a sudden stretched to the root of Gu Qianye's thighs, but also gently scratched. Her mouth, however, shouted at the cell phone screen, wow, thanks to my big brother Yaojo for sending the carnival. Big brother Yaojo is simply too handsome. Momoon loves you yo. Just after the words were said, he sent a few big flying kisses to the screen, but in fact, it was sent directly to Gu Qianye on the opposite side, and then started advertising again. Welcome to the new partners. Like the anchor can point attention oh? Point attention, do not get lost oh. After the anchor live, you can see the first time. Love to see the dancing brother Kwon, see this battle. Suddenly a little bottom. After all, coming up with 3 carnivals, how not bad must it be? However, he still returned with a stiff upper lip. At well organized it's just a few carnivals. If you're capable, you can brush a few more to see. Even though he was being mocked like this, he wasn't so angry that he lost his mind, and he didn't foolishly follow and vigorously brush his gifts. The main thing is that the money spent out of the meaningless and cannot put the anchor about out. However, he can only recognize his own bad luck. This live room is only a few whiteboard number, actually can still encounter hidden in the folk of the big brother. Gu Qianye smiled when he saw this message. One hand grabbed Suyeya's small feet on his thighs and pulled her forward. With one hand holding the cell phone, he swiped 3 more carnivals. Now, the entire live broadcast room completely boiled over. Exclamations rose and fell, and the enthusiasm of the viewers even overshadowed the parties involved. Oh my god, swiped 3 months of my salary again. Big brother begs to be adopted. What's so great about this anchor? Can actually make the tycoon keep brushing the carnival? Anchor, why don't you hurry up and give benefits to big brother and hug your thighs properly? By this time, brother Kwan, who loved to watch dancing, had already exited the live broadcast room and didn't send any more harsh words, as if this had never happened. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Qianye was in league with Su Ye, he would have thought that he was a trustee in the live broadcast room, specializing in stimulating consumption. Thank you for brother Aristotle's great support, haha. I don't have much talent, so I'll sing a song for brother Aristotle. A song you are like the spring breeze blowing through the 4 seasons for big brother Aristotle. I hope you like it. Ahem. If fate is predestined by heaven, then it's so thankful to be able to let me meet you. Your gentleness simply mesmerizes me. Su Yu's face was touched, although Gu Qianye was very rich, but if it wasn't for herself, she definitely wouldn't have thrown away money online like this. After all, most of this money would have gone down the drain. She subtly threw a wink towards Gu Qianye behind the camera before using her not-so-excellent singing voice to express her feelings. Holy, anchor, you're trying to scare big brother away. No wonder you say you're a face anchor. Anchor, I beg you to stop singing. Spare us. I have to say, this voice is a match for me. It's simply hard to tell the difference. The more than 1,000 viewers who just came in the live broadcast room were all kinds of flirting with Su Yu's voice, but she didn't pay any attention to it. She was still concentrating on her performance, bent on making that man in front of her understand her feelings. Gu Qianye, on the other hand, was holding the back of his head with both hands, comfortably leaning back on the chair, his face filled with an expression of enjoyment, and also taking deep breaths from time to time. But then, it wasn't because of how good Su Ye's singing was, but the fact that she was able to provide that kind of service to herself when there were over 1,000 people watching in her live broadcast room. In such a scenario, there was a different kind of feeling that surged through his heart, giving Gu Qianye a great deal of satisfaction in his heart. Chapter 31. Cut the crap and give me your hand. Phew, tired me out. As soon as Su Yu turned off her cell phone, she let out a long breath of relief. After only 2 short hours of live broadcasting, she had a feeling of exhaustion in her heart. Unlike in the past, when there were only a dozen or so people in the live room, you could broadcast whatever you wanted and even get bored out of your mind. But tonight, with Gu Qianye swiping almost 100,000 gifts, the number of people in the live room had gone up to over 2,000, keeping her busy responding to the messages on the public screen. In order to keep these viewers, Su Yu kept smiling and interacting with them, and when she saw that someone had swiped a gift, she had to sweetly say thank you. Most importantly, there were naturally quite a few murmurs when there were more people, with all sorts of explicit mockery and sarcasm. What's more, she didn't have a talent to show, and she couldn't even think of escaping these bad words. Ha ha, you're used to it. Gu Qianye laughed and walked to Su Ye's side, then hugged her and comforted her softly. And with me here, you don't need to care too much about those messages. Broadcast whatever you want, just be happy. Su Yu rolled her eyes at Gu Qianye, secretly spitting in her heart. It's because of you that I'm so tired. Not only do I have to chat with people in the live broadcast room, but I also have to be busy dealing with you, this bad guy. It was reasonable to say that sitting and live streaming for 2 hours wouldn't be very tiring. With Gu Qianye as his thigh, there was no need to care about the people in the live room. It didn't matter if they swiped gifts or not, but it was because of this that it was all the more important to please Gu Qianye, so that he had to be satisfied both physically and mentally. Humph, I'm going to take a bath. Su Yu grunted petulantly, then gently pushed Gu Qianye's hand away and walked into the bathroom with a slightly strange pace. You, come back quickly, or else I'll have to go in and help you. Gu Qianye waved his hand carelessly, and after Su Ye's back disappeared, he laid down on the big bed and swiped up the messages on Shake Shack with great interest. There were several hundred private messages in total, all of which he received when he swiped the gifts. Are these people so brave? Actually calling me dad directly and asking me if I lack a son. Gu Qianye was speechless as he looked at some of the private messages, never imagining that some people would be able to send out this in order to get ahead. It's meaningless. If you guys dared to send a voice and call me dad in person, maybe I'd even agree. He shook his head and ignored all these private messages, then looked at the messages that sent pictures and small videos. It had to be said that people on the internet were just bold. They really dared to post anything, and directly made Gu Qianye's blood boil as he watched. Tear. This picture P's right. It's a circle bigger than the grapefruit I bought. This picture is also. The legs have grown longer than my life. Sister, you are not afraid of me uploading to the internet. Send a small video, actually dare to show your face. That's why the online world is the most wonderful. And all the cow ghosts and snakes have appeared in their original forms. If we rewind to a few decades ago, Pull all these people to shoot the target. It is estimated that it will not be wrongly accused of few. Late at night 2 days later, Gu Qianye chatted ambiguously with Shin Qingyao in his room across the cell phone. Brother Qianye, are you free tomorrow night? I want to bring you and my roommate together for a get-together and thank our great matchmaker Qin Qin on the way. Free? Yao Yao. No problem. I'll arrange it then. Just call them all over. Well, thank you brother. By the way, you haven't seen me for so many days. Did you miss me in your heart? Yes, Yao Yao baby. I'm dreaming of you. Tomorrow night after the gathering. You don't follow them back. Tear. He. Brother, I also miss you so much. Well, I listen to you. Brother, what's wrong with you? Is not uncomfortable? Oh, nothing. Just now cared to chat with you. Accidentally broke on the foot. Brother, are you alright? Boys should pay attention to safety outside too. It's okay. Yao Yao, it's too late now. So I'll stop chatting for now. Tomorrow back to school we'll chat again. Bye. Yeah. Gu Qianye hung up the phone and glared down at Su Yeye. Something almost happened just now. Luckily she reacted fast enough to stop her from talking. You're not a good boy when you're like this. Gu Qianye stroked her hair. Although he chided on his mouth, his face still had a happy expression. Cough. Su Yu coughed fiercely twice, feigning anger, but hiding a touch of undetectable jealousy between her brows. Humph. Just now you were so intimate with me, but the moment you turn around, you're with your Yao Yao baby. As she said that, her fair fingers pinched the soft flesh around Gu Qianye's waist and twisted it lightly. You are also my little baby. All of us are family, well, to love each other forever a quilt. Gu Qianye had a bad smile on his face, and then Su Yu was frightened by this man who didn't know how tired he was, and quickly raised his voice to beg for mercy. Don't. You've said it's so late. Tomorrow we still have to go back to class. It's fine. Anyway, this place is so close to the school. It won't take much time to go back. If you really can't, just let someone else help shout to it at that time. Brother, please let me off this time. In the future, I won't dare to screw your soft meat anymore. I guarantee to be obedient to you. Don't talk nonsense. Focus. The next morning, Su Yeye returned to the University of Economics and Trade alone, the whole person shining brightly. What she wore on her body and what she wore were all luxury goods that she had bought a few days ago at Genoa Plaza. There was also a light makeup drawn on her delicate little face. Plus after these few days of moisturizing, her skin was getting more and more hydrated. It was only in her imperceptible eyes that there were some blood veils hidden. It seemed that she didn't sleep well last night and didn't get quite enough sleep. Good morning. Su Yu had just walked to the classroom door when she heard a surprised greeting. Turning her head, she found that it was fellow classmate Zhao Weijie. Oh, good morning. Su Yu casually responded and was about to walk into the classroom when she saw him handing over a breakfast. This is the breakfast I bought for you. It's still hot. Zhao Weijie looked at Su Yu with a face of infatuation, handing over the breakfast with both hands, his eyes full of anticipation. This was already the nth breakfast he had delivered, just hoping to hear a thank you. This way his whole day would be filled with joy and his whole being would be incomparably happy. Thank you, Zhao Weijie, you are really a good person. Su Yeye naturally accepted the breakfast. For this kind of thing she had already gotten used to it a long time ago. Even if she refused, he would still continue to send it in a few days. Before Zhao Weijie had time to be happy, his ears heard Su Yu's second sentence. Oh, right. Can you do me a small favor? Shout for Gu Qianye later. He had something that didn't come to class. Chapter 32 Boyfriends. It's normal to be close. What did you say? Zhao Weijie instantly widened his eyes, his face full of shock, his heart frantically shouting. He didn't hear it wrong, right? Su Yu actually asked him to help Gu Qianye shout too? Since when were the two of them so close? Didn't they always shout for their roommates to help with this kind of thing? I said, I'll help Gu Qianye shout for him later. If it's inconvenient for you, I'll find someone else to help. Su Yu looked at Zhao Weijie without a good mood, but in her heart, she was cursing Gu Qianye. It's all because of you. This bad guy. Otherwise this young lady. Where is the need to talk to him so much? Last night when Gu Qianye carried his feet, he also patted his chest to ensure that this hotel is very close to the school, and a few more fights would be no problem at all. As a result, after being pressed by him for morning exercise in the morning, this guy said that he was going to catch up on his sleep and return to school in the afternoon. Su Yu was very speechless. Last night can still hold himself in the window to see the stars. A look of vitality. The morning event that force, immediately fell asleep, which like himself although last night a little physical strength, all soft, but in the morning after some intense morning exercise, is not still refreshed well. So, Su Yu had to go back to school alone, or both of them did not go back to school. This makes at this time some of the heart weak. She was afraid that other people will make wild associations. Coincidentally, ran into the Zhao Weijie this good people. By the way, let him help. Gu Qianye shouted to A, when you can also take credit for it. Moreover, Su Ye knew in her heart that Zhao Weijie wouldn't talk nonsense. After all, he was infatuated with himself. Even if he saw himself and someone else hugging together, he would only silently comfort in his heart. He is just Yu's male best friend. A little intimacy is normal. Okay, don't worry. Yu, I'll help. Gu Qianye shout to it later. You don't need to find someone else. As soon as Zhao Weijie heard that Su Ye was looking for someone else to help, he quickly nodded his head and agreed, fearing that he would miss out this opportunity to please her. Well, thank you. Before Su Yu finished her words, she had already walked into the classroom, making Zhao Weijie, who was next to her, unable to even think of saying two more words to her. Looking at Su Yu's distant back, Zhao Weijie had a silly smile on his face and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Great! Yu finally asked me for help today. I knew that she must have me in her heart. As for why Su Yu helped Gu Qianye, wasn't that proof that she was a kind girl? Moreover, Gu Qianye and himself were both Su Ye's classmates, so wasn't that the same as Su Ye was doing herself a favor? Yu, what did you just say to Zhao Weijie? As soon as Su Yu sat down, the roommate next to her, Zhou Yuping, asked curiously. Didn't say anything. Ping, how did you develop again? Quickly tell me, what exactly did you eat to grow up? Su Yu looked at Zhou Yuping's body that was pasted up, and then looked down at her own, and for a moment her heart was very unfavorable. Although this is already very good, but compared to this oversized lowly in front of her, her heart still unconsciously has some inferiority complex. In the past few days, when she made facial cleanser for Gu Qianye, she would also feel that it was not big enough, and she would also fantasize about Zhou Yuping's facial cleanser scene, thinking that men would like it more that way. That has what developed again. Besides, usually what I eat, you still don't know? Zhou Yuping's face surfaced a trace of shyness. For this she is a little bitter. When I was a child, I felt that my own and others are not the same, but also for this low self-esteem. After growing up and understanding the benefits of this, she gradually regained her confidence, because this is not only boys like to peek, even certain girls in the class are envious. Only as her body developed again, she began to worry again, which was not only tiring when walking, but also affected her appearance. Humph, I don't believe it. I'll have to measure it myself. Su Yu gave a petulant grunt and then hugged Zhou Yuping's body, her small hands getting restless. What are you doing? Yu, this is still a classroom. It's not good to let others see it later. Zhou Yuping twisted her body, and only after a while did she shake off Su Yu's small hand. Don't be so petty. Instead of cheapening those smelly men at that time, why don't you let me enjoy it first? Su Yu had a bad smile on her face, looking at Zhou Yuping snidely. After these few days of nourishment, she felt that she was getting more and more horny. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zhou Yuping gently patted Su Yu, and then brought up the question that had been bottled up in her heart. Last time, she asked her if she was rich and actually bought so expensive LV bags. I did not expect Su Yeye to say that she became a netizen and earned a lot of money. This can be Zhou Yuping envy bad. Immediately want to take lessons with Su Yu. She also want to make money to buy LV bags. Yes, ping ping. I'll tell you, I finally became a net redlaw. After a lot of money, want to buy what? Su Yeye's face is full of pride. Following Gu Qianye for a long time, she also knows the benefits of thick skin. Just like now, she can show off with peace of mind, not embarrassed at all, and no sense of guilt. The heart is also very comfortable, can always be happy and joyful. Quickly, what is going on? Zhou Yuping excitedly embraced Su Yu. At this time also do not care about being taken advantage of by her. In order to succeed would all go out. Well, that is. Su Yu all of a sudden do not know how to say well. Fortunately at this time the teacher came in. She was relieved in her heart and said softly, "The teacher is here. Let's talk later." When Zhou Yuping heard such unseemly words, she held back her heart and secretly sulked, and her entire body began to ripple. But there was no way around it. She could only keep her mouth shut and turned her head to look at the teacher who had come at a bad time. Ahem. Everyone be quiet. Class has begun. The teacher on the podium cleared his throat, then said, "We'll start with a roll call, and we'll teach the lesson after the roll call." Li Yanhong, present. Zhou Yuping, present. Gu Qianye, 2. Zhao Weijie received Su Yeye's eye gesture and excitedly shouted as if he wanted to ask her for credit. Su Yeye, 2. Well, there are 39 people in the class now. All of them have been counted enough. Those at the back won't be counted. Let's start class. The teacher in charge of the class put down the roll call sheet in his hands and started talking about the textbook. Zhao Weijie under the stage was dumbfounded. His name hadn't been called yet, and this was the end of the roll call? He opened his mouth and especially wanted to raise his hand to tell the teacher that he was here, but as soon as he thought that he had just shouted out loud to, he sat down on the stool in disheveled paralysis. When Su Yeye saw this scene, she could only mourn for Zhao Weijie for 3 seconds in her heart. It's really unexpected that he made such a great sacrifice for a love rival that he doesn't even know yet. It's really quite great when you think about it. Chapter 33, Delivering the Second Wife to the First Wife. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, inside a lounge in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, a sudden drop sounded in the quiet room. Mr. Gu, Miss Shen, congratulations on the Mercedes-Benz S400. The performance and configuration of this car is quite outstanding. I believe it won't let you down. I'd like to ask you for more care in the future, and I hope to continue to serve you. Feel free to find me anytime if you have any problems. Seeing the card swiping machine prompting card swiped successfully, Li Yaoyang instantly stood up with a smile on his face, excitedly congratulating Gu Qianye and Shen Xingyao who were sitting in front of him. After saying that, he quietly swept the beautiful women around Gu Qianye with his afterglow and sighed in his heart. It's so nice to be rich, to have beautiful women around you one after another, never the same every time. At lunchtime, he received a message from Gu Qianye, saying that she wanted to buy a Mercedes S from him, asking for a current car and a fast processing speed. Thinking of Gu Qianye's quickness and bravado when he bought a car last time, Li Yaoyang was overjoyed, and ran directly to get ready without eating. But when he saw Gu Qianye, he froze a bit, simply because Gu Qianye was followed by a very beautiful woman. But this woman was not Cheng Xiaohui from last time, which shocked his heart. With his years of experience in sales, he could tell at a glance that their relationship was extraordinary. That's why his eyes were filled with envy when he was handling the business just now. But when Gu Qianye once again registered the car under the name of the woman next to him, Li Yaoyang turned his envy of Gu Qianye to Shen Xingyao's body. After all, the Mercedes-Benz S landing price is $1 million, so easily owned. Who see not envy ah. Even he had the idea of going to Thailand just to find his own happiness. Well, the latter formalities will trouble Li sales you to do it as soon as possible. Do not let us wait too long. Gu Qianye leaned comfortably on the sofa with his arm around Shen Xingyao. He already had more than $1.5 million in his card after these days of cashback, plus Star Ocean Media needed to put money in. He then simply brought Shen Xingyao and came to buy a car again. As for why to look for Li Yaoyang to buy again, it is of course the figure of convenience. Do not want to waste extra time. And Shen Xingyao on the side, he just want to find beautiful sales test drive also embarrassed, coupled with the good service attitude of Li Yaoyang last time, so that Gu Qianye feel comfortable. It is cheaper for him to pick up a commission for nothing, but his good luck will be gone in the future. After all, Gu Qianye cannot accept male sales and their own to test drive. Mr. Gu, don't worry, I promise to do the rest of the formalities as fast as possible, and won't keep you waiting. Li Yaoyang hurriedly bent down to ensure that his attitude was very respectful. Immediately afterward, he refilled the tea for Gu Qianye and Shen Xingyao, then said goodbye and hurriedly ran off to handle the various formalities. When the door to the lounge was closed, Shen Xingyao turned her head to look at Gu Qianye, her eyes flickering with emotion as she said in a delicate voice, "Brother, why are you so good to me?" Shen Xingyao had been avoiding Gu Qianye for the past few days because she was not feeling well, ignoring his invitation. I didn't expect that not only did he not get angry, but instead he gave such a big gift to himself as soon as they met. At first when they came to see the car, Shen Xingyao hadn't thought about it that much. Who knew that when it was time to sign the contract, Gu Qianye asked her to sign it, and she instantly froze at that moment, to know that the car but need millions of directly registered in her name, that is not Gu Qianye gave her? In the future, she could do whatever she wanted with it. When she came back to her senses, she wanted to reject it outright, but before she could say anything, Gu Qianye stopped her with a serious expression, and even whispered in her ear, "Don't refuse, this is what I gave you, don't fail me." Those domineering and forceful words made Shen Xingyao swallow all her words. Her heart surged with a wave of deep emotion, and she subconsciously signed the contract according to Qianye's instructions. When Li Yaoyang left, she could no longer suppress her thoughts, only wanting to ruthlessly relive her old dreams with Gu Qianye, venting her heart's tidal wave of love. "Yao Yao, because you deserve brother me to be good to you Gu Qianye lowered his head and looked at Shen Xingyao affectionately, his big hand still stroking her hair tenderly. With such a simple sentence of love, Shen Xingyao's eyes instantly moistened, tightly hugging Gu Qianye's body. Her voice choked as she said, "Brother, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. I will definitely always listen to you in the future, always stay by your side, and never leave you." After saying that, she kissed Gu Qianye's mouth fiercely, her hands wrapped around his neck, and her entire body sat on top of hers. Ding! Shen Xingyao affinity density +1. Congratulations host, Shen Xingyao affinity density reached 90. Reward 1, interference function. Host can control the magnetic field around him and interfere with all electronic devices within 20 meters. Reward 2, strengthening personal physique. Allows the host to naturally increase his physique by 10 points within a month. Gu Qianye heard the voice in his head and responded to Xin Xingyao's movements while pondering in his mind, interfering with electronic devices? Doesn't that mean you can play cards even in places with surveillance in the future? It's really good to think about it like this. Where others can't play, where they are afraid of being seen, they can just play and do whatever they want. There was also this reward of increasing his physique by 10 points, which also really came at the right time. To know, his battle with Su Yeye in the past few days was very intense. In particular, last night, he held her by the window and watched the stars for an hour. And in the morning, he had to make up for his sleep right after his morning walk. If this continues, Gu Qianye feels that his physique is going to start falling. So, this system is really his timely reign, giving whatever he lacks. Xin Xingyao ruthlessly claimed a kiss for a few minutes before letting go of Gu Qianye, her pretty face leaning against his chest as she panted sharply, her body rising and falling violently. The two of them hugged and slowed down for a few minutes, enjoying the blissful time. Gu Qianye hugged Xin Xingyao and adjusted his posture, smiling. Yao Yao, don't they say that a car is a man's second wife? I'm now sending this second wife to you, the first wife. See how much I dote on you, and, not to mention this car, even if it's billions or tens of billions, I'll try my best to give it to you, so that you can deeply feel my love. As he said this, Gu Qianye hugged the beautiful person in his arms and shook his body. That gentle movement made Xin Xingyao instantly feel how powerful his love was. Oops, Xin Xingyao exclaimed, a layer of redness surfacing on her face. Listening to Gu Qianye's words that were full of deep meaning, she was petulantly shy in her heart. Coupled with the ambiguous position the two of them were in now, Xin Xingyao was so shy that she couldn't wait to dig a hole and bury herself. But despite that, she wasn't willing to part with Gu Qianye. As if she was escaping, she hugged Gu Qianye tightly, her small head leaning against his chest, her entire being stuck together with him, and she didn't speak again. Gu Qianye didn't molest her anymore when he saw this cute appearance of Xin Xingyao. While stroking her back, he gently shook her body, just like holding a child. Chapter 34, I Want to Live a Glamorous Life. At sunset, at the entrance of the University of Economics and Trade, students were either laughing and joking in groups of 3 or 2, or hurrying to their appointments. Yao Yao, where has your Qianye brother gotten to? Yan Shuochen held Xin Xingyao's hand and looked around for Gu Qianye's figure with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Ever since she knew that Gu Qianye was going to treat their dormitory to dinner tonight, she had started preparing early. At this moment, she was wearing a blue baseball cap, a short white halter dress with a pearl necklace and white shoes. A very casual and stylish look. Her long black shiny hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was painted with exquisite makeup. Moreover, she had sprayed perfume that could amplify a man's desire, counting on the fact that she could attract Gu Qianye's favor. Hey Gu, I say Qin, do you need to be in such a hurry? It's only been less than 5 minutes and you've asked 3 times. Before Xin Xingyao had time to answer, a tall and thin clear beauty next to her had already choked her out first, and this person was none other than their roommate, Li Bailey. The dormitory of the University of Economics and Trade was quite good, basically all 4 rooms. Xin Xingyao's last roommate was called Yang Yishio, sweet and cute looking, and was playing with her cell phone with her head down. Qin, don't be anxious, brother will be here soon. Xin Xingyao saw that the two of them were in a position to argue, and quickly spoke out to comfort them. If it were usual, she would be happy to watch the fun, but Gu Qianye would be here soon, so she couldn't let him see the jokes. After they picked up the new car, Gu Qianye said he had something to do and asked Xin Xingyao to go back to the school and wait for him for a while, so he could go back to change his clothes and fix his makeup. Earlier in the lounge, although they hadn't done anything excessive, Xin Xingyao had been rocked by Gu Qianye as if she were a child. Adding to the excitement in her heart at the time, she directly hugged Gu Qianye and released the strong love in her heart, her big eyes instantly moist, causing her to be ashamed. So then, facing Gu Qianye's proposal, Xin Xingyao agreed without even thinking. After returning to the dormitory, she shyly took a shower, changed into her most desirable clothes, carefully put on light makeup, and saw that it was almost time before she came out with her roommates to wait for Gu Qianye. Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove in front of Xin Xingyao and the girls. When the car window rolled down, a sentence came out. Yao Yao, waiting in a hurry. The person who came was none other than Gu Qianye, who had a balance of almost $3 million on his card after completing the purchase of the car just now. After sending Xin Xingyao back to school, he immediately went to Star Ocean Media. First, he walked into the finance department and told them that he had already put $1.5 million into the company's account, which was used to pay the employees' salaries for the last month, the subsequent costs of relocating the company, and the rest was used for the company's development. After that, he held a general meeting for all the staff. through which he inspired and restored everyone's confidence. Then he spoke some words about the company's development, and only drove to the appointment after he had finished all the things. Brother, we didn't have to wait long, Shen Xingyao sweetly shouted, then looked at her roommate next to her. Alright, let's get in the car. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled open the car door and sat her butt into the passenger side. The remaining three looked at each other before getting into the back seat. Yan Shuoqin, with some small thoughts, sat behind the passenger seat. This way, if Gu Qianye turned around, the first thing she would see would be her pretty face. However, she was very nervous in her heart at this moment, and although she had been thinking about hooking up with Gu Qianye, she was still a bit at a loss when it really came to this. After Shen Xingyao introduced her roommate and Gu Qianye to each other, she couldn't wait to ask the doubt in her heart. Brother, what did you go and do before? She was so full of shyness and in a hurry to go back to the dormitory to deal with her body's abnormality that she forgot to ask Gu Qianye what he was up to. This made her, the first wife, blame herself for not caring about Gu Qianye, the head of the family. When Yan Shuoqin, who was in the middle of her thoughts, heard this, she immediately pricked up her ears for fear of missing a bit of news. Oh, I took over a company a few days ago and just went back to deal with some things, Gu Qianye casually replied, and immediately afterward, he focused on driving the car. Even though he could drive with one hand and could do two things at once, but with so many people behind him right now, it was really embarrassing to mess up like that. After all, he was just thick-skinned, not shameless, not so much to perform in front of so many people one-handed driving this kind of program. Ah, brother, you've taken over a company? Shen Xingyao's eyes instantly widened, her face filled with surprise, and she subconsciously moved closer to Gu Qianye. Tell me what's going on. Shen Xingyao was very curious about Gu Qianye's purchase of the company. She felt that she was now Gu Qianye's first wife and should take the initiative to learn everything about him. Yeah, I bought a company. Gu Qianye nodded and deliberately grimaced. Speaking of which, I haven't blamed you. The other day, I kept calling out to you but you didn't come out, and I didn't even have the chance to go shopping with you. He had already prepared himself in his heart, and the fake expression on his face was done realistically. As for why he wanted to blame Shen Xingyao, of course, he wanted to rub her little temperament a little, lest in the future when she really capsized, he couldn't pinpoint her. The other day wasn't because, Shen Xingyao stuttered and didn't say anymore, a shy expression appearing on her face. Hearing Gu Qianye's words, she immediately felt in her heart that she was really unintelligent, always failing her brother's good intentions. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyao looked at Gu Qianye and said in a petulant manner, Alright, it's all my fault, blame me for not accompanying you brother, just forgive me this time. After pampering herself, she hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, what company did you buy? Where is it? When Gu Qianye heard Shen Xingyao's pampering words, a hint of laughter flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, Alright, brother, I'll forgive you this time, but you have to be good and obedient next time. You can't refuse when I call you out. After Shen Xingyao nodded her head repeatedly in agreement, he then introduced, it's a netizen company. In the future, Yao, if you want to be a netizen, just talk to your brother. I guarantee that I'll promote you up. He explained very seriously. This was a nail buried in advance, lest Shen Xingyao get angry later when she saw him and Su Yeye together. After all, we were all in the same school, and after a long time, it was inevitable that there would be gossip or be bumped into by acquaintances, so it was necessary to lay the groundwork in advance. For Shen Xingyao, Gu Qianye still had a special feeling, not only the gratitude of activating the system, but also an overbearing possessiveness. Wow, Yao, you're too happy, right? Meeting a man as good as Gu Qianye, and you can be a big internet star in the future. Li Bailey looked at Shen Xingyao with an envious face and spoke with some currying favor with Gu Qianye. He was so powerful, it felt like a waste of opportunity not to flatter him. Moreover, who doesn't want to be a netizen nowadays? It's easy to make money that ordinary people can't make in a lifetime. It's rare to know the boss of a Netflix company. Make a good friendship. Maybe you can bring yourself to be a Netflix in the future? That's right, Yao, you're really lucky. Don't forget about us good sisters when you become a web celebrity in the future. Yan Shuoqin couldn't hold back at this time either, and hurriedly smiled and agreed with Li Bailey. Her heart was also calculating madly. I was tired of participating in the society before and didn't get much benefit. If I can borrow Gu Qianye to enter the netizen industry, I can definitely live a glamorous life. When she saw that Gu Qianye had not only bought a Mercedes-Benz, but also had a Netflix company, the little tension in her heart instantly disappeared, and her face flashed with a look of eagerness for progress. Chapter 35. That aspect. Some people are very generous. Yang Yixio, who hadn't said anything, saw Yan Shuoqin and Li Bailey's bashful appearance. Her face was very speechless, and she secretly spat in her heart. Sisters, don't be so funny. Going out for a meal makes you so tired. If I had known I would have gone to eat spicy hot pot by myself. Gu Qianye quietly focused on this scene, and his afterglow could still see that Shen Qingyao had a bright smile on her face. Just know that she was now pleased in her heart, and all those unpleasantness from before had definitely disappeared as well. However, Shen Qingyao, this dormitory is indeed awesome. The 4 people who live in it are all good looking and brighten people's eyes. As Gu Qianye waited for the stoplight, his mind recalled the details about them. Name, Yang Yixiu. Age, 20. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 82. Freshness, 98. Status healthy. Confusion. Intimacy 15. Name Yan Shuachin. Age 20. Height 168 cm. Weight 55 kg. Comprehensive face value 86. Freshness 100. Status healthy. Irregular work and rest. Intimacy, 30. In addition to Li Bailey, almost not enough 80 points. The remaining 2 people are in line with the conditions of the return of cash. So that people call out this dormitory is what the fairy dormitory especially Yan Shuachin, who we bribed last time, has reached the level of department flower. However, the quality of Shen Qingyao, the school flower, is still well deserved, and all the data are far ahead of the crowd. Everyone, don't be polite feel free to order whatever you like to eat, make sure you have a good time. Shen Qingyao was full of bright smiles, warmly greeting her roommates. At this moment, after she went through the crowd in the car, her heart was as sweet as honey. Wow, Yao Yao, are you serious? This is Yayuan. Just any dish will cost you many days of living expenses. Li Bailey looked at the menu in her hand. Her face was full of surprise. Her eyes widened a bit as if she saw something unbelievable. There was not a single cheap dish to be found on it. Even the cabbage in boiling water cost 688 yuan, which was enough to buy a big cart of cabbages in her hometown. Lily, you can rest assured. When Shen Qingyao saw Li Bailey's surprised and envious expression, her heart was more than pleased. Wasn't this exactly the effect she wanted? Yao Yao is right. Everyone, don't be polite. Since you're here, you must eat to your heart's content. Gu Qianye echoed Shen Qingyao's words, giving her enough face. Last night, when he heard Shen Qingyao say that she wanted to invite her roommates for dinner, he immediately thought of Yayuan. After all, it was the most awesome restaurant in the hearts of the students in the neighborhood, and it could serve as a good show-off. Gu Qianye was still relatively clear about the psychology of these little girls. Take the food for example. It didn't matter what to eat or if it was good. The key was that it had to be classy. Then I'll be polite. I have to have a good meal for a big family. Hearing that the guests of honor were saying so, Li Bailey immediately put her heart down and happily picked out her favorite dishes. Lily, we shouldn't be polite with them. After all, this guy, Qianye, has abducted our school beauty. How can we not make up for it? Yan Shuachin smiled and flirted, sitting on Gu Qianye's right-hand side at this moment. As she spoke, she also gently poked Shen Qingyao's arm through him, but when she retracted her fingers, the back of her hand accidentally touched Gu Qianye's arm. This touch caused a strange feeling to flood his heart. Gu Qianye glanced at Yan Shuachin and realized that she had a normal face, as if nothing had happened. Screw you, what do you mean you abducted me? I'm not still living with you guys in the dormitory? Shen Qingyao's face was a bit shy, and she also lightly patted Yan Shuachin through Gu Qianye. Gu Qianye, who was sitting in the middle, looked at the two of them making a mess like this, and for a while, he was enjoying himself. Whether it was the wonderful scenery in front of him or the aroma wafting in the air, it all made him happy and enjoy himself. After everyone had ordered their dishes, Gu Qianye washed the large bag on the floor and lifted it onto the table. This action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Before anyone could say anything, Gu Qianye opened this bag and cleared her throat. Ahem, didn't I say that I abducted your school beauty? Nah, this is a small gift I prepared for you all. I hope you'll like it. Right after he finished speaking, he pulled out 4 sets of identical Chanel cosmetics from his bag. Immediately afterward, he stood up and delivered these cosmetics to everyone one by one. Wow, it's really a big family. Chanel cosmetics, and all of them are actually said to be small gifts. Yang Yixiu, who had barely spoken much, looked at the Chanel in her hands, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. She had always thought that Li Bailey and Yan Shuachin's currying favor was a bit funny before, but now she knew what was called the true fragrance theorem. This casual gift was a whole set of Chanel. If she could really scrape some oil from Gu Qianye, then she wouldn't get rich. Brother, how come I have one too? Shen Qingyao's face was very happy. Not only did Gu Qianye let her gain face in front of her roommates, but she also received this gift. After all, this was a gift that was given to her roommate especially for her. As a result, she also had a share. In the face of this kind of intention, how could she not be happy? Yao Yao, send gift me which can be less than your share. How? Like it? Gu Qianye held Shen Qingyao's small hand, His eyes looked at her with deep affection. Sweet words came at his fingertips. Aha, I like it too much. Ah yeah. Xinxingya was so moved in her heart that she hugged Gu Qianye and kissed him, completely ignoring the roommates in the private room. Seeing this, Gu Qianye didn't care about the other people around him, and passionately responded to Xinxingya, tightly hugging her into his arms. Coupled with the fact that there were so many people watching beside him, he quickly basically moved up. Aya! Xinxingya exclaimed in shock, blushing in shame, and forcefully broke away from Gu Qianye's embrace. She felt that if this continued, it wouldn't just be hard for her roommates. She was afraid that she would be tickled as well. Yan Shuiqin put down the teacup in her hand without any good humor and feigned disgust. I say you two should be more restrained. My good mood of having just received a gift has been stirred up by your sweet gestures. She was still admiring the cosmetics in her hands, quietly using her cell phone to check how much they cost. When it became clear that what Gu Qianye had sent was worth $4,000, the Chanel No. 1 Red Camellia skincare 5-piece set, she was sighing in her heart that he was really rich. As a result, before she could thank him personally, she saw Gu Qianye and Xinxingya feeding her dog food, which directly made her good mood crack. That's right, the food hasn't even been served yet, and I'm being fed by you guys. Li Bailey was also very speechless as she looked at them. She couldn't let herself enjoy the meal. I think, you guys can pretend that we don't exist. Continue to perform the next item. We promise we won't disturb you. Yang Yishao was smiling happily, not caring about this at all, and still wanting to take a good look at the paid programs. She had seen a lot of these scenes in school. No matter which corner she walked to, she could come across people hugging and nibbling together. And that was nothing. She has also seen more than this excessive situation. Some people that can be really generous very much, simply do not bring to cover up. Chapter 36, in order for the next generation to enjoy happiness, I'll give it all up. Good wow. Xiao Xiao, you've finally shown your true form, to be so colorful. Xinxingya launched a counterattack at Yang Yishao as a way to hide the shyness in her heart. It's not because of you. Yao Yao, who's been on the phone with your Qianye brother in the dormitory these past few nights, and always sneaking evil dragon growls. I don't want to see you growling with my own eyes. Yang Yishao really doesn't usually speak, but when she opens her mouth, she speaks shockingly. Even this kind of boudoir private matter comes out of her mouth. Cough cough. Gu Qianye heard here. Drinking water were choked a bit, hastily interjected, right, Yao Yao, we do not still have to thank our big matchmaker well. After saying that, he took out a white bag from the bag just now, and handed it to Yan Shuiqin, great matchmaker. This is what I carefully selected. How is it? Do you like it? Matchmaker red bag. This kind of thing. Gu Qianye felt a bit vulgar, embarrassed to take out his hand, so he bought a bag as a gift. And this consumption can also return cash, and can make a profit. Wow, this bag is so pretty. Thank you boss Gu. Yan Shuiqin excitedly took the bag and touched the material. It felt very soft. After a while, she found the small ticket in the bag and picked it up. Instantly her eyes lit up. It was actually a LV bag, worth 16,888. Love love love. Before seeing Xinxingya carrying LV bags, Yan Shuiqin was envious. All day long pestering ready boyfriend, want to let him also buy one for himself. Unfortunately, this wish could not be realized at all. Even if Yan Shuiqin said, can give him a kiss cannot, said to wait for half a year, have to let him send half a year takeaway, earn enough money before. This can make her angry. Half a year? Half a year is enough time for my little sister to come several times. Why don't you say wait for my menopause before you buy it? What's even more outrageous is that he actually wanted to collect the welfare in advance. Yan Shuiqin really wanted to ask him out loud, why don't you find a 70-year-old granny to live with in advance? Anyway, when you get old in the future you'll all be such old companions. That's good. That's good. Speaking of which, I really need to thank you, Shuiqin, or else I wouldn't have been able to abduct Yao Yao. Gu Qianye smiled and nodded. His words still carried a deep meaning that only Yan Shuiqin could understand. Ha, it's fine. I'm relieved that you guys are happy. Yan Shuiqin's face was a bit unnatural when she thought of telling Gu Qianye all the details about Xinxingya at the beginning. Her heart was vaguely aching. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Now she could only think of ways to remedy the situation. As she thought, she touched the LV bag in her hand, her face gradually firming up. Putting up a fight, for the sake of the next generation to be able to enjoy happiness, she decided to go out on a limb. Xinxin, thank you for your blessing. We will definitely be happy all the time. Xinxingya smiled as she held Gu Qianye's arm. These words were said to Yan Shuiqin as well as her and Gu Qianye's bright hopes for the future. At this time, a knock came from outside the private room. When Gu Qianye agreed, the waiter pushed the food cart in. In a short while, the table was filled with delicious dishes of all colors and flavors. Although the dishes here were expensive, they looked really appetizing. Exquisite large plates, nicely arranged dishes, and finally, very elegant decorations. Come, everyone, don't be polite, don't eat enough and order more. Gu Qianye warmly greeted the crowd, but he himself didn't move his chopsticks and quietly watched. As expected, these women all started cell phones to eat first, each picking up their cell phones to take pictures. It's true that whoever is hungry can't starve their cell phones. Every time there is delicious food, can only eat cell phone leftover. Delicious. Thank you Big Boss Gu for your hospitality. Li Bailey happily swallowed the food in her mouth and didn't forget to give Gu Qianye a thumbs up. She had waited for this moment. For this big meal, she had only eaten a bun today, just waiting for the killing spree now. Yeah, thank you Big Boss Gu. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Yan Shuoqin picked up her teacup and leaned towards Gu Qianye's side, touching the cup only when her body was close to his. However, she still knew how to advance and retreat, and sat back in her chair before Shen Qingyao even realized it. It was only Gu Qianye who noticed her slightly intentional small movements, and even her own feet under the table were touched by her. After Yang Yixiao also thanked her, Shen Qingyao smiled and said, "Everyone, eat quickly, don't be polite anymore." Gu Qianye looked down at this time and immediately saw a slight movement under the tablecloth. Then she swept over to Yan Shuoqin's side with her residual light and realized that she was eating normally on the surface, but her lower body moved every now and then. With this connection, Gu Qianye knew that the person under the table, next to her feet, was Yan Shuoqin. She was the only one who could be so convenient, but she just didn't expect her to be so bold. Knowing that Shen Qingyao was next to her, she still dared to do this. Hey, it's a pity that Yan Shuoqin's overall face value was a bit lower, and she was also Shen Qingyao's roommate. Gu Qianye will not easily fall for the bad girl, have to protect their own revolutionary capital. Sister really not, you are not good enough really is my brother's eyes are too high Gu Qianye put down the chopsticks in his hands, got up and said to the crowd, ahem, I'll go wash my hands first, you guys eat slowly. He had just gone through Shen Qingyao's temptation and was seduced by Yan Shuoqin. The body can be a little topsy-turvy have to go to the bathroom to solve the urination before, otherwise afraid of the true qi exposed. As soon as Gu Qianye left the private room, Yan Shuoqin was secretly relieved. After all, it was also her first time doing something so exciting, and her heart was still nervous. I'll go. Who's so talented to install a camera on the toilet? Gu Qianye looked at the camera hidden in the corner on the toilet and was filled with surprise. He really didn't expect to come across a camera here. Ever since he got the reward of being able to scan the camera, he had to scan it wherever he went. As a result, he really found a lot of hidden cameras, but he never thought that someone would install it on the toilet of a restaurant. This taste is too unique. Really don't know if this market is big or not. Also don't know, will there be people watching while eating? This is hard to say. After all, this world is so big, there are always people who want to try. Maybe this can really cure the problem of no appetite. Where's your steward? Quickly call him over. Gu Qianye's urination instantly disappeared. He did not want his great image to be seen. Directly stopped a waiter. Sir, may I ask what's the matter with you? The waiter who was stopped looked at Gu Qianye cautiously, afraid of getting into trouble. Just call him in. Gu Qianye didn't make things difficult for the waiter. After all, the other person's salary wasn't enough to pay for one of his meals, so there was no need to get on people's nerves. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I'll call the manager over right away. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, the waiter could only bow slightly and hurriedly ran to find the manager. After a while, a balding man in his 40s, his face full of smiles and his attitude was respectful. Mr. Gu, hello, I'm the manager here, Zhuang Haifeng, may I ask what you need help with? Doing business, all that matters is that harmony breeds wealth. Zhuang Haifeng was able to sit in the manager's position until now, relying on this good temper. No matter who he faced, he greeted them with a smile on his face, and never did anything that would make the store bully customers, for fear of smashing the store's signboard and losing his job. Something's wrong. Something almost went wrong. Gu Qianye's attitude was slightly more ferocious. He knew in his heart that you couldn't be too amiable when dealing with the stewards. Otherwise, people were bound to treat you as a soft persimmon to pinch and casually dismiss the matter. Besides, since Zhuang Haifeng took the manager's high salary, it is also appropriate to take a little more pressure. If this manager is as easy as a waiter, then what is called manager? Manager was scolded to menstrual, sperm, disorders, but also can be adjusted. The real man Chapter 37, My Innocence is Gone. Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry for making you have an unpleasant experience. You can ask for anything you need. The manager, Zhuang Haifeng, still maintained his smile. His facial expression didn't change in the slightest, even better than a woman's expression management. Poof, come with me. Gu Qianye stifled a grunt and threw down a sentence before turning around and walking away, leaving behind only a tall back. Zhuang Haifeng froze for a little while, then followed Gu Qianye's pace closely, and didn't walk side by side with him, slightly slowing down by half a step. Soon, the two of them arrived inside the restroom. Look what this is? Your store is really safe, protecting the guests here as well. Gu Qianye pointed at the tightly hidden camera above the toilet and flirted. Ah, how can there be a camera here? That is so hateful. To shoot these don't know to go to a small hotel where it's still not just for you to shoot. Zhuang Haifeng finally lost his temper a bit at this moment. The smile on his face could no longer be maintained. He could not have imagined that he would actually run into this kind of bad luck. To know, he is the regular customer of this toilet, and has to patronize it several times a day. This is good. His innocence is afraid to be lost. The thought of this, his heart a burst of panic. Oh, maybe others are good for this mouth. Eating in the restaurant while peeking at the guests coming and going. Gu Qianye laughed and joked, not getting angry either. After all, he hadn't been photographed either, so he had nothing to lose and could easily watch the fun. Luckily, he hadn't been here much before and hadn't used the restroom here, or else he would have lost a lot of money. Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry for bringing you such a bad experience. Don't worry, we'll definitely give you an explanation. Zhuang Haifeng tried to pull himself together, bending over to Gu Qianye one by one to apologize. Although he was now very worried about his innocence, his work was more important and he still had to stabilize the guests first. Well, I hope that your hotel will take this matter seriously. Don't act perfunctorily. Gu Qianye nodded. He was neither a police officer nor did he want to waste time on this matter, so he acted somewhat indifferent. Mr. Gu, don't worry, we will definitely handle this matter properly and guarantee to give you a satisfactory explanation. Zhuang Haifeng saw that Gu Qianye had no intention of making a big deal out of it. The big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, and once again sincerely guaranteed. Alright, you guys take your time to deal with it. Gu Qianye casually responded, then turned around and walked towards the private room. Who? Zhuang Haifeng looked at Gu Qianye's fading back and let out a long breath, as if he wanted to spit out all the stuffiness in his heart. His face began to turn hazy as he picked up his cell phone and called over the security personnel, telling them to make sure to get to the bottom of this matter. If this matter is not dealt with properly, once exposed, the business of the hotel may be finished, and their own rice bowls will have to be smashed. The thought of these possible bad consequences, Zhuang Haifeng is angry. This not only let him lose his innocence, but also may cause him to lose his job. This is simply a blood feud, not to be brother, why have you been gone for so long? Shen Qinyao looked at Gu Qianye, who had just taken his seat, full of curiosity, with a hint of helplessness mixed in his tone. When Gu Qianye washed his hands, everyone had long been full of wine and food. They had wanted him to give them a dish and show them some love, but they couldn't. That's right, Qianye. We've all eaten well and you, the main character, is nowhere to be seen. I thought you were trying to leave Yao Yao here to scrub the dishes. Yan Shuochen regained her form at this moment, and was all jabs at Gu Qianye in an attempt to close the distance between them. She had just carefully thought about it and felt that her behavior just now was a bit stupid. Knowing that Shen Qinyao is also there, going to hit on Gu Qianye at this time is not looking for a fight. Even if he had any ideas, he could only stare. So Yan Shuochen planned to draw a closer relationship first, and wait for the opportunity to communicate in depth later. Ha ha ha, how could I possibly spare my Yao Yao to wash dishes? Gu Qianye laughed to show his attitude, then added, just now I just saw the camera in the toilet. That's why I came back so late. Ah, the toilet? Camera? Li Bailey's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of abstract words are these? Can't be. There's a camera in the toilet? Yan Shuochen's heart thumped when she heard this. She immediately began to worry if her previous small actions had been caught on camera, fearing that she would leave behind any evidence. Installing a camera in the toilet, is it to protect those treasures in the toilet? Preventing someone from secretly adding more food? Yang Yishao said this in a very serious manner, but it made people want to vomit a little. Hee Jack, Xiao, why are you so disgusting? We just finished eating. That's right, can you change the joke? This one isn't funny at all. Shen Qinyao, however, ignored her roommate's chatter and looked at Gu Qianye with a worried expression. Brother, you didn't get caught on camera or anything, did you? How could I have been filmed? I found out right from the start. If I had really been filmed, I wouldn't have come back so quickly. Gu Qianye shook his head with great certainty. This kind of matter concerning innocence can never let people have misunderstandings. That's good. That's good. Shen Xingyao's hanging heart fell to the ground and patted her chest. Just at this moment, a knock came from outside the private room. After receiving Gu Qianye's permission, Zhuang Haifeng walked in with a plate of exquisite fruits. Mr. Gu, this is our restaurant's free after-dinner fruit, so everyone try it to take the edge off. Zhuang Haifeng put the fruit down with nimble hands and feet, then pulled out another card from his pocket and handed it to Gu Qianye. There's also this VIP card. It's also a small gift from our hotel to you, Mr. Gu. I hope you'll like it. Gu Qianye looked at the golden card in his hand and gently played with it a bit. He had long heard that Yayuan had a VIP card that offered a 70% discount, and he didn't expect that he would have such a card now. If the discount was based on this meal of more than $20,000, that meal could save several $1,000s. It's just a pity that one can get cash back and can't use it. Okay, thank you guys. Gu Qianye nodded his head and said thank you, although it can't be used, but don't give it for nothing. Gathering the wool of the system is very cool, but gathering the wool of the Grand Hotel is not bad. After all, it is on the plate. Casually scratch the sauce flour will have to be more than a few hundred. Can glean a little is a little. Well, you are too polite. We feel guilty for making you feel unhappy this time. Mr. Gu, don't worry. Next time you come back, we will definitely provide you with the best service. When Zhuang Haifeng saw Gu Qianye accept the VIP card, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Knowing that he wouldn't pursue the camera matter anymore, he then added, "Then I won't bother you guys anymore." After saying that, Zhuang Haifeng bent over and respectfully left the private room. Gu Qianye waited for the door of the room to close, then directly handed the card in his hand to Xinqingyao. Yao, take this card, and when you want to eat something delicious in the future, come here to eat. This card is not useful for him, but for Xinqingyao, these little girls who like to talk about style, it's still very useful. So yeah, giving the card to Xinqingyao was the smartest choice. This would not only allow her to show off in front of her friends, but also allow her to rely on herself more. After all, this VIP card was only good for a 70% discount. It wasn't free, and it still cost quite a bit of money after the discount. By then, after Xinqingyao got used to coming here to eat, she had to keep letting Gu Qianye recharge her card all the time. Could she have a bad attitude at that time? Chapter 38, American Girl Warrior. Absolutely. Wow, you're too good to me, brother. This is the VIP card of Yayuan. I heard it's super hard to get. Xinqingyao looked at the golden VIP card in her hand. Her eyes instantly lit up, and surprise was written all over her face. She felt that her life was simply too good to be true, and she often came to eat at the Yayuan that she hadn't been to before. Now there was also a VIP card, something that was unthinkable in the past. If her schoolmates knew about this, they would be jealous of her. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of people who would come to flatter her just to borrow the card to come here to enjoy the 70% discount. Xinqingyao heart was so happy when she thought of such a picture that she felt like the pores on her body were opening up. Yao, you're too happy. You can even use this place as a cafeteria in the future. Li Bailey's face was full of envy. She had just sent the photos of the food here to her friend's circle, and immediately received so many envious messages that her vanity was greatly satisfied. It was a pity that the consumption here was too high, and she was afraid that she wouldn't have much chance to come back in the future. But on second thought, if she could follow Xinqingyao well, being her little follower, wouldn't that make it possible to follow her and rub her nose in the food? It's not that exaggerated. The smile on Xinqingyao face grew brighter and brighter, and it was hard to even think about restraining it. When Yan Shuoqin saw this scene, the fighting spirit in her heart grew stronger and stronger, and that desire to progress was about to shine through her eyes onto Gu Qianye. After more than 10 minutes, their group walked out of the hotel. It's still so early. What's the next fun activity? Yan Shuoqin now had no intention of going back to school at all. Just now she saw Gu Qianye brush more than 10,000 without blinking an eye. Her heart was itching for the idea of progress and she felt like she couldn't wait. Why don't we go K-singing? Li Bailey excitedly suggested loudly. She also wanted to relax and unwind. As for going back to school now? Then forget it. Going back would be boring anyway. It would be better to wave hard outside. Xinqingyao intimately held Gu Qianye's arm and glanced at him, her eyes revealing some helplessness. Originally, the two of them had planned to go to the old place to relive their sexual bliss after sending their roommates back from dinner, ready to love hard until dawn. After all, Xinqingyao hadn't been intimate with Gu Qianye for many days. She could only watch him in the video and relieve the itch across the screen. Well, let's go K-singing then. Do you guys know which KTV is better in the neighborhood? Gu Qianye saw that none of them had any intention of going back at this moment, so he could only follow their wishes. I know. There's a Twilight KTV nearby. It's very interesting and has a special theme. Li Bailey was so excited that she immediately gave an answer. Okay, then let's go there and see what's special. Gu Qianye nodded indifferently. He had been having meat to eat for the past few days, so he wasn't in a hurry to play hijack with Xinqingyao. Let's go. Later on I'll show you how good I am at singing. Guaranteed to make your jaw drop. Li Bailey took the lead and walked at the front. Let's go then. Xinqingyao walked a bit sullenly. Yao, why don't we play something exciting later? Gu Qianye saw Xinqingyao appearance and lowered his head to her ear. What exciting stuff? Xinqingyao asked curiously. Gu Qianye raised his hand to cover both of their mouths and lowered his voice to mutter. Shin Qingyao's gaze froze for a moment, and a layer of redness rose on that delicate little face, which was very beautiful. Her eyes were a little hesitant, but under Gu Qianye's encouragement, gradually, she became a little moved, and finally shyly nodded her head. Gu Qianye saw Shin Qingyao agreed, very happy to pull her quickly on the car. Cannot wait to immediately to that KTV. Half an hour later, their group walked into a KTV room filled with anime elements. Wow, Lily, that's what you said about the special theme. There are so many anime posters and hand puppets here. Shin Qingyao looked at the room full of anime decorations and her face was full of smiles. Of course, she wasn't just happy because of these anime decorations. It was more because her heart was starting to look forward to what Gu Qianye had said. Plus, with the addition of these anime decorations when the time came, it would definitely be more exciting. Yeah, how about it? These are pretty. There are other themes here too, like student, island style, and the national style theme, all super nice. Li Bailey broke her fingers and counted the themes one by one. Well, it's really good. There are clothes that offer these themes outside, so all of you who want to try them out go and change. Gu Qianye's heart was sexually aroused as soon as he remembered the clothes he saw when he came in just now. Just after he finished talking to them, he couldn't wait to pull Shin Qingyao's hand to pick out clothes to change. Yao Yao, try this beauty maiden's dress and see if it fits. Gu Qianye picked up a piece of American Girl Warrior's clothes and compared it on Shin Qingyao's body. Oops, will this one be too childish? Shin Qingyao looked at the thin clothes in front of her body. Her cheeks revealed shyness. No, how can it be childish? A lot of people wear it like this. Yao Yao, you sure look pretty in it. Gu Qianye didn't even give her a chance to refuse. As soon as he finished his words, he stuffed the clothes into her arms, and then fished out an American maiden warrior weapon in his hand. Go, 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 let's change clothes and go, and then you'll take this weapon. It's simply stunning. Gu Qianye pulled and dragged Shin Qingyao into the changing room. He had scanned it long ago in advance. There were actually no cameras here. I also don't know if it's because the merchants have a clear conscience, or is it that there aren't actually that many perverts? You quickly go out. I'm going to change my clothes. Yao Yao, these clothes are not good. Let me help you. Then don't move around. It's hurting me. Okay, brother, I won't move. You put it on yourself. Yao Yao, why are you guys so slow to change your clothes? Lily and the girls have been singing for half a day. Yan Shuichen's fair face was slightly flushed, and when she saw Shin Qingyao and the others walk in, she immediately complained. Her afterglow, however, quietly stole a glance towards Gu Qianye's lower body, and then it was firmly fixed there, not moving away for a long time. The other people in the private room also cast puzzled gazes at them. After all, everyone is here to sing. As for so elaborate, change a dress to half an hour. In the face of everyone's doubts, Shin Qingyao, dressed in American Girl Warrior clothes, blinked her big eyes and pouted innocently. It wasn't that long. I just tried on a few more dresses and wanted to pick the prettiest one. With that, she took Gu Qianye's arm and sat in a corner. As soon as she sat down, she subconsciously rubbed her thighs and frowned slightly, as if there was some discomfort there. Yao Yao, you two come and sing. What are you doing sitting there dry? Li Bailey laughed as she pulled Shin Qingyao up and dragged her to the center of the hall, then shoved the microphone into her hands. Shin Qingyao was unsteady and stumbled a bit, almost falling to the ground. Li Bailey was quick to help Shin Qingyao and said with concern, Yao Yao, be careful, don't fall. Shin Qingyao smiled embarrassedly, and after standing steadily, she gripped the microphone in her hand and opened her mouth to sing. Qianye, why are you guys so monkeyish? Yan Shuichen quietly sat beside Gu Qianye, her eyes staring at Shin Qingyao, her mouth lowering her voice. Chapter 39, Don't Pretend. I heard it all. What do you mean by that? Gu Qianye's face showed bewilderment, not understanding what she was saying. Stop pretending. I heard everything. I didn't expect you guys to actually roleplay. Yan Shuichen had a flirtatious look on her face, pointing her finger at the crumpled American maiden warrior clothes on Shin Qingyao. She had just seen over 10 minutes, but she hadn't seen Gu Qianye and Shin Qingyao come back. So, she went out to look around to see what was going on. As a result, when she passed by the changing room, she vaguely heard a voice that seemed to be Shin Qingyao's. Curiosity got the better of her and she couldn't help but put her ear to the door. After listening for a while, her pretty face blushed and her heartbeat involuntarily sped up. That voice just now was indeed Shin Qingyao's, and Gu Qianye was also inside. But what surprised Yan Shuichen was that the two of them were actually inside. A trace of surprise flashed across Gu Qianye's face, but in an instant, he regained his composure and leisurely leaned back on the sofa, looking at her with a calm expression. Seeing that Gu Qianye had no intention of replying, Yan Shuichen then spoke. I didn't expect that Yao Yao would become so bold now. Gu Qianye looked at Shin Qingyao singing seriously, so she leaned closer to Yan Shuichen's ear and said, You're not too timid, just now doing those things under the restaurant table. You're not afraid of being discovered by others? He originally didn't plan to talk about what happened under the table. He wanted to let it rot in his stomach. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss. Who would have thought that when he did something bad just now, it was actually heard by Yan Shuochen, so he had no choice but to fight back slightly with that thing, so that she wouldn't go around yelling about it. Although he is thick-skinned, it doesn't matter if people know about it. But Shen Qingyao can't. If it's because of this matter, in the future, never play exciting games with him again. What can be done? It's not because of you. Who knows, you're so charming. Letting people not be able to control themselves for a moment, Yan Shuochen said in a whiny voice, and even threw a wink at Gu Qianye as she spoke, her eyes full of ambiguity. She really wanted to make progress right now, and for that reason, she didn't hesitate to put down her dignity. Knowing that the man in front of her had just gotten off of Shen Qingyao, she didn't care anymore. You're really not afraid of being seen like this? Gu Qianye was speechless at Yan Shuochen's current appearance. Sister, there were so many people in the private room, and she was still flirty and wavy. Che, you are not afraid of being bumped into. What do I have to be afraid of? Yan Shuochen blankly glanced at Gu Qianye, but her voice unconsciously lowered some more. What are you two whispering about? Come over here and sing together. Li Bailey pulled her voice and shouted loudly, waving at Gu Qianye and Yan Shuochen. Alright, that matter ends here. Don't mention it again in the future. Gu Qianye dropped these words and got up to walk towards Shen Qingyao. Yan Shuochen lightly grunted and somewhat unhappily followed. Yao Yao, you and your brother Qianye have a couple's chorus. Otherwise this KTV isn't a wasted visit. Seeing that there was only one boy, Gu Qianye, Li Bailey immediately coaxed loudly. Yes, Yao Yao, you guys should have a love song to celebrate the lovebirds getting married. Yang Yixiao also followed suit, with an expression of wanting to watch the fun. When Yan Shuochen heard this, she secretly glanced at Yang Yixiao and spat in her heart. A lover is finally married? It's the rich who finally lost their kidneys, right? While she was spitting in her heart, her gaze fell on the microphone in Gu Qianye's hand, and she couldn't help but think of how he looked when he came back just now. Yan Shuochen couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that it didn't seem right to say that to Gu Qianye either. She really didn't know how Shen Qingyao could stand up to it. Brother, let's just have a song, shall we? Shen Qingyao eyes instantly lit up when she heard this proposal, pulling Gu Qianye's arm to pamper herself. Okay, I'll listen to Yao Yao. Let's have a little love song. Gu Qianye couldn't bear to see a pretty girl being cute. His heart was melting at this moment. Aha! Shen Qingyao came alive as a sweet little girl and happily looked for a song. She felt that her decision to come out to play this time was simply too wise. Her own body and heart were filled with the flavor of happiness from the time she ate until now. After a while, only Gu Qianye and Shen Qingyao were left in the center of the private room, holding the microphone in their hands and staring fondly at each other face to face. Ahem, this is a relaxing little love song, singing about the twists and turns in people's hearts. I think I'm happy because of your warmth. They opened their mouths slowly as they sang along to the rhythm of the music. As they sang, only each other's figure was left in each other's eyes, and their hands were clasped tightly together. Oops, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let them sing together. Li Bailey looked remorseful and hurriedly averted her gaze from them. Her original interest in watching the show instantly dissipated. This dog food was hard to eat, and she took the initiative to eat it, so there was no reason to blame them for spreading dog food. It is really a self-inflicted sin. Self-inflicted death cannot be saved. Hey, I thought that's all you were good for, liking to take dog food as a midnight snack. Yan Shuochen looked at Li Bailey with a derisive face. She was unhappy, and it was much better in her heart to see other people being more miserable. How could I possibly like this kind of tone? You can't wrong me. Li Bailey hurriedly waved her hand to retort. She is not sick. How can she like to eat dog food? Gu Qianye hadn't even put down the microphone yet, so he gave Shen Qingyao a fierce compliment, giving the emotional value all over the place. Wow, Yao Yao, you sing this song too well. It's simply too bad that you don't go to be a singer. Brother, you just know how to laugh at people. Shen Qingyao shyly stomped her feet, her pretty face red like an apple. How can it be a joke on you? What I said can be the truth. Yao Yao, your voice is really good. Gu Qianye looked at Shen Qingyao's stunningly beautiful appearance and couldn't help but embrace her into his arms, his palm stroking her back. When he heard Shen Qingyao's singing voice just now, Gu Qianye's mind conjured up her evil dragon roaring lovely appearance, which was really beautiful and touching. Moreover, that voice was just like marijuana. The more people listened to it, the more sexually aroused they became, and they simply couldn't stop. Okay, you two, come on. We haven't even digested that bowl of dog food just now, and now you're spreading new ones. Li Bailey stood up and yelled loudly, uncomprehendingly interrupting their sweetness. She really regretted it very much now. Had she known it would be like this, she should have gone straight back to the dormitory to sleep after dinner in the evening. That way her mood, at least, could still stay in the compliments of her friend's circle, and she wouldn't have to eat bowl after bowl of dog food. Lily, don't say that. Maybe it's us who disturbed them, otherwise, where would they be showing their love here? Yan Shuochen looked at the two people in the center of the private room and joked cheekily, even winking at Gu Qianye as she spoke. I told you a long time ago. I definitely won't disturb Yao Yao's evil dragon roar of yours. You guys can just pretend we don't exist and do whatever you want. Yang Yishao had an indifferent face, just like her name, dashing as hell. Brother, they're bullying me again. Shen Qinyao hugged Gu Qianye's arm tightly, pouting daintily. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. They're just jealous of us, and they might be envious of you in their hearts. Gu Qianye was somewhat overwhelmed by Shen Qinyao being so pampered. He pondered for a while, then spoke. Why don't we play some other games? Otherwise it's too boring to just sing like this, and you guys don't want to see us show our love anymore, right? Good wow. What's a good game to play? Hearing this proposal, Li Bailey immediately nodded excitedly. Well, how about playing dice? Gu Qianye tentatively proposed. After all, he's the only male here. It's not good to say too much about the game. This one isn't even fun. Change it. Shen Qinyao shook her little head. She felt that Dice Girls playing was a bit vulgar and would affect her image in Gu Qianye's mind. Chapter 40. Aren't you afraid of getting your hair caught? Let's play truth or dare then. It's simple and fun. Yan Shuochen's eyes flashed with excitement. Her little head spun fast and she instantly came up with several brilliant ideas. She felt that playing this game could break the current deadlock of no progress, so that she could find a direction in her quest for progress. This is good. Let's play this. Li Bailey clapped her hands excitedly and immediately expressed her approval. Alright, let's play truth or dare then. Shen Qinyao also felt that this game was quite interesting and nodded with a smile. Just like that, the three of them didn't ask Yang Yishao or Gu Qianye for their opinions and directly decided to play this game. Gu Qianye was a bit lost in his heart. This wasn't the game he most wanted to play. He preferred to play those exciting games that adults love to play. The crowd got up, simply cleared out an empty space, rearranged the tables and chairs, and sat in a circle. Gu Qianye purposely picked out an empty drink bottle as a game prop, and found colorful sticky notes and wrote a word in one of them. Let's get this straight. Everyone is not allowed to cheat. Whoever you point to will have to pick truth or dare, and if you can't do it, you'll have a drink. Gu Qianye confirmed the rules to everyone, then added, also, you guys don't want to be sore losers and plan to act perfunctorily. Got it. Hurry up and start. Don't dawdle. Li Bailey waved her hand somewhat impatiently, her face full of impatience. Alright, then I'll start. Gu Qianye didn't care, and as soon as he finished speaking, he turned the bottle in his hand. He used a lot of force, and the bottle spun like a gyroscope. When the bottle was about to stop, everyone's heart lifted, fearing that they would be the first unlucky one. Ha ha ha, it's Yao Yao. As soon as Li Bailey saw the mouth of the bottle aimed at Shen Qinyao, she immediately laughed out loud. Yao Yao, quickly choose. Truth or dare? Shen Qinyao didn't expect the unlucky one to be herself, and said with a frustrated face, I'll choose truth. Good, then the four of us will choose a piece of paper. Whoever's has words will ask the question. Gu Qianye took out 4 folded up notes and put them in the center for everyone to choose. Yay, I won the lottery. Yan Shuochen excitedly raised the note in her hand and asked after holding down her excitement. Yao Yao, the cell phone your brother Qianye gave you, do you like it with a case? As she asked this, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes, desperately wanting to understand the details of Shen Qinyao and Gu Qianye's life in order to provide a reference for her actions afterward. Qin, why are you asking this kind of question? Change it. Shen Qinyao cheeks flushed, shyly looking at Yan Shuochen, protesting in a small voice. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and answer. Yan Shuochen didn't eat her pampering, and urged one after another. Of course it's better to put on a cell phone case, so everyone can rest assured. However, if it can ensure safety, then it's definitely more comfortable not wearing it. It feels good in your hand. Shen Qinyao glared fiercely at Yan Shuochen, and after a moment's reprieve, her complexion returned to normal, shaking the cell phone that Gu Qianye had given her, and responding as if she was full of concern. Wow, Qin, still you know how to play, actually asking such an interesting question. Li Bailey was full of praise for Yan Shuochen and was excited to hear such a wonderful answer. This is just where to wear. Next I have even more explosive questions. Yao you can't cheat and not answer. Oh. Yan Shuochen looked at Shen Qinyao with a smile on her face. She had already prepared several questions in her heart that would make people blush, just for fear that Shen Qinyao wouldn't dare to answer them later. Alright, cut the crap and start the next round. Shen Qinyao was too lazy to listen to their idle chatter, and grabbed the bottle and spun it. Ha, you two are really a pair. Just now Qianye turned to Yao, and now Yao is turning to Qianye. Li Bailey laughed heartily when she saw the mouth of the bottle aimed at Gu Qianye. I choose dare. Gu Qianye said dryly. Truth is too uncertain. It's better to take a dare to be more stable. Anyway, the private room is full of females. What's there for him to be afraid of? This time it was Yang Yixiao's turn to draw the note. She said with a smile, Yao Yao, don't be angry later. After seeing Shen Xingyao atmospherically expressing that she didn't care, she then said, Qianye, between Lily and Qin, you choose one person to princess hug and then turn around and place 5 times. Don't look at her. She usually said little, but she had a lot of ghost ideas. Knowing the relationship between Gu Qianye and Shen Xingyao, she still dared to say such a request. She really wasn't afraid of getting her hair scratched by Shen Xingyao. Yan Shuqian's eyes instantly lit up when she heard such a request. This request was also in her plan, and now that someone else brought it up, the effect was even better. She took advantage of everyone's inattention and winked mischievously at Gu Qianye, the meaning of which couldn't be more obvious. That is, for him to choose himself. Shen Xingyao's face was a bit less pleasant to look at, but this request was also fairly normal. So, she could only stare blearily at Gu Qianye, hoping that he would refuse and just choose to drink. Gu Qianye received the gazes of these two, and after pondering in his heart for a bit, he made his choice. With an open face, he said in a firm tone, I'll definitely abide by the rules of the game. There's no saying. Immediately afterward, he frowned, his eyes swept around the faces of the crowd, and he helplessly spread his hands. But this mission, it's not good to pick anyone. How about this? You guys shake the dice to decide. Whoever has a small point will work hard and accompany me to finish this mission. As soon as the words fell, he placed 2 dice in front of Yan Shuqian and Li Bailey. Gu Qianye naturally wouldn't easily choose to drink just because Shen Xingyao blared at him. Besides, this kind of situation would require Shen Xingyao to slowly get used to it a bit more, so that she could stabilize her mind if she ran into something more outrageous in the future. Of course, Gu Qianye still feigned an open and honest look on the surface, so as to make Shen Xingyao feel better in her heart. Qianye, you guy pushed it cleanly. Now it makes it seem like we have to fight to give you a hug. Li Bailey picked up the dice and blankly glanced at Gu Qianye. After saying that, she casually threw it and the dice settled at 5 points. That's not true. Other people want to hold this girl have no chance. It's cheaper for you this guy. Yan Shuqian suppressed the joy in her heart and put on a victimized expression. However, she was much more serious when she threw the dice. Looking at the rolling dice in her heart, she was also a bit nervous. Fortunately, it finally stopped above 3 points. Alright, Qianye, go princess hug Qin and spin in place 5 times. Yang Yixiao shouted excitedly, not paying any attention to Shen Xingyao's face that pulled down. Yao Yao, you can see it all it's all because they're watching the fun and making a scene like this. Gu Qianye didn't forget Shen Xingyao's feelings, and shirked his responsibility before hugging Yan Shuqian. Poof, Shen Xingyao blared at Gu Qianye, but the resentment in her heart shifted to her roommates, feeling that it was all because they were destroying her relationship with brother Qianye. Hurry up, this girl doesn't even dislike you, but you're dawdling. Yan Shuqian complained on her lips, but in her heart, she was happy. She felt that she had finally taken the first step on the road to progress. I can't tell. You're quite heavy. Gu Qianye held Yan Shuqian and felt her for a moment before opening her mouth to tease. Although she looked about the same height as Shen Xingyao, she weighed many pounds. It was also fortunate that Gu Qianye had a lot of strength, or else she would have to lose face in a princess hug like this. Screw you. I'm not heavy. Yan Shuqian had a pouty face and angrily slapped Gu Qianye. Brother, hurry up. Don't dawdle with Qin. Seeing that things had come to this, Shen Xingyao could only urge Gu Qianye to hurry up and finish the task. At this moment, her eyes were filled with helplessness and displeasure, and she didn't look away, not wanting to see this scene again. When Gu Qianye heard Shen Xingyao shout, he hugged Yan Shuqian and spun around. Not to mention, heavier is as good as heavier. That feel quite comfortable. Chapter 41, A Special Dare. Yang Yixiao saw that after Gu Qianye finished spinning 5 times, his face remained as normal and he didn't even take a breath. Her eyes instantly lit up, and with a few teasing smiles she joked. You can do it. I can't tell that you're in such good health. You didn't even gasp a bit. If I had known earlier, I would have let you spin 10 times. Alright, it's my turn. Gu Qianye picked up the bottle and spun it, not letting the topic continue. Ha ha ha, Qianye is yourself again. Yang Yixiao couldn't help but laugh unimaginatively when she saw the mouth of the bottle aimed at Gu Qianye. Then I'll take a loss and hug you around 10 times. How about that? Gu Qianye didn't care when he saw the result, but instead teased Yang Yixiao a bit. Humph, I'll let you spin around naked 10 times later. Let's see if you dare. Yang Yixiao saw that Gu Qianye dared to molest her and immediately put down harsh words. Ha ha, Xiao you're so ruthless. Hearing Yang Yixiao say such words, Li Bailey laughed very happily, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook unceasingly. She didn't care about the explicit content. After all, we were all young people who usually joked around a lot and knew that it was just lip service and wouldn't be taken seriously. Moreover, She didn't believe that Gu Qianye really dared to strip naked in public and let them enjoy the scenery yet. What wouldn't I dare? Gu Qianye's chin lifted slightly, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a seeming smile, deliberately dragging out his tone. And, I'm just afraid that one of you will blush with shame at that time and be too embarrassed to look. He seemed to carelessly drop that provocative sentence and had a joking look on his face, but it was a direct statement of what was in his heart. After hearing that, Yang Yishao raised her eyebrows and stared straight at Gu Qianye's body, responding unwillingly. Fine, you'll strip naked now and see if we dare to look. You guys just stop talking in anger. This time I drew the word. Xinxinyao held up the note in her hand without any good humor, interrupting their conversation. I'll choose dare. Seeing this, Gu Qianye immediately opened his mouth, then added, Yao Yao, let's show them some love and see. Piss them off. He was afraid that Xinxinyao would ask any oddball questions if he chose truthful, so he directly set a proposal that she couldn't refuse. After all, just now Xinxinyao was a little bit embarrassed by the crowd's playfulness. Her heart was harboring a fire. Now there is such a chance to get back to the city, which she has the reason to refuse. Hearing this, Li Bailey disdainfully skimmed her mouth and muttered in a low voice, what tricks are these two going to pull again? Yang Yixia, on the other hand, rolled her eyes and clasped her hands to her chest. Yan Shuichen's face flashed with a trace of loss, but quickly returned to her normal expression. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense. Xinxingyao's eyes lit up, and a smile instantly blossomed on her face. And after a moment's thought, she said with a smile, yes, brother, let's have a deep kiss. We have to make them blush to no end. See if they dare to joke around in the future. As she said this, she intimately pulled on Gu Qianye's arm, with an air of determination. Wow, you guys have to get back at us like this. When Yan Shuichen heard this, the corners of her mouth immediately drooped, her heart not to mention how aggrieved she was. She had just immersed herself in Gu Qianye's warm and powerful embrace, repeatedly reminiscing about it, and was just enjoying herself. She didn't expect Xinxinyao to come out of the blue, instantly dragging her back to reality from her beautiful dream. That's right, what kind of dare is this? It's not exciting at all. Li Bailey skimmed her mouth, her face full of dislike and speechlessness. She wanted to play a dare to have fun, but the result was good. She was fed a mouthful of dog food for no reason, and she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, this isn't bullying me for not bringing my boyfriend here. How can it not be exciting? This is much more explosive than the princess hug just now. Xinxinyao didn't care. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she gathered enough courage to stand on her tiptoes, slowly approaching towards Gu Qianye. Seeing this, Gu Qianye's heart stirred, which still cared about the others. His hands gently encircled Xinxingyao's waist, slightly exerting force, so that she could stand more steadily. Leaning closer. The moment Xinxingyao's lips gently touched Gu Qianye, it was as if the two were cast under a spell of immobilization, and all the surrounding clamor gradually blurred. At first it was just a slapdash light touch, but immediately afterward, the emotions were like a dike flood, and the two couldn't help but deepen the kiss, and their breathing became rapid. In front of the crowd, making out with Gu Qianye like this, Xinxingyao's heartbeat accelerated. It felt really very exciting. No wonder all the couples in the school like to make out in crowded places. Have you guys had enough? You've been hugging and nibbling together for 5 or 6 minutes. When else do you want to hug? Yan Shuichen's eyes, which were staring intently at Gu Qianye, were slightly sour. She hadn't taken her eyes off after the two of them kissed, and had been watching them the whole time. This made her feel a little bad in her heart, even though she knew that the two of them were a couple. But because of that little thought in her own heart, she still had a little bit of a small concern after all. Shio, do you two want to continue to the end? I see you. It seems a little hard to bear. Yang Yishio had a small smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, that flirting meaning getting stronger, not caring about their intimacy at all. At that moment just now, she watched with straight eyes, just like a senior melon eater, holding a melon seed in her hand, click 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 click, to get high with joy. Ahem. Gu Qianye was a little uncomfortable by the gazes of the crowd. He awkwardly cleared his throat, turned slightly sideways, and adjusted his posture without moving. Then, he feigned composure and turned his head to look at them. Do you guys still want to play? He secretly screamed in his heart. Now it is indeed difficult to tight. This is not up and down feeling, like a kitten in the heart scratching. Play must continue to play. Absolutely can't let you guys off so easily. Yang Yixiao's head nodded like garlic, but also deliberately raised an eyebrow at Gu Qianye. Provocative flavor. Right, absolutely can't let it go just like that. We must let you guys know how powerful you are later on. Yan Shuichen's willow eyebrows were raised, her face full of ferocity. She secretly made up her mind that when it was her turn, she would use all her strength and would make sure that Gu Qianye would fall under her skirt. Humph, who's afraid of who? Xinxingyao's chin rose, looking at them with a smug expression before she left Gu Qianye's embrace and sat back down. Xin, It's your turn. Will you play truth or dare? When Shen Xingyao saw that Gu Qianye had turned to Yan Shuqian, her eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth grinned. I'll play dare. I'm not afraid of you guys. Yan Shuqian tilted her head, her eyes arrogantly looking straight at Shen Xingyao, her words carrying a hardness of defiance. To be honest, she really wasn't afraid in her heart. In her opinion, it was as if Gu Qianye, being the only male, would not lose out in any way and was not afraid to play dare at all. She herself also because she wanted to progress. It was better to have only Gu Qianye as the only male, that way she could progress better yet. Yao Yao, look, it's me who drew the word again. Oh. Yang Yixiao smiled and unfolded the note, waving it in front of Shen Xingyao's eyes, then continued, Qin. The dare I came up with is that you have to hug and nibble on Yao Yao for 5 minutes like Qianye did just now. As soon as the words left her mouth, she couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a loud laugh. The hand holding the note still kept slapping her thighs in joy. What kind of dare is that? It's not like I was drawn. Why should I kiss Qin? When Shen Xingyao heard this, her face instantly turned a little whiter. She had just kissed until her mouth was on the verge of blistering, so she didn't want to continue kissing. Why not? Isn't that what you guys did just now? You yourself even said it was powerful. Yang Yixiao picked up Shen Xingyao's excuse just now to refute her, choking her to the point of being speechless, and immediately afterward coaxed again that, Qin, hurry up, let Yao Yao see how powerful you are and suck her off hard. Chapter 42 Awakening a Strange Attribute. Yan Shuqian's heart flooded with a strange feeling when she heard such a request. This made her kiss Shen Xingyao like Gu Qianye did. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of? Just thinking about it was a bit exciting. What's more, they had just kissed so hard that Shen Xingyao might still have a lot of Gu Qianye's saliva left in her mouth right now. However, if you think about it seriously, wouldn't she be closer to Gu Qianye this way? It'll be easier to do everything in the future. With such a calculation, Yan Shuqian got up and walked to Shen Xingyao, her face feigning a provocative look. Yao Yao, you're not afraid, are you? That's right, Yao Yao. If you're afraid, then forget it. It's not like we're going to do anything to you. Li Bailey saw a needle in the eye and immediately echoed Yan Shuqian's words. The tone was like pouring a bucket of oil into the fire. How could Shen Xingyao stand such stimulation? Ever since she had been with Gu Qianye, it was always the girls who envied her. How could she admit defeat at this moment and let them look at her as a joke? She Miso excitedly stood up and shouted, "Who's afraid? Come on!" As soon as the words fell, Shen Xingyao took a deep breath and directly hugged Yan Shuqian. After hesitating for a while, she frowned lightly and closed her eyes before putting her lips together. Wow! Yang Yixiao instantly acted as if she had shot chicken blood. Her face flushed with excitement and she shouted loudly, her eyes tightly staring at the two in intimacy for fear of missing a single detail. You guys are really wild and too good at this game. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth hooked up slightly, his eyes full of flirtation and admiration as he rushed at them and gave them a thumbs up high. He knew in his heart that when it came to playing these bold and novelty tricks, it really had to be the girls who were more open-minded. If he were to replace them with a bunch of big men, he thought that even if he let them pour down a dozen beers and drink themselves unconscious, they might not be willing to do this kind of thing. However, Gu Qianye watched and watched as Qi moved, and in his heart, he also felt that playing like this was very exciting, more energizing than the passionate kiss between himself and Shen Xingyao just now, which made him very much on top of things. Hoo! Shen Xingyao's chest rose and fell violently, panting heavily, for a while before slowing down, full of pouting. Don't let me kiss anyone else later. This flurry of down, it's exhausting me to death. At this moment, although she was in a sorry state and panting, her heart was burning with a strong desire for revenge. Her mind flashed rapidly through the scenes of her big show of love with Gu Qianye later on, imagining the shocked and jealous expressions of the others. With a clench of her teeth, she secretly resolved that she must show off her love with Gu Qianye later and directly scare the few of them into fleeing before she could do so. Yao, why don't we go back? If we keep playing, we'll have to get into trouble. Seeing this situation, Gu Qianye gently tugged on the corner of Shen Xingyao's coat and advised in a suppressed voice. He is not really timid, purely thinking, no matter what happens later, advised in advance. Real problems cannot rely on his head. However, Gu Qianye is also clear that this persuasion is mostly useless. Once a woman's emotions come up, who persuade all in vain, not to mention let her in front of other women to concede, that's simply more difficult than the sky. Speaking of which, Gu Qianye's heart is still a little bit of anticipation, secretly thinking, what moves despite coming at me? Would like to see if I can hold back the temptation. As expected, Shen Xingyao lightly hummed and said uncaringly, Brother Qianye, just don't worry, nothing can happen. I have to let them know how powerful they are later. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and her mind was already conceptualizing how to make the crowd's jaws drop even more in the next round. Yan Shuqian's small hand rubbed over her lips for a while before putting it down, still smacking her lips from time to time, as if recalling that flavor from Shen Xingyao's mouth. Her thoughts were still stuck on that bold and exciting kiss just now, until she noticed Yang Yixia casting a strange gaze and snapped back to her senses. Hastily picking up the bottle on the table, she casually turned it around, and after seeing the result, she asked with a slightly unnatural voice, Li, what are you going to choose? Li Bailey had just watched Shen Xingyao's wretched appearance and was a little frightened in her heart, so how could she dare to choose dare? And she quickly said, I'll choose truthfulness. There was a hint of nervousness in her eyes, and she subconsciously grabbed the corner of her coat. She wasn't as crazy as Yang Yixiao, who dared to say and do anything. Shen Xingyao, who drew the word, turned her eyes and then spoke. Lily, do you think your current boyfriend is better in bed, or your ex-boyfriend? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, the corner of her mouth rose up, looking at Li Bailey with a smile on her face, her eyes full of teasing, clearly waiting to see her make a fool of herself, her heart not to mention how happy she was. When I was single, I didn't listen to them discussing these private things in the dormitory, and my heart had been harboring a fire. Now the opportunity has come, how can I let it go easily? Li Bailey didn't expect Shen Xingyao to be so cruel, coming up to ask such a private question. After glaring at her fiercely, she pretended to be indifferent and said, the current boyfriend is great, the exes are all dogs, trashy to death. Yao yao, now you're satisfied. Her face was slightly flushed and her tone carried a bit of annoyance. Before Shen Xingyao could respond, she huffed and reached out to spin the bottle, resolving in her heart that she would have a good time afterward to get back the favor. Have you ever faltered in a relationship because of the other party's financial condition? Yes. Have you ever had immoral fantasies about someone in your class? No. Have you ever been confused about your sexuality? Yes. Have you ever betrayed someone's trust in a relationship? No. It had to be said that Shen Xingyao and her group were just playful, although they all had their hearts set on choosing true words. No matter how tricky the question was, they all answered it with a hard head, and none of them chose to use drinking to escape. But this game to play is easy to stimulate the nerves. A long time, the crowd's emotions have long been ignited. Every now and then someone picks up a beer to pour a few mouthfuls. By now, the people in the room were all red in the face, eyes full of drunkenness, obviously all a little on the head. Several rounds of truth or dare came down before it was finally Gu Qianye's turn to play dare. Yan Shuachen's cheeks were scarlet, her eyes were misty, and she couldn't even speak properly. Stuttering a bit, Qianye, I want you to do 20 push-ups, but, have to I sit on your back to do it? Alcohol was really enough to strengthen her courage. She actually dared to use the strength of alcohol to directly make this kind of intimate contact request. Wow! Qin, well done. Yang Yixiao glanced provocatively at Shen Xingyao, then clapped and shouted loudly. Her laughter was extraordinarily loud in the private room, her entire body trembling slightly from excitement. Humph, that's all the tricks? The corners of Shen Xingyao's mouth turned down with a disdainful expression. After being enraged by them, she recalled the strange and exciting feeling when she kissed Yan Shuachen. Inside, it was as if a door that had never been opened before was pushed open a crack, and a new and strange thought that craved for more intense stimulation grew quietly in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't even care less about Yan Shuachen taking advantage of Gu Qianye. Strangely enough, after that, she was vaguely looking forward to more outlandish and intimate behavior. Her eyes glittered with excitement and madness, as if she was already completely immersed in this crazy game. You can do it, you're brave enough, and you're not afraid of Yao Yao tearing you apart. Gu Qianye leaned over to Yan Shuachen's ear and whispered softly before doing push-ups, his tone carrying admiration and flirtation. This woman really went out of her way to get ahead. Brother Qianye, people also want you so much to follow the sticker yo. Yan Shuachen took advantage of people not paying attention and secretly whispered in Gu Qianye's ear in a whiny voice. Her eyes were full of shyness and anticipation, and after she finished speaking, she even sneaked a glance at Shen Xingyao for fear of being discovered by her. Chapter 43 Do It Yourself. Have a buffet dinner. Yao Yao. Your Qianye brother has good stamina. He and Xin are doing it so intensely and they're not even panting. Yang Yixiao came close to Shen Xingyao's side and looked at the two who were doing push-ups. A touch of envy appeared on her face. There was both admiration for Gu Qianye's physical strength and a hint of envy in her eyes. That's for sure. My brother Qianye is powerful. A mere Qin. He doesn't even put it in his eyes. Shen Xingyao raised her chin as she clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes filled with pride. Another round of dares came to an end. Yan Shuachen left in style. That sexy and charming back was like an invisible hook that hooked Gu Qianye's gaze. Looking at that figure, Gu Qianye's throat knots rolled up and down unconsciously, and an uncontrollable wave rose from the depths of his heart. He hurriedly lowered his head and adjusted his body before secretly clenching his teeth and muttering in a small voice. Hiss. It seems that I haven't practiced this resistance well enough. I almost couldn't help but get it on just now. Just as Gu Qianye was immersed in self-reflection, Yang Yixiao got impatient waiting and raised her volume to urge. Hey, Qianye, it's your turn. Don't just froze there. This sudden shout instantly pulled Gu Qianye back to reality. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, revealing a slightly apologetic smile. I know, don't be in a hurry. He gently waved his hand as he spoke, trying to ease the embarrassment. Reopening the bottle spinning and note drawing session, the bottle spun rapidly on the tabletop, and the crowd's gazes followed it closely as if attracted by a magnet until it slowly came to a stop. Gu Qianye reached out and picked up the note, unable to wait to unfold it. Immediately afterward, his eyes instantly lit up as he excitedly waved the note in his hand. Ha ha, it's finally my turn to draw. Immediately afterward, Gu Qianye's eyes slyly looked towards Yang Yixia, who had the bottle's mouth pointed at her, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Big beautiful young, dare you play something exciting? Let Yao Yao ride on your back and spin around a few times like playing on a carousel. As the words came out of his mouth, he still restrained himself a bit and didn't let her do the wooden horse while shouting some shameful words. Yang Yixiao's eyes widened when she heard such a request, her originally rosy lips turning a little pale, her fingers shivering as she pointed at Gu Qianye, her mouth opening soundlessly. Shock and hesitation were written all over her face, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Our Xiao Xiao is the boldest, how could she be afraid of this? Xin Xingyao's eyes lit up, a bright smile appearing on her face as she hurriedly approached Yang Yixia and gently took her arm, not giving her the chance to open her mouth and refuse. Immediately after, Xin Xingyao also tilted her head, blinking her big watery eyes and asked, isn't that right, Xiao Xiao? Yang Yixia looked at the two who were singing in unison, angry and helpless, and gritted her teeth as she responded, yes, how could I possibly be afraid? She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, yet there was still a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Admirable, admirable, great beauty Yang is truly a heroine. Gu Qianye immediately gave a thumbs up, a smug smile piling up on his face. Humph, Yao Yao, come on. Yang Yixia held her breath, urging Xin Xingyao to hurry up and get it over with. Not wanting to waste a moment, she bent down and propped her hands on the ground, her eyes filled with embarrassment and helplessness. Phew, finally sent them back. Gu Qianye gasped lightly, looking somewhat exhausted as she lay on the large bed of the Sunshine Hotel. This room was originally only booked for a week, but he really didn't want to go back to the dormitory. Plus now he had money, so he simply renewed it for another month. That's right, behind Xiaoxia they're getting crazier and crazier. It feels like they're almost treating you as a shared boyfriend. Xin Xingyao snuggled in Gu Qianye's embrace. Although her mouth complained, her face was filled with excitement, like she was still immersed in the previous excitement. It's not because of you, Yao Yao. I let you go before, but you refused to go. You had to stay and play crazy with them. Gu Qianye gently patted Xin Xingyao's butt, making a helpless look, but in his heart, he was recalling all the excitement of the dare just now. At that time, after Yang Yixia was insulted by Xin Xingyao like that, she was fuming, letting Yan Shuochen attack all parts of Xin Xingyao's body whenever she had the chance, directly treating Yan Shuochen as if she was Gu Qianye. She was just about to let them take the final step. As a result, Xin Xingyao directly roared the dragon in the private room. It's all Xiao Xiao's fault, actually letting Qin kiss people like that before. I was holding a lot of anger in my heart at that time, and I just wanted to take revenge back quickly. Xin Xingyao didn't want to admit that it was her own willfulness that caused her to drag Yang Yixia out as a shield. However, as soon as she remembered the merry-go-round she had played earlier, the smile on her face couldn't be contained, and her eyes narrowed to a slit. At that time she rode on Yang Yixia's back, one hand tightly grasped her shoulders, one hand vigorously waved the whip. It could be considered a vicious outburst of bad breath. Alright, don't mention those things. Gu Qianye shook his head, put down those unspoken irritating things in his heart, and turned to blame Xin Xingyao. Yao Yao, the days you went back to the dormitory, how could you bear to leave me alone here and not come out to accompany me? As he spoke, he looked frank, as if nothing had happened with Su Yeye before. Brother Qianye, I was wrong. Just be generous and forgive my concubine this time, okay? Xin Xingyao tilted up her pretty little face and hugged Gu Qianye's arm tightly with both hands. Her voice was soft and sweet, and when she said it, she even deliberately dragged out the end of her voice to make fun of it. In fact, she had a bitter feeling in her heart, just separated those 2 days. She was so sore and weak that she could only lie in the dormitory all day long, and her legs were soft and limping. Later, a little better, the body is still a little sore, and Yan Shuochen in the dormitory to follow the video simple stretching exercise. However, she didn't dare to let Gu Qianye know about these things, for fear of being laughed at by him. Okay, my Yao Yao baby, since she has admitted her mistake, how can I not follow you? Naturally I forgive you. Gu Qianye looked at Xin Xingyao's adorable appearance. How could he say half a sentence to kill the mood? Hugged her forehead and kissed her with a tender kiss. Brother, you're so nice. Shin Xingyao's brow smiled as she pounced on Gu Qianye's body, her two small hands constantly fumbling around. After all, she hadn't been intimate with Gu Qianye for a few days, and after being stimulated by the dare just now, where else could she hold back? If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people when she was in the private room, she would have wanted to settle it directly there. Good Yao Yao, you actually became so colorful. Words haven't even been spoken yet and you're already moving your hands. Gu Qianye feigned anger on his mouth, but his eyes were filled with laughter, and he didn't disturb Shin Xingyao's movements on his body. Humph, you bad guy, you know how to laugh at people. Shin Xingyao snorted and skimmed her mouth, then pulled Gu Qianye's hand again. Brother, let's not waste time. Let's start quickly. Yao Yao, I'm a bit tired from doing the dare just now, so you'll work harder tonight. Gu Qianye feigned exhaustion and lay straight on the bed. Shin Xingyao whitened Gu Qianye fiercely. Humph, you just know how to make this young lady. You don't know how to feel sorry for people at all. Which is true. Yao Yao, brother, I'm the one whose mouth hurts you. How about this? When you're done later, I'll give you a massage. Bah, talking better than singing. It's not you yourself who enjoys it the most. Then you're not also very comfortable. Besides, my body is practiced, guaranteed to make you physically and mentally happy all day. Don't talk to me. Okay. Yao Yao, you have to be good. Chapter 44. Let Moncler Outlet Store you pay your tuition. The next morning, the sun had just climbed out. Just like usual, Gu Qianye pulled Shin Xingyao on board to do some morning exercise before taking her back to school. After parting with Shin Xingyao reluctantly, he walked towards the classroom with a brisk pace. When he passed a path, he saw a grandfather not far ahead of him fall to the ground and keep letting out painful moans. Gu Qianye looked around and realized that there was no one, and after seeing that there was a surveillance camera nearby, he put down his worries and walked over to help the grandfather up. As he carefully supported it, he asked with concern, "Grandpa, are you alright?" But just in the moment he reached out to help, Moncler Outlet Store, his hands were like pincers to grab his arm in a death grip, and the look of pain on his face disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by cunning and greed. Ouch, you're the one who knocked me down. You have to compensate me for the money, the grandpa yelled. Gu Qianye froze for a moment, knowing that she had met a bumper car. I didn't realize that people who touch porcelain nowadays are so knowledgeable. Knowing that college students are caring, they specialize in running to the university to cheat. He also did not panic, calmly said, "Grandpa, you next time to touch porcelain cannot be a little more professional. Do not see here there is a surveillance well. Next time remember to find a place without surveillance." Gu Qianye reached out and pointed to the surveillance camera not far away, his face full of confident expression. "I don't know, but I'm not the least bit flustered." I smiled and whispered, "Young man, I've been asking around. This monitor has been broken for a few days, and it's not working at all. If you don't come up with $1 million or $8,000 today, you don't want to go. You don't get angry. This is as you pay tuition fees, not to me. You will pay someone else. Might as well take pity on me, this old man." Hearing Moncler Outlet Online these shameless words, Gu Qianye didn't get angry in his heart, and after silently reciting a sentence, he smiled and said to Moncler Outlet Online, "Moncler Outlet Online, I think it's you who has to pay the tuition fee, and you know that this surveillance monitor is broken, and you still have the guts to touch the porcelain to me." After that, he clenched his fists, shook off Moncler Outlet Store his hand, grabbed Moncler Outlet Store his collar, and punched Moncler Outlet Online his stomach. The Moncler Jackets Outlet Online is a great way to get your money's worth, and it's also a great way to get your money's worth. In the future, you should be more careful when you go out to work. Other people are not as good-tempered as I am, and it's normal for them to beat you to death. After Gu Qianye finished saying this, she kicked the Moncler Outlet Store leg again. The man fell to his knees with a thud, and Gu Qianye wanted to leave, but the man laughed happily. Young people are just short-tempered. Today this tuition fee you are bound to pay. Moncler Outlet Store, I'll be straight with you. This monitor is good. You hit me so hard. If you don't compensate me tens of thousands of dollars, just wait to be expelled from school and go in for a free meal. By the way, Moncler Outlet Store, I tell you inside those people most like you such a white clean young man. When the time cannot be less, let you pick up the soap. Try to do the toilet taste. The Moncler Jackets Outlet Store Online. But his hands kept rubbing his stomach. His heart wailed, "Damn, I did not expect this kid so strong. Not that college students are very weak chickens." Well, Gu Qianye's face didn't change, and kicked a few more times towards the Moncler Outlet Store ass, directly causing the Moncler Outlet Store to roll around on the ground in a sorry state. He walked to the Moncler Outlet Store side and squatted down, saying softly, "You're so smart. You've learned to use schemes, but unfortunately, this surveillance is indeed broken." Only after seeing a stunned expression on the Moncler Outlet Online face did Gu Qianye stand up, pat the dust on his body, and stride towards the classroom, leaving the Moncler Outlet Online man straight in his place. Dumbfounded, when he heard Moncler outlet online that the monitor was broken. He directly used the interference function on the monitor, and even if it was not broken, he had to make it broken, so that Moncler outlet online he could have a good lesson. The first time I saw the camera, I was able to get a good look at it, and I was able to get a good look at it. The first thing that he did was to get the money on his card, so he had the courage to walk over and help Moncler outlet store him. So there is no system, without these abilities cannot easily go to help Moncler outlet store. Directly to the police to deal with is the right solution. After a few minutes, the classroom corridor. Qianye, your dark circles are a bit strong. What did you do last night? Roommate Gu Qianye looked at Gu Qianye's dark circles and a snarky look piled up on his face. He had been envious and jealous ever since he heard that Gu Qianye was with schoolgirl Shen Qingyao. It was rare to see Gu Qianye so unimaginative, so of course he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to flirt. Alas, I slept too late last night, and Yao Shi was a bit restless and tossed around until quite late. Gu Qianye could tell at a glance that this roommate's mind. Naturally he wouldn't spoil him, but he still left a few points of leeway between his words, both pointing out and Shen Qingyao related, but also did not reveal too many intimate details. Just want to see him that dry, anxious and helpless look. The internet says that college roommates are the best of brothers, but Gu Qianye doesn't feel the same way. He feels that college roommates are much worse than previous roommates, not so pure. On weekdays, not to mention the ones who were slovenly and didn't take the initiative to clean up, just playing games loudly in the middle of the night was enough to upset him. What? Yo-yo? Toss? Gu Qianye's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and his mouth muttered repeatedly. What outrageous words did he hear? His own white moonlight schoolgirl had slept with Gu Qianye? Hadn't they just gotten together? Was the progress so fast? Well, Yao. She sleeps a little bit and messes with my sleep. Gu Qianye shrugged his shoulders with his face as normal as if he was talking about a normal thing. He then raised his hand and touched his neck, sighing softly with some annoyance. Alas, let's not talk about it for now. I don't know when this mark on my neck will go away. Last night, after Shen Qingyao finished the buffet, she hugged his head and frantically kissed his neck, leaving a bright red mark on his neck. She also smiled with satisfaction and said, "Humph, from now on, you'll belong to this young lady me." Gu Qianye naturally wasn't willing to show weakness, and similarly left deep marks on the two sceneries on her body, but that place wouldn't be visible to others. Gu Qianye stood frozen in place, staring straight at the bright red hickey on Gu Qianye's neck, filled with loss, until Gu Qianye walked into the classroom. He was still standing there dumbfounded, muttering, "Mom, I've lost my love again. Oh. Yo, you can be really good Just came back from vacation on the first day to miss class. Also not afraid of failing the final?" Suyu looked at Gu Qianye who was sitting in the front row. Her body slightly leaned forward and started the flirting mode. Yesterday, she waited for half a day with great anticipation, but Gu Qianye stood her up, pissing her off enough. Before Gu Qianye could reply, Zhao Weijie hurriedly ran over, full of attentiveness, and handed a breakfast to Su Yeye, his mouth curtly saying, You, the eggs, soy milk and donuts that I bought for you are still hot. Quickly eat them while they are hot." With a thank you drifting into his ears, a bright smile appears on his face, then he reluctantly returns to his seat. Once he was far away, Suyu handed the breakfast to Gu Qianye and said gently, "Qianye, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? Take these and eat them to replenish your energy." Chapter 45, Skipping Class Together. It's very sour. Gu Qianye looked at the breakfast in her hand, subconsciously looked down, and muttered in her heart, "Sister, do you have no idea if I need to make up? You're still engaging in this making up for form with form?" In his heart, he understood that Suyu was still misunderstanding him, thinking that his body had to start supplementing after yesterday's sleep. But today's him is no longer yesterday's him. There is no need to make up for it at all. But it was not easy to say this, for fear that Suyu would think he was dead set on losing face, so he could only helplessly say thank you. Thank you. At the same time, Gu Qianye secretly resolved that he must let Su Yeye reacquaint his strength and stop looking down on himself. Don't get more and more excessive. Gu Qianye sighed softly and looked down at his calves, a helpless expression on his face. Humph, you had quite a nourishing night last night. Su Yeye retracted her little feet and put on her shoes before coming up behind Gu Qianye and whispering. Her gaze locked onto the eye-catching red mark on his neck, her voice unconsciously lowered, and her words tumbled with jealousy. She recalled yesterday afternoon, when Gu Qianye didn't come to class. At that time, she was full of self-blame, secretly blaming herself for being the one who shouldn't have squeezed him so hard and worn him out. As a result, today, just after class, she saw that clear hickey, and she didn't need to guess to know that it must be the masterpiece left by Shen Qingyao. This can make Su Yeye angry to the point of smoke. As soon as she went back to the dormitory to sleep, this dog man couldn't wait to go to find another woman to sleep. If I had known this, That breakfast just now was taken to feed the dog. I shouldn't have even given it to him. You also know that if I don't move around at night, I can't sleep soundly at night. When Gu Qianye heard Su Yeye's muttering with a small temper, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, not panicking, and threw out this ambiguous and full of words in a low voice. It's okay, according to your tossing and turning, in a few years I'm afraid I'll have to rely on medication to maintain it. Su Yeye was shy and annoyed. Her small white hand was uncontrollable and twisted Gu Qianye's back. Hiss, your hand is too hard. Gu Qianye feigned pain and sucked in a breath of cool air, not forgetting to reach out and rub the wrong place. Immediately afterward, his tone changed as he said with an unrefusable vigor, "Humph, follow me out." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he bent over and slipped out the back door with agile movements, ignoring the lesson in progress. As for classes, love whoever you want, a lesson of more than 40 minutes. Practical things were not taught at all. The things taught were all knowledge that was of little use. Moreover, he has been in this University of Business and Economics for more than 2 years, and he has never met a female teacher or counselor with outstanding appearance. His desire to pass his time in the classroom with some pleasing scenery had become a luxury. You're going out too? Zhou Yuping looked at Su Yeye, who was packing up her things with some confusion on her face. Gu Qianye had just slipped away not even 2 minutes ago. Why was she also slipping away? Well, Ping, I have some urgent matters. I have to go back first. Su Yeye casually made a perfunctory remark, then bowed her body and tiptoed to start the journey of skipping classes. After 1 year of college, she had already fully utilized the skill of skipping classes, and was quite skilled at skipping classes, and was not discovered by the teachers on the podium. Or rather, these teachers don't care if there are people skipping classes, as long as the usual sign-in is good, and the final exam passes, then it doesn't matter. What's going on? So anxious to call people out. Su Yeye jogged all the way to the front of Gu Qianye, raising her hand to gently ruffle the hair on her forehead, her tone full of pouting. At this moment, she was wearing a black backless hip dress that aptly outlined her delicate curves, paired with the pair of black silk with superior texture and cool black boots, coupled with a head of long, shiny black hair. The entire person exuded a seductive charm. Gu Qianye looked at Su Yeye's delicate and picturesque pretty face, and didn't say anything. He directly grabbed her soft and boneless little hand firmly, then took a big step forward. Slow down. Where are you taking me? Su Yeye struggled to take her steps and keep up with Gu Qianye's rhythm, while asking eagerly, her eyes full of curiosity and doubt. Shu, keep your voice down. Others are still in class. Gu Qianye put her index finger in front of her lips, signaling her to be quiet. When passing by the classroom door, her footsteps also unconsciously slowed down, as if she was afraid of making a little noise and attracting other people's attention. After a while, as if Su Yeye suddenly realized something, she stared with wide eyes and unbelievably stretched out her finger, pointing to the toilet in front of her. Then, she shyly looked at Gu Qianye again and said petulantly, "You bad guy, actually dragging me to skip class to come here." She didn't believe that Gu Qianye was afraid of being bored of going to the restroom alone and sought her out to chat and relieve her boredom. Just tell me if this place is exciting, right? Is it that you've never experienced a scene like this before? Gu Qianye had a bad smile on his face as he hugged Su Yeye's petite body. His big hand was still caressing her bare back. It was really silky and delicate. Humph, people aren't as perverted as you. Actually thinking of coming to a place like the toilet. Su Yu's face slowly regained its calmness under Gu Qianye's caresses. Looking at the toilet cubicle next to her, she quickly thought of the next exciting scene between the two of them, and for a moment, a wave of excitement welled up in her heart. She had seen such a scene many times in her study materials, and had always felt that it was a bit perverted, not realizing that she could try it herself later. Yes, I'm perverted alright. Gu Qianye could see that Su Yu was a bit moved, and didn't refute what she said, nodding his head in a row and saying yes, before picking up again and saying, let's not waste time, class will end in half an hour, by then it will be difficult for us to go out. The words just fell. He pulled Su Yu into the toilet cubicle, then closed the door with his back hand. What's the hurry? Didn't you say there's still half an hour? Su Yu blankly glanced at Gu Qianye in a flavorful manner, and then tied her hair into a small ponytail, swinging it around. It's not like you don't know my strength. Half an hour is barely enough. How can I not be in a hurry? You can pay attention. Don't dirty my clothes. There are no clothes for me to change here. Don't talk nonsense. Focus. In the men's restroom. 2 men just walked in not long ago. One of them said with a puzzled look on his face. This restroom feels a bit different today. When the other man heard this, he gave him a blank look and said breathlessly, "You're crazy. What can be different about the restroom? You're afraid you're not awake." It might be that I'm still not over my cold. My head has been dizzy, and I was surprised to smell a strange odor. Ha, you're really good. You keep smelling it even though you know the toilet doesn't smell good. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Well, I have to hurry back to sleep. My ears are hallucinating. I actually heard a woman's voice. Alas, you're quite seriously ill. How can there be women's voices in the men's restroom? That man shook his head while urging his companion to hurry up and solve his physiological needs to leave here. And the man who felt strange also accelerated his movements. But in his heart, he was still muttering that this toilet's sense of strangeness was just too strong today. That strange smell and phantom hearing made him feel more and more uneasy, and he just wanted to quickly leave this place to get a good night's sleep. Maybe after waking up everything would be back to normal. Chapter 46. Where are the stockings on your legs? You, I thought you weren't coming back. When Zhou Yuping saw Su Yu had returned, a sweet smile appeared on her face and she gently hugged her. In the class, Zhou Yuping, because of her own two big advantages, the other girls didn't really love to play with her. Only Su Yu was willing to get close to her due to her beauty. So just now, she was alone in class and felt especially bored, with no one to chat with her to pass the time. I'm not thinking of ping you. As soon as I'm done with things, I rushed back to accompany you. Su Yu's voice was a bit hoarse, her face was very flushed, and there was some sweat on her forehead dampening her hair. You, if you are tired, just hurry back to rest. You don't need to work hard to accompany me to class. Zhou Yuping looked at Su Yu's labored appearance and wiped her sweat heartily. Her heart was filled with emotion, feeling that she rushed back in a hurry for her own sake. I'm fine, just sit for a while and rest. Su Yu quietly moved her sitting position, then she crossed her legs and her small hands rubbed her thighs as well. What's wrong with your legs? Also, didn't you wear stockings out in the morning? How come it's naked now? Zhou Yuping looked at Su Yaya's big white legs in surprise and couldn't help but touch them when she saw those white and tender legs. It was not the first time she touched this leg, but she still could not help but mutter in her heart. Hiss, Yu, this leg is so smooth, so soft, so tender. Oh, in the future, I don't know how cheap that is. After touching it for a while, she felt that it was not too much, and she also rubbed it so hard that she was so comfortable that she didn't want to stop at all. When walking, I was accidentally hooked by a tree branch, and the stockings scratched a big hole. I had no choice but to take them off and throw them away. Su Yu was momentarily speechless, thinking for a while before coming up with this far-fetched excuse. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately laughed and poked fun at Zhou Yuping. Ping, this look of yours right now, looking at it can really be a bit colorful. Just now, she had been asking Gu Qianye not to tear her stockings, but as a result, that guy just didn't listen. Not only did he tear it in tatters, but in the end, he even soiled it. So, Su Yu had to endure her heartache and take off and throw away that expensive stocking. Luckily, Gu Qianye was still a bit conscientious and said that he would buy her a dozen stockings back later. It's not because you're so charming. You, look at you. Not only is your face rosy and glowing now, your thighs are still able to pinch out water. However, you are so posh now. A good few $1,000s of stockings worn once and scrapped. When will I be able to be like you? Zhou Yuping beat around the bush and talked about Su Yu's wealth. Her tone was full of envy, and her face was etched with a take-me-to-wealth expression. She looked at her best friend beside her suddenly became rich. The bottom of her heart all of a sudden gushed out a lot of happiness and pain. She was both happy for her best friend who had gotten rich, but also felt a great deal of pain because her best friend had gotten rich and she was still the same. Nah, begged this big boss Gu. He's my boss. Let him take you to make money. Su Yu looked at Gu Qianye who had just walked over and raised her chin, signaling that Zhou Yuping's way to get rich was in him. Just now, she wasn't just suffering in the toilet. She also told Gu Qianye about Zhou Yuping. Zhou Yuping kept pestering her to ask her how she suddenly became a netizen. Su Yaya had no choice but to ask Gu Qianye what to do. After agreeing to a number of unequal treaties, shouted a lot of dad. Only then did Gu Qianye say that he could push things onto him and promise not to let their girlfriend's relationship go wrong. What? Gu Qianye is your boss? Zhou Yuping's mouth opened wide when she heard Su Yu's words. If she didn't know that Su Yu wouldn't lie to her, she would have thought that she was talking nonsense. Yes, why don't you hurry up and hug Qianye's thighs tightly so that he can water you well? Su Yu clamped her legs together and stood up, pressing Gu Qianye to her seat and sitting next to her herself. Tear. Gu Qianye sucked in a breath of air as soon as she sat down from the coolness of the stool and glared at Su Yaya. Earlier let her pad a few more sheets of paper. She didn't listen. Now she's suffering. Zhou Yuping was about to blurt out Gu Qianye, but the words came out in time to react. The corners of her mouth rose, and her voice unconsciously sweetened a few points. Qianye, are you really Yu's boss? Although she was asking for confirmation, in her heart she also believed in Su Yu's words, so she had a good attitude when faced with Gu Qianye who could pour himself into a fortune. Yeah, I bought a Netflix company. Gu Qianye nodded his head to affirm Su Yaya's words. Then he looked seriously at the super standard porcelain doll in front of him. Zhou Yuping was somewhat significantly small, looking like a porcelain doll on TV. Her good-looking face was still fleshy and cute. The most important thing is that she also meets the system's cashback conditions and is not one of those passers-by without a name. After Gu Qianye carefully looked at her for a while, she went through the system in her mind, checking Zhou Yuping's information. Name, Zhou Yuping. Age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 87. Freshness 100. Status healthy. Super standard development. Intimacy, 45. This data is not bad, only worse than Suyuyu. Counting those two big advantages, the two of them are not far apart. Gu Qianye was quite satisfied. The only beauties in the class with more than 80 points were all very good and worthy of letting him have some sexual interest, not those just eligible goods on the street. He had just scanned the entire class. Finding out that some of them were really ugly playing with flowers and not taking care of their safety made him afraid to just sit there, and in the future he would have to pick the corner seats. Wow, Thousand Nights, you're really awesome. Now you've become a big boss of Gu. Not only that, you've also managed to make you a big internet sensation. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Zhou Yuping marveled while unconsciously softening her voice. At the same time, her petite body quietly moved some distance towards Gu Qianye. As she drew closer, a faint fragrance entered Gu Qianye's nostrils. The aroma was fresh and charming, causing him to be slightly stunned. In the face of Zhou Yuping's praise, Gu Qianye humbly smiled, waved his hand and said, don't say that. Where do I count as a big boss? The number of employees in my company isn't many. It's currently in its infancy and there's still a long way to go. Although his mouth was very modest, in his heart he was very much enjoying Zhou Yuping's adoring gaze. Thousand Nights, you've held you in such high regard, so don't be modest anymore. Alas, I don't know if I'll have the chance to be like you in the future. As Zhou Yuping said this, her eyes stared intently at Gu Qianye, a look of eagerness to improve on her face. Ahem. Gu Qianye gently coughed twice, his brows slightly furrowed as he muttered, I don't know what's wrong with this arm. It's suddenly a bit sore. It's really hard to bear. After saying that, he even put on a pained look on his face, but his eyes looked towards Zhou Yuping's small hand. Chapter 47, Fire and Burglary Against Girlfriends. Zhou Yuping was smart as ice. How could she not see Gu Qianye's small mind? The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile, and she said daintily, Qianye, you don't know. This arm is sore, so I need to rub it more before I can do it. As soon as the words fell, she dragged her chair closer to Gu Qianye, lifting those two small white hands and gently resting them on his arms. Zhou Yuping's eyes were focused and gentle as her fingers pressed hard and massaged rhythmically. At the same time, she continued to speak softly. How is it? Doesn't this feel more comfortable? When I was a kid, I didn't give my dad many massages, so this is not a bad skill, right? Gu Qianye closed his eyes with a face of enjoyment, nodded his head repeatedly and gave a thumbs up in praise. Well, it's so comfortable. Yu Ping, this massage technique of yours is simply excellent. This arm of mine was only pressed by you a few times, and it immediately stopped being sore. It's really awesome. Suyuyu looked at these two people in front of her, somewhat speechless, couldn't help but hum lightly, can you two pay attention to the occasion? The class can be watched. She was also just that half an hour full, otherwise seeing Gu Qianye and Zhou Yuping so close, she would have reached out and pinched the soft flesh around his waist. Also, no one knew about her relationship with Gu Qianye at the moment, so it wasn't good to be too intimate with him in front of outsiders. You don't have to pity those people. Gu Qianye didn't care about the reactions of the class, gently waving his hand, then added, they have experienced less social beatings. They need me to give them a good lesson like this, so that they can get used to envying others in advance. He had just held Suyuyu for a long time, and his arms were indeed a bit sore. Now letting Zhou Yuping's small hands massage it like this, it was simply too comfortable, especially in front of the class crowd, being so intimate with the two goddesses in the class. Su Yeye on the left-hand side had just finished communicating with herself in depth. The sweet afterglow on her face hadn't dissipated yet. Zhou Yuping on the right-hand side was helping herself to a massage. Her small hands were gentle and soft and smooth. While enjoying the massage, he saw that some of the students around him were wide-eyed, full of surprise and envy. Some were muttering in whispers, their words full of jealousy. All of this made him feel that this kind of university life was incomparably beautiful, and a strong sense of fulfillment surged through his heart, making him physically and mentally happy, as if he was floating on the clouds. Right, Qianye. Zhou Yuping's eyes flowed, and when she saw a satisfied look on Gu Qianye's face, she slightly sidled up, brought her mouth to his ear, and, gently exhaling a mouthful of hot air, she said softly, do you think I'm suitable to be a netizen? Just like you. She didn't care about the gazes of the people around her, and was bent on becoming a netizen like Suyuyu, earning lots and lots of money to buy designer handbags and beautiful clothes. Gu Qianye opened his eyes, looked up and looked seriously at Zhou Yuping, smiled and spoke. Yuping, your condition is too suitable to be an internet celebrity. Packaged properly it will definitely catch fire. He had learned from Su Ye's mouth that Zhou Yuping's two big advantages were genuine, and there was absolutely no trace of adulteration. Relying on these two big advantages, Zhou Yuping's fame in the University of Economics and Trade was no less than Xin Xingyao's, and many people would take her as a fantasy object. As a classmate of Gu Qianye, before he was naturally no exception. Every time he would fantasize about a different kind of happiness. Great! When Zhou Yuping heard the affirmative answer, her face instantly blossomed into a bright smile, tightly grasping Gu Qianye's arm, and said in a delicate voice, Qianye, then can I also join your company? Let me be your employee, okay? After saying that, she gently shook Gu Qianye's arm while blinking repeatedly with her charming big eyes, her eyes full of anticipation. Such a scene directly made Su Yu look dumbfounded. Unexpectedly her best friend Zhou Yuping's tea art was so exquisite, no less than herself. If not for her and Gu Qianye's relationship is a little complicated. Sure, and Zhou Yuping severed the relationship of girlfriends. After all, as the saying goes, fire prevention and theft prevention girlfriends, the most easy to pry the corner is good girlfriends. However, Su Ye, not to mention that she herself is not in the right. After that test in the toilet just now, she is well aware of the strength of Gu Qianye. Therefore, she just quietly watched Zhou Yuping play. If in the future really fulfill the oath of do not forget each other, then maybe we can also join forces against Xin Xingyiao, that formidable enemy. Of course there's no problem. Yuping, I'm very optimistic about you. In the future, you'll definitely be able to become a big internet celebrity, an enviable existence. Gu Qianye agreed in a single breath, a rare cashback object that was sent to the door on his own initiative. How could he turn it away? It would be even better if he could have an in-depth exchange in the future. Saying that, Gu Qianye rubbed the arm that was grabbed by Zhou Yuping, then sighed, alas, my arm is all old, always sore, and I don't know what to do in the future. Zhou Yuping's face filled with smiles when she heard Gu Qianye say that she could become a big netizen and could be the envy of everyone. She smiled and patted her chest. Qianye, in the future, when your arm gets sore, come directly to me. I promise to make you comfortable. She wasn't the least bit angry about such a small request. Instead, a surge of joy surged in her heart, feeling that this was the perfect opportunity to get close to Gu Qianye. Only if she had a good relationship with Gu Qianye would she be able to obtain more resources. After all, the profession of netizen was changing too quickly, and if she couldn't keep up the heat, she would definitely be beaten to death by the newcomers on the beach. Moreover, Gu Qianye was running a netizen company, and in the future, there would definitely be more netizens in the company than just her and Su Ye. There would definitely be a lot of beautiful and good-looking women joining. If she didn't make a good relationship before it was too late, it would be difficult in the future. Ha, that would be great. Yuping, I'll be troubling you in the future. Gu Qianye smiled happily. Not only had he gained an employee who could return cash, but he could also enjoy such a comfortable massage service. It was really great. This would make it much more cozy for him to be in class in the future. And when he wanted to relax and stimulate, he could take Su Yu to skip class and go play. Come back also do not need to loosen their own muscles and bones. There are specialized one-on-one service. So, he continued, Yuping, when you go back, you will first learn how to be a netizen from Yu. Our company is in the process of moving places, so when we finish moving the company, we can immediately make you the second Yu. The company also has a clear development plan, and will invest a lot of resources to create net stars. Gu Qianye drew big cakes for Zhou Yuping, making her so excited that her entire body was thrilled. A hand held Gu Qianye in place, making his entire arm fall into softness. Chapter 48, being called shameless, pulling hair and tearing clothes. Hey, Ping, pay attention to the influence, will you? Su Yu patted Zhou Yuping, who was in an excited state, and after she came back to her senses, she pointed at the surrounding students. Then, Su Yu whispered, they're all looking at you. You're not afraid of spreading any rumors and letting Gu Qianye's girlfriend, Xin Xingyiao, find you in trouble? She reminded seemingly without thinking, but the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up an undetectable arc. She didn't just want to remind Zhou Yuping to pay attention to her influence, but she also wanted to tell her through this that Xin Xingyiao was the biggest obstacle for her to make friends with Gu Qianye in the future. Su Yu wanted to plant a nail in Zhou Yuping's heart so that she would stand on her side and work together to deal with Xin Xingyiao. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Zhou Yuping looked at the strange eyes of her classmates. A blush appeared on her face and she hurriedly loosened her hold on Gu Qianye and lowered her head. She also thought about the Xin Xingyiao mentioned by Su Ye just now, and was a little worried for a moment, fearing that the dog-blooded scene of the real girlfriend beating up the mistress would really occur. Immediately after that, Zhou Yuping's mind immediately floated to the scene where she was scolded by Shen Qingyao for being shameless, pulling her hair and tearing her clothes, and her body involuntarily shivered. If she really hooked up with Gu Qianye, but she didn't do anything, really by Shen Qingyao this way to beat the door shall not be wrong to death. You move so fast, how can I remind you? Su Yaya blankly glanced at Zhou Yuping, but in her heart, she was somewhat looking forward to the scene where she was beaten by Shen Qingyao. At that time, will she help her deal with Shen Qingyao? Or will she eat melon and shout for gas on the side? Think about it, all exciting. TSK, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have reminded Zhou Yuping. Let her fight for herself first, to explore Shen Qingyao's means, and then I really encountered such a situation and also have mental preparation. Zhou Yuping bit her lip and said with some embarrassment, what about now? In case any bad rumors really spread, it would be troublesome if that Shen Qingyao knew about it. Gu Qianye looked at the two of them like this and felt a bit amused. He wasn't even afraid. They were worried about a hammer, said with a smile. No, why are you two so imaginative? You Ping and I didn't do anything bad anymore. What do you have to worry about? As for the matter with Su Yaya, he didn't mention it at all. After all, doing it is doing it. How can you just say you didn't do it? Just like the phrase circulating on the internet, you went in as you went in. How can you not count it as going in just because you went in and then came out? And, even though I just checked in the restroom that there were no cameras and it wouldn't be recorded. But what if someone accidentally saw them going in and out of the restroom and guessed the bad things they had done? So, in the face of these things that had the risk of being exposed at any time, he wouldn't shamelessly say that nothing had happened. Right? Oh, I haven't done anything bad yet. What's there to be afraid of? Zhou Yuping reacted and clapped her palms in relief. Then her face returned to normal, followed by, yeah, you scared me again, causing me to worry for nothing. After saying that, she scratched at Su Yu through Gu Qianye, a small revenge. Ha ha, Ping, I was wrong, don't tickle me anymore, ha ha. Su Yu laughed as her entire body shook, her hands desperately resisting Zhou Yuping's attacks, causing her body to shake violently. Hiss. Gu Qianye was sitting in the middle of the two of them and could see their bodies very clearly. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and his mouth took a hard, deep breath, his eyes wide open, not wanting to miss such a wonderful scene. Alright, you guys also pay attention to the impact, be careful of getting naked. When Gu Qianye had had his fill of watching, he immediately separated them, fearing that he would be taken advantage of by the people around him seeing such a wonderful scene. It's all because of you, Ping, causing people to be so out of shape. Su Yaya grumbled at Zhou Yuping while organizing her clothes. Luckily they were sitting in the corner and there weren't many people around, otherwise it would be a big loss. To know that Su Yu in school is the goddess of ice and jade, often people can be happy to see more than one glance cannot sleep, really by them to see that scene just now. Shall not die of excitement. However, for the whole witnessed Gu Qianye she did not think much. After all, the two of them have long been like that. Just now that little thing is nothing. Humph. It's not because of you are always scaring me. Otherwise how would I be here to play around with you like this? Zhou Yuping snorted at Su Yu, but her eyes unconsciously looked towards Gu Qianye, wanting to see what kind of reaction he had. When she saw that he was staring at her chest, her face immediately flushed scarlet, and she shyly lowered her head vigorously, wanting to use this to escape reality. Gu Qianye looked at Zhou Yuping, such a lovely appearance, his heart a little itchy, really good as super standard development of porcelain doll. Alas, also said that she is in Yao comparable school floweret, the result of 85 points or less then. All rely on flirty dress and thick foundation to make up the numbers. This is also, as the most popular netizen of the University of Economics and Trade, the video on Jitterbug is so beautiful that it attracts a lot of attention. But the reality is that it's all the work of P-Pictures. Bad reviews, all bad reviews. None of the said department flowers and school flowers can fight. No wonder Yao can become the object of the system activation task. She's really unique in the University of Economics and Trade. Gu Qianye depressedly slipped out through the back door of one of the classrooms, still muttering in his heart. After spending a class on international finance that was both exciting and boring, he simply missed the class, although he could chat with the two beauties, Su Yu and Zhou Yuping, in class, and take advantage of them from time to time. But after all, there are a lot of people around, and it's not a good influence after a long time. So Gu Qianye missed class alone in order not to affect the class's learning. Anyway, the daily homework and exams could be taken care of by Zhou Yuping and Su Yaya. Moreover, he had a system now, and it didn't matter if he wanted that one resume that was designed to help people work. So, Gu Qianye wandered around the school, walking through every classroom, probing through the system to find out who was eligible for cashback, only to be disappointed. Gu Qianye walked into every classroom with great anticipation, but was disappointed time and time again. Many of the classes didn't even have a beautiful woman who fit the criteria, and it was miserable. On the rare occasion that they encountered the opposite sex prompted by the system, they took a look to see if they were either 80% out of their league, or their freshness was too low. Even the famous department flowers in certain schools were not as good as some unremarkable girls. Some even had plastic faces. Gu Qianye wandered around and realized that Shin Qingyao's reputation as the school's flower girl is indeed well deserved. No one can shake. Only he can rely on the superior physical quality. Shake a little. Chapter 49. Not an opponent, so I'm in. Gu Qianye had just walked to the door of Shin Qingyao's class when Yan Shuoqian's crisp voice came to his ears. Hey, Qianye, you're here to look for Yao Yao, right? Gu Qianye turned around to face Yan Shuoqian and answered softly. Yes, Shuoqian. At this moment, Yan Shuoqian was wearing a light blue dress, the hem of her skirt fluttering gently with the breeze, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyes bright with a hint of surprise. She slightly raised the corner of her mouth as she looked at Gu Qianye and flirted. Qianye, you're really in love with Yao Yao. You just parted in the morning, and now you're here looking for her again. Yan Shuoqian had gotten very drunk with Yang Yixiao and the girls last night and fell asleep when she returned to the dormitory. Once she woke up, her head was still a bit dizzy and she directly missed the first class. She had thought that after Shin Qingyao and Gu Qianye left, they wouldn't come back today. She didn't expect Shin Qingyao to come back early, and even thoughtfully brought them breakfast. One should know that Shin Qingyao was tossed around in the great adventure last night. Plus, after she and Gu Qianye left, they didn't need to think about it to know that the two of them definitely didn't do a lot of intense exercise in the hotel. However, in such a situation, Shin Qingyao was still able to come back refreshed, not sleepy at all, and her face was still rosy and glowing. Moreover, Yan Shuoqian also smelled a faint pomegranate odor from her body, and it wasn't hard to guess that she had gone to do morning exercise and came straight back. Gu Qianye didn't care about Yan Shuoqian's jibe and said with a smile, Ha ha, Yao Yao and I naturally have a very good relationship. However, her relationship with you guys isn't bad either. She didn't even sleep back with me in order to bring you guys breakfast. If he hadn't sent Shin Qingyao back to school, he wouldn't have come back to class today, at least not in the morning. How comfortable it was to sleep. However, who let him be the three boyfriends? Rich, beautiful and considerate. In order not to let Shin Qingyao disappointed, can only reluctantly leave that 2 meters big bed. If Shin Qingyao had a system, she would have realized that Gu Qianye's intimacy with her was at least 80. It was just that Gu Qianye's heart was too big to be this intimate with more than just her. After Yan Shuoqian stared intently at Gu Qianye for a while, her complexion became solemn and she slowly spoke. Qianye, let's go to that cafe outside the school and sit down for a bit. I have something I want to talk to you about. After saying that, she didn't wait for Gu Qianye to reply, so she directly walked away from him towards the outside of the school, as if she was certain that he would definitely follow. Gu Qianye looked at Yan Shuoqian's distant back and froze for a moment, his heart filled with question marks. What is this situation? Didn't say anything, just left like that. He pondered for a moment, then looked back at Shin Qingyao's class, and then followed the faint aroma left behind by Yan Shuoqian to chase after her. Yan Shuoqian walked in front without turning back. Hearing Gu Qianye's footsteps as she followed, she secretly sighed in relief. It didn't take long for the two of them to sit down in a corner of the cafe. Gu Qianye looked at Yan Shuoqian, who kept stirring her coffee, and guessed that she was still agonizing over what to say next, so she didn't bother and just quietly admired the beautiful woman in front of her. Although Yan Shuoqian was slightly dull in front of Shin Qingyao, she was by no means unattractive. Walking on the street, she could still attract many people's attention. It was only in front of Shin Qingyao, the one-in-a-million school flower of the Economic and Trade University, that she was less conspicuous. After a while, Yan Shuoqian nodded her head vigorously, as if she was cheering herself up. She raised her head and looked seriously at Gu Qianye, asking seriously, Qianye, do you think I look good? Gu Qianye really didn't expect Yan Shuoqian's first words to be this, and was a bit surprised in her heart. Looking at Yan Shuoqian's eyes that were filled with anticipation, all sorts of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind, but on his lips, he quickly replied, good looking. Receiving Gu Qianye's affirmative reply, Yan Shuoqian followed up with, then I'll be your woman too. Speaking here, she deliberately paused for a moment and saw a stunned expression on Gu Qianye's face before continuing. Don't worry, I won't let you leave Yao Yao, and I won't make things difficult for you either. After last night's truth or dare, Yan Shuoqian's thoughts had changed a bit. She was no longer obsessed with snatching Gu Qianye away from Shin Qingyao, but planned to do it in a different way. After all, as could be seen from last night's situation, Gu Qianye and Shin Qingyao were clearly in the heat of the moment. Coupled with the fact that she really wasn't as good looking as Shin Qingyao, it was too difficult to pry her away. Thus, she came up with what she thought was a brilliant solution overnight, which would not damage her relationship with Shin Qingyao, but would also gain Gu Qianye's strong support. making him willingly give herself favors. Ahem, you don't have a fever, do you? When Gu Qianye heard this, he was momentarily stunned and actually accidentally choked on a mouthful of air. He really didn't expect Yan Shuoqin to find himself and say this. Although he had seen Yan Shuoqin's thoughts yesterday, he really didn't expect her to be so direct, and zoomed in on him right off the bat, catching him really off guard. I said, I'll be your woman too, Yan Shuoqin firmly said to Gu Qianye, and without waiting for him to respond, she continued, I can see that you're not an infatuated person, so I don't think you'll be devoted to Yao Yao, right? She had long understood one thing, men were still so horny even if they couldn't move. No matter how beautiful a girlfriend they had, they would still eat from the bowl and look at the pot. Gu Qianye really didn't expect Yan Shuoqin to be so blunt. He frowned slightly, neither refuting her words nor following her words down. Shuoqin, you're Yao Yao's roommate, a good girlfriend, you're doing this to her. Honestly speaking, Gu Qianye was not a moral saint, and he had long since apologized to Shin Qingyao. However, in terms of Yan Shuoqin's conditions, there was no need for him to take the risk of making Shin Qingyao lower her intimacy to hook up with her. Yan Shuoqin had expected Gu Qianye to react like this. Her complexion didn't change, and she said softly, yes, precisely because I'm Yao Yao's roommate and good best friend. Isn't it more tempting for you? The corner of her mouth rose slightly, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Don't hide it either. I'm well aware that this kind of status is a plus for men. Moreover, haven't you ever thought of being able to play cards with Yao Yao and me one day? Yan Shuoqin understood in her heart that she couldn't compete with Shin Qingyao in terms of her feelings and appearance, so she contemplated another way to join in. After all, it wasn't like she was doing it for her feelings. She just saw that Gu Qianye was rich and generous and wanted to reap some benefits from it. In this regard, Yan Shuoqin did not feel ashamed. Just like men coveted her beauty, she coveted some money, and what is it? Yesterday, after learning that Gu Qianye had an Edison company, her thoughts became more and more firm. She secretly pondered that not only would she be able to rake in money at that time, but she would also be able to get Gu Qianye to help her become a net celebrity. After she made money as an Edison, it would be her turn to say what she wanted to do, and if she didn't want to play with Gu Qianye, she could kick him out. Chapter 50, Help You Fix Yo-Yo, and Enjoy the Happiness of All of Us. Pa pa pa. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose slightly, a trace of undetectable surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but applaud. Obviously, Yan Shuoqin's words were right in his little heart. In fact, this kind of thinking was not unique to him. In his opinion, the vast majority of men, when faced with their girlfriend's best friend or roommate, would more or less pop up with similar thoughts. After all, human nature makes it so. It's just that a lot of men, because their girlfriends' girlfriends and roommates don't meet their own aesthetic standards, nip these thoughts in the bud. Gu Qianye took a sip of the coffee on the table, moistened his throat, and said with a smile, Shuoqin, I can't imagine that you understand men's minds so well. Although he had heard some offensive words, he would not tell lies because of it, and would say whatever he wanted. Moreover, it was precisely because he was a man that he understood certain very dark thoughts of men better. Of course, some women also have a lot of nastiness in their hearts, and even more in some aspects. It was no exaggeration to say that if the heavens really had eyes and sent down punishments according to the bad thoughts in people's hearts, it was estimated that there wouldn't be many people left in this world. How about it? Qianye, you've promised to let me be your woman. Yan Shuoqin had been wearing a relaxed look on her face ever since she said what was on her mind, not the least bit ashamed of the bold meaning of her words. Not really, Yao Yao isn't your puppet on strings. Can't she do whatever you say? Gu Qianye shook his head, a touch of regret surfacing on his face. The proposal did make his heart move. He also really wanted to call Yan Shuoqin together playing cards, but Shin Qingyao is not a thoughtless NPC, how would she obediently accept it? However, although Gu Qianye rejected Yan Shuoqin on his lips, his eyes were staring at her with anticipation, eager to hear the perfect solution from her mouth. Humph, I'm not a little cutie. How could I make an offer that I'm not sure of? Yan Shuoqin hummed petulantly and raised her chin, then said with certainty, don't worry, as long as you promise to let me be your woman as well, I'll definitely help you take care of Yao Yao, so that you can enjoy the happiness of all of us. She also didn't say that she wanted to be Gu Qianye's girlfriend, because in her thoughts, being Gu Qianye's girlfriend was far less comfortable than being his woman. Anyway, if she could spend his money by being his woman, why would she have to work hard to be his girlfriend? Not only did she have to worry about him being snatched away by a vixen like herself, but she also had to pay for something as precious as her feelings. So if she didn't succeed in turning into a wife in the end, what a loss it would be. Wow, what's your solution to fix Yao Yao? Let me hear it first. Gu Qianye was surprised when he heard Yan Shuoqin's words and curiously turned his gaze towards her. If Yan Shuoqin's method was really reliable, then it might be worth a try. Anyway, she was only after her money, not her feelings, so what was there to worry about? Moreover, Even if it didn't work out in the end, Gu Qianye had nothing to lose, but instead, she had an extra tool person who could swipe the cash back. Of course, before he was sure, he didn't dare to blatantly stir with Yan Shuochen, so as not to make Shen Qingyao lower her intimacy. Qianye, do you know when Yao Yao was happiest last night? Yan Shuochen didn't directly answer Gu Qianye's question, but instead threw out another question. Gu Qianye blankly glanced at Yan Shuochen. Is there any need to ask? It must have been when he went back to the hotel to play cards with himself, or when he was in the changing room. However, he didn't say these words out loud, but cooperated and asked, when was it? It's playing dare and being made, by dash. The time, at that time, although her face was very shy, but being a woman's sixth intuition, I can feel that she must be very happy in her heart. Yan Shuochen's face was full of confidence as she spoke a sentence that made Gu Qianye not dare to believe. What? Are you sure you didn't guess wrong? Gu Qianye looked stunned and once again pursued the question seriously. Humph. How can a woman's intuition be wrong? Yan Shuochen rolled her eyes before continuing. What's more, I've been living with Yao Yao for more than a year now. How could I not be clear about her thoughts? She's a thin-skinned person, and she's embarrassed to say certain thoughts in her heart. Yet I know that she has always longed for a good boyfriend. Usually, she would also secretly watch the study materials and imitate those special techniques above. As for why she was happiest at that time, it was naturally because there were more people in the private room. It made her feel in her heart that Xiaoxia, Lily and I were all involved in her play. Gu Qianye was dumbfounded as she listened, her mouth wide open. Could it be that what Yan Shuochen said was true? After thinking about it for a while, he felt that it seemed to make some sense, because Yao Yao didn't even get angry when she played dare like that last night. Instead, she returned to the hotel and laughed happily. Doesn't that mean that Yao Yao could really be taken care of by Yan Shuochen? Then he himself would be able to enjoy the blessings of all people at that time? Ahem, Shuochen, I can't imagine that you're observing so carefully that all of this has been discovered. Gu Qianye cleared his throat and praised Yan Shuochen's observation. Immediately afterward, he added, okay, I agree with that proposal you just mentioned. I wonder what you want to order. As a good boss, he naturally knew how to stimulate his employees. In order for employees to maximize their motivation, they couldn't just draw a big pie. They had to be given tangible benefits. And of course they couldn't be overfed, or they wouldn't work if they were too satisfied. In the face of a beautiful woman who meets the conditions of the system, Gu Qianye is never short of money, and also spends as much as possible. In order for Yan Shuochen to hurry up and take care of Yao Yao, he decided to give enough motivation. What do I want? Yan Shuochen wasn't surprised to see Gu Qianye agree to his proposal. She just didn't expect him to ask what she wanted straight away. After pondering carefully for a while, she spoke. Oh, does spending endless amounts of money every day count? Alright, no more jokes. I want to be like Yao Yao, with lots of beautiful clothes and bags, and be able to use high-grade cosmetics. Of course, it would be even better to have another amount of discretionary funds every month. Yan Shuochen didn't come up with a lion's share of money, but instead directly benchmarked Shen Qingyao's situation. This wouldn't make Gu Qianye feel that she was going overboard, but would also allow Gu Qianye to put her and Shen Qingyao on the same footing, even if Gu Qianye wouldn't actually put the two of them in the same position. Yan Shuochen herself would be able to acquiesce in her heart that she was similar to Shen Qingyao. I have to say, a woman's small mind is sometimes really strange. Let a person cannot figure out. Chapter 51 The Joy of Driving with One Hand. Gu Qianye had to admit that Yan Shuochen was quite smart in this approach. She had obviously given her requests a lot of thought when she made them, which caused a few more points of appreciation in Gu Qianye's heart. Thus, he said softly, no problem. These requests are very reasonable, but then again, I dislike it the most when my own woman gets involved with another man. So, when he said this, he stopped and looked at Yan Shuochen with a calm face. Smart people often spoke to the point and would not embarrass each other's faces. Although Yan Shuochen's current situation was a bit special, Gu Qianye would still give her respect. Brother Qianye, just don't worry. People are the most obedient and understanding. Seeing Gu Qianye's reaction, Yan Shuochen's face instantly revealed a joyful color, and her address changed to that of Shen Qingyao, calling her brother Qianye. Now that she has embraced Gu Qianye's thigh, she doesn't bother to take care of those fish in the pond. She can't afford to miss out on a happy life just because of the 3 or 2 jujube she receives at New Year's. She knows her plan worked. She knew that her plan had succeeded, and that she would be able to wear all kinds of luxuries every day like Shen Qingyao, becoming the envy of other women. However, she was also clear that if she wanted to keep enjoying Gu Qianye's benefits, she would have to fulfill the temptation she had just uttered and take care of Shen Qingyao. That's good. As long as you can make that happen, I'll make sure to satisfy you and reward you properly. Gu Qianye smiled and nodded, motivating Yan Shuochen once again. After saying that, he picked up his coffee and took a light sip. Then he got up and said, let's go have a meal first. then we'll stroll around the mall. Ever since activating the system, Gu Qianye had fallen in love with shopping at the mall as a recreational activity. In the past, he didn't understand why girls didn't get bored of shopping, but now he finally understood. Because it's really cool to keep buying, especially when the money in the cart is getting bigger and bigger when you buy things. It's simply awesome. Moreover, with a beautiful woman to go shopping, not only can enjoy the beauty of the attentive service, but also attracted the envious eyes of passers-by. Such pleasure, once experienced, simply could not be stopped. Aha, people listen to brother. Yan Shuoqin got up and took Gu Qianye's arm, a sweet smile on her face and a delicate voice. As soon as she heard Gu Qianye say that he was going to take her to the mall, her heart couldn't wait to drag him there immediately, and she didn't even want to eat. However, she also knew that it was useless to be in a hurry, so she might as well behave obediently and know better, so that Gu Qianye could see how well behaved he was. Gu Qianye felt the softness in his hand, a smile appeared on his face, reached out and directly wrapped Yan Shuoqin's thin waist around him, before he slowly walked out of the cafe. After the two of them had a big meal, they started a shopping trip, buying and buying all the way until they couldn't hold it in their hands. Thank you, brother. Yan Shuoqin smiled and finished, then stood on her tiptoes to wave on Gu Qianye's face, leaving a reddish lip print on his face. Yan Shuoqin's excitement was displayed directly on her face with this shopping, and the smile on her face didn't stop. She estimated that just now, Gu Qianye had spent at least more than $100,000 for her. If it wasn't for the inappropriate location, she would have wanted to directly pounce on the man she was hugging. Chin, is it just gone? Gu Qianye wrapped his arms around Yan Shuoqin, a bad smile on his face. He had just given so much. It wasn't something that could be easily dismissed with a simple kiss. One should know that with the current market, even those female netizens with 2 million followers could achieve airborne by spending 30,000 oceans. If he didn't have a system where he was able to double cash back on all his spending, he wouldn't have broken the market rules like this. Yan Shuoqin's cheeks were slightly red, her eyes flashed with a charming light, and she said poutingly, "Brother, what else do you want? People will listen to you." She didn't squirm either. As soon as she thought of those bags of valuable luxuries, the excitement in her body wanted to burst out. If she didn't give vent to it properly, she felt sure that she would be so uncomfortable that she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose slightly and his eyes rolled a few times before he reached out to hold Yan Shuoqin's small white hand and said with a smile, "Get on the car. Let's go experience something exciting." As he spoke, he pulled Yan Shuoqin's hand and walked quickly to the car. He had long planned to try the things that he had been fantasizing about in his mind before, and yesterday, if it wasn't for the crowd, he was ready to go and practice with Shen Qingyao, and now that he had replaced it with Yan Shuoqin, it wasn't too much of a problem. Yan Shuoqin saw Gu Qianye pulling himself into the car. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points, shyly lowering her head, whispering, "Brother, where are you planning to take people off?" An even more intense blush rose on her face, and her heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness, wondering what exactly the exciting thing Gu Qianye was talking about would be. "You'll know later." Gu Qianye didn't reply either, and after Yan Shuoqin sat in the passenger seat, he started the car. However, he paid considerable attention to safety and privacy. The windows were tightly closed, the car's speed was just over 30, and he was also ready to hit the brakes at any time. Looking at the traffic and scenery that kept flashing by outside the car window, Gu Qianye slowly lowered the speed of the car and cleared his throat. "Ahem, Chin, my hands are a little cold." As soon as the words left his mouth, he controlled the steering wheel with one hand and put one hand on Yan Shuoqin's smooth and tender thighs, gently caressing them. Seeing this, Yan Shuoqin blankly glanced at Gu Qianye, but she didn't avoid his palms. Instead she moved her body and shifted over with her legs together. Seeing Yan Shuoqin's approach and his afterglow, Gu Qianye was satisfied in his heart and patted her thighs to show his appreciation. Then he was in two minds. More than 10 minutes later, Yan Shuoqin's pretty face was slightly red. She didn't say a word and quietly leaned against the passenger seat to rest. Gu Qianye looked at Yan Shuoqin's delicate appearance. A smile appeared on his face, then raised the speed of the car. That is, he didn't have the habit of smoking, or else he would definitely have to have a smoke to help him out right now. Then, he lowered the window of the car, and the wind from outside all rushed in at once, instantly filling the car with fresh air. "Humph, you're such a bad guy. I really don't know how Yao Yao likes you so much." Yan Shuoqin was sobered up a bit by the wind. She secretly glanced at Gu Qianye, a few shyness showed in her eyes, then she cast her eyes outside the car. The scenery outside the window swept by quickly, but her thoughts drifted back to the scene just now. The experience just now was indeed incomparably exciting. Although it was clear that the outside could not see what was going on inside the car, but looking out the window at the traffic that kept flashing by, her heart was always a little nervous, especially when waiting for the traffic light. The moment the eyes of the people in the car next to her cast over, Yan Shuoqin's body and nerves instantly tensed. Has been waiting until after the traffic light? Her heart, that kind of nervousness only gradually dissipated. Yan Shuoqin finally understood why Shen Xingyao had to work out in the dormitory during her vacation days. It was really Gu Qianye's methods that were very powerful and not something that ordinary people could carry. Moreover, she just understood another reason why girls like to sit in the BMW to cry, do not like to sit behind the bicycle to laugh. It's really hard to experience the different kind of pleasure just now when you're sitting behind a bicycle. Chapter 52, Women are only after these two things. Ha ha, of course it's because I'm gentle and considerate enough to satisfy all her mental and physical needs, making her happy all the time. Gu Qianye's face was full of complacency. He knew that a woman's requirements for a man were just two aspects. One was to be able to fulfill her material needs, and the other was to be able to fulfill her physical needs in bed. In his opinion, after these two aspects were satisfied, what else would those women not be satisfied with? As for feelings, aren't these the embodiment of feelings? If a woman felt that her feelings weren't deep enough, it could only mean that her man hadn't satisfied those two aspects of her. Aya, you're too thick-skinned. Can't you be a little more modest? Although Yan Shuoqin teased with a look of disgust on her lips, in her heart, she recognized Gu Qianye's words, because this guy really did have the strength of character to sit in a comfortable luxury car and enjoy the satisfaction of material things, at the same time being able to get both physical and mental fulfillment by the side of a man like Gu Qianye. This was perhaps the pursuit of many women. Che, what do you know? In this society, it's the people with thick skin who mix well and do well. If you only know how to be humble all day long and don't reveal your strengths, how can you let people know how good you are? Gu Qianye put on an air of being a good teacher and taught Yan Shuoqin a bit, then immediately added, alright, let's not talk about these useless words. Qin, since you're rested, aren't you going to help me as well? After saying that, he redescended the speed of the car and closed the windows before grabbing Yan Shuoqin's small hand. Aya, you don't want to die? Yan Shuoqin was startled by Gu Qianye's maneuver and yelled out, don't worry, I'm the person who cherishes his life the most. I wouldn't joke with my own little life. Gu Qianye had a serious face and ignored Yan Shuoqin's reaction. It's okay, I can't imagine that you usually play quite flowery. Yao Yao hasn't been tossed around by you much, right? Seeing that she couldn't resist, Yan Shuoqin could only submit to Gu Qianye's small movements, and her mouth began to flirt with him. You'll know later if I play with flowers or not, but this is the first time I've played like this now. Even Yao Yao hasn't played with me yet. Shouldn't I be honored then? Being one step ahead of Yao Yao, so that she can only play with what's left of my play in the future as well. Yan Shuoqin rolled her eyes, her tone carrying a few moments of speechlessness, but in her heart, she didn't know why a wave of joy surged up. What do you mean by playing with what's left of you? Saying that I'm worthless? Others who want to play with me like this don't even have a chance. Seeing that Yan Shuoqin was still struggling, Gu Qianye didn't get angry and continued to chat with her to pass the time. Isn't it? You still just bought this car. I don't think anyone else has tried it like this, so they've all given me a taste. Well, cut the crap and focus on your work. Che, you have to be safe. Don't get into an accident and shrivel up later. Damn, you're so vicious, cursing me like this. If you know that I will shrivel up in the future, the one who will be unlucky is yourself. Blah blah blah, I spit. That sentence just now doesn't count. Alright, don't spit all over my car. Are we almost there yet? Almost there. Tough luck. See you next time. Gu Qianye's face was filled with smiles as he watched Yan Shuoqin get out of the car. Before she closed the car door, she once again sincerely expressed her gratitude. Poof! Yan Shuoqin raised her chin and hummed. Afterward, she closed the car door with a bang, and the sound of the door closing seemed to tell of her complicated feelings at this time. Gu Qianye didn't care about Yan Shuoqin's little temper, and patiently waited for her to get all her things before slowly driving away from the University of Economics and Trade. After Yan Shuoqin got off the car, she had just walked a few steps when she heard a voice of suppressed anger coming from her. Shuoqin, why did you come down from that car? Yan Shuoqin frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure welling up in her heart. She followed the voice and realized that it was her fish in the pond, He Jinmu. She saw that He Jinmu's face was dark and his eyes showed pain. Yan Shuoqin looked at him, no waves in her heart, even a little bored. She ignored him and walked right past him. He Jinmu watched his goddess come down from a Mercedes with a lot of things in her hands, and now she was ignoring him, and was filled with rage. He rushed to Yan Shuoqin in a few steps, stopping her with open hands, almost growling. Shuoqin, what the hell is going on here? He Jinmu was trembling with anger. All sorts of bad thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind, and his heart felt as if it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The pain was unbearable. He stared dead at Yan Shuoqin, desperately hoping to get an explanation from her that would put his mind at ease and make him feel better. He couldn't imagine that the goddess he had been pursuing had come down from another man's car, and was still so indifferent to himself. Why in the world was all this? Yan Shuachen's willow brows knit tightly, her eyes filled with disgust as she impatiently said, He Jin Mu, I'm not your whatever. What does my business concern you? Quickly get out of the way. Don't block my path. She might have been able to patiently explain a sentence or two in the past because of He Jin Mu's daily hush-hush greetings and the gifts and red packets she sent on New Year's festivals, but now that she was hugging Gu Qianye's thigh, she didn't want to waste any more time bothering with these so-called warm men. Moreover, she had just promised Gu Qianye that she wouldn't get involved with other people of the opposite sex, so how could she forget about it? If she were to get into a scandal with He Jin Mu, and it got back to Gu Qianye's ears, then it would be more trouble than it's worth. Afterwards, Yan Shuachen turned her hand slightly, as if she was tired of holding and relaxing, and as if she was firming up her inner thoughts. Chapter 53, Remember, you will regret it. He Jin Mu's eyes were wide open. His eyes were also filled with incredulity. The muscles on his face trembled slightly, and his voice raised a few points. Why, Shuachin, why are you doing this to me? I like you so much and have been pursuing you. After doing so much for you, aren't you touched at all? He was in a terrible mood at the moment, never expecting that instead of waiting for an explanation from the goddess, he would get such a suffocating answer. Although Yan Shuachin was once not very fond of him, every time he met, he didn't say more than a few words, but not like now. Directly said he is nothing, which undoubtedly crushed all the hope in his heart. He Jin Mu's heart is full of bitterness. He did not understand his own piece of sincerity why in exchange for such a heartless response. At this time, the two of them made a commotion, instantly attracted many onlookers in front of the school. Seeing such a situation, they all started whispering. A female classmate's eyes were filled with sympathy as she whispered, This man is also too miserable. A male student skimmed his mouth and responded disdainfully, What's so tragic? Licking dogs aren't all like this, just making a fool of themselves. A male student wearing glasses and looking refined pushed his glasses and concurred. That's right, people have clearly said that it has nothing to do with him, but still stalking, really lose our men's face. Yan Shuachin took a deep breath. Her tone became icy cold. Was it me who asked you to like me? Was it me who wanted you to chase me? I never asked you to do anything. It was all your own wishful thinking. From now on, please stop pestering me. After saying that, she tries to leave around He Jin Mu. Seeing this, He Jin Mu, out of fear of losing Yan Shuachin from now on, didn't care to ask her about getting off another man's car. He hurriedly stopped Yan Shuachin's way again, his eyes filled with pain and pleading. Shuachin, I really can't live without you. You just tell me, where exactly I did not do well. I will definitely change. Please don't do this to me. Yan Shuachin saw that He Jin Mu was so spineless, and was very contemptuous in her heart, but thinking that he had treated himself pretty well before, she rebuked him loudly in order to cut him off. That's enough from you. Don't just pester me all day. You'll only make me look down on you, like a child who never grows up. I don't want to waste any more time on you. He Jin Mu stood frozen in place, his face full of disbelief. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. Knowing that it was useless for him to continue, he endured the pain and decided to stop pestering Yan Shuachin, but in his heart, he also secretly swore that he would make himself better and make Yan Shuachin regret today's decision. He Jin Mu stared at Yan Shuachin with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to engrave her appearance in his heart forever. After a long time, he slowly loosened his clenched fists and said feebly, Okay, I won't pester you anymore in the future, but remember, one day you will regret today's decision. After saying that, He Jin Mu turned around and left, that forlorn back looking particularly desolate in the crowd's gaze. Yan Shuachin looked at his back. The indifference in her eyes gradually dissipated. She then walked into the school without looking back, and the group of onlookers, seeing that there was no more action to watch, had no choice but to sadly shake their heads and leave. It was only after more than 10 minutes that Yan Shuachin returned to the dormitory with her things. Wow! As soon as Li Bailey raised her eyes, she saw several bags in Yan Shuachin's hands and exclaimed, Chin, did you win the lottery? I can't believe you bought so many things at once. After she took a closer look, her eyes instantly widened. These are all branded goods. How much does it cost? Li Bailey hurriedly pressed stop to catch up with the drama, quickly walked to Yan Shuachin's body, circled around her and surveyed. Her mouth still kept chanting, This bag, this clothes, all big brands. As a woman of the new era, Li Bailey might not know much about anything else, but she has carefully studied the various luxury brands commonly used by girls on Little Red Book. Otherwise, if she went out shopping with her girlfriends and couldn't recognize these brands, it would be a shame. Yan Shuachin's face regained its smile at this time. She raised her chin and said proudly, there aren't many of these. She looked at her roommate's envious gazes, and was very pleased in her heart, feeling that her decision was really right. In a person's life, there are at most more than 30,000 days, minus the time when they were young and old, minus the time when they slept. there is not much time to really enjoy themselves. If you don't take advantage of your youth to enjoy yourself, to shine in front of other people, what's the point of this life? Thinking of this, Yan Shuqianye's eyes became even more resolute, and she swept her remaining light over to Xin Xingyao's side, secretly calculating how she should accomplish what she promised Gu Qianye. Yang Yixiao, who was applying a face mask, also came over and looked at Yan Shuqianye's large bag of luxury goods and asked curiously, Qin, quickly tell me, why did you suddenly buy so many luxuries? Did you get rich? She really wanted to die of jealousy. First, after Xin Xingyao in the dormitory dated Gu Qianye, her quality of life, which was originally about the same as hers, instantly left her behind. Every day, she ate gourmet food from high-class restaurants, wore brand-name clothing, and used luxury cosmetics, and her quality of life instantly left the others behind. If Xin Xingyao was like that alone, it would be fine. After all, she was the university flower, and the other people in the dormitory also accompanied themselves to suffer. But now Yan Shuqianye is also like this. How can Yang Yixiao stand it? They say that they are afraid of their girlfriends to suffer, and even more afraid of their girlfriends to drive a Land Rover. But they were originally plastic girlfriends, and they can't wait for them to suffer every day. As a result, the reality is so cruel. One by one, they all get better. She really is. The more she thinks about it, the more angry she gets. Vomit. Yan Shuqianye saw Yang Yixiao's mask that she was wearing walking over. Her throat instantly started to well up with a burst of dry heaving, and she hurriedly covered her mouth and ran to the restroom. Hey, Qin, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to go in and help you? Yang Yixiao didn't expect Yan Shuqianye to have this reaction when she saw herself. Her face was puzzled. Don't you come in, I'll be fine after a rest. Yan Shuqianye's face was full of resistance, and she waved her hand repeatedly, as if she was afraid of seeing Yang Yixiao. After saying that, she rinsed her mouth with water in a big gulp. Then she picked up the toothpaste and started brushing her teeth. Qin, what's wrong with her? Li Bailey had a curious look on her face as she looked towards Yang Yixiao. How do I know? Forget it, don't put it on. Yang Yixiao saw Li Bailey, who was in the same place as herself. Her mood was a bit unattractive for a while. She directly took down the white mask that was on her face and threw it into the trash can. Chapter 54. Soundproofing is good. I'm satisfied. Time rushed by, and a few days passed in a flash. Mr. Gu, what do you think of this place? It's a total of 500 square meters and the rent is $150,000. At that time, in addition to all kinds of employees, it will also be able to accommodate 30 to 40 netizens live. Chang Xiaowei led Gu Qianye around the office location she had chosen over the past few days, raising her hand from time to point to various types of facilities and introducing them in detail. It's just a 10-minute drive to the university town here. The transportation is very convenient, the environment is still beautiful, and the living facilities are perfect. Finally, she added, most importantly, this place is all newly renovated, so it can be put into office directly. Seeing Gu Qianye nod repeatedly, the stone hanging in Chang Xiaohui's heart finally fell to the ground. This was already the third place she had picked. The first two Gu Qianye hadn't even looked at. If this one still didn't work, she'd have to keep looking. But she was clearly the human resources manager, so how could she keep running around looking for office space? How she hoped that this place would be recognized by Gu Qianye, so that she could quickly devote herself to her job as a human resources manager. Gu Qianye looked at this office that belonged to her and nodded slightly. This place is really good. All the conditions meet our requirements. This office was spacious and bright, with a solid wood desk paired with a comfortable boss chair and a landscape painting hanging on the wall. The floor-to-ceiling windows on one side overlooked the city view, and on the other side were bookshelves and large sofas. What's special is that the office area is separated from the staff's office by a one-way see-through glass, so he can clearly see the staff working outside, but he can't see the inside of the office from the outside. What satisfied him most was that the soundproof wall here was very good. Once the door was closed, the sound of the office would not be transmitted to the outside in the slightest. At that time, even if he stood by the one-way glass window and shouted loudly to the outside, the people outside wouldn't be able to hear or see what the people in the office were doing. Mr. Gu, since you also think it's suitable, then I'll settle with the property. Later on, we can move the company and purchase new office supplies at the same time, while expanding and recruiting new employees to speed up the company's development. Hearing Gu Qianye's affirmation, Cheng Xiaowei had a happy smile on her face, and the pressure in her heart was alleviated. Previously, in the process of looking for an office location, she had encountered many difficulties, having to consider the cost of rent as well as ensuring convenient transportation and a suitable environment. Each place had to be carefully inspected and negotiated with the property, which really took up a lot of her energy. Well, Xiaowei, let's finalize it as soon as possible. I've worked hard for you these past few days. I won't forget your merits and will definitely reward you later. The matter of the company relocation. You can just call out to other colleagues to do it when the time comes. You yourself take more rest these days. Gu Qianye patted Cheng Xiaohui's shoulder with a pleased face and gave her a big pie. His boss posture was in full swing. I have to say, the more he was the boss, the better he felt. Not only could he command his employees to do their jobs, but he could also hear the pleasant sound of boss, especially when this employee was a big beautiful woman. Watching her work for herself, busy in and out, it was really cool. Thank you, Mr. Gu, this is all what I should do. I will continue to work hard and contribute to the company's development. Cheng Xiaohui's face duly revealed a touching expression as she thanked him repeatedly, but in her heart, she was very speechless, because she had heard these words too many times. It was good that she didn't end up docking her own salary. Alright, you go ahead and put this matter into practice. Later on, I'll take you to a big meal and relax. Gu Qianye had a bold face and looked at the petite-looking beauty in front of him. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gu. Cheng Xiaohui bowed slightly with a respectful attitude and greeted him before slowly walking out of the office. Gu Qianye looked at Cheng Xiaohui's back as she left and slowly walked over to the boss chair and sat down. The entire person leaned back in the chair with a cozy look on his face. In the evening, Gu Qianye drove Cheng Xiaohui to the nearby Yun, ready to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Just as they parked the car, a delicate voice came to their ears. Sister, why are you here too? Gu Qianye looked up to the source of the voice, only to see 4 youthful and beautiful beauties standing not far ahead. One of them even looked somewhat similar to Cheng Xiaohui. Mr. Gu, that's my sister. After Cheng Xiaohui hurriedly explained, she quickly walked towards that side. Gu Qianye stood in place, carefully sizing up the 4 beauties with interest. Their face values were all very good, and standing together attracted the gazes of a large number of passers-by. Unsurprisingly, Cheng Xiaohui walked up to the beauty who looked somewhat similar to her. This was also the best-looking person amongst the 4, and was thought to be her sister. Only to see that her sister looked even more beautiful than Cheng Xiaohui. That little pretty face was exquisite, white and red, with a nice little ponytail tied on her head, wearing a white short-sleeved top, black tie placed squarely in the center, highlighting the chest of the full granary. The lower body is a small black skirt, with black silk-wrapped legs, revealing the skin white and delicate. Plus she stepped on a small high heel, and Cheng Xiaohui stood in a piece. Her sister's tall figure and elegant temperament made even her petite sister look slightly inferior. Among the many beautiful women Gu Qianye had seen since activating the system, only Shen Qinyao could rival her, truly the best on earth. A strong curiosity surged in his heart and he quickly checked her information through the system. Name, He Xiuli. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 82. Freshness 99. Status healthy. Excited. Intimacy, 0. At first glance, Gu Qianye thought she had misread the comprehensive face value of 82. Only after a closer look did he realize that this was not Cheng Xiaohui's sister. I think it is one of the 4. So he checked again and found that the remaining 2 also have more than 70 points. Really dare to be friends with beautiful women are beautiful women. He didn't think any more about it and proceeded to check the information. Name, Chang Linghui. Age, 19. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 92. Freshness 100. Status healthy and energetic. Intimacy 0. Hiss, 92 face value. 100 freshness. This was the third 90% girl Gu Qianye had encountered. The last 2 were naturally Shen Qinyao and Su Yeye, but both were now women. A stirring inexplicably surged in his heart, as if reminding him of something. Chapter 55, Female College Students. Really tender. Mr. Gu, this is my sister, Chang Linghui. After talking to her sister for a few moments, Cheng Xiaohui pulled her sister in front of Gu Qianye and introduced herself to him. Good day, General Manager Gu. Chang Linghui smiled and greeted him, then stood quietly beside her sister, quietly sizing up Gu Qianye. A flash of surprise flashed through her eyes, not expecting her sister's new boss to be so young, looking almost as old as herself. A few days ago, when she saw her sister driving the company's new Mercedes-Benz, she thought that her sister's new boss was a 30 to 40-year-old uncle with over $100 million. Whoever thought so young? It seems to be a rich second generation, because of the money is capricious. Employees are given with new Mercedes-Benz, simply trenchless. Hello. Gu Qianye smiled and nodded slightly, waving his hand politely. Now that he got closer for a closer look, he realized that Cheng Xiaohui's sister was really tender, her face full of collagen. Thinking about the information on the system, she was also only 19 years old, presumably still a female college student who had just started college. At this time, the other 3 beauties also gathered around, curiously sizing up Gu Qianye. Mr. Gu, these 3 are my sister's roommates, Li Mengmeng, Wang Xinyue, and He Xiuli. Chang Xiaohui introduced them to Gu Qianye in turn, and after the introduction she then added, "Today happens to be Xiuli's birthday, so they came here together to celebrate." After both parties greeted each other, he Xiuli took Chang Xiaohui's small hand and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaohui, since we happen to meet, why don't we all join together? Just in time to celebrate my birthday." Today was her 19th birthday. She had just started college not long ago, and after a month of exhausting military training, she wanted to have a good time relaxing. So she dragged her dormitory sisters to the legendary best restaurant in the university town to celebrate. Now that she bumped into her roommate's sister, thinking that it was crowded and lively, she called on them to come together to celebrate her birthday. "This is not too good. Your little sister's birthday party. It's not appropriate for us to go." Chang Xiaohui showed a difficult face and waved her hand repeatedly to refuse, really not wanting to disturb their dormitory party. When she met her sister just now, she considered that she might deal with Gu Qianye in the future. Only then did she pull her sister to introduce herself to Gu Qianye, but she didn't think about attending their birthday party. "Sis, it's fine. It's only lively when there are many people." Chang Linghui smiled and persuaded, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Immediately after, she took her sister's hand, not wanting her to refuse again. "Yes, Sister Xiaohui, why don't you all come along to celebrate Lily as well?" The other two beauties also hurriedly persuaded. It was still their first time to come to Elegant Garden for dinner, and calling their roommate sisters on them made their hearts feel a little more at ease. "This, Mr. Gu, look." Chang Xiaohui saw that they were so enthusiastic, and for a moment, she didn't know how to shrug it off. Then she turned her gaze to Gu Qianye, hoping that he would stand up and refuse. Before Gu Qianye could open his mouth, he surely jumped ahead of him and smiled warmly. "General Manager Gu, you'll come with Sister Xiaohui. You were going to eat here anyway." "That's right, sis. You and Mr. Gu shouldn't refuse. You're all motherly when it comes to having a meal." Chang Linghui had a big grin on her face and didn't give them a chance to refuse at all. Seeing this, Gu Qianye hesitated a little before smiling and responding, "Since it's such a coincidence, then we'll be respectful." He showed some hesitation on the surface, but in fact, his heart was already happy. It's not easy to meet such a high-scoring girl, just met with the opportunity to eat together. Rejected is not size cute. Well, he and Chang Xiaohui's current relationship can only be considered a little familiar, and can't do anything when they eat later. Since that was the case, why not get to know her pretty sister first? Okay then. Chang Xiaohui didn't expect Gu Qianye to actually agree. Her face flashed with a hint of surprise, so she could only nod her head in agreement. "That's right, that's how it should be." A smile appeared on Chang Linghui's face. She wasn't smiling so happily because she was able to eat with her sister. Rather, it was because she finally had the chance to observe her sister's new boss. Knowing that she had been surprised for quite a while when her sister had just driven back, it had been hard to figure out what kind of boss it was that would give his employees a new Mercedes just after taking office. For this reason, she had been worried in her heart, fearing that her sister had met some big bad guy and would be cheated out of her sex or something when the time came. She felt that she was an adult and had the responsibility to help her sister keep a check on what kind of person this Mr. Gu was. "Mr. Gu, hello, may I ask what you would like to arrange today?" Zhuang Haifeng, the manager of the Elegant Garden, warmly greeted Gu Qianye as he entered and asked respectfully. Looking at the different beauties Gu Qianye had brought with him this time, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes and he muttered in his heart, "Look at others, always accompanied by so many beautiful girls," but he had to be busy managing the restaurant every day. "Today we have someone's birthday here. You help arrange a cozier location and prepare a prettier birthday cake," Gu Qianye ordered blandly while walking slowly. Zhuang Haifeng hurriedly nodded and responded, "Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I'll make sure to arrange it properly for you." After saying that, he quickly arranged for the waiters to prepare the birthday cake, while he personally led the crowd to a private room with an elegant environment and cozy decorations. "Wow, this place is so beautiful." He surely looked at the decorations in the private room and was in awe, and said immediately after, "Mr. Gu, it's really a bother. She had already made a reservation, only it was in the hall." Unexpectedly, after Gu Qianye agreed to eat together, he made himself cancel, saying that she would listen to his arrangements and have a good birthday party for herself. This made he surely a little embarrassed. She had wanted to invite Gu Qianye and Chang Xiaohui to her place. As a result, now that it was like this, she felt like she was taking advantage. Gu Qianye sat in the middle of the two Chang Xiaohui sisters, her face filled with smiles as she said softly, "What's the trouble? It's good that everyone is happy. You guys see what you want to eat, don't be polite with me." He felt that fate sometimes arranged things really well. As soon as he found the company's office today, he met a new high-quality cashback object as soon as he needed to use more money later on. Now he could also take advantage of the birthday party as a reason to spend a good wave of money and perform well in front of beautiful women. Thank you Mr. Gu then. Chang Linghui had a playful face, and quirkily arched her small hand. Thank you, General Manager Gu. ×4. The crowd in the private room bristled in unison as they claimed their thanks to Gu Qianye, and the scene was very joyful. Everyone, don't be polite, order whatever you want to eat. Gu Qianye laughed brightly, reaching out to them to indicate that there was no need to be formal about ordering. Chapter 56, It seems not bad if your sister is cheated of her sex. Zhuan Haifeng asked respectfully after everyone finished ordering. Mr. Gu, may I ask if you would like some more red wine? Gu Qianye thought for a moment and responded softly. A bottle of Patuxent red wine then. It was still necessary to have some red wine with a meal, especially for this kind of meal where you just met. It could allow the people at the table to better communicate their feelings and let go of each other's subconscious guardedness when they were slightly intoxicated. Of course, just drink a little bit of this red wine, because it's easy to get drunk and have something uncontrollable happen if you drink too much. So Gu Qianye wouldn't forcefully persuade people to drink, so as not to appear to be in bad taste. Okay, then please wait a bit for a few of you. Mr. Gu. Zhuan Haifeng bowed slightly to Gu Qianye before leaving the private room and gently closing the door behind him. Zhuan Haifeng appeared polite to Gu Qianye, not only because he held a mysterious black card and often came to Yaoyuan to spend large sums of money, but the main reason was also the matter of the camera last time. Gu Qianye didn't make a big deal out of it and allowed himself to keep the job, so he was very kind to him in his heart. Mr. Gu, I'll let you break the bank. Cheng Xiaowei looked at Gu Qianye with a somewhat embarrassed face. After all, she had already ordered a lot of expensive dishes in front of her, and now she had ordered a bottle of Patuxent red wine, which was a bottle of red wine that would cost more than $30,000. She felt that it was all because of herself that Gu Qianye spent so much money. If she hadn't met her sister's group, Gu Qianye would have taken her to dinner as the boss, no matter how expensive it was, as a matter of course. Now, this made her heart a little conflicted, both feeling embarrassed to let Gu Qianye break the bank, but also feeling that he was giving himself face by treating her so generously. Don't say that. It's rare for everyone to eat together. Having fun is the most important thing. What's the point of saying breaking the bank or not? Gu Qianye smiled and waved his hand. By the way, Xiaowei, you can just call me Qianye. There is no need to call me Mr. Gu so rusty during off-duty hours. He then said to the others present. You guys too, just call me Chanai. Don't get so out of touch. Although it was cool to hear others call him Mr. Gu, especially when these beautiful women called out in sweet voices, it was even more cool. But when exchanging feelings, you can't shout like that. It would create a sense of distance and seem out of place with the crowd. I've long wanted to shout at you like this. We're all about the same age. Shouting at that Mr. Gu is strange as hell. Chang Linghui was full of smiles, not at all afraid of being born. And oh, Qianye, your name is so middle-aged, not at all like the boss's name. After the ordering of food just now, she finally somewhat believed that her sister had met a tycoon boss. Just a meal like this could cost tens of thousands of dollars, so she didn't think it would be a scammer. Moreover, her sister didn't have much money for him to cheat. If she cheated on her sex, she thought that seemed not bad. She could have a tycoon brother-in-law in the future. In this way, she wouldn't have to worry about being deducted from her sister's living expenses, and maybe she could even ask for a gift from Gu Qianye's hands. Thinking about it made her happy. Aya, you stinky girl, what are you talking nonsense? Cheng Xiaowei feigned anger and glared at her younger sister, Chang Linghui, but her afterglow quietly observed Gu Qianye's reaction, and after seeing that he didn't care, she was relieved in her heart. She had to be careful, knowing that bosses nowadays have one thing in their words and another thing out of their words. On the surface, they are very easygoing, but secretly, they may be very bad. If it was because of her sister's words that caused Gu Qianye to hold a grudge, then she wouldn't have to be put in small shoes at any time at work in the future. I also feel that this name has a middle-class style, but there's no way. This name was chosen by Dad. Changing it is not possible to change it. Gu Qianye's face has been smiling happily. There is no way. Surrounded by so many beautiful women accompanied by, but also very care of his emotions, cannot be happy. Moreover, no matter what a beautiful woman does or says, there's a pleasing feeling to the eyes, so it's simply impossible to get angry. A steady knock on the door sounded from outside the private room, and after getting Gu Qianye's permission, Zhuan Haifeng walked in carrying a bottle of red wine, followed by several waiters serving food. Mr. Gu, this is the Patis red wine and dishes you ordered. While directing the waiters to serve the dishes, Zhuan Haifeng walked over to Gu Qianye and gestured for him to inspect the red wine. With his tens of thousands of dollars of red wine, it was necessary to have the guests check it before opening the bottle. Otherwise, if something went wrong, his salary wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Well, hard work you guys. Help us wake up a bit with this wine too. Gu Qianye pretended to check for a while and let Zhuang Haifeng sober up. To be honest, he was just a thug. How would he know anything about real or fake wine? It wasn't that he ordered it because it was sold expensively and had a sense of style. Okay. Zhuang Haifeng nodded with a smile and bowed slightly after waking up the wine. Please enjoy yourselves. Call us anytime you need us. After saying that, he led the waiter out of the private room, closing the door thoughtfully. Wow. These dishes are so exquisite. He surely was filled with excitement, her eyes glittering. Then she turned her gaze to Gu Qianye and said sweetly, Qianye, thank you so much for making my birthday so memorable. Her family's condition was not bad, barely a small rich woman, before she dared to bring her little sister to celebrate her birthday at the elegant garden, all ready to hemorrhage money. Who knew that when she met Gu Qianye, not only did he arrange a luxurious private room for her, but he also spent so much money to organize the meal for her. This touched her heart. After all, they had only just met. As a result, she was treated so well, she really didn't know how to be grateful. At this time, Li Mengmeng looked at the dishes on the table, her eyes flashed with surprise, and she said with slight excitement, Qianye, these dishes look so exquisite. Thank you so much. She had just carefully looked at the menu, and many of the dishes were her living expenses for many days, so she didn't dare to order the expensive ones, but she didn't expect Gu Qianye to order those most expensive dishes. Qianye, thank you for tonight. Wang Xinyue also thanked, her eyes moving back and forth between the dishes and Gu Qianye, her heart filled with incredulity. She didn't expect her roommate's sister's boss to be so posh, about the same age as herself, yet a single meal could eat several years of her living expenses. It was truly a case of people being more angry than people. Hey, it said don't be a stranger. It's rare for everyone to meet. That's heavenly fate. What else is more important than fate? Gu Qianye's expression was as usual. He didn't feel proud of himself for spending the money, and was very much taking care of their emotions. He knew in his heart that the money was all given by the system, and he was only able to come here to eat and pretend because of them. Of course, his heart is still a little bit of comfort. Both can eat such a good dish, but also can get the good feelings of the beautiful women, and finally also can return a wave of cash. Simply win hemp. Chapter 57 Pleasure of the Heart. Not comparable to lowly contacts. Come, let's toast to Boss Gu and wish him 18 forever. He surely blushed slightly and raised the red wine in her hand to toast and bless Gu Qianye. This red wine was really good. She, a person who rarely drank, liked to drink after 2 sips, and she didn't know if it was because of the box of high-grade cosmetics in 1 sip. Yes, let's toast to Boss Gu, wishing him an early wife and a litter of big fat kids. Chang Linghui didn't blush, but smiled more happily than the others, because after this meal, she felt more and more that Gu Qianye was suitable to be her brother-in-law. Rich and generous, not bad-looking, and with a good personality. This is not a good brother-in-law. Just now, her little sister looked at her with some envy in her eyes, like she was lamenting the fact that her sister had such a good boss. If Gu Qianye really did become her brother-in-law, then she wouldn't let them die of envy, and she would be able to wake up from her sleep with a smile. Right, Boss Gu, let's toast you. The others also responded and toasted to Gu Qianye. Gu Qianye looked at the beautiful women in the private room, each with their own style, all holding red wine cups and casting bright gazes at him. His heart was very happy. At this moment, that soothing feeling was really more pleasurable than eating their tofu. The pleasure of the heart, really not the body of those vulgar contact, can be compared. With a smile on his face, he raised his glass to toast to them and said with a smile, Ha ha, today's birthday girl is Xioli. Don't toast to the wrong person. Come on, let's all toast Xioli together, wishing her happiness and joy every day. He stood up and gently clinked his glass with Xioli, then drank the red wine in his glass. Just as the crowd toasted and blessed Xioli, Zhuang Haifeng also walked in at the right time pushing an exquisite birthday cake. Just as the cake appeared, the sound of violins rang out from the corner of the private room. The sound was melodious, and it spread throughout the entire private room at once. A few neatly dressed waiters, holding beautifully packaged flowers in their hands, smiled as they walked up to Xioli, bending down to hand her the flowers, saying enthusiastically, Happy birthday, Miss Xioli. After delivering the flowers, the attendants then stood in a row, applauding enthusiastically while singing the birthday song in unison. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. As Xioli watched the scene, her eyes instantly reddened and her heart was very moved. Xioli, come make a wish. Chang Linghui pulled Xioli's small hand and cheerfully walked to the birthday cake. Qianye, I can't imagine you're so attentive. Chang Xiaowei came close to Gu Qianye's ear and whispered. After all, she wasn't a youngster like her sister, and after observing for so long, she already had a judgment in her mind. Just met people Gu Qianye can generously invite to eat together is not bad, and how would be so attentive to arrange these things? Chen Xiaohui's gaze lingered on Xioli's face for a moment, secretly pondering. Gu Qianye must have had his heart set on this little sister, or else how could he treat her so well? Ha ha, being attentive is naturally good. Spending a little money can make everyone happy for many days. How cost-effective is this deal? Gu Qianye put on an unconcerned expression on his face and didn't hear the deeper meaning in Cheng Xiaohui's words, thinking that she was praising her own bravado. His eyes swept over the several little sisters who were making a wish, his heart filled with pleasure. Enjoying this warm and joyful atmosphere right now very much. Poof. Cheng Xiaohui gave a low, dark grunt and skimmed Gu Qianye before getting up and walking over to her younger sister to participate in the crowd's happy moment. She didn't know why, but there was something uncomfortable in her heart. A few days ago, when Gu Qianye registered the car in her name, he thought he was going to chase her. As a result, now he was courting other little girls in front of her. Truly a dog scum. What's going on here? Gu Qianye looked at Cheng Xiaohui's expression. A puzzled look appeared on her face, wondering why her face changed at the drop of a hat. It really should be that sentence. It's best not to guess a woman's mind, because guessing and guessing won't get you anywhere, so it's better to play with your own. More than half an hour later, all the people were leaning on the chairs, resting and chatting. Tonight was really fun. It's a pity that time flies so fast and it's over in a flash. A touch of reluctance surfaced on Xiaoli's face, and her expression became downcast. When she said this, she also quietly glanced at Gu Qianye, and she felt that the man in front of her was her Prince Charming. On the day of his birthday, shining brightly, he appeared in front of him and made himself happy and joyful. Lily, why don't we go on to play the second half of the game? It's not like we have to attend classes on the weekend tomorrow anyway. Chang Linghui pulled Xiaoli to propose, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. It was rare to have so much fun. She didn't want to follow her sister home right now, so she might as well go have a good time. Yeah, Lily, let's go on to the second half. Have a good crazy fun tonight. Li Mengmeng loudly echoed Chun Linghui's words. Yeah. Where do you guys want to play next? Xiaoli agreed without even thinking about it. If she went to the second half, she could invite Gu Qianye to join her again then. That way she wouldn't have to part with him so soon. Why don't we go to Star Moon? It's probably just opened not long ago there. We can still play for a long time. Chang Linghui quickly gave the name of a place. However, before she could wait for her little sister to respond, she was met with her older sister, Cheng Xiaohui, twisting her ear. Ouch. Pain. Sis, quickly let go. It hurts me to death. Chang Linghui begged loudly for mercy while subconsciously using her hand to protect her screwed ear, her body involuntarily leaning towards her sister's side, as if this could make the pain lessen a bit. However, the pain didn't decrease much as a result. It was just her instinctive reaction that made her feel that it would make her feel better. Humph, you're bold and fat now. You dare to go to a place like Star Moon? Cheng Xiaohui said as she stood up, glaring angrily at her sister. Unfortunately, her younger sister was not easy to bully when she grew up. She didn't stand up as tall as her, so she couldn't feel her strong love anymore. What's wrong with Star Moon? Many of my classmates went there in high school, and if you hadn't kept me from going, I wouldn't have gotten rusty with them. With the pain in her ears slowly disappearing, coupled with the effects of alcohol, Chang Linghui began to boldly refute her sister's words. Star Moon, a relatively famous bar in Mountain City. She used to be in the way of her sister's lewdness and didn't dare to go anywhere with her classmates, resulting in her heart now. She had always been curious about what that kind of place was like, wanting to try those things that her sister wouldn't allow her to play. And what's wrong with it? I think you just haven't been beaten by me lately and now your ass is itching again. Seeing that twisting her ears didn't help much, Cheng Xiaohui grabbed her butt and started to spank it, letting out a loud and clear slap. Now it's not just a question of whether to go to the bar or not. It's a question of her sister disobeying her sister. If she doesn't discipline her properly, where is her majesty? In the future, how can she command her sister to do this, do that? This kind of shaking the family status of things, cannot let go. Chapter 58. Is it professional? Or, ahem, Sister Xiaohui, just let Hui off the hook this time. Xiaoli waited for Cheng Xiaohui to be almost done fighting, so she hurriedly took her hand to persuade her. However, on the surface, she appeared to be persuading the fight, putting on an appearance that she couldn't bear to see Cheng Linghui get hurt, but in her heart, she was so happy that she couldn't wait for Cheng Xiaohui to fight harder. It should be known that in high school Xiaoli was the school's recognized schoolflower, and her classmates' gazes would always unconsciously focus on her. However, just after she went to college, she lost the star-studded treatment because of the appearance of her roommate, Chang Linghui. This time, she had planned to organize a birthday party in Yaiyuan to properly show her superiority in front of Chang Linghui. As a result, her purpose was not achieved, and now that she saw Chang Linghui being spanked in public, she felt much better in her heart. Humph, this time, for Xiaoli's sake, I'll let you off first. If you dare to do this again, you'll have a good time. Cheng Xiaohui's anger was almost out, so she went along with the steps that he surely handed her and let go of her sister's body. It wasn't that she didn't know that hitting her sisters but in public like this would make her sister feel embarrassed, but her sister was still young. If she disobeyed the discipline and her heart was really wild, it would definitely be easy to get into trouble in the future. Humph, just know how to bully me. Chang Linghui rubbed her spanked buttocks, a glint of water emerging in her eyes as she glared at her sister in both aggression and anger. As she sat back in her seat, Gu Qianye's face came into view and froze for a moment, a strange thought suddenly flashing through her mind. With the appearance of this thought, she unconsciously forgot even the pain in her body, and her entire being looked at Gu Qianye steadily, a different light flickering in her eyes. At this time, the atmosphere in the private room was somewhat awkward. He surely thought to herself, this second half of the event can't be spoiled just like that. She cleared her throat and said with a smile, alright, everyone, don't be angry. Today is my birthday, so just listen to my arrangements, okay? When everyone's gazes fell on her, she continued, how about we go to Terra Nova for the second half? It's just a few minutes away from here. Safety is guaranteed, and we can even walk straight back to school when we're tired of playing. After saying that, she took Chang Xiaohui's arm and shook her arm while shouting in a petulant tone, Sister Xiaohui. Although he surely didn't say anything, everyone knew what she was trying to say. Chang Xiaohui looked at he surely's adorable and pampered appearance. A moment of softness, coupled with the fact that she is today's birthday girl, it is really not good to refuse. After thinking about it, Chang Xiaohui felt that while she was there now, it wouldn't hurt to let her sister go to the bar to see what's going on. Otherwise wouldn't it be more dangerous to sneak in later when she doesn't know? Okay, but you guys have to promise me that you can't play too crazy. You have to go back to school when you're almost done, okay? Chang Xiaohui's face was full of seriousness as she earnestly set the rules. Hui Night, the best and most upscale bar in the university town. Besides the price not being very approachable, it is definitely the first choice of all college students when they go to a bar. Yay, great, Sister Xiaohui, just don't worry, we'll listen to you. Besides we're not kids, we'll pay attention to our own safety. After he surely saw Chang Xiaohui agree, she excitedly kissed her cheek. The whole person was very excited. After her mind calmed down a bit, he surely walked over to Gu Qianye and looked at him blearily, saying somewhat shyly, Qianye, later on, you'll accompany us to Hui, right? Before Gu Qianye could say anything, Chang Linghui, who was on the side, jumped ahead and said, Qianye, you can't not go later. There was a trace of imperceptible eagerness in her voice, as if Gu Qianye would be extremely disappointed if she didn't go along. Ha ha, go, of course I'll go. If I don't go, who's going to protect you pretty girls? Gu Qianye laughed happily. How could he possibly miss out on a place like a bar that was high spending and easy to pretend? Moreover, even though Hui Night was the best bar in the university city, a bar was a bar, and as long as someone drank too much, who knew what they would do? Letting these few pretty sisters go to the bar alone, he, Gu Qianye, wouldn't feel at ease. If something happened, it would be too late to regret. Too good. Two excited cries instantly resounded within the private room. He surely looked at Chang Linghui in front of her, who was as excited as herself, and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, feeling that she was going to steal Gu Qianye's from herself. 10 minutes later, their group arrived at the Hui Night bar. Mr. Gu, good evening. A man in a suit and tie, around 30 years old, bowed slightly to Gu Qianye. His name was Sun Ziang, the bar marketing here, and he had received Gu Qianye before, so Gu Qianye had made an appointment with him before he came this time. Good evening, I've troubled you tonight. Gu Qianye nodded slightly, very polite. He was still quite qualified, but he wouldn't look down on this or that just because he now had the system and became rich. After all, the system fell from the sky, and the money came from the gale. It's not like he earned it with his own skills. There's nothing to be so proud of that he doesn't put others in his eyes. You're welcome, Mr. Gu, these are all things I should do. Sun Ziang once again bowed to Gu Qianye, only this time, his waist was unconsciously bent lower. Afterward, he then extended his hand to Gu Qianye's group while speaking. Everyone, please follow me. After saying that, he led the way for the crowd in front and evacuated the people who were blocking the way on the road. Go in, Gu Qianye said to the few beauties in a gentlemanly manner and waited for them all to follow the bar's marketing before slowly following behind. Along the way, Gu Qianye heard the sound of system prompts in his head from time to time, and he didn't feel strange about it. After all, there were several colleges and universities in the university town, each with 10,000 to 20,000 people, adding up to more than 100,000 students. With so many people, it wasn't surprising that those high-quality beauties were attracted to Terra Nova, the most upscale bar. It was also fortunate that Gu Qianye was walking behind, or else he would definitely be noticed by his peers that he had very strange eyes. The reason for this was because he saw certain shocking information in his mind at this moment. Name, Faisai Wu. Age, 22. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 85. Pseudo. Freshness 86. Status sub-healthy. Chi deficiency and weakness. Intimacy, 0. This comprehensive face value pseudo, is it has been to Korea? In order to be pretty, even dare to move the knife in the face? Admire. Name Mo Shuefen. Age, 26. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight 57 kg. Comprehensive face value 81. Freshness 158. Status suffering from multiple gynecological diseases. Highly contagious. Intimacy, 0. This negative 158 also let Gu Qianye long knowledge. He really couldn't figure out whether this was for special reasons of occupation, or was it simply playing with flowers for the sake of thrill-seeking? What's even more outrageous is that carrying around pathogens and having fun on such occasions with impunity is outrageous. One can only say that this world is really big. All kinds of strange and weird things constantly challenge people's cognition, and reality is often more magical than fiction. Chapter 59, much better than those little yellow hairs. Manager's son. Let's start with a bottle of Macallan 30-year-old single malt, and then open a bottle of Grand Lafite. Also beer and snacks and fruits. You look at it and come with some of those. Gu Qianye leaned comfortably on the card seat, his face calmly instructing Sun Xiang. He then turned his gaze to Chun Linghui and the girls. You guys see what else you need to order. Just tell manager's son directly. Previously, Gu Qianye didn't know much about these high-grade drinks. However, it was good that there were convenient AI tools nowadays. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he took out his cell phone and quietly inquired, and was soon able to access the information. Just like these Macallan 30-year-old single malt and Big Lafite, it was through this way that he knew how to call it to look professional and pushy without looking like a bumpkin. Enough is enough. Qianye, we can't drink that much. Cheng Xiaowei looked at the exquisite menu in her hand and waved her hand repeatedly, her face carrying some surprise. She had known that Gu Qianye was rich, but she hadn't expected him to be so ostentatious. He had spent more than $50,000 on that meal before, and now he had ordered 2 bottles of wine worth $28,888 and $13,666 respectively. This night's spending was as much as a small car. Gu Qianye was really more wealth, more billions. That's right, Qianye, we can't drink much, so let's just leave it at that. At this moment, Xiuli's gaze toward Gu Qianye was full of admiration. Looking at his calm and easygoing, throwaway look, her heart was instantly filled with his demeanor and mannerisms. Ding, Xiuli's intimacy plus 20-inch. Ding, Xiuli intimacy plus 20-inch. Gu Qianye quietly listened to the voice in his head, and his heart didn't ripple too much. In his opinion, little girls mostly worshipped the strong, and the fact that he was so bold and generous tonight was undoubtedly an alternative manifestation of being powerful. Compared to those little yellow hairs and spiritual boys, he was much stronger. Thinking about this, a faint smile appeared on his face. After Gu Qianye swiped his card and paid the bill, he said softly to Sun Xiang, manager's son, let's leave it at that. We'll call you later if we need you. Sun Xiang looked at the small ticket in his hand, a smile piled up on his face, and respectfully responded, okay, Mr. Gu, call me anytime you need me. I'll be right here next to you at any time. In his heart, he called a beautiful Gu Qianye tonight this consumption are worth his sales for many days. Those commission cannot be If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Qianye was surrounded by several beautiful women, he would have called out all the atmosphere groups in the group, so that Gu Qianye would know that he was a man who could come to the rescue. However, even though there was no chance to perform at the moment, he couldn't afford to drop the ball in other areas. He secretly decided that he would stay on Gu Qianye's side tonight, never allowing anything to upset Gu Qianye. Whoever upset his golden master father, he would let whoever it was go to the back alley of the bar to taste his power. Good, then I'll work hard for you. Gu Qianye nodded slightly, then stopped speaking as his gaze slowly flowed over Chun Linghui and the few of them. At this time in the bar, the music was still deafening, and the colorful lights were flickering like a dream in the crowd. The people on the dance floor were frantically twisting their bodies to the stirring music, releasing their passion to the fullest. Gu Qianye's table, on the other hand, seemed to be isolated from the surrounding hustle and bustle, like a peaceful little world. Ling Hui, let's have a toast. Gu Qianye raised the Macallan in his hand and elegantly toasted to Chun Linghui, his body also slightly moving closer to her. In this place that gathered many beautiful women from the university city, in terms of face value and temperament, no one could match Chang Linghui, not to mention freshness. Looking at her exquisitely beautiful face and the youthful and vibrant dress, Gu Qianye's heart was shamefully moved again, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Good, Chanai. Let's toast to you becoming my sister's boss so she doesn't have to lose her job. Chang Linghui had already drank quite a bit of wine by this time, and the blush on her face was extraordinarily bright and colorful. She looked at Gu Qianye with a meaningful bright light flashing in her eyes. Under the effect of the alcohol, that thought in her mind became more and more determined. She gently touched Gu Qianye's wineglass, then directly drank the red wine in her hand. After drinking it, she swayed, and without knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, her entire body half leaned on Gu Qianye's shoulder. Ling Hui, are you alright? Gu Qianye put his hand on Chang Linghui's graceful shoulder and gently shook her body, a touch of concern surfacing in his eyes. Feeling Chang Linghui's soft body, Gu Qianye's heartbeat accelerated slightly, and the movements of his hands couldn't help but slow down. He didn't expect Chang Linghui to be so bashful, directly drinking most of the red wine. It was also fortunate that he, Gu Qianye, was a decent man, and that her sister, Chang Xiaohui, was also here, or else with her character, she might have gotten into some trouble. Ling Hui, are you okay? I told you not to drink so much, but you keep drinking like this. Before Chang Linghui could reply, Chang Xiaohui, who had long been following her sister's every move, directly took her into her arms, her eyes full of worry. Although Chang Xiaohui kept complaining about her sister on her lips, the movements in her hands were very gentle, fearing that her sister would feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Sister, I'm fine, I just accidentally drank too fast. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Chang Linghui slightly exerted herself to break free from her sister's embrace. When no one noticed, a trace of helplessness flashed through her eyes. Still saying it's fine, look at how red your face has become. Go, follow me to the bathroom to wash your face. Chang Xiaohui couldn't help but take her sister's small hand and didn't allow her to refuse, pulling her towards the restroom as soon as she did. Gu Qianye looked at this scene and somewhat breathlessly withdrew the hand that had just rested on Chang Xiaohui's shoulder. Touching his nose, he didn't smell any fragrance. After all, through the clothes, what fragrance can there be? Afterwards, Gu Qianye looked to Sun Xiang, gestured to him Chang Linghui too. Let him follow up. Do a good job of protection measures. You have to know that bar toilets are high-risk areas. It's easy for inexplicable situations to occur, and even if the problem isn't too big, it's still easy to be disgusted. Qianye, let's have a drink too. He Xiuli's voice sounded on the other side of Gu Qianye, her face slightly annoyed at this time. She had watched all of that just now, and in her heart, she was angry at Chang Linghui's behavior of leaning on Gu Qianye, but she also secretly admired her good tactics. She was annoyed at how she hadn't thought of the trick of pretending to be drunk. That way she would be able to enhance her relationship with Gu Qianye and let Prince Charming take good care of her. Good. Xiuli, let's have a drink too. However, you can't be like Ling Hui and drink all the wine in the cup in one gulp. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose slightly as she looked at the wine in Xiuli's hand and joked before clinking it with her. Ha ha, Qianye, you're really good at joking. How could I be like Hui Hui? A far-fetched smile appeared on Xiuli's face, and somewhat helplessly, she lightly sipped the wine in her cup. Only when the wine had just entered her throat, she swallowed it down hard as if she was venting something. Chapter 60, Newcomers, welcome to the club. Handsome guy, let's have a drink together. A sexy beauty in a black stepmother dress came to Gu Qianye in a swaying manner. Holding a wine glass, she bent down slightly and issued an invitation to clink glasses. That proud figure was even more charming under the light, especially those large white legs that were delicate and smooth. However, Gu Qianye leaned backward on the cardinal sofa, as if he was avoiding the beauty. He frowned slightly, with some disgust still showing on his face. Sorry, I've had too much wine tonight, so I'll stop. After saying that, he quickly turned his gaze to Sun Xiang, his eyes conveying some sort of signal. Sun Xiang immediately understood, looked at the woman with a serious face, raised his hand, and said solemnly, "This young lady, please don't disturb my honored guest." When the woman saw this, a trace of loss and dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip, or she didn't realize that she had been rejected. She let out a light snort, twisted her slender waist, and left with a disgruntled heart. Brother Qianye, that woman was dressed up in heavy makeup and didn't look like a good person. It's right that you didn't drink with her. He surely saw that Gu Qianye rejected that sexy woman. Her face was full of smiles, and she also angrily skimmed the other party's back. Just now, when that woman came over to strike up a conversation with Gu Qianye, she was so nervous that she was afraid her Prince Charming would be charmed out of his mind. Luckily, what she feared didn't happen. Gu Qianye faced that woman with a face of impatience, which made her heart happy. Ha ha, Xiuli, you have such a great eye. You can still see through whether someone is good or bad? Gu Qianye was chatting with Xiuli while secretly keeping an eye on the woman just now. Seeing that she was clinking glasses and drinking with another man, a strange look couldn't help but appear on his face. His refusal of that woman's invitation to drink was naturally not because she was dressed up in heavy makeup and didn't look like a good woman, as Xiuli had said. Rather, it was because, That woman was the pathogen he found when he first entered the bar. Mo Shuefen. He had just obtained the system and was living a happy life, so he didn't want to joke with his life and health by contacting this kind of person indiscriminately. Brother Qianye, why are you still calling me Xioli? Just call me Lily directly. He Xioli beamed. Her face feigned a look of dissatisfaction, and her small hand shook Gu Qianye's arm. Not to mention, after drinking a few cups of wine, and under the atmosphere created by the bar's lights and music, her heart's affection for Gu Qianye was instantly magnified many times over. Plus, facing the pressure of competition from Chang Linghui and the woman just now, her thoughts of getting closer to Prince Charming became even greater. Not only did she call out to Brother Qianye, but she also wanted him to call herself Lily, such an intimate title. Why do you think Lily is so bold tonight? Wang Xinyue, who had never had much presence, moved closer to Li Mengmeng's ear and quietly questioned her. As she watched He Xioli being so attentive to Gu Qianye, whom she had known for only a short night, certain concepts in her heart were greatly impacted, so she was eager to have Li Mengmeng clear up the confusion for herself. It was a bit magical to know that just a month into college, there were many boys who shushed He Xioli, but she had always been indifferent. But now she was so attentive to Gu Qianye. What's so strange about that? It's not like you didn't see what happened tonight. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not as good looking as Lily, I would have already posted up. Li Mengmeng secretly rolled her eyes, thinking that this roommate of hers was really a bit simple. She still had the same concepts as when she was studying in high school, and didn't understand how reality works. Tonight, she could be considered to have gained a better understanding. The original rich people's life was really outrageous. A casual dinner and a drink could use up all of her family's spending for more than a year. In her opinion, He Xioli's current behavior was still very understandable. After all, who wouldn't want to live like Gu Qianye every day? And besides, Gu Qianye was also very handsome, but she didn't look favorably on He Xioli's backward pursuit. Every time the dormitory went out together, the guys all stared at Chang Linghui, and the few of them basically didn't have much to look at, and tonight Gu Qianye was no exception. Wang Xinyue's mouth opened. A confused expression surfaced on her face, and for a moment, she was a little unsure of what to say. Her gaze switched back and forth between Gu Qianye and He Xioli, her eyes turning rapidly, a thoughtful light flickering in them. Ahem, Lily, I'll go to the bathroom first. We'll talk when I come back later. Gu Qianye suddenly choked on his wine, covered his mouth and coughed a few times, and when he took the tissue handed by He Xioli to wipe it clean, he immediately opened his mouth to her. Brother Qianye, are you alright? Does it matter? He Xioli looked at Gu Qianye's back as he left and tenderly cared. There was still some reluctance when her eyes fell on the small hand that had just smoothed his back. It's going to be tight. No, it doesn't matter to me now. I'll be back in a while. Gu Qianye responded and quickly walked towards the restroom. He had choked just now because he had seen certain scenes that had frightened and intrigued him, and he was now hurrying to the restroom in order to find out what was going on. Not a moment later, Gu Qianye quietly walked behind the two men and women who were hugging each other, and the color of shock in his eyes became more and more intense, because the woman among them in front of him was none other than Mo Shuefen, who was now preparing to go to the restroom with that man to properly douse her friend. Don't be in such a hurry. People won't run away. Mo Shuefen pouted and pushed the man who was holding her. The voice was sweet and greasy. Whiny. The man was pushed by her. Not only did he not get angry, but the fire of desire in his eyes burned even more vigorously. Just when the man didn't notice, a flash of smugness flashed through Mo Shuefen's eyes, as if she had succeeded in her treacherous plan. Little baby, you are so charming. How could I not be anxious? I really want to swallow you right away. That man was not only flamboyant with his mouth, his hand movements were not idle either, taking advantage of Mo Shuefen from time to time. He never thought that he would be so lucky tonight. Just more than 10 minutes to hook up with a beautiful beauty, and this beauty is also willing to go with him to the toilet, kind of place to stimulate. The more he thought, the more he could not wait, pulling Mo Shuefen quickly to the door of the men's restroom. He didn't care if anyone saw him, and directly pulled her in. Be careful, don't be seen by others. Mo Shuefen did look back when she entered the restroom, and it was fortunate that Gu Qianye's reaction was fast enough now that she had been strengthened by the system to turn around in time. Seeing that no one noticed the two of them, she secretly let out a sigh of relief, and then followed the man into the men's restroom. As a resident player in certain special groups, the thought of successfully adding new people to the group again made her heart unusually excited and soothed. Mo Shuefen also didn't care if the man was willing to add to the group or not, and if he would regret it after tonight. Anyway, in her opinion, men didn't have a single good person, and it was better if they died out. Gu Qianye sat frozen on the toilet in the restroom cubicle with an extremely complicated look on his face. He didn't think that the kind of thing he had seen on the internet, he had actually stumbled upon, and that woman's original target was actually him. Fortunately, Gu Qianye had a system and knew all the woman's details. Otherwise, if he was really tempted by beauty, it was scary to think about the consequences. However, Gu Qianye didn't have the slightest sympathy for the man in the next cubicle. After all, this road is his own choice. What consequences to bear? It's true that those who come out are finished sooner or later. Chapter 61, You, Gu Qianye, be my boyfriend. Qianye, what took you so long to go to the bathroom? Are you okay? He Shioli's face was full of concern, just like a gentle and considerate daughter-in-law. It's fine, I suddenly had a bit of a stomachache just now, so I was delayed for a while. Gu Qianye gently waved his hand, but a touch of imperceptible palpitations flashed across his face as his gaze lingered in the direction of the toilet. At this time, there was still a sentence in his heart that he hadn't said. It's less than 10 minutes. Not long at all. Before Gu Qianye could sit still, Chang Linghui on the side pulled him up, yelling, "Let's go! Qianye, accompany me to a dance." She didn't care if Gu Qianye agreed or not, and pulled his hand towards the center of the crowd. The music on the dance floor was deafening, and the colorful lights flashed wildly. Hey, slow down, don't rush. Gu Qianye looked at her hurried pace and had no choice but to hurriedly keep up with her. After just 2 steps, he finally realized why Chang Linghui was walking so fast, because her sister was right behind her shouting, "Linghui, come back quickly, who told you to go dancing?" Gu Qianye looked back and saw Chang Xiaohui's face was angry. Unfortunately, Chang Linghui simply ignored her, leaving her to sulk on the card seat and watch their backs. He surely did stand up in an instant. However, Chang Linghui walked really fast and couldn't even stop her if she wanted to, leaving her to only stomp her feet fiercely in place. Who? He Shioli's face revealed a flash of annoyance, and her breathing was shortened. If she hadn't seen that Chang Xiaohui was also there, she definitely would have opened her mouth to say something. Linghui, you can you're not afraid to go back later and have your sister spank you again. Gu Qianye had a touch of teasing hanging on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Chang Linghui in front of him, and didn't break away from her small hand that was grabbing his own, letting her hold it all the way. He found that beauties with high face value, those small hands were all especially soft. That touch was really very comfortable. Thought that doing a massage would also be very comfortable. Humph, I'm not afraid of her, Chang Linghui hummed, but her face was a bit colorful, as if her words were not true. She stared at Gu Qianye for a while, and after biting her lip, she then continued, "Qianye, you're my sister's boss now, can't you just order him to do things?" After saying this, her eyes flashed with expectation as she stared closely at Gu Qianye's expression. "Yeah, of course I can make her do my bidding." Gu Qianye looked at Chang Linghui's stunningly beautiful face, and naturally spoke with great certainty on his lips. "You don't want me to call your sister not to spank you, do you?" Chang Linghui didn't care about Gu Qianye's latter snarky remark, and her face became firm when she heard the words in front of her. She stared intently into Gu Qianye's eyes and whispered, "Qianye, let me be your girlfriend." This idea had popped into her head after seeing Gu Qianye in the Yayuan private room, after being spanked by her sister in front of everyone. As time passed, this strange thought not only didn't disappear, but instead became more and more firm. Every time Chang Linghui thought of the previous scenes of being disciplined by her sister, the rebellious emotion in her heart grew stronger and stronger. The reason why she had this thought about Gu Qianye was because she wanted to control her sister in turn, to make her listen to her own commands and look at her face every day. The thought of a scene like that made her very excited. On the other hand, the composure and atmosphere that Gu Qianye had inadvertently displayed that time in the private room of the elegant garden had also left some imprints in Chang Linghui's heart. It was said that wine strengthens one's courage, and since her sister wasn't around right now, she directly said what was in her heart. "Ahem, what did you say? You don't have a fever, do you?" Gu Qianye directly choked on a mouthful of air and coughed repeatedly, his face very stunned. His surprise tonight could really fill his entire stomach, and he was so shocked that he choked twice in less than half an hour. Really, nowadays, all sisters are so powerful? Such words can be said so directly. "I said, I Chang Linghui to be your Gu Qianye's girlfriend." Chang Linghui didn't care when she saw Gu Qianye's reaction and said to him with a serious face. Chang Linghui was naturally not a little cutie, casually looking for Gu Qianye as her boyfriend. She had thought long and hard about it, and after she became Gu Qianye's girlfriend, she would not only be able to become her sister's boss's wife. With a backer, she can command her sister at will. You can also get a variety of gifts from the hands of Gu Qianye. No longer need to beg your mother and sister because of the cost of living. The future life can also be wonderful. As for the price of being Gu Qianye's girlfriend, Chang Linghui was not worried at all. After all, she is so smart. Casually give him a little sweetness can control him to death. Just like now, Chang Linghui could feel Gu Qianye's excitement when she slightly held his hand. She was much more experienced in dealing with men like Gu Qianye. After all, it wasn't just because of her sister's strict control that she was so pretty that she was single until now. More than that, she had learned the 18 styles of beheading men on the internet, so she didn't need to let them be her boyfriend to command them to do this and that. Hiss. When Gu Qianye saw Chang Linghui's appearance, he took a deep breath. Then he shook his head. Unfortunately, I have a girlfriend. I can't agree to this request of yours. Was he not moved? Naturally not. Did he not want to agree? Naturally not. It was just that this was all too sudden, and he hadn't slowed down for a while to understand what was going on. Moreover, although Gu Qianye is not a good person, but has never lied to the girl, the face of pure girl, he cannot say that those easy to be broken down lies. However, if there was a chance, Gu Qianye would still use money or name to lure them greatly, because in his opinion, those who could be seduced by him, even if he didn't do such things, they would still fall at the feet of other men just the same in the future. So it would be better to do such things himself, that way he could still make them happier. It's okay, I don't mind. Anyway, girlfriend only, not wife. Everyone happy is not on the line. The expression on Chang Linghui's face didn't change, and she opened her mouth without caring. She had long guessed that Gu Qianye had a girlfriend as a result. After all, he was so rich, even if he was missing an arm or a leg, she thought that there were many women who wanted to be his girlfriend. However, seeing that Gu Qianye didn't tell lies and not admit that he had a girlfriend just because he was good looking, Chang Linghui couldn't help but think highly of him in her heart. Ding! Chang Linghui intimacy plus 10-inch. Gu Qianye didn't expect Chang Linghui to not only not care when she heard her answer like that, but instead increased her intimacy, and looked at her with a puzzled face. He carefully looked at Chang Linghui's expression and realized that she didn't seem to be joking, so he smiled and said, Linghui, didn't you say you want to dance? Let's dance first, we'll talk about other things later. After saying that, he tentatively wrapped his arms around Chang Linghui's small waist. Just as soon as he got his hands on her, that body stiffened and trembled, but it didn't reject his movements. As the saying goes, if you don't know how to reply to someone's words, you have to change the topic first. Take your time to think it through before answering, or else you'll regret most of it after answering in haste. Chang Linghui nodded shyly. Her face at this time was much more flushed than just now, and her movements were somewhat unnatural. She hadn't been embraced by a man like this yet, and if her heart wasn't filled with the idea of wanting to control her sister, she might have just broken away from Gu Qianye's big hand and ran back to the card sofa. Chapter 62, Card Organization. I want to challenge the soft underbelly. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, downstairs in a neighborhood. Qianye, then we'll leave first. Chang Xiaohui's face was slightly red, and she forcefully wrapped her arm around her drunken sister, waving goodbye to Gu Qianye. Well, shall we you guys go back and rest early? There's no need to rush about work. Gu Qianye looked at the two sisters in front of him who had drunk a lot of wine and was filled with concern. If it wasn't for Chang Xiaohui not allowing them to be sent, he would have sent them home safely before he felt at ease. Good, then you go back and pay attention to safety as well, and report back when you return. Chang Xiaohui reminded earnestly before helping her sister turn around to go home. Looking at their gradually departing figures, Gu Qianye was about to leave. However, he saw the otherwise drunk Chang Linghui blink at him, and her small hands secretly made a cell phone contact gesture in her ear. Ha! What a little wit! Gu Qianye sighed secretly as he gestured in response to Chang Linghui. He didn't even need to think about it to know that Chang Linghui was pretending to be drunk. As for why she was pretending to be drunk, it was naturally because she had dragged herself to the dance earlier and was afraid of being punished by Chang Xiaohui when she returned. However, Chang Linghui's drinking capacity seems to be pretty good. After drinking so much alcohol is still sober now. Not the kind of girl who immediately collapses as soon as she drinks with the boys. Gu Qianye gently shook his head and turned around to return to the back seat of the car. As soon as she got into the car, a greeting came from the front row. Hello, may I ask where you're going next? Looking at the chauffeur in the driver's seat, Gu Qianye pressed his temples and rubbed them, and after thinking for a moment, he spoke. Master, send me to the Jade Emperor Club. He had also drunk a lot of wine tonight, so how could he still drive on the road? So naturally, he found a chauffeur master to ensure a safe trip. Okay, the chauffeur responded and drove quietly, not unintelligently disturbing Gu Qianye's rest. More than 20 minutes later, Gu Qianye looked at the four big words Jade Emperor Club in front of her eyes. The corner of her mouth tugged, feeling a bit amused. This Jade Emperor Club was a rather famous bathing center in Mountain City, relying on this loud name and attentive service to occupy a place in the many bathing centers in Mountain City. The reason why Gu Qianye came here at this time was because it was too late and he didn't want to disturb Xin Qingyao's rest. But if he went back to the hotel to sleep alone, he felt a little uncomfortable, so he planned to come here to relax and unwind. Moreover, although he did not come over here before, he had also heard that the technicians here were not only good looking, but their skills were also very good, and it was said that there were also special services. Just as Gu Qianye stepped through the door of the clubhouse, a warm welcome message came into his ears. He looked at the 2 rows of long white legs standing on the aisle, and in his heart he couldn't help but give this Jade Emperor Club a nod of approval. At this time, a sweet-looking staff member elegantly walked in front of Gu Qianye and softly said, "Hello sir, welcome to the Jade Emperor Club. May I ask what I can do for you?" Worthy of being a bathing center famous for its service in Mountain City, even now at this late hour, the employees here were still so energetic, as if they had just started business. Gu Qianye nodded slightly, a smile on his face as he opened his mouth and asked, "How much do you charge for a card here?" These days, you can get a card to buy a dish, and the bathing center was certainly no exception. Not to mention, usually in this kind of place, certain special services wouldn't be open without a card. Now that he wasn't short on money, he naturally wanted the best service, and he wanted the best people to serve him. "Sir, if we run a card here, the card fee is 3,000, and a minimum of 10,000 needs to be recharged." Once the sweet-looking staff heard that Gu Qianye had the intention of running a card, the smile on her face became even brighter. "Alright, charge me 30,000 first." Gu Qianye nodded, then handed her the card. "Okay, please wait a moment, sir." Aha. 5 minutes later, Gu Qianye followed her to the 3rd floor, inside a very luxurious private room. "Sir, see which technician you need to order. Any of the ones lit up above can be ordered." Gu Qianye took the tablet handed to him and looked at the detailed technician information on it, and once again sighed in his heart at the thoughtfulness of this bathing center service. Here, the price and pictures are directly displayed on the tablet, allowing customers to choose as much as they want. Unlike other places that directly arrange for the technician to come to the customer for face-to-face selection, some customers are too embarrassed to refuse, so they can only reluctantly choose a technician they don't like. Of course, there are 2 sides to everything. This is convenient to choose on the tablet, but you cannot enjoy the change a batch of cool. But for the technician, it should still be quite good. At least they don't have to be picked over and over in front of people and endure that kind of strange gaze, and they don't have to worry about not being picked for nothing. In fact, it was because he had a system, and if a technician met the system's criteria, he would be alerted directly in his mind. So for those technicians who weren't reminded, he naturally didn't even look at them. As for whether or not there were any qualified technicians here, Gu Qianye wasn't worried at all. After all, this Jade Emperor Club was so famous, how could it not have a few head technicians? Eligible opposite sex checked. Is the information viewed? View. Name, Lin Fenyi. Age, 28. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Comprehensive face value 80. Freshness 38. Status menstrual disorders. Irregular rest and relaxation. Intimacy, 0. Gu Qianye looked at the information on the system and didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was just here to relax, and wasn't going to do it for real. So as long as there are no contagious diseases, look good, and the technician service is good, everything else doesn't really matter. However, he didn't immediately confirm this, but continued to check the remaining technicians, since he didn't get to call for a new batch. Then he would have a good time choosing a concubine. Name Mo Siching. Age, 32. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 83. Freshness 79. Status suffering from sub-health. Irregular rest and relaxation. Intimacy 0. Name Zhang Yuexin. Age 23. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Comprehensive face value 81. Freshness 92. Status healthy. Depressed. Intimacy 0. Just this Mo Siching in Zhang Yuexin. Gu Qianye pointed at the tablet before returning it to the staff. He had just flipped through the information of all the technicians he could, and in the end, he found that there were actually 5 technicians with a combined face value of 80 points or more. He had to admit that this Jade Emperor Club did have some strength. However, there were no 2 stunning existences. All of them barely met the conditions of the system. "Sir, are you sure you need these 2? The staff looked at Gu Qianye with surprise on their faces, confirming to him again. It was important to know that those 2 technicians were the headliners here, and their prices weren't cheap. Even if the average customer thought they were pretty, they wouldn't dare to order them lightly because of the high price. "Well, it's just the 2 of them." Gu Qianye nodded gently, her face unchanged. Although it was now a consumption for himself and the system wouldn't return the cash, he wasn't that bad off right now, so he naturally wouldn't care about this expense. "Okay, sir, please wait a bit. The technician you ordered will be here soon." Chapter 63, 2 Ways for Technicians to Return Home. A soft knock sounded and 2 beautiful women in black silk uniforms walked in. They smiled and walked in front of Gu Qianye, slightly bending and bowing as they gently introduced themselves. "Good evening, sir. Glad to be of service. ×2. I'm technician number 18. Ching Ching. I'm technician number 68. XIN XIN. Gu Qianye looked at the 2 technicians in front of him, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. If your service satisfies me later, the tip will definitely not be less. At this moment, the two of them had extraordinarily well-defined bodies under their slim black silk uniforms. Combined with their pretty faces, they really deserved the name of head girl. Gu Qianye was full of anticipation for the next service. After all, he was the one who usually served the two big ladies, Shin Qingyao and Su Yeyet, and had never enjoyed a massage from a beautiful woman. Don't worry, sir, we will definitely do our best to satisfy you. When Mo Siqing heard this, a flash of light flashed in her eyes. Then she gently helped Gu Qianye lie down on the massage bed. She and Zhang Yuexin, as the top technicians of the Jade Emperor Club, had to pay 3,888 renminbi for a single hour, and Gu Qianye had ordered both of them at once, so it was obvious that Gu Qianye was not a bad moneymaker. Moreover, Mo Siqing had learned when she arrived that Gu Qianye had just opened a 30,000 yuan card, so she was looking forward to the tip he had mentioned in her heart. Good, then it's up to you guys. After Gu Qianye finished speaking, he leisurely sat on the massage chair. He didn't know much about bath and massage, so he let the professionals operate. Xin, go prepare the bath for this gentleman. Mo Siqing could see that Zhang Yuexin, who had just arrived not long ago, was a bit nervous, so she opened her mouth to ease her mood. Okay, Sister Chang. Zhang Yuexin thanked Mo Siqing with a red face, then hurriedly turned around to prepare the bath items. Gu Qianye looked at Zhang Yuexin's back as she hurriedly left, and was secretly surprised in his heart, not expecting her to blush so easily. However, this kind of easily shy woman, in this kind of environment, it seemed extraordinarily refreshing. After thinking for a moment, Mo Siqing took out a hot towel and applied it to Gu Qianye's forehead, then massaged his shoulders with skillful techniques. She seemed to have seen Gu Qianye's doubts and said softly as she massaged his shoulders, Xin just came not long ago, she may still be a bit unaccustomed to it, so please don't be offended. Sir, as she looked at Zhang Yuexin, she couldn't help but think of how confused and uneasy she was when she first joined the industry, and because of her good looks, she hadn't even been ostracized by her colleagues. Now that she saw Zhang Yuexin, who had a similar experience to her own, she only spoke out to help her so that Zhang Yuexin wouldn't be complained about. It's fine, I never force others. Gu Qianye waved her hand carelessly, looking at Mo Siqing who was seriously massaging her shoulders in front of her. Her heart gained a few more good feelings. Just out of work good not so complicated. He likes pure some people. As for the technology, well, there is not in front of this old driver. Well, more than 20 minutes later, Mo Siqing and Zhang Yuexin rushed back to help. Finally Gu Qianye completed the work of shoulder massage. Comfortable. It's really hard for you guys. Gu Qianye sat up straight, his face filled with an expression of enjoyment as he let out a long sigh of relief. This bath center's massage was indeed much more comfortable than Shin Qingyao's kind of messy press. The technique and force were just right, and it was worthy of such a high price. It was also because he was really rich in billions of dollars now that he dared to order both of them at once. Let them massage their shoulders, otherwise how can they enjoy this kind of service? Sometimes, money could indeed bring about a different experience. These are what we should do. Sir, next, we have prepared a special bathing service for you. The blush on Zhang Yuexin's face grew thicker, but after this period of time, her nervousness had lessened a lot. After saying that, she helped Gu Qianye to a large bathtub. The bathtub was filled with warm milk, with rose petals and some herbal packets floating on top. Zhang Yuexin smiled and said, Sir, these rose petals were all just picked today, and the herbal packets were also carefully selected by us for their relaxing effects. Gu Qianye looked at the beauty in the bathtub and was in a happy mood. With Zhang Yuexin's assistance, he carefully entered the bathtub, feeling the warm water flow and the aroma of roses. Phew, not bad, this is really comfortable. Gu Qianye had a satisfied face and praised them. Ahem, it's good that you like it, sir. Mo Siqing covered her mouth and coughed a few times before she and Zhang Yuexin massaged Gu Qianye's hands left and right. Gu Qianye closed his eyes and leaned comfortably against the bathtub, his hands on the edge of the tub, enjoying their service. Bored with idleness, he opened his mouth and asked, How long have you guys been in this business? Although Gu Qianye could see some of the doorways from the system information, those dry words were not as comforting as hearing their stories with his own ears. As for whether or not they would lie, he didn't care, just as a way to pass the time. I've been doing this for years, but I'm also planning to go back to my hometown. If you, sir, had come later, you might not have seen me. A complex look flashed across Mo Siqing's face, as if she was both emotional and helpless about her past life. Her heart was filled with emotions as she recalled her experiences over the years, and she didn't know what would happen when she returned to her old home. Ready to return to your old home? That's quite good too. It's said that no matter how good it is outside, it's not as good as a tiled room at home. Gu Qianye wasn't much surprised by this, his eyes still closed. What are your plans when you go back? It's not going to be a small business, is it? The economic environment is bad right now, so it's better to have money or put it down to earth. There were rumors on the internet that there were no more than 2 ways out for bath technicians to go back to their hometowns. One was to find an honest man to marry, and the other was to open their own bath store and return to their old business. I don't know if this statement is true or not. Maybe there are people who have achieved success in other fields, just that people don't pay attention to it. Well, I've been in this business for so long, and I've only learned one thing. The heavens are not as big as having money in your hands, and I won't just waste my money. Mo Sicheng even quietly glanced at Gu Qianye when she said this, and in her heart, she felt that he was really a fool with a lot of money. Spending so much money just to press that for an hour or two. There was really something wrong with him. Xin, how did you come to be in this business? Mo Sicheng thought that she was going back home anyway, so she simply asked directly about the doubts she had when she first saw Zhang Yuexin come here. She knew that most of the people who came here to work as a mechanic did so for money, but after some understanding on her part, Zhang Yuexin's family neither had a gambling father, a sick mother, nor younger siblings who had to go to school. Moreover, Mo Sicheng felt that Zhang Yuexin was not a bad person and did not look like a big spender, so she has not been able to figure out Zhang Yuexin looks so beautiful, why have to come to be a technician? Chapter 64 Spirit Little Sister. It's good too. Why did I come here? Zhang Yuexin was instantly stunned, and the movements of her hands stopped. Her eyes became slightly disoriented. Her thoughts seemingly pulled back to the distant past by these words. She seriously thought back to the past, and a sad look appeared on her face as she opened her mouth. But in the end, she didn't say anything. When Mo Sicheng saw Zhang Yuexin's face, she knew that she didn't want to talk about it and thought that she had a bad past, so she didn't ask any more questions. But she did not want to ask. Gu Qianye heart of curiosity but all of a sudden surged out. Do not hear the answer in person these days are afraid to sleep So, he cleared his throat. His mouth seductively said, cough cough, people always have to look ahead. If you keep things from the past bottled up in your heart, it'll only get harder and harder. So it's better to talk about it and find someone to confide in. When Zhang Yuexin heard Gu Qianye say something like this, she smiled a far-fetched smile on her face and continued to massage his arms, still not saying anything. Gu Qianye didn't hear a response from Zhang Yuexin. His face was a bit embarrassed, but he didn't give up and continued to seduce. Now this life, right, no matter what you do, you need money. Without money it would really be hard to move an inch. In this way, Xinxing you then put in the bottom of the heart story said to us to confide a little. I will come here to find you massage. Ensure that you do not lack of guests. Since that look forward did not work, can only use this look toward the money? Gu Qianye do not believe that there are still technicians do not like this look toward the money. As expected, Zhang Yuexin's eyes instantly brightened. When she first came here, she instantly became a headliner because of her good looks, but because the price was too high, not many customers ordered her. If she could develop Gu Qianye to become a regular customer, then the commission would not be small in the future. She bit her lip, and after some internal struggle, she said softly, since you want to hear my story, sir, then I'll tell you a little. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Qianye's face froze, his mouth wide open, and it took a while before he returned to normal. I don't know if it was Zhang Yuexin's first time confiding in someone, or if it was just a long time ago, but she was a bit confused in her telling, and it took Gu Qianye some effort to make sense of the whole story. However, Zhang Yuexin grew up as a left-behind child. Her parents were always away, and she was brought up by her grandparents. Maybe it's a generation gap problem, or maybe it's something else. Anyway, Zhang Yuexin often quarreled and fought with her classmates when she was a child, trying to get her teacher to call her parents back and make them care about her more. However, this was only her beautiful fantasy. Even if she made a lot of trouble, her parents did not have time to come back to be with her. Zhang Yuexin slowly realized this truth, but she also developed a violent temper, and her studies were not very good, and then she went to technical school. When she went to technical school, she followed others to become a spiritual little sister. That life can be imagined, often either fight with others or follow the spiritual boy to play. As for why she became like this, it was because she fell in love with a spiritual boy, and that spiritual boy was sent away because she fought with others. Zhang Yuexin once again lost the spiritual support, completely become unlovable. If not to see the spiritual boy family in need of help, she may also follow the departure. Later, in order to make the spiritual boy family better off, she worked hard to earn money, also because the heart still has that spiritual boy, so did not completely fall. Xinxing you also don't feel bad, the future days are still long. Mo Sicheng handed Zhang Yuexin a tissue, then wrapped her arms around her and gently patted her back. Sister Qing, thank you. I understand everything you said, and I feel better after saying it. Zhang Yuexin wiped her tears and her voice was a little choked. After such a long time, That sadness in her heart had long since faded a lot, and it was the first time she said it to someone else that she couldn't help but shed tears for a moment. However, it was indeed as Gu Qianye had expected. After she had told the story buried in her heart, her mood had been much better. Phew! Gu Qianye wrapped a bath towel around her and slammed down a glass of red wine. Then he handed a glass of red wine to Zhang Yuexin. "Xinshin, have some wine to relax your mood. Here the price is high. Or a little reason. The private room is not only complete facilities, liquor, snacks, what have some. Although they are all cheap, but it is also convenient for the guests." "Thanks." Zhang Yuexin took the red wine and thanked her, then tilted her head and gulped and drank it all. Seeing this, Gu Qianye didn't say anything else, found a massage chair and sat down alone, looking up at the ceiling. "Let me massage your temples and relax." Mo Xiqing was worthy of being a professional technician, always paying attention to the guests. As soon as she saw Gu Qianye like this, she offered him a professional massage. "Well, thank you. It just so happens that I'm also a bit tired." Gu Qianye felt the soft massage at the back of his head and enjoyed closing his eyes, allowing her attentive service. After listening to Zhang Yuexin's story, Gu Qianye suddenly felt that true love still existed in this society nowadays. It wasn't so vulgar. Moreover, the term spiritual little sister was not just a derogatory term, but was also quite good in some cases. If you like someone, you don't mind that they are poor or ugly. They simply like the person and cling to them. The biggest extravagance is to let the other person can accompany her more. Accompany her to play, go shopping. Not only is it not so material, but you can also share the hardships with the other party, or even work as a mechanic for the other party to earn money to support the other party's family, like Zhang Yuexin did. Thinking of this, Gu Qianye secretly pondered. Spiritual little sisters like Zhang Yuexin, I think it's because they lacked the company of their parents since they were young, so what they lack the most is love. As long as there's someone who can accompany them, love them and care for them with all their heart, and give them spiritual reliance and security, they'll definitely give everything for each other. Thinking about it this way, they're much better than most people, and more worthy of being cherished and loved than many normal people. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Qianye's eyelids gradually became heavy under Mo Xiqing's gentle massage, and he was all a bit drowsy, a yawn involuntarily escaping. He tried to pull himself together, took out his cell phone, smiled and said to Mo Xiqing and Zhang Yuexin, "Come on, give me your WeChat for a moment." The two of them looked at each other with some surprise and hurriedly reported their WeChat signals. After Gu Qianye added his friends, he didn't hesitate to transfer a generous tip of 6,888 yuan to each of them. He couldn't fall asleep later and forget to fulfill his previous promise. He didn't want to lose his credibility for this amount of money. Chapter 65. This is a masterpiece that no ordinary person can do. "Thank you, sir, times 2. Mo Xiqing and Zhang Yuexin said in unison, their eyes instantly sparkling with disbelief, not expecting to receive such a large tip from Gu Qianye. "It's fine, you guys have worked hard tonight too. These are all what you deserve." Gu Qianye casually waved his hand, then got up and plopped down on the massage bed. For him, all this money that he could casually cash back from the system in exchange for a comfortable massage and someone else's gratitude was still quite worth it. "Sir, you lie down well, I'll continue to relax your body for you." After Mo Xiqing received such a large tip from Gu Qianye, her heart burst with excitement, and it was as if her entire being was infused with new vigor. She secretly thought that she must serve this generous guest more attentively. Without waiting for Gu Qianye's orders, she made a masterpiece. Hiss. "It's a bit of a shame to go back to your hometown when you know such a great skill." Gu Qianye took a deep breath and plopped down on the bed, a look of regret on her face. These words were not words of flattery, but rather Gu Qianye's heartfelt sigh of relief. Such a trick was not something Shen Qinyao and the others could do. "You're joking, sir. I'm still here during this period of time. You can come a few more times when you're free." Mo Xiqing didn't care about Gu Qianye's regret, nor did she intend to remain here just because he gave a large tip. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to perform her stunts for him. Although the mountain city was good, this place was not her Mo Xiqing's home. If her home is not here, even if she has more money, her heart is not solid. In her heart, her hometown had an irreplaceable position, where there were familiar streets, friendly native voices and warm family members. Well, in order to try more of this masterpiece of yours, I'll come when I'm free during this time, so don't be unavailable at that time." Gu Qianye, who was lying on his back and inconveniently nodding his head, opened his mouth again and again, stating that he would come more often to experience Mo Xiqing's masterpiece. Zhang Yuexin on the side looked at Mo Xiqing and was a bit dumbfounded. This was too much of a spell. No wonder there were many repeat customers. She shook her head vigorously, no longer thinking about it. It was not something she could learn. Then she helped Gu Qianye massage his back. The following afternoon, outside the Mountain City amusement park. "Nah, Qianye, this ice cream is for you, banana flavored." With a playful look on her face, Chang Linghui handed an ice cream to Gu Qianye, who had returned from buying tickets. After dancing last night, Gu Qianye saw that Chang Linghui insisted on being his girlfriend even though she knew he had a girlfriend, to which he naturally agreed. However, he asked that it be done secretly at first, and then after the two of them had deep feelings and knew each other, they would show their cards to her sister. Chang Linghui thought about it at the time. This is not to play underground love? At the thought of being able to do such exciting things behind her sister's back, she happily agreed. Gu Qianye saw Chang Linghui agreed, smiled very happily, because this is quite a kind of alternative cheating flavor. But before he could be happy for long, Chang Linghui demanded to exercise her girlfriend's rights and asked Gu Qianye to accompany her to the amusement park the next day. So, as soon as Gu woke up, he drove to Chang Linghui's neighborhood. He didn't dare to enter the neighborhood for fear of being discovered by Chang Xiaohui. Then like a little yellow hare, he sneakily brought Chang Linghui out from under her sister's nose. Hui, why do you still call me Qianye? Gu Qianye stood in front of Chang Linghui with a bad smile on his face, looking straight at her. He had agreed to Chang Linghui exercising her girlfriend's rights and bringing her to the amusement park. Definitely had to enjoy some boyfriend benefits as well to make his ears comfortable. And I don't know why, but when he called Chang Linghui Hui, her sister Chang Xiaohui appeared in his mind, and he couldn't tell who he was calling. Oof. Chang Linghui blankly glanced at Gu Qianye, then daintily shouted, Brother Qianye, this is the ice cream I bought for you. As she said this, she purposely had a sweet smile on her face, and her two cute little dimples came out. Thank you Hui baby, but I don't like banana flavor. Gu Qianye smiled and took the ice cream that Chang Linghui had eaten, not caring that it had her saliva on it, and gently bit into it. Looking at Chang Linghui's outfit today, Gu Qianye still had quite an appetite. Just see her long black hair shining under the sun, beautiful face, skin as white as snow, wearing a pink skirt. When the wind blew, the skirt floated up, just like a flower fairy, with flesh-colored stockings and small white shoes. The whole person was sweet and fresh. Gu Qianye couldn't take his eyes off of it at first glance. Hurry up and go. You have to play with me today. Chang Linghui saw Gu Qianye take the ice cream and immediately tugged on his clothes and walked towards the park. Previously, because she was preparing for the college entrance exam, she didn't have much freedom, and after the college entrance exam, her sister was unemployed and at home to control her, so she hadn't come to the amusement park to play for a long time, and today she said she had to play enough. Okay, today you can play as much as you want, for as long as you want. Seeing Chang Linghui in such a hurry, Gu Qianye hurriedly opened her mouth to make her feel relieved, but the little girl couldn't listen to anything else once she thought of fun. Chang Linghui didn't pay any attention to Gu Qianye at all, and kept walking forward. Gu Qianye saw, backhanded Chang Linghui's soft little hand. If you're in a hurry, then he's going to ask for a little perk. Although Chang Linghui was not used to being held by Gu Qianye, she didn't break away and continued to pull him forward at a fast pace. Just entering the amusement park, the scent of cotton candy and popcorn hit her nose, and the cheerful music was chaotic but exciting. The merry-go-round looked like a fairy tale scene, and the roller coaster side was screaming. There were people everywhere, laughing and shouting intertwined with the hustle and bustle. Wow, there are so many people today. The line is so long. When will we be able to get in line? Chang Linghui looked at the pressurized queue of people in front of her and had a disappointed expression on her face. Her mouth puckered up. Gu Qianye didn't expect Chang Linghui to be so bold and want to play roller coaster as soon as she came up. I thought she would play bumper cars or carousel. These little girls like the project. However, not to play these children's version of the bumper cars and merry-go-round. Good. If you want to play, you have to play that adult version. That's the only way to have excitement. Hui. There are so many people. It'll take half an hour for us to get in line. Gu Qianye sighed and put on a helpless look on his face. Then what should I do? I still have so many items I want to play. With such a long line, I won't be able to play more than a few before the amusement park closes. Chang Linghui instantly went from excited to lost, her head drooping. Ahem. Gu Qianye cleared his throat and pretended to think for a while, then said, well, I do have a way that. He is half a day, but did not say down, just looked straight at Chang Linghui, as if waiting for her to do something. Chapter 66 Couple Hotel. Have couple props. Brother Qianye, don't keep it a secret. Quickly tell me what the solution is. Chang Linghui's face was slightly red, and her eyes were full of anticipation. She clung to Gu Qianye's arm like a bird, her body gently swaying, her voice with a petulant end. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose slightly. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he stared at Chang Linghui with a teasing smile. Seeing that he was unmoved, Chang Linghui bit her lower lip and a tangle of colors emerged on her face. In her heart, she thought, this bad guy, now he is determined to make things difficult for me. Hesitating again and again, Chang Linghui crossed her heart and stomped her foot, her toes slowly rising on tiptoe. her white neck slightly reddening. She approached the side of Gu Qianye's face and gently dropped a kiss on his cheek, her movements gentle and with a hint of shyness. After kissing, she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks rolling, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Now you should always say it. Gu Qianye was comfortable now. It wasn't that he was short of this one kiss. It was just that it was rare to have such an opportunity. So of course he had to make good use of it. Moreover, in terms of their relationship, they need to develop deeper step by step like this, so that they can succeed one step to the stomach in the future. Ha ha, hui let's go. Brother, I'll take you to see what I can do. Gu Qianye laughed out loud and pulled Cheng Linghui's small hand and walked towards the front of the line. Before long, the two of them walked to the front of the line, hearing people screaming all the time on the other side of the roller coaster. Cheng Linghui started to panic in her heart, and her palms were sweating a bit. She gripped the corner of her coat tightly to try to stabilize herself, but once she saw the speeding roller coaster, she was still so scared that she shrank straight back. Gu Qianye took a serious look at the people in the front row, then led Cheng Linghui to a young couple. Hello guys, excuse me. Gu Qianye raised his hand and politely greeted the young couple, and after they looked at him with a puzzled expression, he continued, well, it's like this. My girlfriend has wanted to play on this roller coaster for a long time, but we're in a hurry later, so I wanted to buy a spot with you guys for convenience. Gu Qianye's face was full of sincerity when he said this, looking like he would do anything for his girlfriend. Before the young couple could reply, he raised his cell phone and shook it. 500. Transfer you guys immediately if you can. Seeing Gu Qianye's appearance, the boy's face revealed an angry look, and just as he wanted to open his mouth to scold and run away from the man in front of him, the girl grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Good. I can't stand to see other people feel sorry for themselves. After saying that, she opened the collection code, as if she was afraid that Gu Qianye would back out, which made the boy open his mouth but couldn't say anything. After Gu Qianye finished transferring the money, the girl pulled the boy to leave excitedly. After they walked a little farther away, some of their conversation could still be vaguely heard. Little piggy, why did you agree just now? I was all set to scold them. Little bug, you're silly. It's rare to meet a little cutie. If you pay $500 for a seat, how can you not agree to it? It's also fortunate that this amusement park doesn't have a VIP lane, or else we wouldn't be able to earn this kind of money. But you've always wanted to play roller coasters. Next time to play is not also the same. You have not always wanted to go to that love hotel. Night we take this money to go is not better. Hiss. Or piggy, you do the right thing. I heard that there are a lot of small props there. We have to try them all at night. Hate it, talking about that here. Wow, you're so awesome, brother. But weren't you afraid of being scolded or beaten just now? Cheng Linghui happily hugged Gu Qianye, then raised her pretty face in confusion. Hui, there are many more things that brother I'm great at. You'll slowly discover it later. Gu Qianye proudly wrapped his arms around Cheng Linghui's body as a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He then added, I'm not stupid. How would I do something I'm not sure of? I just saw at a glance that the girl would agree. Otherwise I wouldn't have foolishly approached them. Money was really a good thing. As long as there was enough of it and one could use it, 99% of the world's problems could be solved. However, if you really have that much money, then you have to be careful. Because with too much money but no matching strength, one was basically a lamb to the slaughter. And sooner or later, one would be solved by others. Brother, then how did you see that she would agree? Cheng Linghui sniffed with curiosity, as she recalled the girl just now. There wasn't anything special about her. That's naturally because. Gu Qianye lengthened his voice, wanting to seek some small benefits like he did just now, but he was met with a pinch from Cheng Linghui. Seeing this, he had no choice but to open his mouth and say, because just now, that girl was all dressed up in a delicate outfit, but mostly looked like she bought it on Spell Shio. Plus she was carrying a homemade braided hand rope on her hand. She's obviously a careful and practical girl, so it's not surprising that she would agree to my proposal. Of course, it didn't matter if he was wrong. He was so physically strong now anyway that he wasn't afraid of the boy even if he let one foot. Wow, brother, you're so awesome, you can even see this. Cheng Linghui's eyes became a little worshipful as she looked at Gu Qianye, and her voice couldn't help but sweeten 3 times. She secretly marveled, originally thinking that Gu Qianye was just a rich second generation who relied on money to do things, but she didn't expect him to have such a delicate mind. Thinking back to his decisive confidence just now, accurately judging that the couple would say yes, and also giving just the right amount of $500 to impress the other party, it all showed his wisdom. Ding, Cheng Linghui intimacy +3. The corners of Gu Qianye's mouth rose slightly as he reached out and rubbed her hair intimately. There'll be plenty of things to surprise you in the future. At this moment, the two of them finally looked a bit like a real young couple, loving and sweet. A few minutes later, it was their turn to ride the roller coaster. Just after taking the safety measures, a look of fear began to surface on Cheng Linghui's face. and her small hands were clenched tightly. Hui, give me your hand. Gu Qianye extended his hand to Cheng Linghui's side, then said gently, wait and hold tightly to my brother's hand. I will protect you. I didn't expect Cheng Linghui to be excited about playing roller coaster at first, but now that she was ready to start, she was scared. What a little chicken. Vegetable and fun-loving. I wonder if it's like that in other aspects as well. However, seeing this contrasting appearance, Gu Qianye became more and more fond of this little girl, with the feeling of a father looking at the family's naughty little princess. Cheng Linghui looked at this big, thick hand in front of her. A trace of attachment flashed in her eyes. The look of fear on her face gradually weakened, and her small hand tightly gripped this big hand. Feeling the warmth of Gu Qianye's big hand, that attachment in her heart grew more and more, and her eyes became a little strange as she looked at him. Ding! Cheng Linghui intimacy plus 7-inch. Seeing this, Gu Qianye was full of smiles and tightly interlocked her fingers with Cheng Linghui. As the roller coaster slowly started up, the speed became faster and faster. The wind whistled past her ears. Cheng Linghui closed her eyes tightly and held Gu Qianye's hand harder and harder. Hui, don't be afraid. I'm here, Gu Qianye shouted at her. Under Gu Qianye's encouragement, Cheng Linghui gradually relaxed and began to enjoy the excitement of the roller coaster, then screamed with excitement. Chapter 67 The Unearthly Fairy. Who? Cheng Linghui took a long breath once she got off the roller coaster, bent down and patted her chest, palpitating with fear. I was scared to death just now. Luckily my brother was with me. In fact, she has a somewhat timid character, but she always likes to show that she is not afraid of the world. During the summer vacation, she planned to sneak out to play roller coasters, even to the entrance of the amusement park, but standing in front of the rides, imagining the scene of the experience alone, but the fear came to mind. In the end, because her sister was not around, Cheng Linghui could only give up, but in front of others, she pretended that it was because her sister was in charge that she didn't get to play. Therefore, last night, when Gu Qianye had just agreed to her proposal, she couldn't wait to drag him here to play the thrill program, using him as a courageous toolman. Hui, no matter what happens in the future, brother will always be by your side. Gu Qianye gazed deeply at Cheng Linghui, gently stroked her little head, and his hands gently encircled her slender waist. In the face of such a delicate and lovely big beauty, Gu Qianye was hard to be indifferent, only wanting to give her warm words all the time, so that she could be early. Cheng Linghui's heart trembled slightly when she saw this. Suddenly, she felt that this man in front of her was so charming, and it seemed not bad to really be her boyfriend. When he has no more use for him, I'll kick him away. However, if he behaves well during this period of time, kicking him can be a bit more euphemistic. Well, just tell him you're a nice guy. It's just that I'm aiming for a faraway place and I'm not in the mood for a relationship. Cheng Linghui nodded firmly in her heart. Well yes, that's the way it is. This girl is a fairy who doesn't eat the fire of the earth. How can she fall in love? Cheng Linghui made up her mind. Her expression instantly relaxed a lot, and said in a delicate voice, brother, you are so nice to me. After a short pause, said with anticipation, let's go to the haunted house adventure. Last time my sister didn't take me. This time we have to experience it. Sure enough, as long as she dressed up a little bit cuter, she saw Gu Qianye with an intoxicated face, nodding her head in favor of her proposal again and again. Humph, stinky man, he's still not worshipped under this fairy's pomegranate skirt, only worthy of looking at my fragrant feet. Before long, they arrived in front of the eerie haunted house. Cheng Linghui grabbed Gu Qianye's arm with some fear. Brother, you have to protect me properly later. At this time, she didn't pretend to be afraid of anything anymore, and directly revealed what was in her heart, because she knew that this kind of herself was more popular with men. Those men will have a kind of inexplicable protective desire in their hearts. Even if the front is scary, will also be hard to go forward. Of course, it was only because she, Cheng Linghui, was so good looking that she was able to maximize her effect. Otherwise it would be good if she didn't recoil from hiding far away. Hui, just don't worry, I'll definitely protect you later brother. I promise to let you have fun. Gu Qianye patted his chest. As soon as he thought of the haunted house adventure later, he was very excited in his heart. It was the perfect place to pick up girls. Not only could he show off his manly charms there, but there was no danger at all. And in that kind of place, it is not casual to break through the usual cannot break through the line of defense. After walking into the haunted house, the dim lights flickered and the eerie background music gave people the creeps. Hui, hold on to my hand tightly, don't get lost. If you get scared later, just hold on to me. I'll protect you. Gu Qianye ignored these scary things. After all, he was the man chosen by the system. Not to mention fake ghosts. Even if a real ghost saw him, he'd have to kowtow to one. After saying that, he held Cheng Linghui's small hand tightly and kept an eye on her expression, so that he could do a hero saves beauty. Beauty gives her body to him scene. Aha! Chang Linghui replied in a low voice, as if a louder voice would attract ghosts and monsters. As the saying goes, what you fear comes to you. Suddenly, a ghost with a twisted body and a hideous mask leapt out from a dark corner, emitting a creepy shrill whistle. Chang Linghui was so scared that she lost her face. Her high-decibel screams resounded through the haunted house, and her entire body uncontrollably hugged Gu Qianye tightly, her body unable to stop trembling. Hui, hold me tight. Gu Qianye wrapped Chang Linghui into his arms and held her soft body tightly with all his might. Chang Linghui, who was completely gripped by fear, subconsciously obeyed Gu Qianye's words and wrapped her hands around him in death, her head buried deep in his warm chest. Hiss! Gu Qianye took a deep breath, not because he was frightened by the sudden appearance of the ghost, but because the girl in his arms was too surprising. The ghost actorly was ready to meet the tourist's shocked reaction, but the scene in front of him made him freeze. The man in front of him not only did not have the slightest fear, on the contrary, his face showed an extremely enjoyable look. This made Lee instantly at a loss for words, but his years of work experience quickly brought him back to his senses. Following the process, he shook the prop in his hand and let out a few eerie roars, but Gu Qianye was completely unmoved, just holding Chang Linghui tightly, as if the horrific scenes around him had nothing to do with him. Xiaoli felt that this visitor today was really too special, but the work had to continue. He hovered around the two for a while longer, and seeing that the two were unresponsive, he silently retreated and prepared to go to the next ambush point. After retreating to a safe place, Li communicated with his colleague Wang through earbuds. Wang, I just ran into a pair of super strange tourists. I rushed out to scare them. The man was not only not afraid, but also looked enjoyable, holding his girlfriend and not moving. I don't know what to do. Wang laughed at the end of the earbud and said, ha ha, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Don't mind them. Continue according to the flow. Don't affect the work. Xiaoli responded helplessly. Okay, I know. After several minutes, Chang Linghui dared to make a move. Her body trembled slightly, and she whispered, brother, the ghost that just appeared, is it still here? The sudden appearance of the ghost just now had scared her. Luckily, Gu Qianye was by her side and could hide in the first place, giving her a great sense of security. When Gu Qianye saw Chang Linghui slowly recovering from the shock, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. The soft little beauty in his arms had just given him a very good sense of comfort. However, he also understood the reasoning of too much is not enough. He didn't scare Chang Linghui anymore, and spoke out to comfort her. Hui, it's alright, that ghost has been scared away by me. He didn't see what the ghost looked like when it left, but is that important? The most important thing now was to show his charisma and let Chang Linghui see how reliable he was. Chapter 68, Don't learn this position if you don't have real power. Chang Linghui slowly opened her eyes and cautiously poked her head out of Gu Qianye's arms. Seeing that the surroundings were pitch black and there was nothing, she secretly sighed in relief. She just wanted to raise her hand to pat her chest to soothe her emotions, but her face instantly blushed, as if she had been scalded. She hurriedly broke away from Gu Qianye's embrace with all her might. Immediately afterward, her head hated to be buried into her chest, her little feet moved in her shoes in an urgent manner, and her mouth was tightly closed, no longer speaking. Ahem. Hui, let's keep walking. Gu Qianye cleared his throat, his tone calm. After saying that, he gently took Chang Linghui's small hand and walked forward. At this moment, he couldn't let Chang Linghui continue to think blindly, otherwise who knew what she would think. It was better to distract her attention. Without taking a few steps, the originally quiet haunted house suddenly resounded with a burst of sharp children's laughter, echoing in the narrow passageway. Chang Linghui's face changed, and she subconsciously ducked towards Gu Qianye's side. Immediately afterward, a distorted shadow slowly surfaced on the wall in front of her, like a little girl squatting on the ground and sobbing. Gu Qianye held Chang Linghui's hand tightly and said softly, "Don't be afraid," and the two of them slowly approached. The shadow raised its head violently, revealing blood-red eyes and a bizarre mouth that grinned from ear to ear. Chang Linghui was so startled that she leapt forward and climbed on top of Gu Qianye, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck, and her feet clamped down on his waist. Faced with this sudden happiness, Gu Qianye silently gave the staff and the shadows a compliment in his heart. He then held Chang Linghui's hips with one hand and hugged her tightly with the other. The moment he picked up Chang Linghui, it was as if Gu Qianye had gone back to picking up a doll bear when he was a child, without the slightest burden, as if he could send her up to the clouds with a slight push. This posture hadn't been maintained for 2 minutes before Gu Qianye quietly adjusted it so as not to surprise the beautiful person in his arms. Hui, don't be afraid, just hold on to me tightly, I'll safely take you out of here. Gu Qianye stroked Chang Linghui's back and waited for her to nod her head to show she knew before walking a little bit. Walking slowly while holding Chang Linghui like this, Gu Qianye didn't feel much strain, thinking that even if he maintained this position for an hour, it would be no problem. Chang Linghui buried her face in Gu Qianye's shoulder, her voice with a sobbing tone. "Brother, This haunted house is too scary. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. At this point, she finally realized why her sister Chang Xiaohui didn't bring herself here to play. If her sister had accompanied her just now, maybe the two of them would have hugged and cried together. Gu Qianye's face was filled with enjoyment at this time. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he comforted. Hui is fine. There's brother, I'm here. Maybe if we go a few steps further, we'll find the exit. When that time comes, I'll treat you to your favorite ice cream. I guarantee that I'll let you eat enough. Chang Linghui raised her head, with crystallized teardrops still hanging on her eyelashes, her small face slightly pale from fear, but with a hint of anticipation. Really? I don't know why it's still so hot now that it's October. There's no preparation for winter at all. It's hard for her not to eat an ice cream every day. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Hang in there a little longer. Hui is the best. Gu Qianye nodded vigorously before giving her a firm look. Although Gu Qianye was already walking very slowly, it wasn't long before they turned into a narrow fork in the road. The temperature around them plummeted, and the breath they exhaled instantly turned into white mist. In the darkness, ghastly white hands swiftly probed out from all around like ghosts. Chang Linghui only felt her scalp tingle. Her cold hairs stood straight up, and subconsciously jumped headfirst into Gu Qianye's arms. She hugged Gu Qianye to death, immediately making the two bodies tightly sewn up. Brother, I'm so scared. Are we not going to get out? Gu Qianye gently stroked her back and comforted. Don't be afraid. Hui, we'll be able to get out soon. However, he said so on his lips, but in his heart, he couldn't wait to walk for another half a day, and didn't even bother to look for a way out. It was also good to let Chang Linghui know his strength. After all, nowadays, men who can hold a girl and walk for half a belle are rare. Where to find a man as fierce as himself? Just thinking, the darkness suddenly came a creak sound, as if there is something huge slowly approaching. Chang Linghui was so scared that her body trembled, and her cries rose a few points. Brother, what is this sound again? Gu Qianye felt Chang Linghui's trembling body and said in a calm voice, Hui, don't be afraid. This is just a trick of the haunted house to scare people. He felt that it was really wise to come to play haunted house adventure. The staff in the dark was very good at creating an atmosphere. He must thank them properly when he went out later. Just then, a ghastly white light shot down from above their heads, illuminating a small area. Through the light, they saw a black shadow not far ahead that was more than a person, tall and ugly in shape, slowly moving towards them. Chang Linghui trembled even more and said with a sobbing voice, Brother Qianye, let's hurry and run. Gu Qianye felt the fidgeting body in his arms and took a deep breath. A light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he immediately agreed to Chang Linghui's proposal. Aha, but this passageway is too narrow, and with that ghostly thing chasing after us, it's easy to fall when running. So, Hui, you have to hold me tight. Chang Linghui didn't even think about it and quickly said yes. Her limbs were tightly wrapped around Gu Qianye's body. No one could separate the two of them. At this moment, Gu Qianye was the light in her darkness. Her consciousness and perception were all tied to him. As long as he was there, she seemed to have the power to fight against fear. Hiss! Gu Qianye had just run a few steps when he sucked in a mouthful of cool air, startling Chang Linghui in his arms to ask nervously, Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? She thought that she was holding Gu Qianye too tightly, causing him to get hurt while running, so without waiting for him to reply, she gently moved her body so that Gu Qianye could run more comfortably. It's fine. I just haven't adapted to running like this at first. I'll be fine after a while. Gu Qianye shook his head, stating that he wasn't injured and didn't need to worry. He wasn't trying to comfort Chang Linghui. The first time he hugged a girl and ran in such a position, it was really a bit stimulating somehow. His body overreacted a bit at first. Now after running away, coupled with Chang Linghui adjusting her posture, that reaction in Gu Qianye's body slowly converged a bit, becoming comparable to the usual holding a girl. However, no matter how much adapting and convergence was done, Gu Qianye could still feel that such a running action was really a test of a man's basic skills. Men who don't have some real strength really shouldn't learn such a posture from him, or else they will easily get into trouble and jeopardize the happy life in the second half of their lives. Chapter 69, The Missing Father's Love in My Heart gradually returned. Brother, aren't we back to that original position again? Chang Linghui raised her pretty face and looked at Gu Qianye suspiciously, although she didn't dare to open her eyes and look closely, coupled with the fact that it was pitch black around her. In her perception, it seemed like this place had been here 4 or 5 times. Just now, it was as if they had been running around in circles, running around within this range, pressing down without even seeing the shadow of a doorframe. Oh yeah, it seems like this haunted house is a bit complicated, and it's so dark around. I didn't pay much attention to that while running. Gu Qianye saw that Chang Linghui had discovered this detail, and his face didn't change as he calmly echoed her words. He then went on to say, Hui, then we'll have to recognize the road later and try to get out as early as possible. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the haunted house adventure, the lights were dimly lit, several monitors flickered, and dense wiring was intertwined under the table. Old Zhang, the monitor, stared intently at the screen. He slapped the table, pointed at one of the images, and shouted to Xiao Jiang next to him, "Xiao Jiang, come and take a look. What's this kid up to?" Xiao Jiang hurriedly came over, and on the screen, Gu Qianye was holding Chen Linghui, running through the passageway with light steps. Instead of being a little nervous, the corners of his mouth were even slightly raised, with a somewhat obvious smirk. Old Zhang frowned, his face full of doubts. This young man, seeing the exit, actually intentionally dodged away. Look at his movements, which looks like he's fleeing for his life, similar to strolling through his own backyard garden. Xiao Jiang stroked his chin and laughed out loud. Maybe it's to put on a show in front of that girl, playing this on purpose so as to show his bravery. Old Zhang skimmed his lips and hummed, "Even so, it can't be tossed around like this, in case you get scared out of your wits. Although this haunted house focuses on excitement, we have to ensure the safety of tourists." Xiao Jiang rolled his eyes and joked, "Brother Zhang, why don't we give them a little hint and let them hurry out? Don't wander around here." Old Zhang shook his head, observed for a while longer. However, this kid has good stamina, holding a big girl and running for so long without changing his face. Hearing this, Xiao Jiang suddenly looked at Gu Qianye in the picture with some jealousy and unconsciously rubbed his waist. A few minutes later, at the exit of the haunted house adventure, brother, we finally came out. Just now it was so scary in there." Chen Linghui looked at the bright light around her and let out a long breath, her face relaxing a lot more. She and her sister grew up living in a single-parent family, dependent on their mom. When she was a child, seeing other children with their dads, her heart was filled with loss, longing for her to have a dad as well. During those years, she was teased by her classmates for not having a dad and had to be sad alone. Also because of this, her sister has always put her very strict control to her fierce, afraid of, still small and unaware of her. What happened? However, her sister is her sister. Even if she is very strict and fierce, she does not take her sister as her father's role in her heart, and does not cling to her sister. Thinking back to just now in the haunted house, Gu Qianye's calm and collected appearance, Chen Linghui's heart gradually surged with a wave of fondness, as if the long-missing father's love had finally returned. At this moment, Gu Qianye's appearance is like a beam of light shining into her once gray corner. Immersed in her thoughts, Chen Linghui couldn't help but rub against Gu Qianye's warm chest. It quickly felt a sense of dependable security. Ding! Chen Linghui intimacy plus 10-inch. At this moment, a couple passed by them, and the two had just taken a few steps when they whispered. The boy inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chen Linghui's absolutely beautiful face, those soulful eyes, small nose, and pink lips, and for a moment, he actually looked a little lost in thought. He couldn't help but feel a wave of envy towards Gu Qianye in his heart. The same man, how can that guy hold a beautiful woman and make her so dependent? The girl saw her boyfriend dazed, gently patted his arm, followed his gaze, covered her mouth and laughed. Look at those two people. This posture is too intimate. Only then did the boy return to his senses. The corners of his mouth rose, a hint of self-satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he responded in a small voice. Estimated that the woman was scared, not light. This male look also not much ability. Can not appease people, can only hold all the way. Last time I came here, with you can be much more calm than him. Although their voices were not loud, they clearly reached Chen Linghui's ears. Chen Linghui leaned her head sideways for a while until she heard the whispers and then suddenly reacted to the fact that her limbs were still tightly wrapped around Gu Qianye's body. In an instant, her face turned red, and she was ashamed and embarrassed. On one hand, it was because of the intimate gesture in public, and on the other hand, it was because she realized that she was so dependent on Gu Qianye. "Aya, you quickly put me down." Her cheeks instantly reddened, her eyes filled with shyness and panic. Seeing this, Gu Qianye could only reluctantly let go of Chen Linghui and carefully let her land smoothly. Chen Linghui turned around and lowered her head as if she didn't dare to face Gu Qianye and the gazes of passers-by. Looking at Chen Linghui's adorable appearance, Gu Qianye's heart almost melted, and images of the two of them spending time together afterward instantly appeared in his mind. When he thought about it, he really wanted to hit the nail on the head and say, "Quickly give your hand to your brother." After several minutes, Chen Linghui slowly recovered, letting out a low, petulant grunt before taking off her feet and leaving the area. Gu Qianye didn't care about her little temper and followed her pace, the two of them almost sticking together. As they walked, a bad smile flashed across Gu Qianye's face as he smiled and said to Chen Linghui, "Hui, let's go eat ice cream now." Before, in the haunted house, brother promised to let you eat enough, so this will fulfill the promise. Chen Linghui wrinkled her nose and pretended to be angry as she slapped his arm. "Aya, brother, why are you still thinking about ice cream at this time? Just now that shadow scared the hell out of me. How can I be in the mood right now?" Gu Qianye gently scraped Chen Linghui's nose. "Silly girl, I'm not trying to let you relax. These things in the haunted house are all fake, specializing in scaring people. If you're so scared, don't come to suffer this sin so easily in the future. But if you still want to play someday, no matter when, tell your brother, and he will definitely accompany my precious Hui Hui. Immediately after, he said gently, Hui Hui, as long as you crave for ice cream, no matter day or night, brother will surely satisfy you, and ensure that you eat your belly. Chang Linghui pouted defiantly, but her eyes shone brightly as she hummed and said, Shay, this time is just accidentally scared. Next time I'm sure to be very brave. Will not be afraid of it. Brother, you have to remember what you said. Don't be a scoundrel. Gu Qianye hurriedly nodded and turned to Chang Linghui and assured, that's a must. Hui's words are definitely on my mind. Ice cream is at your beck and call. As an honest man, he had never let these beautiful girls down when faced with them, and did what he said he would do. With his current strength, it was easy to do all this, and it wouldn't be a problem to invite a few more people to eat. After walking for a while, the two of them sat down on a bench in the park to rest. Chang Linghui comfortably took a long breath, and because she was too tired, she unknowingly relaxed and leaned on Gu Qianye's shoulder. Gu Qianye looked at Chang Linghui on his shoulder, his heart filled with softness and compassion, smiled, and ruffled a strand of hair beside her cheek that was blown around by the breeze. Chapter 70, Strange Two People. It was more than 8 o'clock in the evening, in a cozy dormitory inside the women's dormitory building of the University of Economics and Trade. Li Bailey was sitting in front of her desk and was constantly brushing short videos. Seeing Shen Xinyao who was carefully dressing up, she couldn't help but stop her hand movements and asked with a puzzled face, Yao, why are you still putting on makeup so late? Before Shen Xinyao responded, Yang Yixiao, who was brushing the drama on the side, put her cell phone down, jumped up from the chair and said before her, Lily, there's no need to ask. She must be going to see her brother Qianye, and there are only 3 of us left in the dormitory at night. After saying that, she quickly walked to Shen Xinyao, looked up and down, the corner of her mouth rose, full of flirting. TSK, Yao, you look like this tonight. When your brother Qianye sees you later, he'll be dizzy and won't be able to find his way out. Seeing Shen Xinyao wearing light makeup, her melon face was fair and attractive. Her curved eyebrows were bright, her freshly washed long hair was black and smooth, emitting the faint fragrance of rose shampoo, wearing a slightly transparent white long-sleeved, delicate lace hidden, the lower body with a small black skirt hem folds playful and cute, a pair of white silk wrapped slender legs, feet of small black shoes, the bow on the vamp is small and exquisite, the whole person overflowing with youthful vigor. Looking at Yang Yixiao couldn't help but reach out and touch it. While touching it she also sked and praised it. Aya, what are you doing Xiao? Shen Xinyao blushed in shame and exclaimed, her hands hastily resisting Yang Yixiao's quirky little hands. Yao don't be so petty, it's not like I haven't touched it before. It can't be that you won't let me touch it when you have brother Qianye. Seeing this, Yang Yixiao laughed and took a step back, clasping her hands in front of her chest, leaning on the edge of the bed and proceeded to snicker. Bah, you little horny girl, if you let others know what you look like now, let's see how you can still pretend to be a high and mighty goddess. Shen Xinyao let out a pout, the shyness on her face still lingering. After saying that, she straightened her hair in the mirror, picked up her exquisite satchel, and hurriedly walked out of the dormitory. Shay, just know it, this girl doesn't mind. Yang Yixiao raised her chin at Shen Xingyao's distant back, with a haughty look of not caring. At this time, Yan Shuaqin, who had been sitting in the corner silently looking at her cell phone, her cheeks flushed at some point. Li Bailey noticed Yan Shuaqin's abnormality and asked curiously, Hey, Qin, why is your face so red? Can't it be that Yang Yixiao cast a magic spell on her hand? When she touched Yao, Qin's face also turned red. Yan Shuaqin looked like she was suddenly named. The cell phone in her hand almost fell, froze for a moment, and then stammered. Is there? It's probably because I just took a shower and the heat hasn't dissipated yet. Oh yeah, I suddenly remembered that there's a study group discussion and I haven't prepared the information yet, so I have to hurry to the library to check it out and come back later. After saying that, she hurriedly packed up, picked up her backpack in a hurry, and left the dormitory with slightly flustered steps. What the heck? Yao's like that even if it's okay. Qin is also weird now. Li Bailey looked at the dormitory with only her and Yang Yixiao left, helplessly shook her head, a puzzled expression on her face. Yang Yixiao's eyes turned, and she came to Li Bailey's side with great interest, and mysteriously lowered her voice and said, Li, haven't you noticed that Qin has changed since she came back the day before yesterday? She pulled Li Bailey's sleeve and then said, Look, she's got a lot of luxury goods lately, but I've never seen her wear them before, and I saw her several times pulling Yao to whisper in the corner. That demeanor was especially mysterious, and always made Yao blush. Yan Shuaqin's strange behavior in the past 2 days made her hold her tongue. and now that she finally waited for the opportunity, she couldn't wait to share it with Li Bailey. Li Bailey came close to Yang Yixio. Her eyes were full of uncontrollable excitement. Her voice was suppressed extremely low. Xiao Xiao, let me tell you, last night when I got up, I saw the light coming from Qin Qin and Yao Yao's quilt in a daze. I quietly came closer, and guess what? Speaking here, she paused for a moment and gulped. The expression on her face was both surprised and unbelievable. Yang Yixio's eyes widened a bit, and she grabbed Li Bailey's arm tightly with both hands, eagerly asking, "Don't be so secretive. What's going on in the end?" Li Bailey took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "They were actually watching that kind of island country material, or multiple people. My goodness, I was stunned at that time. Moreover, the two of them were hugging each other tightly. That picture, it was really too out of my expectation." Saying that, her hand unconsciously covered her mouth. If they had each secretly looked at those materials, she wouldn't have been so shocked, but Qin Qingyao and Yan Shuochen had not only secretly looked at them together, they had also hugged each other, which had shocked her. Yang Yixia sucked in a breath of cool air, her eyes opened even wider, disbelief written all over her face. "No way? This is too exciting. What happened then? Did they find you?" Li Bailey proudly continued. "How smart I am. How could they find out? The two of them were just like this." Excitedly speculating about Qin Qingyao and Yan Shuochen's strange behaviors in the past 2 days, the night of the campus was quiet and romantic. The street lamps emitted a soft halo of light. As soon as Qin Qingyao got off the girls' dormitory building, she saw Gu Qianye standing in his usual place from afar, his stature erect. "Brother Qianye, sorry I've kept you waiting." She ran to Gu Qianye in small steps, her pretty face slightly red, and apologized in a delicate voice. "Yao Yao, then how are you going to make it up to me?" Gu Qianye looked at Qin Qingyao, amazement flashed in his eyes, and with a bad smile at the corner of his mouth, he hugged her thin waist. He accompanied Chen Linghui after the amusement park, and then accompanied her to eat a big meal, and then sent her back home. Although Gu Qianye was a bit reluctant and wanted to take a shot, their progress hadn't gotten that far. Plus Chen Linghui was afraid of her sister's chastisement, so she could only make a date next time she had the chance. However, Gu Qianye is not a master of suffering. C cannot be a step to the stomach, so he hugged her when they parted downstairs at her house, and asked for a lot of benefits. Afterwards, he hurriedly rushed to the appointment with Qin Qingyao, and on the way, he even sent a message to Yan Shuochen, ready to play something exciting later. Brother, you big bad guy, you're going to bully people again." Qin Qingyao beamed in feigned anger as she tried to break free from Gu Qianye's embrace. Where would Gu Qianye let her go easily? His hands still tightly encircled her, his gaze burning into her eyes. "Oof." Seeing this, Qin Qingyao hummed, then she stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Gu Qianye's face, a slapdash kiss that carried the shyness and sweetness of a young girl. However, Gu Qianye wasn't satisfied with such a kiss. His hands exerted force and held Qin Qingyao higher, making her face closer to his own, and he lowered his head and kissed her lips deeply. Chapter 71, very moved, so he let the classroom darken. "Who?" Qin Qingyao gasped lightly, her cheeks flushed, her eyes revealing shyness and bewilderment as she snuggled into Gu Qianye's arms like a little bird. Her heart was still pounding when she recalled the scene just now. After slowing down for a while, she pouted and said, "Humph, you bad guy, just now so many people passed by. You were still that bold." When the words came to her mouth, she was too shy to say them, so she reached out her hand and gently twisted Gu Qianye's waist as a punishment. At this moment, she finally realized that in the past in the women's dormitory downstairs, when she saw those pairs of couples, intimate embrace, the heart of the complex emotions that welled up, she also understood why they preferred to make out in this crowded place. This kind of intimate contact under the gaze of others, indeed has a different kind of excitement and sweetness. Thinking about this, her thoughts drifted back to what Yan Shuochen had said to her and what she had secretly done in the past 2 days, and a strange thought that was hard to describe quietly surged up in the bottom of her heart. "Yao Yao, you just cooperated very well." Gu Qianye's hands honestly wrapped around Qin Qingyao at this moment, keeping her from falling to the ground. When her body didn't go soft again, he took her little hand, a mysterious smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Go, brother, I'll take you to a special place." After saying that, Gu Qianye pulled Qin Qingyao slowly forward. When Qin Qingyao didn't notice, he quietly turned back, his gaze briefly stopping at a certain hidden corner. When Qin Qingyao heard Gu Qianye's words, she was a bit curious in her heart, so she let him hold her, and the two of them weaved through the moonlight-sprinkled campus path. When the two figures drifted farther and farther away, a person slowly walked out of the corner that Gu Qianye had paid attention to. The light illuminated her face, and it was Yan Shuochen. She frowned slightly, a complex look flashing in her eyes as she looked at the direction the two had left in annoyance, muttering in a low voice, "Humph, playing so boldly, not afraid of something really happening." Immediately after, She looked down at the message on her cell phone, bit her lips tightly, stomped her foot, and with a few moments of nervousness and helplessness, hurriedly followed in their footsteps. After a quiet journey, Gu Qianye led Xinxinyao to a classroom. The moonlight filtered through the window, shedding a silver-white patch of light on the desks. Xinxinyao had just stepped into the classroom when a melodious and familiar melody lingered in her ears, which was her favorite tune to listen to on weekdays. Before she could react, Gu Qianye gently clapped his hands. Pa 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 pa. The small colorful lights hidden in the classroom instantly lit up. The light flickered, reflecting the photos plastered on the surrounding walls. Xinxinyao came closer to take a look, but it was actually the little bits and pieces of her and Gu Qianye after they got together. There were moments where they laughed during campus activities, and sweet images from their dates. Brother Qianye, is this all what you prepared for me? Xinxinyao's voice trembled, her eyes filled with tears of emotion. Gu Qianye tenderly embraced her into his arms, his voice low and full of deep emotion. Yao Yao, every minute and second with you is the most precious treasure to me. I want to treasure all these beauties, and I also want you to know how important you are in my life. Afterwards, Gu Qianye held Xinxinyao's hand and slowly walked to the center of the classroom. On the ground, the petals of delicate roses were carefully spelled out into a large love heart, and the fragrance of fragrant flowers filled the surroundings. In the center of the heart, there was an exquisite photo album, carrying more of their precious memories. He took out a delicate little box from his pocket and gently opened it. A dazzling necklace came into his eyes. The gemstone in the center of the necklace flashed charmingly under the light. Yao Yao, this necklace is just like you, unique and dazzling. It represents my eternal and unchanging love for you. I hope you'll like it. Gu Qianye picked up the necklace and gently put it on for Xinxinyao. His fingers inadvertently touched her neck, causing Xinxinyao to tremble slightly. He had found professionals to do these arrangements, and spent a lot of money just to give Xinxinyao a big surprise, so that he could realize a certain idea in his heart. However, just after putting on that precious necklace for Xinxinyao, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Without looking at it, he knew that it was the system's cashback that had arrived. It was really his sole happiness. The system not only paid the bill but also let him have a lot more money in his card. It was simply earning a fortune. Xinxinyao stroked the necklace around her neck and was so moved that she couldn't stop sobbing. She turned around and hugged Gu Qianye tightly, as if she wanted to use this hug to tell 1,000 words. Seeing this, Gu Qianye silently used the system-rewarded jamming electronic function in his heart and directly blocked out the surveillance in the classroom. Yao Yao, brother, I love you. Gu Qianye's voice was low and fiery as he fondly cupped Xinxinyao's face. Without waiting for Xinxinyao to respond, his lips eagerly covered her delicate lips, kissing them tenderly yet domineeringly. Xinxinyao had long been melted by this succession of surprises and deep love attacks, her heart filled with emotion. Holding Gu Qianye tightly, she responded to his movements. A few minutes later, Yan Shuoqin stood not far away, looking at the classroom that was suddenly plunged into darkness, her expression tense, her eyes uneasily scanning back and forth in the surroundings. Phew, she took a sharp, deep breath, trying to calm her inner panic. Only after confirming that the surroundings were empty did she slowly move towards the classroom. As the distance drew closer, her heartbeat became more and more violent, and her legs gradually weakened. It was a short walk, but it was an incredibly long walk, as if she had gone through a mental ordeal. Finally, she came to the closed classroom door and ghostly pressed her ear against it. In an instant, a strong blush quickly crept onto her cheeks. Listening to the subtle sounds coming from the classroom, her thoughts couldn't help but drift back to that night at the KTV. It was the same two people, doing the same thing, and she, again, was standing outside the door eavesdropping. The reincarnation of fate was truly marvelous. In just a week, she was once again in this unspeakable situation, experiencing a strange encounter that many people may not be able to have in their lifetime. 20 minutes later, Yan Shuoqin dragged her limp and weak body, and walked into the classroom next to her with floating steps. She did not turn on the lights. The darkness instantly shrouded her, quietly sat down in front of the podium, surrounded by silence to hear their own heartbeat. After another 10 minutes or so, the classroom door was pushed open silently, and a dark shadow crept in. Yan Shuoqin looked at the figure that walked in and did not let out a cry of surprise, as if everything was expected of her. Qin, let's move faster. Don't let Yao Yao wait too long. In the darkness, Gu Qianye's voice softly sounded, carrying a hint of unrefusable urgency. As soon as the words fell, his hands encircled Yan Shuoqin, and the movements of his hands were exactly the same as in the next classroom just now. Only this time, he was extraordinarily careful, afraid of making half a sound and breaking the silence in the darkness. Humph, you guy, still afraid that Yao Yao will find out? I thought you weren't afraid of anything. How dare you do this kind of thing in a school classroom? Yan Shuoqin cooperated with Gu Qianye while lowering her voice to snicker. Her voice was as light as a murmur, almost swallowed by the darkness. Such a scene had been repeatedly previewed in her mind long before she arrived. She was more aware of the machinations behind all of this than Shin Qingyao. After all, she had overseen the completion of all those romantic arrangements in the classroom next door with her own eyes. Even though such excitement filled Yan Shuichen's heart with nervousness and fear, she didn't reject it once she thought that this was the pathway to her happy life. When she thought of Shin Qingyao, who was separated by a wall, there was even an inexplicable feeling of smoothness in her heart. Chapter 72 Review Materials. This look? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the door to the dormitory was gently pushed open, and Yan Shuichen dragged her slightly heavy legs, walking in at a slow pace and with a bit of exhaustion. Her hair was disheveled on both sides of her cheeks, and a few strands of it were soaked in sweat and stuck tightly to her skin. At the moment, her face was unusually flushed, like a ripe apple, and there was a touch of charm in her eyes. Her roommate, Li Bailey, was sitting on the bed fiddling with her cell phone, and when she heard the sound, she subconsciously raised her eyes and swept over. Seeing Yan Shuichen's appearance, she let go of her hand, and the cell phone snapped and fell on the bed. Qin, where have you been? Why is your face so red? Li Bailey stared at Yan Shuichen, who limped in, her face full of surprise and confusion. Yang Yixia had just come out of the bathroom with a towel in her hand. The moment she saw Yan Shuichen, she instantly froze in place, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a moment. After slowing down, Yang Yixia hurriedly stepped forward quickly, wanting to help Yan Shuichen, and asked with a puzzled face, Qin, didn't you say that you went to the library to review the materials? How did you get into this state? In her heart, she thought, is reviewing materials now so energy-consuming? It feels more tiring than practicing yoga for half an hour. Yan Shuichen saw Yang Yixiao's action and waved her hand to stop it, barely squeezing out a smile on her face. Her voice was hoarse and weak. I'm fine. I'm just too tired just now. It'll be fine if I rest for a while. Saying that, she seemed to be intent on keeping a distance from Yang Yixiao, turning sideways and walking towards her own bed. Seeing this, although Yang Yixiao was full of puzzlement, she quickly poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Yan Shuichen. Quickly drink some hot water and take a good rest. Li Bailey also rushed to the side to help her make up the bed, mumbling, look at how tired you are. What happened in the end? If there's anything you need help with, be sure to tell us. Help? I don't think I'll need it. I'm really fine. A trace of shyness flashed in Yan Shuichen's eyes. She gratefully glanced at the two men and took a sip of the hot water, the warmth instantly spreading through her body. After a few minutes, Yan Shuichen slowed down some energy, so she picked up her toiletries and walked into the bathroom. When Yan Shuichen's figure disappeared behind the bathroom door, Yang Yixiao quickly walked to Li Bailey's side and whispered in her ear, Li, did you find that just now Qin was particularly strange? Yang Yixiao had been paying attention to Yan Shuichen's every move and found many strange things. Not only did she look exhausted, her clothes were also disheveled. Xiao, you've noticed it too. Ha, I look at her like this. It's not like she just came back from the library. Rather it's like she went through a vicious battle. Li Bailey frowned, her eyes filled with suspicion. Yang Yixiao nodded vigorously, her voice lowered, and when I got close to her, I smelled a particularly strange odor. Also, the way you look at her eyes, it carries a fawning look. Which review will learn to be like this? Li Bailey's eyes glared round, and as she pulled Yang Yixiao's hand, she said mysteriously, Qin wouldn't have come back after doing something like that outside, would she? Look at the way she walks with a limp. Isn't it that kind of behavior? Yang Yixia bit her lip, her face showing a gossipy look. Don't say. It really looks a bit like The Aftermath, but it's only been out for less than 2 hours. How does it feel like tossing and turning for most of the day? It's really powerful enough. Li Bailey skimmed her mouth and hummed softly. Maybe a lot of props and tricks were used, playing really flowery. I don't know if she can stand it. While the two of them were talking in a flurry of color, a slight noise suddenly came from the bathroom. They were instantly silenced and looked at each other with curiosity and excitement in their eyes. They rushed back to their respective positions, pretending as if nothing had happened. But in their hearts they were like rabbits, full of curiosity and speculation about Yan Shuichen's secret. Yao, drink more water. After studying for so long, you need to replenish your water. Gu Qianye unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Shin Qingyao's hands, who was leaning on the bed. Having just finished the long and intense studying in the school classroom, they came straight to the Sunshine Hotel. After all, it was just as exciting and physically refreshing there. But for a powerhouse like Gu Qianye, it was still the hotel's big bed that was a bit more comfortable. As for the residual hygiene problems there, someone would naturally clean it up tomorrow. He spent a lot of money not just set up so simple. Follow-up service is also included. Thank you, brother. Ah yeah. Shin Qingyao received the water with a happy smile on her face. She didn't rush to drink it, but sat up and kissed the side of Gu Qianye's face. After she tilted her head and drank a large amount of water, she looked at Gu Qianye steadily, only feeling that the man in front of her was truly the best treasure God had ever bestowed upon her. Not only was he caring and considerate, he also prepared surprise gifts from time to time, surprising her. Just as she was immersed in this sweetness, the words Yen Shuochen had said earlier suddenly surfaced in her mind. In an instant, her eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation as she stared blankly at Gu Qianye. Ahem. Gu Qianye looked at Shen Xingyao, who was lost in thought and dazed, cleared his throat, and when she came back to her senses, he spoke. Yao Yao, there's nothing to do tomorrow. Let's go to Shanghai Yunting to look at the house. The idea of buying a house was something that popped up when he and Yen Shuochen were together, and at that time, he thought that if he had a house of his own, he wouldn't have to be in such a hurry. After buying a house for Shen Xingyao, not only would he be able to get double cashback from the system, but he could also let Yen Shuochen find an excuse to stay over and try out what he had just done in the school classroom. Moreover, with Gu Qianye's current strength, it would be a simple matter to make Shen Xingyao pass out, and at that time, even if he carried Yen Shuochen next to her, he thought that he wouldn't wake her up. Hiss. Thinking about that kind of scene made Gu Qianye fly up with excitement. Ah! Shen Xingyao opened her mouth wide and looked at Gu Qianye with some surprise. Shanghai Yunting. She still knew something about it. The house prices there weren't cheap. A few years ago, house prices were high, and the average price easily broke $20,000. These 2 years back down, a set of at least 1 or 2 million, but it is still the goal of countless workers. However, Shen Xingyao thought of the car Gu Qianye was driving now, as well as the gifts that were worth a lot of money. Thinking about it this way, with his financial power, it was normal to buy a house in Shanghai Yunting. She looked around. Although the hotel room was comfortable, stay and go as you please, and you didn't have to worry about cleaning, it was ultimately missing the fireworks of home, and it wasn't a cozy nest that belonged entirely to you. Thinking of having a real home soon, Shen Xingyao's body, which was originally exhausted from studying, instantly surged with a hot current. Her eyes glowed, the corners of her mouth rose, and she was already immersed in the happy scene with Gu Qianye in her future love nest. Chapter 73, Curfew Time. I want to eat a big meal. Right, Yao Yao, you remember to bring the information tomorrow. Gu Qianye saw Shen Xingyao's eyes gradually getting mesmerized and hurriedly reminded her, fearing that she would be too busy later and forget to say anything. When Shen Xingyao heard this, she immediately knew that Gu Qianye would register her name as well. Touched instantly surged to her heart. She hugged Gu Qianye tightly and murmured softly, brother. She never thought that Gu Qianye would take the initiative to mention this. After all, her entire body was now eaten clean by Gu Qianye, and there was nothing left to give him. Unexpectedly, he not only didn't reduce his love for her, but also treated her better and better. As soon as she thought of this, the thing that she had hesitated about in her mind before gradually made up her mind. But this wasn't the time to think about that. Shen Xingyao brought her mouth close to Gu Qianye's ear, blew a hot breath at him, and said softly, brother, it's time for a midnight snack. After saying that, she kissed Gu Qianye's lips and gave him a taste of a pre-dinner dessert. Good, Yao Yao. But, brother, I want to eat the last big meal. Gu Qianye hugged Shen Xingyao's petite body and said a meaningful word to her. Ah, but people aren't ready yet. A flash of fear flashed across Shen Xingyao's face when she heard Gu Qianye's words. However, once she thought of how Gu Qianye had paid so much for her and treated her so well, after hesitating for a moment, she gently nodded. Yao Yao, don't worry, brother, I'll be very gentle. Gu Qianye's face was filled with joy when he saw Shen Xingyao finally nodded her head in agreement, and he hurriedly hugged her gently and tightly. After a while, Shen Xingyao gradually fell under Gu Qianye's tender offense. In the afternoon of the next day, the sun shone through the light clouds, shedding warm rays of light. Gu Qianye half embraced Shen Xingyao, the two figures intimate. Shen Xingyao's footsteps are slightly slow. Gu Qianye considerately share her weight, all the way to a steady support, stepped into the Shanghai Yunting Marketing Center. Originally in the morning should come, but Shen Xingyao body is a little uncomfortable. Movement is a little inconvenient. Have no choice but to postpone the trip to now. They had just stepped into the door, and a beautiful staff member wearing an exquisite uniform came face to face. Hello, both of you. Welcome to Mountain Sea Cloud Court. May I ask if you are here to see the house? She wore a professional smile and her eyes were full of enthusiasm and professionalism. Yes, to look at the house. Gu Qianye gently nodded his head and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. A trace of imperceptible astonishment flashed before his eyes. She was tall and had a delicate face, a blue professional jacket with a clean white shirt, and underneath was a short skirt of the same color with black stockings, outlining her curves just right. Her feet stepped on a pair of high heels. Each step made a crisp sound, and her hands and feet were full of competent flavor. This salesperson's uniform, which was no more than ordinary, was worn on her, but due to her outstanding face value and temperament, she appeared to be particularly eye-catching. Okay, I'm the sales clerk here, Li Siki. The two of you can talk to me directly if you need anything. When Li Siki heard Gu Qianye's words, the enthusiasm on her face intensified. and without a trace, she moved a little closer to Gu Qianye. She had been working as a salesgirl at the Shanghai Yunting Marketing Center for some time, and she could tell at a glance that the couple in front of her was extraordinary, and her whole body smelled like money. Tell us first, what kind of existing houses do you have here now? Gu Qianye's face was calm as he spoke softly. Then he checked her information in his mind. Name, Li Siki. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 88. Freshness 100. Status healthy. Intimacy, 0. TCH, Gu Qianye didn't expect Li Siki to work as a salesgirl here, and her freshness is still full. It's really a bit surprising. No wonder they all say, don't judge people by their appearance or profession. Everyone is a special being, all different. We are now selling Building 5 and Building 6. The average price is all around 15,000. Let me show you the sand table first. Li Siki wore a professional smile and guided them to the sand table. Nowadays, not only is the economy in the doldrums, not many people are coming to buy houses. Even their sales department doesn't have the money to find people to pretend to buy houses. There were only a handful of visitors in the entire sales hall, and their salesgirls outnumbered the guests. Gu Qianye was accompanied by two beautiful women, and this scene naturally attracted the attention of other male home buyers in the hall, who cast envious glances at Gu Qianye, but they didn't dare to blatantly ogle, just because they were accompanied by female companions. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll be severely screwed by my female companion, so I can only forcefully suppress the envy in my heart and collect my gaze. After 10 minutes or so, Gu Qianye had started yawning from listening, but Shen Xingyao was getting more and more energized, and even the injuries on her body seemed to be gone. Hey, just take us directly to the scene to see it. You can't hear anything like this. Gu Qianye saw that Li Siki had no intention of stopping and hurriedly interrupted her introduction. After these days of cashback, he now had more than $2 million in his card. Even if the house payment was exorbitant, there was a system to cover the costs anyway, so he was somewhat unconcerned in his heart about such a big deal as buying a house, although this amount of money wasn't much in the eyes of other people who owned the system. For him, it was enough to live a flavorful life. Moreover, the women around him were also very obedient, not so much that they were instantly desireless. Alright, the two of you wait a moment, I'll go get the key. Li Siki also didn't show displeasure on her face just because she was interrupted by Gu Qianye, and she was still smiling. With her rich sales experience, in this short contact, she concluded that the couple in front of her was an extremely promising customer, which filled her with anticipation. Shen Xingyao looked at Li Siki's departing back, turned to Gu Qianye with a smile, and pouted. Brother, the environment here is so beautiful. If we live here in the future, we'll definitely be especially happy. Just by listening to Li Siki's introduction just now, she was already full of longing for her future life, and the thought of being able to leave traces of her life here with Gu Qianye was sweet in her heart. Yao Yao, as long as we have you, no matter where we are, we'll be happy. Gu Qianye hugged Shen Xingyao affectionately, purposely emphasizing the tone of the word happy. Shen Xingyao immediately heard Gu Qianye's deeper meaning, and the intimate scene in the school classroom last night instantly came to mind. Her face flushed red and she reached out to gently slap Gu Qianye's arm, scolding, "Hate it, don't talk about this outside. How embarrassing for people to hear it." Right at this moment, Li Siki returned with the key. At a glance, she saw the blush on Shen Xingyao's face that hadn't faded, and a trace of doubt couldn't help but rise in her heart. But good professional habits made her naturally press down this curiosity and didn't ask more questions. She maintained a professional smile, her arm elegantly stretched forward, made a pleased gesture, and said in a warm voice, "Both of you, let's go and take a look at the house on the spot." After saying that, Li Siki turned around with a light posture, and with an elegant step, walked straight towards the door of the marketing center. Gu Qianye and Shen Xingyao looked at each other. Then they followed Li Siki's footsteps shoulder to shoulder. The trio's silhouettes gradually drifted away, heading towards the target listings. Chapter 74 Learning from the Ancients. The three of them walked side by side towards the elevator room, and along the way, Li Siki maintained her professional enthusiasm, introducing the supporting facilities of the community along the way. Our neighborhood is a high-quality community, and there is a high-end convenience store right in front of the entrance, so daily purchases are not only convenient, but can also satisfy your pursuit of quality. Walking a few minutes there is a large ecological park, which has a large area of green space, lakes, very suitable for walking in leisure, allowing you to enjoy the beauty of nature. When she arrived at the elevator, she pressed the button ahead of the others, and when the elevator doors slowly opened, she stood sideways and smiled, gesturing for the two to go in. During the elevator's ascent, she also thoughtfully informed, "The suite we looked at first is on the 18th floor, with a total area of 172 sq ft. The view is especially good, and there's plenty of light. out of the elevator. Li Siki led them to a door, skillfully inserted the key, turned the lock, pushed open the door the moment. A breath of fresh air. This is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment type, spacious, with north-south ventilation, she said as she walked into the living room and pulled open the curtains. The sunlight instantly spread over the entire hall. Shen Xingyao quickly walked to the balcony and looked out, excitedly saying, "Brother, look at this view, it's really beautiful." Listening to Li Siki's introduction along the way, she had long been moved, and now that she was looking at the scenery outside, she was even more eager to move in immediately. However, she didn't urge Gu Qianye to make a decision right away. Instead, she looked like a good daughter-in-law, obediently watching Gu Qianye's eyes. Gu Qianye followed behind Shen Xingyao, nodding his head slightly as a look of satisfaction passed through his eyes. Seeing the satisfied expressions on all their faces, Li Siki was delighted in her heart. She then led them to visit the master bedroom and introduced with a smile. This master bedroom comes with an independent bathroom, guaranteeing the privacy of living. You see, this large bed is customized high-end brand, strong and durable. The mattress is imported latex, soft and comfortable. Said, she lightly sat on the bed, her body quietly exerted. Then the whole person bounced a few times, and when it returned to normal, the mattress was deeply concave. Gu Qianye looked at Li Siki, who was bouncing in front of him, and the idiom of deeply hidden came to mind. The reason that didn't look very impressive was actually so energetic. Wow, brother, this bed is really comfortable to sit on. It bounces around when you gently move it. Shen Xingyao also followed and sat up, a bright smile blooming on her face. Gu Qianye looked at these two big beauties on the bed, bouncing around a few times every now and then. Some unhealthy knowledge bubbled up in his heart, and a bad smile unconsciously appeared on his face. At this moment, his desire to buy a house has never been stronger. Really want to directly try that evil idea in his heart. Learn the style of the ancients. Then, Li Siki took them into the kitchen, introducing the cabinet materials and kitchen layout. She stood on her tiptoes to open the high cabinets and tilted her whole body in midair. Gu Qianye looked at Li Siki's back with her long legs stretched out, her butt puckered up, and her body leaning forward. Silently, he walked behind her, as if he was afraid that she would fall. After standing quietly for a while, he said without moving, "This house is well detailed. The corners of the walls have no flaws, and the windows are well sealed." He then asked Li Siki some more questions about the quality of the house and the property in question. After 20 minutes or so, the three of them returned to the sales center after visiting 2 more houses. After sitting down, Li Siki looked at Gu Qianye with anticipation. During the tour, from the uninitiated Shen Xingyao, Li Siki had pried out quite a bit of information. She knew that with Gu Qianye's financial strength, buying this suite would not be a problem. She also learned that they had only been dating for more than a month, and the man was planning to add the woman's name to the real estate license. At this time, Li Siki was not only looking forward to this business deal in her heart, she was even more envious of Shen Xingyao, envious that she could find such a rich boyfriend and share such a valuable property as a house together. Calculate the price. Gu Qianye wrapped his arm around Shen Xingyao and pointed to the quotation for the first house. When Li Siki heard this, the smile on her face intensified. Knowing that it was one step closer to a deal, she immediately took out her cell phone and quickly calculated. Mr. Gu, for this 172 square foot house, the unit price is 15,500, and the total price is 2,666,000 yuan. At the moment we have a regular 99% discount. After the discount it's 26,393,340 yuan. This price is already very cost effective. The location and supporting facilities are here. Gu Qianye gently shook her head, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and said, "Salesman Li, I really want to buy it too. This discount of yours is a bit small. My friend bought a house in another property some time ago, and gave a 95% discount directly, and that house of theirs isn't bad in all aspects. You and the leadership to fight for this if the price is right. Today we can finalize." Although he wasn't poor and didn't care about the price, he wouldn't let go of the concessions that he could fight for and give people a wrong look. As for what he said about his friend getting a discount for buying a house, it was just from what he saw on the internet. Nowadays, on the internet, people called each other family and brothers, so it was rightly considered an experience shared by a friend. Li Siki wasn't surprised to hear Gu Qianye's words. After all, it was sales practice to reserve room for price cutting. She frowned slightly and said sincerely after feigning contemplation, "Mr. Gu, Miss Shen, I truly want to facilitate this order, and I will definitely try my best to get a discount." After a short pause, she continued, "I'll contact the manager right away to see if I can make special arrangements." After saying that, she quickly walked to the side to make a call, deliberately turning her back to not let Gu Qianye and Shen Xingyao see her call expression. Just after the call was connected, She spoke in an urgent tone and pleaded, "Manager, a customer is very interested in 172 square feet of house. Think the price is high. You see can give a more favorable discount?" This signal became a great benefit to the performance. In the time that followed, Lisiki and Gu Qianye launched several rounds of price games. In each round of negotiation, she argued with reason. Her words were earnest and professional. After some intense negotiations, she feigned a difficult look. Her forehead did not know when also emerged beads of sweat. Hair was also a trace of her mess a little. "Alright, that's it. Yao yao. Give all the materials to salesmanly. Let's hurry up and finish signing the contract." Gu Qianye watched the price cutting come to a standstill and realized that it was a waste of time to continue the stalemate, so he made a decisive decision. Seeing this, Lisiki secretly breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking that her performance just now was a masterpiece, and that she could change her profession to become an actress. That scene just now, the face showed a difficult look, the hands of the right action, and the tone of voice in the right tangled and eager. Every detail is pinpointed precisely, full of real feelings, acting than many actors in the TV are colorful. Alas, their own in the sales of this line, but really buried the talent to perform. Chapter 75 Behave Yourself. Mr. Gu, where are your materials? Lisiki received the materials handed over by Qianye with both hands, then turned around and respectfully looked at Gu Qianye. "I don't need mine, just register her name directly." Gu Qianye casually waved his hand, his expression calm, as if this was just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. The system's cashback can only be given to a beautiful woman to spend. What's the point of writing his name on the house? It won't be a loss if he doesn't give the cashback later. Lisiki couldn't help but let out a soft cry, instantly opening her mouth wide, full of disbelief. How could she not have imagined that she had encountered this kind of hegemony plot, a house of more than $2 million? Saying that only write the name of the girlfriend, only write the name of the girlfriend. Qianye also froze instantly, her eyes wide open, her gaze fixed on Gu Qianye, obviously overwhelmed by this sudden decision. Only after 10 seconds or so did she come back to her senses, gently pulling on Gu Qianye's arm, her tone sincere. "Brother, you can't do this. I'm already touched by the addition of my name to the housebook. If it's only written in my name alone, I'll be very upset in my heart. Moreover, only with both of our names written on it, it's a home that belongs completely to us." These words were by no means a scene to cope with, but the truest voice of her heart. Before, she never thought of the house only write their own names, has always been recognized as a total of two of them. Otherwise she would not be so frank when looking at the house. The house is not like a bag of jewelry. Once you get it, it will depreciate in value. If it is only written in her name, isn't this equivalent to Gu Qianye directly giving her more than $2 million? Such a thing, even her own parents were afraid that it would be difficult to do. It wasn't just a matter of too much money, it was also a matter of whether or not they were willing to part with it, and whether or not they had such an idea. "Hey, Yao Yao, you're not being good." Gu Qianye raised his hand and tenderly rubbed Qianye's hair, then came close to her ear and whispered softly, "Have you forgotten how you promised me last night? No matter what I do, you'll support it, and you'll obediently listen to me." A layer of redness instantly surfaced on Qianye's face. Her mind flashed back to the charming picture seen in the hotel last night. At that time, she had agreed to give Gu Qianye one last big meal because she was too moved. Then, under his temptation, she had made many complicated desserts, so much so that later, when she was too tired, she promised to be obedient in the future in order to rest. Only, she had thought that being obedient was limited to the intimate times in the hotel, letting Gu Qianye command so that his pleasure could flow freely. People thought it was. Qianye stammered, shy. After all, she couldn't say what was in her heart, and could only poutingly pat Gu Qianye's shoulder. "Alright, just remember what you promised your brother last night." Gu Qianye smoothly held Qianye's small hand and turned to look at Lisiki. "Salesly, let's hurry up and sign the contract. After paying the money, you can do all those formalities at the back right away, right?" He didn't have much time to waste on walking through the formalities, intending to directly let Lisiki play up those connections of the sales staff and walk down the culture that had characterized the building from ancient times. "There's no problem, Mr. Gu, we'll make sure to complete all the formalities for you as fast as we can, and guarantee that you'll get your housebook as soon as possible." Although Lisiki's face still retained some surprise, her solid professionalism allowed her to quickly adjust her state and make a serious promise. "Yao Yao, go sign the contract with Salesly." Gu Qianye gently patted Qianye. His tone was firm, not allowing her to reject his words again. In this matter, he was determined to show a tough attitude, never letting Qianye change his mind, and at the same time, letting her get used to listening to his own decisions, starting from such things that she had slight objections to at the moment, gradually transitioning to things that she might resist in the future, allowing her to gradually adapt, no matter what the content of the order was. Oh. Seeing Gu Qianye's serious demeanor and remembering those intimate gestures last night, Shen Xinyao immediately got up obediently and walked towards Li Siki. Even though the price had already been negotiated, Li Siki still took out a subscription agreement for Shen Xinyao to sign. She patiently explained, "Ms. Shen, after all, this is a new house. Even if you are buying it with full payment, according to the process, you need to sign the subscription agreement before entering the payment process. This is to protect the rights and interests of both of us." Shen Xinyao saw that Gu Qianye nodded, so she took the agreement, read it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, she picked up a pen and signed her name. The total price of the house was $282 million, covering the house, parking space, and various miscellaneous expenses such as the deed tax. After signing the subscription contract, Gu Qianye did not hesitate to swipe his card and pay the full amount. Shen Xinyao only needs to follow Li Siki for the subsequent procedures. Gu Qianye looked at the balance of more than $5 million in his bank card. The corners of his mouth hooked up uncontrollably, and an uncontrollable glow of excitement flickered quietly under his eyes. Yao, I just transferred a sum of money to you. You take it to do the follow-up procedures, and then properly decorate our house in your favorite style. Saying that, Gu Qianye waved his hand and transferred $500,000 to Shen Xinyao. Just that he was clear that this $500,000 would have to come up with a few tens of thousands of dollars for the deed tax, shaving off this expense. If he purchased some more high-grade decorations, there would not be much left. Shen Xinyao looked at the cell phone that $500,000 on the account reminder. The whole person instantly frozen in place. She had never seen such a huge amount of money at once. When she bought the house, although the amount of more than $2 million was amazing, it was presented in the form of assets. And at this moment, this 500,000 actual cash transfers were wealth that could be disposed of at will. After more than 10 seconds of silence, her eyes rapidly moistened, tears swirling in her eyes, her lips trembling slightly, so excited that she couldn't speak for a moment. Returning to her senses, Shen Xinyao fiercely jumped into Gu Qianye's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, and said with a sobbing voice, "Brother, how can you be so good to me?" She buried her head deep in Gu Qianye's shoulder, her body unable to stop trembling slightly due to excitement. After a while, Shen Xinyao let go of Gu Qianye, gently cupped his cheeks with both hands, gazed deeply into his eyes, opened her mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start. In the end, she stood on her tiptoes and gently dropped a kiss on Gu Qianye's cheeks, then snuggled up next to him, her face filled with happiness and sweet smiles. When Gu Qianye didn't notice, a trace of determination suddenly flashed through Shen Xinyao's eyes. Before the heart has been not firm idea, this time she can completely determined idea. Chapter 76, A True Warrior's Heart Deserves a Warrior's Heart. Mr. Gu, the formalities are all done on this side, and for the rest of the other formalities, I'll follow up and contact Miss Shen again. With a warm smile on her face, Li Siki looked at Gu Qianye as she picked up her cell phone and said earnestly, "Let's add a contact. If you have any real estate needs in the future, whether it's for self-occupation or investment, you can find me at the first time, and I'll be sure to serve you wholeheartedly." After this transaction, she judged that Gu Qianye had strong financial strength and had the potential to continue purchasing properties. As a salesperson, she naturally wanted to seize this potentially large customer. Moreover, when she offered to add her contact information, she didn't use uncertain expressions of an inquiring nature such as "should I add it" and "is it convenient to add it," but instead directly indicated her thoughts. In addition to being proud of her outstanding looks, she decided that Gu Qianye wouldn't refuse. She also felt that being straightforward like this could efficiently accomplish her goal while appearing professional and crisp enough. It could nicely show her confidence and competence, leaving Gu Qianye with a deep and favorable impression that would pave the way for future cooperation. Good. Gu Qianye cheerfully added her contact information, then instructed, "Salesman Li, I'll trouble you to take more care of Yao Yao's affairs in the back." In his heart, he was really thinking of buying a few more properties here, especially the upper and lower floors of the same building, or even the same floor. After all, Shen Xinyao was not the only woman in his life, so sooner or later, he would have to prepare a house for each of them to fulfill his promise of giving them a home. As for the king does not see the king this kind of thing, he is indifferent, not to mention that he will not purposely avoid this neighborhood just because he has a woman living here. The reason why this is so, because he saw from the internet someone in the same neighborhood, keeping hundreds of mistresses. At that time, he was thinking that a great man should be like this. No problem, Mr. Gu, if you and Ms. Shen have any real estate related needs in the future, feel free to contact me. Li Siki's smile grew wider after she added her contact information. She put away her cell phone and added enthusiastically, "By the way, for the sake of ease of communication, you can just call me Siki directly, so that it's also more cordial." In the face of such a high-quality customer, Lee Siki didn't follow the previous routine of treating those ulterior motives customers, and had to let them refer to each other by their positions. She took the initiative to indicate to Gu Qianye that there was no harm in shouting more affectionately. However, she also took a good measure, did not let Gu Qianye call her the slightly ambiguous Chi-Chi. For one thing, she felt that would be a bit degrading. For another, it was naturally because Shin Xingyao was right beside her. Although she didn't want to admit it, Shin Xingyao's face value was indeed indistinguishable from hers. This made the always proud Lee Siki unconsciously converge a few points of sharpness. Alright, Siki, just call me Qianye as well. Gu Qianye's eyes flashed with a hint of complacency when he saw Lee Siki's current 50 points of intimacy. Immediately afterward, he said in a soft tone, since there's nothing else at the moment, we'll leave first, and if you have anything to do afterward Siki, just contact us directly. After saying that, he wrapped his arm around Shin Xingyao's thin waist and waved his hand at Lee Siki, and then he turned around and left this sales center with a calm pace. Okay, Qianye, you guys go slowly, come find me anytime if there's anything. Lee Siki's face was full of smiles as she sent the two of them all the way to the side of the car, waving enthusiastically, and at the same time, she also gave a loud admonition. When the car drove away from the line of sight, she could not hold back the leap in her heart, and returned to the sales center with a brisk pace. But just before she stepped in the door, a group of salesgirls who had already been waiting at the side instantly surrounded her like little bees seeing nectar. Wow, Chi-Chi, you're too good. You've successfully sold another suite. The one who spoke was the handsome Xiaoyu, who had joined the company not long ago, and her eyes were full of envy and admiration that she couldn't hide when she looked at Lee Siki. That's right, from reception to transaction, less than half a day, and still full payment customers. Sister Siki, you are simply God. The side of Xiaolin hurriedly agreed, although the tone of voice threw a bit of sour jealousy, but more, or Lee Siki real admiration. Chi-Chi, this shall not treat a meal. Celebrate a good na. That's right, something as big as an opening order must be celebrated. If I say so, let's go to Fukki restaurant. The food there is very authentic. The people were all talking and coaxing, hoping that Lee Siki would bleed a lot and treat everyone well. As Lee Siki listened to these words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, and she muttered in her heart, but she piled up a smile on her face, waving her hands while saying, thank you sisters, I really haven't billed for a long time, and I've been thinking of finding a chance to get together with everyone in a lively manner. However, this time the commission has not yet arrived. The hand is really a bit tight. Speaking here, she paused for a moment, her eyes locked precisely on the gull who proposed to go to Fukki restaurant, and then said, Gull, why don't you lend me a little bit first, and when the commission comes down, I'll return it to you right away. These people really dared to open their mouths. Fukki restaurant would cost several $100s for just one person. If so many people go to eat together, the commission that just came in will have to go into most of it. Why don't we drag it out first, and find a chance to treat everyone to a long Jiang pig's feet dinner, so at least we can cope with it. I don't have any money left. I've been relying on my spending money to make ends meet. Right, I suddenly remembered that Sister Hong just looked for me. I have to hurry over. When Gull heard this, her face changed for a moment, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. She found an excuse and slipped away like she was wiping oil from the bottom of her feet. Seeing this, Lee Siki turned her gaze to the other co-workers, but before she could open her mouth, the people surrounding her looked as if they had discussed the situation, and they all made excuses and hurriedly took off with excuses. Humph, still want to take advantage of me. It's really beautiful for you guys. Lee Siki snorted coldly in her heart and muttered in a small voice. After coming out to mix for so many years, she could be refined. She hadn't been taken advantage of by anyone yet. Wanting to get benefits from her was simply a daydream. Brother, where are we going now? Shin Xingyao looked at the scenery slowly flashing by outside the car window and looked at Gu Qianye with some doubts. Gu Qianye drove with one hand while warming up the car to generate heat. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a mysterious smile. Yao yao little baby, brother, I'll take you to a special place. Shin Xingyao's curiosity was instantly hooked up, her eyes shining brightly. She moved a little closer to Gu Qianye and pampered. Brother, tell me quickly, where is it? Gu Qianye lowered the speed of the car, gently touched Shin Xingyao's hair. You'll know when we get there. Just wait a little longer. Shin Xingyao blushed shyly. Her mouth murmured, The car weaved through the streets of the city, and after nearly an hour of driving, it finally stopped at the top of a large mountain. Looking around, the entire mountain city was at its feet. Blocks of high-rise buildings were densely arranged, gilded with a layer of gold under the setting sun's afterglow. The streets curved and curved, and there were so many cars on them that they were like ants lining up, one after another. Chapter 77, Going to the Peak, Seeing the Sun. Gu Qianye parked the car, then went around to the other side and gently helped Shin Xingyao out of the car. Come on, Yao Yao baby, be careful when you get off the car. Xinxingyao's face was slightly flushed, slightly gasping for air. Half of her body snuggled in Gu Qianye's arms. After a while, she regained some strength, lifted her pretty face, and gave Gu Qianye an angry glance. Just now, in the car, Gu Qianye's unexpected and exciting move had made her both nervous and excited. Her body and mind had been shocked, her head was blank, and her whole body was dizzy. Wow, brother, this place is also too beautiful. Xinxinyao looked at the picturesque scenery in front of her and couldn't help but softly exclaim. Her crystal-clear gaze reflected the rolling hills in the distance, as well as the staggering, smoky mountain town at the foot of the hills. Ha ha, I went through a lot of trouble to find this place. Gu Qianye's arm encircled Xinxingyao's thin waist, overlooking the city at the foot of the mountain side by side with her. When he was a kid, he always loved to climb to the top of the mountain overlooking the city. The higher he got, the more he rejoiced, as if he stood high enough. The city was in his hands, and his heart was full of unspeakable pleasure. Occasionally, I swing my fists and feet at the city below the hill, as if I could break it into pieces. Sometimes one would even mischievously pee on it. The feeling of unimpeded joy was really very strong. Brother, then what are you bringing people here for? Xinxinyao looked at Gu Qianye doubtfully. This place was beautiful, but it was deserted and there was nothing here. She had originally thought that there would be a lot of surprises set up here like last night. However, she didn't lose much in her heart. In the past 2 days, Gu Qianye had constantly changed his tricks to create surprises for her. So sweet that it was like taking candy and stuffing her heart full of it. So, even if there were no new surprises at this moment, as long as there is brother Qianye accompanying her, she also feels super satisfied and her heart is sweet. Yao, you asked me what I want to do here? The corner of Gu Qianye's mouth hooked up a bad smile. His arm tightened, wrapping Xinxinyao closer to himself. Afterward, he raised his chin towards the setting sun that was about to disappear into the mountains. I want to do all the romantic things with you here together. At this moment, the sun, fading away from the afternoon's blazing sharpness, converged on the harsh glare, like a gentle painter, to fully reveal the full picture. The round of red sun is big and round. The color is red and eye-catching, just like a ripe orange, warm and pleasant to the heart. Xinxinyao looked at Gu Qianye with some uncertainty, and it was only after the bad smile on his face grew stronger that a hint of realization flashed through her heart. The blush on her face that hadn't faded away just yet surged back up, and she shyly patted Gu Qianye's arm. Hate it, brother, you're trying to shibboleth again. Yao, don't you think this place is special? Gu Qianye raised his hand and gently stroked Xinxingyao's hair, guiding her to tilt her head up to look at the red sun, then letting her look down at the city below her feet. Aha! Xinxinyao felt the movements of Gu Qianye's large hands and cozily adjusted her posture to make both of them more comfortable. She didn't know why, but she was now becoming more and more fond of being touched by Gu Qianye's hair, finding such a gesture very comfortable. Therefore, a look of enjoyment filled her face at Gu Qianye touching her hair for the first time today. Then Yao, let's not waste any more time. The sun will go down in a little while. Seeing that the sun had set some more, Gu Qianye wrapped his arms around Xinxinyao and walked into the back seat of the car. After closing the car door, he still felt a trace of pity in his heart, thinking that technology is too advanced now, wanting to use the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, doing certain things or afraid of being captured by satellites. If he was the only one who had lost his innocence, it wouldn't matter. After all, this kind of thing is embarrassing for whoever dishes it out, and others would be embarrassed to keep looking even if they saw it. However, with his selfish nature, how could he let others see Xinxingyao's great view? So he could only tighten up a bit and immediately go back to the back seat of the car to scrutinize how the quality of the Mercedes-Benz was. Brother, the space in the car is a bit small. Why don't you open the door? Xinxinyao said softly, with a trace of imperceptible urgency in her voice. Gu Qianye gently stroked her hair and gently responded, "Baby, it's okay." Seeing that Xinxinyao wasn't quite comfortable, he gently embraced her into his arms, hoping to give her more comfort. Well, Yao listens to her brother all the time. Xinxinyao nodded her head obediently, a trusting smile on her face. Yao really understands. When brother gets you a spacious car in the future, so you can be comfortable. Gu Qianye made a promise, his eyes full of doting. Brother, you're so good to me, always loving me so much. Xinxinyao leaned on Gu Qianye's shoulder and said happily, "That's of course, you're my most precious person. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well?" Gu Qianye hugged Xinxinyao tightly, as if he wanted to integrate her into his life. Time passes quietly all the time. That round of sunset in the sky also finally took a slow pace, towards the back of the mountain sinking. On top of the mountain, the car door that has been closed for more than half an hour, finally squeaked slowly opened. Gu Qianye was the first to step out of the car door. With a trace of undetectable weariness on his face, he breathed a deep sigh of relief, tilted his head back and gulped a few mouthfuls into the mineral water bottle in his hand. After a little bit of relief, Gu Qianye leaned his body against the side of the car. His right hand propped up his waist, and his left hand gave a thumbs up to the city under his feet, revealing a smug smile on his face. At this time, Xinyao also came out of the car, her legs slightly trembling, her pace a little staggered, her posture slightly strange, moving step by step to Gu Qianye's side, diving headfirst into his arms. Yao Yao, come, drink more water. Gu Qianye looked at Xinyao hair messy, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, hurriedly passed the mineral water in her hand to her lips. Cough cough. Xinyao drank too quickly for a moment, bent down and coughed fiercely. Her hands tightly covered her mouth, and the water in her mouth splashed uncontrollably onto the ground. Slow down, drink slowly. Gu Qianye was heartbroken, reached out his big hand and gently patted Xinyao back gently and rhythmically, trying to ease her discomfort. After a while, Xinyao face gradually regained its rosy color and stopped coughing. She picked up the mineral water bottle and took a mouthful of water in her mouth, rinsing her mouth carefully before drinking the water into her belly in small bites. Thank you, brother. Xinyao raised her head and looked at Gu Qianye with eyes full of deep love and affection. She raised her hand to straighten her slightly messy clothes and once again snuggled intimately into Gu Qianye's arms, feeling his warm and powerful heartbeat. Ding! Xinyao affinity density plus 1 inch. Congratulations, host. Xinyao affinity density reached 95. Reward 1, gain the shielding function. This function can shield the biological signals around you, allowing the host to be as if it doesn't exist under the detection of any electronic device. Reward 2, obtain the Taiji Fist technique. The host will be able to skillfully master this technique within a month, and by then it will be no problem to fight one against many. Chapter 78, Pervert? Not if no one knows about it. When Gu Qianye heard the system's reward prompt, a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. However, he didn't move on the surface and only subconsciously hugged Xinyao tighter. He was finally sure at this moment that he really was the protagonist of this world. Just as he thought about being afraid of being captured by the satellite in certain unhealthy images, the system reward immediately came. With this shielding function, wouldn't he be able to use wherever he wanted as a bed in the future? However, in the blink of an eye, a hint of pity crept into his heart. It was a pity that he could only shield electronic devices. Wouldn't it be better if he could shield the gazes of the people around him? At that time, even if he was perverted, no one would know about it. Just like the browsing history of the cell phone, as long as no one knows, then there will never be a social death. As long as no one knew he was a pervert, then he would always be normal. Brother, why don't we go back? People are so hungry right now. Xinyao rubbed her small stomach with her small hands while raising her head, her big watery eyes full of anticipation as she looked at Gu Qianye, a pitiful look on her face. Even though she didn't want to let go of this place full of happiness in her heart, but she had just consumed too much physical energy and there was no food in the car, so she had no choice but to think about coming back another day. At the same time, she secretly resolved to bring enough food with her the next time she came back, so that she could stay from sunset until sunrise and enjoy the romance of the whole day to her heart's content. Yao Yao, have you forgotten that there's takeout now? Brother still wants to talk to you. Feel the beauty of the mountains again. Gu Qianye had a smile on his face, picking up his cell phone and shaking it in front of Xinyao eyes. Oops. Then, Xinyao cheeks flushed, wanting to speak, and finally gently patted Gu Qianye's arm. She stared at the large tree, a happy picture of the two of them under the tree floating in her mind, and shyly buried her head into Gu Qianye's arms. After a moment, she asked in a low voice, so can takeout really be delivered here? She was ultimately moved by Gu Qianye's proposal, feeling that the happy time under the tree was definitely more cozy and romantic than in the car. Don't worry, as long as you pay a little more for the delivery fee, even the tallest mountain will be delivered. Gu Qianye patted his chest and swore with assurance. His eyes were full of confidence. The ability of money is not used at this time to wait for a better time. Immediately after, he skillfully opened the takeaway software, while sliding the screen to browse the food, while gently inquiring, Yao Yao, what do you want to eat? Brother will order it all for you. Xinyao blinked her eyes, the corners of her mouth rose, and she said in a delicate voice, Brother, I want to eat sashimi. I want to eat the sashimi you took me to last time. I like that fresh feeling. After saying that, she looked at Gu Qianye with a playful face, and even spat out her tongue. Her appearance was adorable. Ever since she knew that Gu Qianye wanted her to eat more fresh seafood, she had often searched for all kinds of seafood delicacies with her little sisters. Eating until now, even if she ate even fresher things, she wasn't afraid of it anymore, and it all seemed like she already had antibodies. Ha ha, good. Then let's order sashimi and I'll accompany you to savor this fresh delicacy. Gu Qianye laughed brightly and quickly found a very good sashimi restaurant on his cell phone, and placed an order for an abundance of sashimi, exquisite snacks and hot drinks. Then, he slid the screen to the delivery fee option, and saw that the original basic delivery fee was 22 renminbi. But considering the remote location of the mountaintop, he directly entered 200 renminbi in the tip field. Seeing this, Shen Xingyao's eyes widened and she said with a slight surprise, "Brother, giving so much?" Gu Qianye looked at her with a smile and patiently explained, "This mountain road is not easy to travel. If you don't tip more, no one will be willing to send you. Besides, if we tip more, the takeout won't be delivered to us fast and in good condition. Fresh sashimi, you have to hurry up and eat it." After saying that, he also wrote in the notes, "Master, we are enjoying the view from the top of the mountain, and the location is remote. Prepared a generous tip for you. Please deliver as soon as possible. Pay attention to safety. Thank you." After successfully placing the order, he patted Shen Xingyao's hand and said confidently, "All right, wait at ease. Soon the delicious sashimi will be delivered." Aha! Shen Xingyao leaned into Gu Qianye's arms and nodded gently. Afterward, the two of them sat quietly under the tree. Shen Xingyao listened to Gu Qianye recount the interesting stories of playing in the mountains when she was a child, and was amused to the point of giggling, her laughter echoing in the empty mountains. After about 30 minutes, a yellow-robed delivery boy, riding an electric bike, came to the top of the mountain. He saw at a glance Gu Qianye and Shen Xingyao sitting under a big tree. Looking at their intimate appearance, he spat in his heart, "I go, you guys are really good at it. Driving to this kind of place to have a picnic in the middle of the night, not afraid to feed the mosquitoes." After he parked the car, he took out a bunch of takeaways from the car trunk and shouted at Gu Qianye and the others, "Hey, the takeaways have arrived." Gu Qianye answered loudly, then got up and walked over to take the takeout, politely saying thank you to the takeout boy. "It should be." The delivery boy smiled and responded, waiting for Gu Qianye to confirm that there was no mistake, then turned around and drove away. On the return trip, the takeaway boy's mood was inexplicably low. It was because just when he was delivering the food, he had inadvertently glimpsed the situation inside Gu Qianye's car. In that instant, the pleasure born from getting a $200 tip instantly dissipated like a bubble. Riding the battery bike slowly down the hill, the wind in the mountains brushed his cheeks, and in the takeaway boy's mind, Shen Xingyao's stunningly beautiful face alternated with the scene inside the car. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his life seemed to be less colorful, and his heart was filled with an unspeakable disappointment. "Yao Yao, the fresh sashimi you wanted is here." Gu Qianye returned to the tree with the takeout, carefully removing the lunchboxes one by one and arranging them on a slightly tidier ground. The exquisite sashimi, sushi and snacks were neatly arranged, with attractive colors and emitting a burst of aroma. Shen Xingyao clasped her hands together with an expectant face. "Wow, it looks so delicious." Gu Qianye picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a slice of salmon sashimi, and passed it to Shen Xingyao's mouth. "Come on, Yao Yao, taste how fresh this tastes." Shen Xingyao lightly opened her lips and took a bite. The tender fish meat melted on her tongue. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, "It's so delicious, brother, you eat it too." "Well, this fresh flavor can indeed be, but it's just a little salty." Gu Qianye smiled and looked at Shen Xingyao, his tone carrying some sort of meaningful meaning. Chapter 79 Elimination Exercises to Boost Metabolism. "Phew, I'm so full of food." Shen Xingyao breathed a long sigh of relief, her white palm gently caressing her small stomach, her eyebrows arched, her face cozy. As the old saying goes, being full makes you want to be horny. And this was true. She had only just filled her stomach when her gaze fell on Gu Qianye, an ambiguous light flickering in her eyes. Gu Qianye took her lovely appearance in his eyes. The corner of his mouth rose, and he neatly cleaned up the takeout garbage scattered on the ground, wiping his hands with a paper towel. Wrapping his arms around Shen Xingyao's body, he gathered her into his embrace and asked, "Yao Yao, do you know what kind of exercise can be done to eliminate food after a full meal?" Thinking that what happened next should not be seen, he activated the shield function with a thought, and they were instantly hidden from the satellite monitoring. "I know, you can take a walk, do yoga, and raise your legs. Doing these exercises can both eliminate food and maintain your body shape." Shen Xingyao snuggled into Gu Qianye's arms and proudly named a few elimination exercises, bent on proving to Gu Qianye that she was a smart woman. The more beautiful a woman was, the more she cared about her appearance, and she spent a small amount of time every day in order to maintain her current face and figure. In addition to using various skincare products, the thing she did the most was various types of shaping exercises. It was also that she had just consumed a lot of physical strength, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to eat so much. Not bad, not bad. Yao Yao, you're so smart." Gu Qianye didn't mince words in praising Shen Xingyao, followed by a turn of phrase. "But now that we're two people and we've just eaten a full meal, we can't do too intense exercise." The elimination exercise he wanted to do was naturally suitable for two people to do together, which could be good for physical and mental health, and could also promote metabolism in just the right way. Shen Xingyao's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Gu Qianye, racking her brain and unable to guess what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd, and exactly what kind of unique elimination exercise he had come up with. The best elimination exercise suitable for two people to do together is practicing Tai Chi. The two people attack and defend each other, consuming the excess energy in their bodies. Gu Qianye stood up nonchalantly and spoke eloquently under his breath, his hands twirling around in the air, gesturing in the shape of Taiji Bagua. He had just obtained the Grandmaster's Taiji fist, although he was not yet able to skillfully utilize it. However, the doorway of using softness to overcome hardness and skillful use of strength in it was still mastered for a few moments. But brother, I don't know Taiji at all. On Xin Xingyao's face, the doubts intensified, and her eyes were filled with bewilderment. She hadn't expected the elimination exercise in Gu Qianye's mouth to be the so uncommon Taiji, which was greatly out of her expectation. It's fine, there's brother here. I'll teach you. Gu Qianye immediately stopped his hand movements, sat in front of Xin Xingyao, and performed Taiji Kung Fu on her. Brother, is this the elimination exercise you said? Taiji Palm? Xin Xingyao looked at the movements of Gu Qianye's hands and gave him a fierce blank look. A blush quietly rose on her fair cheeks. That's right, this way we can consume the excess energy in our bodies together, and the intensity of the movement won't be too intense, so we don't have to worry about hurting our bodies at all. Gu Qianye's face was serious. Just the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Yao yao, brother, I've done a good job, right? The force is held just right, guaranteed to make you comfortable. Xin Xingyao slightly closed her eyes. At this moment, she finally somewhat believed in Gu Qianye's words. This kind of special elimination exercise, the effect was unexpectedly good, and it was very suitable for two people to do together. More than 10 minutes passed in a flash. Gu Qianye looked at the lazy Xin Xingyao. His eyes were full of doting smiles, and said softly, Yao yao, the elimination exercise is done. After saying that, he looked up at the darkening sky, turned around and quickly walked back to the car, skillfully turning on the lights. He deliberately controlled the brightness, not too dim, but not so bright as to be blinding, half bright and half dark light, creating just the right atmosphere. Xin Xingyao slowly sat up straight. After a while, the original somewhat lax eyes only gradually recovered clarity, and then began to organize the slightly messy clothes on her body. Okay, Yao yao, accompany brother to look at the stars under the tree over there. We'll finish counting the stars in the sky tonight before we go back. Seeing that Xin Xingyao had rested well, Gu Qianye smoothly and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and the two of them walked side by side towards the large tree not far away. Brother, there are so many stars in the sky, how can I finish counting them? Xin Xingyao tilted her head up and looked towards the starry night sky, her white fingers gently ruffling her waterfall-like hair. This counting stars but there is a great deal of know-how. Yao yao, you have to count 4 by 4 slowly. Come, brother will teach you. Gu Qianye stood behind Xin Xingyao, gently pulling up her small hand, pointing to the twinkling stars in the night sky, softly reciting, 1, 2, 3, 4. Brother, isn't it faster to directly count 1, 2, 3, 4? Xin Xingyao tilted her head and asked with an innocent face. That's fine, then Yao yao, you can count slowly in your own way. Gu Qianye's mouth smiled as he gently responded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Xin Xingyao counted in a milky voice. As time slowly passed, her voice unconsciously slowed down, and her volume became smaller and smaller, and it was only after a long interval that she would recite the next set of numbers. Unfortunately, the stars in the vast night sky could not be counted by human hands. Brother, there are just too many stars today. Let's count them next time. We'll definitely be able to count them all next time. Xin Xingyao raised her hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, her eyes revealing a trace of unwillingness. Alright, next time, let's count until sunrise, and we'll be sure to finish counting the stars in the sky. Gu Qianye tenderly stroked Xin Xingyao's back, trying to help ease her exhaustion. After a short rest, he once again wrapped his arms around Xin Xingyao and walked towards the car. Yao yao, let's go back tonight. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Although the scenery of this place was beautiful and suitable for their intimate date, there was really no suitable place to sleep. As for making do with one night in the car, it's better to forget about it. With such a small space, sleeping for a while will give you a backache. Next time we'll count from sunset to sunrise. Xin Xingyao firmly nodded her head, and secretly resolved in her heart that when she went back, she would definitely drill the knack of counting stars with brother Qianye. She thought that next time, she must perform better and count longer in front of Gu Qianye, giving her brother a big surprise.